This young guy is Haruto Sano, a hunter with a class famously known as the Mana Gopher, as you can see. He is currently part of a dungeon raiding party, but the catch is, despite being a hunter, Haruto only serves as a support whose sole ability is transferring his mana to others. Today, after his squad took down the Golem King in a low-level dungeon, Haruto collapsed onto the ground completely out of breath. But before he could even catch his breath, another hunter from the team walked up to him. Speaking in a highly irritated tone, "Hunter Sano, you did not really contribute much to today's raid, did you? So why are you still sitting there instead of helping clear the path?" Haruto quickly apologized and scrambled to his feet. The other hunters watched his pathetic state, some confused and others deeply mocking him. They began whispering about him, and they did not even bother lowering their voices. Is he not supposed to have some kind of critical attack skill? Why is he only standing in the back supporting? Oh please, he barely has skills, but he actually holds endless mana. Did you not know that? He can generate infinite mana. The other hunter was so shocked he sat up instantly, completely amazed. Wow, that sounds like the ultimate cheat skill. Strong please, mages can just absorb mana from healers, and we only need massive amounts of mana like today when fighting boss monsters. Otherwise, he has absolutely no place to show off. The hunter kept talking down to him, with open contempt in his voice. No wonder he has been raiding dungeons for 5 years now and still has not reached level 30. Haruto heard every single word of their gossip, and pretending he was not angry would be a flat-out lie. But honestly, he was already used to people whispering behind his back like this. Still, even a low-ranking hunter has abilities that far surpass ordinary humans, so Haruto was still much stronger than the average person. Plus, he possessed an incredibly resilient will, so no matter how much people gossiped, Haruto swore to himself that he would never ever give up. Everyone always assumed his only skill was generating mana and transferring it over to his teammates, but his true ability was actually far more special. Haruto had never revealed it to anyone. He possessed a completely unique skill called copy and paste. Just like right now, after he picked up a rice ball, a holographic window appeared right in front of him, asking if he wanted to copy the target using the shortcut Ctrl-C. After he clicked that hotkey, another identical rice ball literally dropped out of thin air just like magic. This was his true special ability, Ctrl-C and Ctrl-V, which allowed him to copy and clone any target. It was a power he had never heard of before. So once Haruto realized he had this skill, his expectations soared when he awakened as a hunter. However, he quickly realized this skill was basically useless because only he could actually use it. Any duplicated items he created would vanish like an illusion the moment they left his hands. Because of this, he could not copy money or sell any gear that he cloned. On top of that, sadly, copying equipment was also strictly limited by his own level. For instance, since he was only level 29, he could not copy gear belonging to a level 90 hunter. Haruto's infinite mana generation, in other words, his Mana Gopher nickname, was actually just him copying his own limited mana pool over and over. Fortunately, the copied mana did not disappear and could be transferred to other hunters. Haruto had also tried using this method to copy skills, but doing so required all kinds of ridiculous conditions. For example, he had to deal the final blow on a high-level monster, which was practically impossible for him. Haruto let out a heavy, exhausted sigh, thinking that if he could just level up a bit more and copy some high-grade gear, he could join any raid he wanted. But he was completely stuck below level 30. Haruto aggressively stuffed the rice ball into his mouth to vent his frustration, while scrolling through news on his phone when a massive headline caught his eye. The Calicia Dragon Longsword has arrived in Japan. Haruto's eyes lit up instantly. The Dragon Longsword was a legendary weapon boasting 2 unique skills, along with powerful defensive buffs. The reason this longsword was considered such a massive deal was because of its unique grade status. The very moment this legendary sword is drawn, the wielder's combat level instantly skyrockets all the way to 200. Best of all, it was highly coveted across the entire globe because anyone who reached level 30 could easily wield it. Even though he was not level 30, yet seeing the Dragon Longsword made Haruto dream big. If he could only copy this blade and become a high-tier level 230 hunter, taking down high-grade monsters would be a breeze. Haruto immediately made that legendary weapon his absolute top priority. According to the details in the news report, the Dragon Longsword was being exhibited in Japan for the next week, but its durability was down to only 10. So even if he manages to copy it, it would only last for a few more dungeon raids. Since it is no longer fit for combat, the plan is to display it in museums worldwide to rack up some serious cash. But for Haruto, this is a golden opportunity. Touch it just once and its crappy durability does not even matter anymore. He can copy it and keep it forever. Right now, his main goal is just farming enough experience to reach level 30, so the grind continues. After getting kicked out of the Great Sage Guild, he joined an unregistered raid group to buff their mana. Today, they are tackling a giant spider boss in an illegal dungeon. Haruto does his job perfectly, feeding endless mana to the frontline hunters so they can unleash absolute havoc on the monsters. Along the way, he runs into a pretty cool junior named Aoi Kanaga. Even though Aoi constantly teases him about his low level, Haruto knows the kid actually has a heart of gold. They go way back to their Great Sage Guild days, and Aoi only joined this sketchy unregistered raiding crew, simply because he is a total gold digger. Sure, these unregistered dungeons are highly dangerous because they are not monitored by the association at all, but it gives Haruto a rare chance to team up with some seriously high-level players. Before they can even catch up, it is back to work. The dungeon boss, a massive Spider King, is right ahead. This beast even has a name, Elisa, and it is level 80. Just looking at it sends shivers down Haruto's spine. One casual swipe of its leg and he would be history. Haruto cannot help but gulp hard, his throat dry from pure terror. Sensing his fear, Aoi immediately starts teasing him, saying, "Senior, you are just a spectator. You were not even fighting, so why are you shaking?" But then Aoi quickly shifts to a serious tone, warning him, "Look, this boss is easy, but we must be careful. If you get caught in those sticky webs, you will be completely paralyzed and left helpless." Aoi also warns him to stay clear of the eggs. Mess with the babies and Mama Spider is going to enter an absolute frenzy. An enraged Spider King is way deadlier than your average dungeon boss. Suddenly, someone yells, "Hey, Ikanaga." A total jerk of a mage from their team suddenly snaps, "Why are you wasting your breath explaining things to a useless bystander? Are you a tour guide or something? Stop wasting our time, we do not have all day." "Quit doing useless things." Aoi just laughs it off and apologizes while Haruto fumes, silently unable to say a word. The toxic mage keeps grumbling, calling Haruto a useless freeloader. But guess what? It is his own lousy attitude that lands them in deep trouble. Since he is too busy complaining to watch his step, the mage accidentally kicks a stray rock. The rock hits a web, waking up the slumbering boss. Opening its eyes to find a whole group of uninvited guests, it immediately welcomes them with a devastating lethal strike. The frontline tanks jump into action to block the blow. Their perfect sneak attack plan is totally ruined, but there is no time to complain, they have to fight. Thankfully, everyone knows their roles. After the initial panic, the team quickly recovers their composure and gets to work. Their teamwork is flawless and the boss is going down fast. Watching safely from the sidelines, Haruto is honestly pretty satisfied. If everything goes according to plan, he might just leech enough free experience from this kill to hit level 35 in one go. But cornered and desperate, the Spider King suddenly backs away. The main tank instantly realizes it is about to shoot web, yelling for everyone to take cover behind the stone pillars. But our genius mage wants to redeem himself, stepping forward to show off. Since he specializes in fire magic, he thinks he can easily burn the webs. Too bad his opponent is a level 80 beast, not some weak low-level mob. His fireball gets completely blocked by the web. Bruised pride kicked in, and he immediately begins charging an even stronger spell, preparing to unleash absolute destruction. "Wait, stop." Haruto senses danger and screams out a warning to the idiot. "You fool, you are going to break the eggs." The tank also realizes the danger, but it is already too late. The massive fireball is already flying from the mage's staff. While the giant spider remains unharmed, those delicate eggs nearby are instantly blown to pieces. Just like that, the entire dungeon raid spirals completely out of control. At this rate, Mama Spider is going into hyper-berserk mode. There is no fighting back, and the first victim is none other than our genius mage, instantly snared by webs. "Senior, get behind the pillars now." Aoi screams frantically as he runs for cover. Once that thing goes berserk, it is going to blast webs everywhere. Meanwhile, that arrogant mage is completely pinned down, unable to move his staff or cast a single defensive spell. As the towering spider crawls closer, the terrified man breaks down, begging for mercy while screaming at it to stay away. But obviously, none of that worked. Within seconds, a massive, deafening scream echoed through the entire spider cave. We are talking over 160 decibels, and unfortunately, Haruto was not fast enough to dodge the incoming hit. Wrapped so tight in spider silk he could barely breathe, Haruto cursed under his breath. He had always played it safe, sticking to low-level dungeons. Who would have thought a simple quest to level up would end in this ultimate nightmare? In a flash, the monster lunges. As its sharp leg slams down, Haruto instantly feels an absolute flesh-tearing pain. It was a fatal blow. Yet somehow, this mere level 29 hunter is still breathing, completely defying all logic. Turns out his unique copying skill explains everything, proving it is not just some useless trick after all. While any gear he duplicates eventually vanishes into thin air, his own physical body is an entirely different story. You see, before entering, Haruto actually copied himself. Think of it like a video game checkpoint system. Whenever his current body dies, his next clone instantly pastes in while the old corpse dissolves. Haruto watches his own previous self get absolutely obliterated by spider silk. No matter how many times he sees it, he never gets used to it. But honestly, in this desperate situation, he has no other choice to survive. He keeps throwing clones at the monster, using himself as bait just to keep it distracted. Unfortunately, the sheer raw power of the boss is completely off the charts. Haruto spams his copy-paste skill, burning through multiple lives without even scratching it. Suddenly, a familiar trembling voice echoes through the dark cave, shattering the silence. "Save me," is Aoi. He is still alive. Haruto wants to help, but honestly, he is barely hanging on himself. He does not even know how to save his own skin, but then he spots the giant spider rushing straight toward his friend. Leaving him to die would completely ruin his pride as a senior hunter. Instantly fired up, Haruto gets a sudden burst of adrenaline, charging forward with his dagger to slice the Spider King leg. Rolling and dodging through a storm of deadly attacks, Haruto suddenly receives a game notification stating that he has leveled up. He has no idea how this happened mid-fight, but taking down this oversized bug is now only a matter of time. His odds of survival just went way up. By chipping away at its health bit by bit, repeating his copy-paste trick hundreds of times will eventually stack up enough damage, but man, it takes forever. Haruto actually spends a long time on this battle. It takes him 3 whole days to finally slay the Spider King after dying over 50 brutal times. He copied every weapon he had, plus those of his fallen comrades. On the bright side, this endless loop of death turned him into a much more skilled fighter. Since the boss could not heal its wounds, it was bound to fall eventually. Slaying the beast triggers a massive level-up spree along with a sweet bonus reward. He does not care about loot right now because getting Aoi out alive is the priority, but carrying him out proves difficult, as a swarm of baby spiders suddenly knocks Haruto down. Staring at these level 30 pests, he is completely speechless. First the mother, now the kids. While Haruto can respawn infinitely, this situation is still incredibly dangerous. One hit to Aoi and his friend is history. Acting on pure instinct, Haruto tightly wraps his arms around Aoi, using his own body as a meat shield to block the oncoming onslaught. Squeezing his eyes shut, he prepares for the excruciating pain. But right as things look hopeless, an absolute powerhouse arrives. This mysterious figure completely wipes out the swarm. Even without seeing them fight, Haruto knows this is an elite hunter, because they just cast Hellfire, that is a legendary flame spell of the absolute highest tier. The number of mages capable of using this devastating magic can easily be counted on just one hand. If Haruto recalls correctly, only one person in Japan holds the title of the Witch Spear, a legendary magic swordsman, wielding a deadly halberd who also ranks 5th among all active Japanese hunters. Nanase. "Are you two the only survivors?" she asks. "Yes, pure bad luck," Haruto replies, helping Aoi to his feet. She then carefully inspects the dungeon. The hatched spiderlings prove the eggs were damaged early on, pushing the Spider King into a bloodthirsty berserk state. Every high-ranking hunter in the raid party is dead. Yet, this low-level kid survived and even found time to rescue his friend. To uncover the truth behind this unregistered dungeon disaster, Nanase brings Haruto straight to the Japan Hunter Association for intense questioning. After a grueling interrogation, they finally release him. However, the rare items dropped by the Spider King are confiscated. To report to the higher-ups, Haruto is stunned. The elite team was completely wiped out. And worse, they had dragged him into a highly illegal raid that almost cost him his life. He literally paid extra money just to tag along, and yet Nanase let him go that easily. What more could he possibly want? She coldly replied that the association turned a blind eye to low-level hunters, using cash rewards to join high-level raids, especially to level up. After all, it is only natural for hunters to want to get stronger. And even if this practice brings some bad consequences, it is still pretty effective at boosting a hunter's raw abilities. Before Haruto left, Nanase informed him that the loot dropped from the Spider King he defeated would be converted to cash and sent to his account soon, but he coldly refused and asked them to transfer it straight to the association. Haruto's indifferent attitude made Nanase highly suspicious, because that was a massive sum of money that few hunters could ever turn down, especially low-level hunters who desperately need resources to power up like Haruto. She felt he was definitely hiding something, but what exactly it was, at least for now, Nanase could not figure out yet. But after leaving the interrogation room, Haruto flashed a sly, cunning smile. How could he not want a boss drop? It is just that before Nanase could confiscate it, he had already copied and pasted it into countless duplicates in his inventory. To understand this, let us go back a few hours, right when Haruto had just successfully defeated that monster. The item he received was the giant Spider King's sticky fluid. The system described it as having insane adhesive power, just like the monster's own webs. Haruto could not help but feel disappointed. This weird lump was basically no different from regular superglue. Unbelievable. He risked his entire life just to get this useless item. While still looking for a way to use it, Haruto decided to copy it first anyway. Once that was done, he pulled out the original sticky fluid of the giant Spider King to inspect it once more, but this time it suddenly dissolved right in his palm. Haruto looked around in total shock, and then a system notification immediately popped up to clear his confusion. The The giant Spider King's sticky fluid has been merged with his current skill. The Control V skill has been upgraded. This notification was even more shocking as this was the first time Haruto heard that his pace skill could actually evolve. He had thought its utility was strictly limited to just that basic function, not expecting an upgrade. It seemed the item drop from that Spider King was highly compatible with the Control V skill, so if he could find an item compatible with his Control C skill, then that could be upgraded too. After evolving, Haruto's pace skill opened up 3 new skill options. First, he can copy a target, then paste it for as long as he wants. Second, he can paste the target anywhere for a set period of time. The last option was immunity to the giant Spider King's web. Haruto thought these options would be complete garbage, but they turned out to be incredibly useful. He immediately tested the first option. Now, even if the cloned object leaves Haruto's hand, it will not disappear. This was his biggest breakthrough yet. A whole minute passed and that spider cocoon was still fully intact. Haruto could not hide his excitement. He will create as many copies as possible 30 minutes, 100 years, or even 1,000 years without disappearing. After testing this new ability, Haruto got even more excited. He felt his life had turned a new page. From now on, he would become filthy rich, a hunter living at the top of society. He had also leveled up, so now all he needed to do was copy and clone the Calicia Longsword, and he is good to go. 2 hours ago, on the Rainbow Bridge in Tokyo, an escort vehicle was cruising down the road. The driver was Morgan, a level 112 hunter and member of the International Hunter Association. The other person was Ares, Hill level 113, a mage class, also in this association. Morgan asks Ares, "How many times have you been to Japan?" "Twice." He asks if Japan is her mother's hometown, but she snaps back, asking what that has to do with her. Morgan is talkative, but Ares always gives blunt answers. This time, the Calicia Longsword came to Japan for its international exhibition tour. Ares joined the escort to take the opportunity to search for items in the dungeons here. While they are chatting, the car passes the Rainbow Bridge dungeon. This was the first time Morgan saw a dungeon right on the sea, so he curiously leans over to look. He calls it romantic, but she snaps that a dungeon collapse would be a disaster. He complains that she is just too boring, wondering why she is always so grumpy with him. Meanwhile, at the access control office of the Rainbow Bridge dungeon, the gatekeeper is Satoru Shinoda, a level 21 combat hunter and member of the Great Sage Guild. Satoru keeps yawning, constantly complaining that this dungeon duty is far too boring. Seeing this, his colleague next to him reminds him to take his job seriously, noting that Satoru only got this position because of personal connections. Right then, something drops right onto Satoru's foot. It looks like a cute little slime, but the second his coworker sees it, his face turns pale. Because a slime wandering freely outside of a dungeon is definitely bad news. And the danger his coworker feared comes way faster than expected because something immediately grabs onto his back from behind. Turning around, they find themselves face to face with a terrifyingly aggressive orc. He raises his sword and shield to block, but the area is instantly painted with fresh blood. Now all of this chaos went down 2 hours ago, while currently, our main character Haruto is just chilling, completely clueless about the disaster. He's looking pretty satisfied after smashing that giant Spider King and scoring tons of skill points. He is just inches away from reaching level 50. Hunters above level 50 find it way easier to join official raid teams because aside from those low-level dungeons meant for beginners, any mid-tier monster inside is going to be over level 50. Still, those mid-tier zones are where hunters reap serious points and better rewards. If luck is on their side, they might even get rare item drops. That is why leveling up becomes smoother once you hit level 50. Haruto is still basking in this sudden wave of joy, and he is even debating whether to auction off the giant Spider King's sticky fluid. He copied quite a lot last time, and thankfully it does not disappear instantly anymore. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo through the air. Haruto turns around to see a panicked crowd rushing from the opposite direction. Get out of the way. They shove him aside in a rush. Talk about bad luck. How did the dungeon collapse so suddenly? Haruto only catches bits of their conversation. Apparently, the Rainbow Dungeon has collapsed and waves of monsters are breaking out. Even the transport carrying the legendary sword to the exhibition got caught up in the madness. Out of everything, that last piece of info is exactly what matters to him. It is Haruto's prime target. The legendary sword Calicia is in danger, prompting the International Hunter Association to issue an official request for backup. A group of hunters quickly assembles on the rooftop of the Japan Hunter Association headquarters. Their number one priority is protecting the vehicle carrying that legendary sword. Nanase is the one issuing the orders. Since this crisis hit so fast, their secondary mission is to evacuate and protect the citizens. As Nanase and her team get ready to board their airship, their attention is grabbed by a young guy desperately trying to push past the guards. That persistent kid is none other than Haruto. "Hunter Nanase, please let me come along. I already saw your battle plan." Nanase is left totally shocked to see a low-level hunter like Haruto standing right there. But he has no choice. His eyes are locked on that legendary sword. Since Nanase still finds him extremely mysterious, she ultimately agrees to let him tag along even though she knows his motives are 100% self-serving. The other hunters aboard the airship look incredibly tense. It has not even been 3 weeks since they stabilized the Rainbow Dungeon, yet it has already collapsed. Only Nanase remains completely calm and unfazed by any of it. She strictly orders her subordinates to do whatever it takes to contain the fallout, making sure the nightmare from 15 years ago never happens again. A catastrophe that Haruto himself remembers all too well. It was an earth-shattering event that struck globally, a dungeon outbreak on a massive scale, comparable to a global natural disaster. The world burned under the monster's relentless onslaught, leaving countless casualties. Just thinking about it sends shivers down their spines. The root cause is simple: when monsters inside a dungeon are left unchecked, they steadily grow stronger. The dungeon becomes oversaturated, eventually leading to a complete collapse. When that happens, beasts swarm out and slaughter innocent people, turning the surface into a living hell. They call these events dungeon breaks. And in that tragedy 15 years ago, Haruto lost both of his parents. He has never told a soul because even he can barely believe it. But during that catastrophe, he witnessed an otherworldly being from that dimension. And it was that very creature that cursed him, with his strange copy and paste ability. That otherworldly monster called the curse a special gift and left him with only one word: 20. He has no idea if it refers to his skill's time limit or his own lifespan. Even at this very second, the sand inside that curse hourglass keeps ticking away. Back then, that entity only manifested because of the disaster, meaning its next appearance will signal a horrific repeat of history. From this moment until the deadline, it gave Haruto he only has 5 years left. But now that he knows how to level up his skills, he can finally become a real hunter. He had to get stronger, stop that disaster, and finally lift this curse from his life once and for all. But before he can save the world, Haruto first needs to successfully replicate the legendary Calicia Greatsword. Right then, absolute chaos erupts on the Rainbow Bridge. Fearsome monsters begin tearing through the innocent crowd, causing massive multi-car pileups. Terrified screams and the brutal crunch of colliding cars send the crowd into a pure frenzy. Even Satoru, a lowly dungeon manager, has to grab his sword and join the fight. But they are totally short on manpower, quickly losing the battle to the Horde. Even Satoru, a weak level 21 hunter, finds himself constantly cornered by vicious goblins. Luckily, his big chubby colleague stays right by his side, saving Satoru's life multiple times, even if his saving methods are a bit too rough. The guy is as blunt as his weapon, always mocking Satoru as a spoiled rich kid. Yet he just saved Satoru from the orcs and that nasty goblin moments ago. "I will definitely repay you, Senior," Satoru thinks. Meanwhile, his burly companion is growing incredibly anxious. A handful of low-level dungeon managers cannot possibly stop an outbreak of this scale. Making matters worse, all of their communication networks are completely jammed by the dungeon's massive electromagnetic interference. While they can't realistically hope for backup, his senior guesses that other high-level hunters have already noticed the chaos and are already rushing to the scene. Still, they desperately need to cross the ruined bridge to meet up with the incoming support squad much sooner. Looking at the shattered bridge, Satoru feels a wave of fear. Do we really have to cross? Yes, staying here means certain death. With no other choice, the two of them sprint for their lives, dashing across the incredibly dangerous monster-filled bridge. Meanwhile, near the transport truck carrying the priceless great sword, a colossal level 190 Bear King is launching relentless attacks. As a giant physical-type beast, its sheer size dwarfs all the other attacks monsters on the scene. The vehicle takes heavy damage but somehow holds together thanks to Ares actively casting her ultimate defensive shield. Her barrier is top tier, so strong that even a powerful monster of level 400 would struggle to leave a single scratch. But right after that, things get worse. Something far more terrifying than the Bear King arrives. An entity so powerful Ares knows her ultimate barrier won't stand a chance against it. Up on the airship, before even reaching the Rainbow Bridge, Nanase's subordinates spot the incoming threat. Even the usually fearless Nanase breaks into a cold sweat upon seeing the legendary beast. It's Calicia, the ultimate boss of the Rainbow Bridge dungeon. Prepare for battle, Nanase screams in absolute terror. Right then, Calicia suddenly opens its jaws, unleashing an absolutely devastating blast of dark energy. The shockwave is powerful enough to shake the entire city of Tokyo. Watching from afar, Haruto is scared out of his wits. That colossal beast destroyed the entire bridge with just a single breath. At this rate, Haruto wonders if his precious greatsword will even survive the blast. With the boss active, Nanase immediately orders a change in plans. The Hunter Association forces will now take full control of the area. Once everyone lands from the airship, Nanase finally remembers Haruto. The boy has vanished without a single trace, but honestly, she isn't too worried. After all, a level 29 hunter who survived the legendary Spider King can surely survive this minor chaos. Pushing him out of her mind, Nanase unleashes her devastatingly familiar signature skill, Hellfire. Massive blue flames erupt from her spear, trapping Kazuya and placing immense pressure on the beast. This is the second time Haruto has witnessed this incredible skill, and it's just as stunning as before, deeply fueling his burning desire to copy it in the future. Meanwhile, thanks to the thread-spinning skill he stole from the Spider King, Haruto easily makes a safe landing. No matter how flashy Nanase's Hellfire is, his main focus remains solely on reclaiming the Calicia Greatsword. However, he has no idea that this sudden chaos was actually planned by a mysterious group of thieves who are also after the legendary Greatsword. Even though Kazuya's sudden appearance caught them completely off guard and the monster could easily slaughter everyone in its path, their leader is highly confident that Nanase and her elite hunter squad can handle it. Therefore, he plans to use this opportunity to steal the treasure. Meanwhile, Haruto cautiously moves along the bridge littered with the corpses of monsters. Examining their fatal wounds, he is certain that this is the handiwork of another squad of hunters. The real issue is that these specific monsters usually travel in massive packs. Haruto gets an incredibly bad feeling about this. Don't worry, just run. Suddenly, a frantic scream echoing nearby startles him. It turns out to be Satoru, who knows where he got the courage, but he is still standing his ground, desperately fighting those monsters. Meanwhile, his heavy colleague is badly injured and completely out of commission. Even though his senior urged Satoru to just run, the stubborn kid refused. Nearby, Haruto hid behind his sedan watching the whole thing unfold. He did not know them personally, but their gear marked them as hunters from the Dungeon Intrusion Management Office. He spotted the senior's nasty injury. At first, Haruto told himself not to meddle in someone else's business, especially since his own time was running out. But that bad feeling from earlier, spot on. A pack of level 15 wolves was closing in. Sure, they were low-tier monsters, but when hunting in packs, their combined strength could match high-level beasts. Satoru realized they were in deep trouble, but he still stubbornly gripped his sword, refusing to back down. He insisted he could not abandon his senior who got hurt while protecting him. Hearing the kid scream that it was his turn to protect his senior made Haruto freeze, reminding him of carrying Aoi. Inside the giant Spider King's dungeon, a sudden surge of empathy hit Haruto hard, and honestly, how could he just walk away from this? As the wolves closed in on Satoru and his injured senior, the kid managed to slay a few of them. But with so many beasts attacking all at once, he was quickly pushed into a corner. While Satoru was busy fending off the beasts in front of him, one sneaky wolf crept up from behind. By the time he noticed, the beast was already mid-pounce. At that speed, there was absolutely no way to dodge. Out of nowhere, Haruto made an epic entrance, slamming right into the wolf and knocking it completely off course. Satoru was incredibly grateful for the save, but they were still in deep trouble as more wolves kept swarming in. Not wanting to drag a stranger down, Satoru yelled at Haruto to run while he held the line. But the kid had no idea he was dealing with someone way more stubborn than him. Staring at the ferocious beasts, Haruto smirked. He knew exactly what to do. Opening his inventory, Haruto pulled out the sticky fluid from the giant Spider King. He originally wanted to auction this rare item, but using it to turn the tide here was totally worth it. Spamming his copy and paste skill, sticky webs shot out repeatedly, binding the wolves one by one until they were piled up together. The threat was neutralized, but gaining only 2 levels left our guy looking visibly disappointed. At least his web trick proved to be an incredibly useful tool for dealing with massive packs. With this skill, he could literally win fights without lifting a finger. Meanwhile, young Satoru stood frozen, staring blankly at Haruto. He could not comprehend what kind of insane skill he had just witnessed. How did this guy wipe out an entire pack of bloodthirsty wolves in a single move? Satoru was so utterly stunned he forgot to even say thank you, leaving his injured senior to speak up and offer their deepest gratitude. Asking if he was part of the association rescue team, Haruto could only awkwardly shake his head. Well, they did ride the same helicopter, so it was not a total lie. The senior then made a sudden, desperate plea to take Satoru with him. But before Haruto could even answer the request, Satoru immediately threw a massive fit, refusing to leave. He would never abandon his comrade, declaring he would rather die fighting by his side than run away alone. The senior was totally speechless, desperately trying to explain that tag teaming with this powerhouse was his safest bet. Watching this dramatic display, Haruto found it slightly amusing, thinking the kid looked ready to follow his senior straight to the grave. But realistically, Haruto could not accept the request. Since his abilities relied entirely on copying and pasting, dragging a tag along would only put them both in extreme danger. Left with no choice, Haruto had to open his inventory, pulling out a mid-tier healing potion and handing it over to the wounded hunter. He assured him that while it would not heal everything, it would restore enough strength to get them moving. Warning them not to linger, the injured hunter looked completely stunned and asked why he was being so generous. Why hand over such a valuable item? Well, because he needed to survive and guide his junior home. Haruto explained, speaking as much to the hunter as he was reminding himself of his own duties. Through the young hunter's eyes, Haruto looked like an absolute legend right now. Bowing 90 degrees to show his utmost respect, Satoru treated Haruto like a literal savior who had descended from the heavens to rescue them. Introducing himself as Satoru Shinoda, guardian of the Rainbow Dungeon, the boy practically begged him to remember his name, swearing to repay this debt. Haruto paused mid-step. Repaying him in the far-off future sounded nice, but maybe the kid could help him out today instead. Seizing the opportunity, Haruto asked the kid if he could help him locate the exact transport truck carrying the great sword of the International Hunter Association, since he was horribly lost. You see, Haruto's true goal was that prestigious blade, but finding it was impossible for someone with absolutely zero sense of direction. The wagon carrying the sword is still under attack by that giant bear king. Ares is absolutely exhausted from constantly casting her defensive magic, so she decides to shut it down. Moji mocks her for being a hunter who always relies on non-violent methods, calling her no different from a monk. But before they can even start arguing, a brand new threat arrives. Moji, relying on his lightning-fast instincts, manages to react just in time, drawing his sword to slice a hidden weapon thrown at them in half. He already saw this coming, knowing someone would try to steal the greatsword during the chaos. But when the enemy actually shows up, even the usually calm Ares loses her composure. As soon as the mysterious thieves step out of the shadows, they immediately launch an aggressive assault. Their strength aside, their sheer numbers alone completely overwhelm our duo. Yet Moji remains completely chill because even though he is currently just a simple escort, the power of a hunter over level 100 is definitely no joke. In fact, after blocking their very first strike, Moji actually wants to charge and counterattack. Ares panics and tries to stop him, but it is already too late. Moji suddenly drops to his knees, blood pouring from his mouth. Even he has no idea how he was hit. Ares rushes over to him. The enemies are using a special item to prevent mana absorption for a limited time, meaning if Moji keeps fighting, he will surely lose his life. You are quite sharp for a mage, the enemy leader calls out, but it does not sound like a compliment at all, sounding much more like a mockery. We do not underestimate you, this is simply how we get things done. This is how you do things. Ares finds it absolutely ridiculous, using banned poison outlawed by the International Hunters Association, and using it on human targets without a single shred of hesitation. If that is the case, I promise, you will regret this. With those words, a bright golden glow appears on Ares' fingertips, signaling that she is casting her spell. But the criminal gang is not scared at all, looking down on her instead. What can a mage even do without any mana? You might want to shut your mouth. The thieves quickly split into two groups, one to deal with Moji and Ares, and the other to steal the sword. But right at that moment, because Ares' magic has been completely disabled, the giant bear king wakes right back up. Instantly, it uses its massive claws to sweep away every obstacle in its path. The massive thief army is instantly reduced to nothing but a pile of crushed flesh under its brutal strength. Seeing things take a turn for the worse, their leader retreats to save his own skin. And now the giant beast turns its sights on Ares and Moji. You can't put it back to sleep, right, knowing the answer. Moji still asks, just in case. You should know by now we cannot access our mana at all right now. I knew your non-violent tricks would backfire on us one day, and it really looks like today is going to be that day. You are right, but you are wrong about one thing. Moji Ares suddenly charges forward, desperately trying to cast her magic. But no matter how hard she tries, the complete lack of mana makes it impossible to activate any skill. Moji is absolutely terrified, but Ares is already in deep trouble. At this rate, she is running straight into the enemy's deadly claws. Even Ares prepares for the worst, only regretting that she can't say a proper apology to her companion. But right at that critical moment, Haruto arrives. Utilizing his signature copy and paste ability, he pulls out a classic trick, using the giant Spider King's sticky webbing to completely bind the beast's limbs. Then he charges in to wrap it up like a cocoon. Since the webbing is incredibly sticky, the more the bear struggles, the tighter it gets, until it finally collapses to the ground. Haruto scores another easy victory, taking down the Bear King in the blink of an eye. Satoru and his group follow closely behind, catching the whole spectacular show. They can only give a huge thumbs up to celebrate this absolutely mind-blowing top-tier performance. Senior Haruto, you are seriously the absolute best. Satoru's mouth is practically a megaphone. When exactly did I become your senior? Haruto snaps through gritted teeth, since they are clearly the same age. You saved me and Senior Sakabe, so you are forever a senior in my heart. Satoru's eyes literally sparkle with absolute admiration as he looks at Haruto. Haruto knows nothing he says will get through to Satoru anyway, so he decides to simply ignore him. Stepping forward a few paces, Haruto checks on Ares and Moji to see if they are okay. Ares seems completely shell-shocked by what just happened, failing to even respond to his question, while Moji uses his sword to weakly stand up, staring with pure hostility. "Are you after the sword too?" Haruto quickly waves his hands and explains he is only here to help them guard the sword, not steal it. However, Moji just survived a massive chaotic ambush, and after nearly losing his life, trusting a stranger wasn't going to be easy. But hearing him explain the robbery, Haruto finally noticed the bodies scattered all over the place and gasped. Turns out these guys wanted to steal the legendary sword, but had the worst luck of getting absolutely wrecked by the Bear King. Honestly, our main character should thank that beast. If those thieves had succeeded, he wouldn't have stood a chance of getting anywhere near the Calicia Longsword. But now, explaining the situation to Moji was going to be a massive headache. The guy looked ready to draw his weapon and strike at any second. Sure, Haruto could easily bind monsters in one shot, but a formidable hunter, that was a different story. He was still trying to find the right words when Satoru suddenly yelled out at the top of his lungs, "Hold on. Why are you returning good with evil? He literally put his life on the line to save you, and now you treat him like a common thief." Satoru quickly whipped out his identification card to prove his story, explaining that Haruto belonged to the Japan Hunters Association, while he and Senior Sakabe were the local dungeon monitors. "Seriously, this is the first time you and I saw Satoru make himself useful." Seeing Moji finally start to calm down, our main character decided to push things just a little bit further. He reached into his inventory and handed over 2 mid-grade healing potions. It hurt his wallet, but to copy that Calicia Longsword, the investment was absolutely worth it. Both Moji and Aries stared at the potions with incredibly complicated expressions, especially Aries. She kept glancing between the fallen Bear King and Haruto, her mind racing with unanswered questions. Right then, several helicopters began buzzing directly overhead. The rescue teams from the top 5 guilds had finally arrived, making Satoru grin from ear to ear. He figured they were finally safe, but Sakabe was not so sure. The harsh reality was that not every elite hunter was a saint looking to save lives, especially not the members of the Great Sage Guild. Meanwhile, Nanase, the strike team leader, was locked in a brutal battle with the monster Kusia. Since it was entering Phase 3, which meant massive area of effect attacks, she ordered everyone to pull back. Thankfully, backup had just arrived, so Nanese's primary goal was simply buying enough time for the civilians to safely evacuate. "Is this the best you guys can do with a simple jailbreak, Hunter Nanase?" Right after ordering the evacuation, a mocking voice echoed from behind her. She turned around to see a familiar face. Masato Shirosaki, a level 50 dark mage and the leader of the future guild. This smug guy showed up and immediately cast a massive magic circle to take down Kusia himself. Nanase went pale, shouting, "Stop right now. If your spell fails to kill that thing, we are doomed." Before she could finish, Masato cut her off, saying, "If I wasted time worrying like you, I would have never made it this far. Remember the last dungeon outbreak at Rainbow Bridge? Only you and the association took the credit. And let me tell you, that really ticked me off." Honestly, this entire prison break was just making Masato super excited. He wanted to personally steal the kill and claim all the legendary loot for himself. With that, Masato unleashed his Mystic Thunder skill, bringing down a massive storm of lightning. Nanase screamed for everyone to run. That lightning was so intense, even Kusia could barely take it. If a normal human got struck, they would turn to ash. The sheer force of Masato's lightning actually blasted the middle section of the bridge apart. Luckily, Haruto used his thread skill to swing to safety. He quickly shot out sticky webs to grab his companions and the sword cart, saving them from plunging into the freezing river. But as soon as he climbed back up onto the bridge, he was greeted by a massive row of razor-sharp teeth. Recognizing the beast, Kusia, Haruto immediately clamped his hands over his mouth. But then he realized the monster was completely knocked out. It looked like it had already been subdued. A moment later, Masato floated down from the sky, hovering right in front of Haruto with a smug, arrogant expression. "Huh, so there are survivors," he muttered. "You look like a low-level trash hunter, but not bad, kid." Haruto didn't even bother replying to the insult, his eyes locking onto the flashy emblem pinned to the man's chest. He recognized the logo immediately. It belonged to the 3rd-ranked guild in the country, the Future Guild. "Aren't you guys supposed to be the support squad?" Haruto asked. "Shouldn't your priority be saving the civilians and containing these escaped dungeon monsters instead of looking for loot?" Masato laughed in his face. "Saving civilians and subduing monsters. Look over there, kid. Any survivor with half a brain has already evacuated." He pointed dismissively. The only reason he even landed here was because of an annoying, pathetic crying sound. It wasn't coming from Kusia, but rather from the Bear King wrapped tightly in spider webs. One glance and you know this silk belongs to the massive Spider King, who easily snaps it with a mere flick of his finger. He effortlessly sliced this unbreakable thread apart, and with it the massive Bear King was instantly shredded into 100 pieces. To say he is not terrified is a lie. Haruto stares in shock as the man easily turns the monster into mincemeat. The level 200 monster trapped in the Spider King's silk in a single breath. After the Bear King falls, Haruto, playing the role of the main damage dealer, receives a massive chunk of experience points. A storm of rapid level-up alerts immediately grabs Masato Shirasaki's attention. He sneers, asking if that is a level-up alert and if Haruto actually caught that hairy beast. Sorry about that, looks like I snatched your prey. Masato mocks him with deep disdain, not even bothering to hide his contempt as he laughs in Haruto's face. The ultimate loot from landing the final blow on the Bear King is a rare bear claw. Masato tosses it over like table scraps, claiming he has absolutely no use for it. Even though his opponent is a level 503 hunter, Haruto cannot stand this guy's massive ego. Just as he opens his mouth to fire back, Nanase suddenly rushes in looking incredibly panicked. Seeing Haruto alive and well, Nanase finally lets out a sigh of relief. It turns out her instincts were entirely correct, as the absolute chaos that just unfolded was still not enough to kill Haruto. Meanwhile, seeing their connection, Masato immediately assumes Haruto is just another weak member of the Japan Hunter Association, making him find the young man even more of an eyesore. The rescue team is evacuating everyone, so get out of here right now. Once that dragon over there wakes up, it will unleash massive area of effect attacks. Ignoring the arrogant jerk, Nanase turns all her attention to warning Haruto. He is utterly confused. Wouldn't it make much more sense to just slay Kazuya while the dragon is still knocked out cold? But Nane sadly shakes her head, explaining that it is completely impossible. You see, boss monsters and dungeon bosses are categorized strictly by their power ratings. The moment their total life force or HP drops below 30%, they will immediately trigger their ultimate signature attacks. These devastating moves come in two deadly forms: Berserk Rage and Wide Area Bombardment, forcing the boss to attack everything in sight. Low and mid-tier dungeon bosses usually enter that standard Berserk state. When that happens, hunters just need to stay highly alert, and this rage mode does not necessarily require separate phases to deal with. However, a high-level boss like Kazuya has massive HP reserves, allowing it to easily trigger both ultimate moves, Berserk Rage and Wide Area Destruction. Because of this, taking it down must be broken into multiple dangerous phases. Phase 3 triggers when the boss senses its life is directly threatened. Rumor has it they will unleash an incredibly devastating blast, similar to an atomic bomb completely vaporizing everything in the area. Right now, this Kazuya is entering that exact third phase. It is rapidly absorbing all surrounding mana to erect a massive shield. During this entire activation period, any attack, no matter how powerful, is completely useless. The only option left is to evacuate civilians to minimize casualties. Just as Nanes finishes explaining, Kazuya suddenly snaps its eyes open. She clicks her tongue in frustration. This beast is waking up way faster than they expected. But Masato remains incredibly smug, wanting to make Kazuya his personal trophy before the final shockwave erupts. Nanase looks at Haruto. Hunter Sano, I trust you will manage to survive this incoming blast. She uses this subtle warning to urge him to be careful. But Masato laughs it off. How could a weakling like him survive? If he ends up dead, he better not blame us. After all, a low-rank hunter dying inside a dungeon is just like an ordinary person dying in a tragic traffic accident. With those harsh words, both of them charge straight toward the giant dragon, leaving Haruto standing all alone. He silently drops the Bear King's claw into his inventory, his mind focused on a single target. Future guild master, is it? I did not originally plan on doing this, but it looks like I will be slaying Kazuya before you can, you arrogant Shirosaki Masato. Prepare to watch me take revenge for everything you just did. Immediately, Haruto runs over to help Satoru and Ares. He tells Moji and Ares that he needs their immediate help as all of their lives are currently on the line since Kazuya has reached Phase 3. The only way to survive is to slay the dragon before that massive area attack wipes everyone out. Haruto volunteers for the job, but he absolutely needs the legendary Calicia Dragon Sword. He promises on his solemn honor that he will return the weapon safely once Kazuya is dead. But let's be honest, you and I know this is not going to be easy, especially with a stubborn man like Moji. He thinks Haruto defeating the dragon is completely impossible, accusing him of making up a wild story just to steal their precious sword. Ares also shoots him down, explaining that unlocking the transport vehicle requires an insane amount of mana, which neither she nor Moji can channel right now due to being poisoned by the bandits. Moji gasps in shock at her words, because what she said basically meant that if she had enough mana, she would gladly open the transport container to lend Haruto the sword. And as luck would have it, mana was the one thing he had in spades. After all, his dungeon alias was the Mana Gopher. Using his endless mana regeneration skill, Haruto channeled a massive flood of energy directly into Ares. She personally shattered the seal on the transport container that was dangling from those spider webs. Haruto quickly dashed toward it. Watching his retreating figure, Moji was still completely baffled, asking Ares why she would do such a thing. What if her soft heart caused trouble? But Ares was not worried, noting that Haruto had only tied up the Bear King earlier instead of taking its life. Moji let out a heavy sigh. Was she really moved by just that? Talk about being incredibly naive. Right then, Haruto burst the transport container open, but another completely unexpected disaster was about to strike. The leader of the sword thief gang suddenly crept up right behind him. It turned out that after his original plan fell through, he had quietly stalked Haruto and waited for this exact moment. He could not react in time, getting stabbed straight through the stomach as the thief drew his sword. Ares and her group witnessed everything from the bridge, yet they were completely helpless because the container was still dangling in an extremely precarious position. Stabbed right through, Haruto collapsed straight to the bottom of the container. That absolute bastard followed him down, reaching his filthy hands out to grab the legendary sword case. But at that crucial moment, the supporting spider's silk snapped, since its monster creator had died, causing the webs to dissolve. Left with absolutely nothing to hold it up, the container plunged straight into the river. Of course, with his main character armor, Haruto was not about to die a pathetic death like that. Just like before, he had already prepared a clone of himself, ready to swap in and save his skin the second he took a fatal blow. The thief nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw Haruto standing right behind him again. And before he could even process it, Haruto ran a blade straight through his chest. "I am the type to hold a grudge and pay it back. If you strike me, I strike back." Those were the final words the thief heard before collapsing to the ground. After surviving so much chaos, Haruto finally laid hands on the coveted dragon longsword Calicia. He eagerly tried to copy it, but the system flashed a red alert, stating his current level was too low to replicate this item. It felt like a massive slap to the face. Was the system seriously playing jokes on him right now? Level 30 was supposed to be enough to equip the dragon longsword, and he was already level 50. Before Haruto could even process this shocking turn of events, a voice echoed from behind him calling him impressive. He nearly brought utter shame upon the Blood Tower Guild. Before Haruto could even spin around to face him, a massive gash was slashed right across his back. It turned out the bastard was not dead yet, thanks to his highly advanced healing abilities. Snatching the sword right back out of Haruto's grasp, the villain coldly apologized, saying he was also the type to settle scores with absolute interest. To guarantee that his target would never see the light of day again, he decided to use Haruto's dream sword to put an end to him. With those words, he drove the dragon longsword Calicia deep into Haruto's body once more. This time, he did not have a chance to copy himself. Haruto felt his consciousness slipping away, but as our main character, how could his journey possibly end in a place like this? Right on cue, a system notification flashed before his eyes, announcing that the dragon longsword Calicia had synchronized with its wielder, triggering automated copying and absorption of its power. Instantly, Haruto snapped back to full alertness. Though he had no clue what synchronization meant, he felt himself absorbing the weapon's passive skill, boosting his defense by 35%. Right after that, Haruto unlocked its first special skill, Life Steal, followed by the second skill, Frenzy. To top it off, with his health points falling below 25%, the dragon longsword instantly activated its protective shield to shield him while automatically forcing his Frenzy skill to trigger. Meanwhile, the massive monster Calicia unleashed a devastating area of effect attack. Things got so incredibly bad that even Masato could no longer maintain his smug, relaxed attitude. Nana's pushed past her limits to fight back, but the power gap was just way too massive. Right on cue, an overwhelming, terrifying energy erupted from beneath the river. Before either Nanase or Masato could even register what was happening, Calicia was sliced clean in half by that immense force. With the beast completely neutralized, the raid was finally over. Later that night, the television news was flooded with reports about the monster breakout at the Rainbow Bridge. Though casualties and heavy damage were reported, the Hunter Association and cooperating guilds successfully restored order. After taking a whole 2 hours to get the situation under control, the Dungeon Management Office is facing some serious backlash from the public for their incredibly lax handling of the crisis. Over at the Japan Hunter Association headquarters, the mood in the room is absolutely dead, silent, and incredibly tense. Trying to break that heavy atmosphere, Association President Tokuo Fuga, who is also a professional priest-class hunter, finally decides to speak up and address the room. "Come on, now is definitely not the time for sour faces. We need to focus on reviewing and discussing exactly how Aquacia was defeated. I thought the association cleared the Rainbow Bridge dungeon 3 months ago, so how on earth did we let this disaster happen again?" That is when Takeru Chigu, a level 701 swordsman and the leader of the Midas Guild, decides to fire back. "Just because we cleared it once does not mean we can guarantee it will never break out again." This time, Mikoto Shinoda, a level 607 healer and the master of the Great Sage Guild, joins the debate. The second Makoto speaks up, the entire room erupts into absolute chaos, with everyone yelling at him to shut his mouth. After all, his Great Sage Guild was supposedly managing the dungeon, making this massive failure entirely their fault. The other leaders even threaten that once this mess is sorted out, they will officially file a report to transfer management duties of the Rainbow Bridge to someone else. Nanis is also in the room, but all this loud bickering seems to go right over her head. Her mind is entirely occupied, wondering if Haruto actually managed to survive that horrific disaster. She simply has not had a chance to check on him yet. Suddenly, Fuga slams his hands on the table, stands up and growls. What I want to know is, shouldn't it take 5 months for the boss to respawn? If Hunter Nanas was right there at the scene, how on earth did she fail to take down Aquacia? Hearing her own name finally snaps Nanas out of her daydream, copying the exact aggressive move Fuga just pulled. She slams her hands down on the table with all her might. Already weakened by Fuga, the desk takes Nanas' force, instantly shatters it to pieces. Sitting across from her, Misato clearly saw this coming, activating a barrier beforehand while casually sipping his tea. Everyone else is too slow to react, left completely helpless as flying wooden shards pelt them from head to toe. This blatant tit-for-tat stunt drives Fuga absolutely insane with rage. Honestly, if this were not a formal conference, the two would have torn each other apart by now. Guildmaster Chigu quickly steps in, acknowledging his member's extremely rude behavior and offering a swift apology on her behalf. Since President Tokuo spoke up first as well, Fuga cannot easily settle his score with Nanas, leaving him to simply mutter under his breath about her insolence. He warns that showing off like that will get her killed. Yet, facing a top guildmaster's heavy pressure, Nanas shows absolutely zero fear. She calmly stands up and says that action speaks louder than words, so she will just show them. She explains that her little demonstration was actually a newly acquired reward from defeating Aquacia, a powerful skill called Shockwave. She then claims that Guildmaster Shirosaki, who also contributed to taking down the boss, can fully back her up. Poor Masato, who was just minding his own business and sipping tea, is suddenly dragged right into the spotlight. With every single eye in the room suddenly locked onto him, he nearly snorts tea right out of his nose. He nervously stammers that he did not actually check the rewards list himself, but he is pretty sure she is telling the truth. Since Masato spoke up, President Tokuo seizes the moment to deflect, putting Masato on a pedestal by loudly praising his heroic contribution to solving this massive, recent disaster. Right on cue, the entire room bursts into applause like he is a first grader who just got a gold star. While Masato puts on a polite smile, his eyes are locked onto Nana's. He knows she is still holding a grudge because he previously barged in to sabotage her raid without getting anything out of it. He silently vows that he will get his revenge not only on Nana's, but also on the mystery hunter who stole his kill by taking Aquacia down in a single blow. Meanwhile, Nana's has absolutely no desire to linger in this chaotic, noisy room, so she makes a quick excuse to leave. As for the dungeon outbreak itself, she takes full responsibility to personally investigate the cause herself. Furthermore, she boldly declares that she plans to question the other guilds for their incredibly slow response to the crisis. Hearing this, the other guild leaders instantly look away, too terrified to meet her sharp, piercing gaze. But right as Nanas turns to leave, the heavy doors are suddenly kicked wide open. Stepping inside is Moji, looking sharp in an elegant suit, accompanied by his trusty partner, Ares. "Glad to see the meeting is still going on," he remarks. Introducing himself, Moji announces that he has brought some extremely critical news. It turns out that the legendary longsword Calicia was stolen during the recent chaos, and since the theft happened during transport for a special exhibition in Japan, Moji demands that the local Hunter Association must immediately assist them in retrieving the sword as quickly as possible. Naturally, he has also brought a formal joint request directly from the International Hunter Association. Hearing this, he immediately spoke up to Object. Even though he wasn't actually at the scene, his gossip game was still faster than anyone else's. "Hold on, I heard that when the transport vehicle was attacked, you guys broke the seal on your own car. That is true, but it was with the direct help of Satoru Shinoda from the Great Sage Guild and Haruto Sano from the Japan Hunters Association," Ares replied. Her words instantly startled two people in the room, specifically the Great Sage Guild Master and the president of the Japan Hunters Association. However, Guildmaster Makoto claims Satoru was indeed a member of his own guild. Meanwhile, President Tokuo couldn't find any record of a hunter named Haruto Sano in his database. Hearing a familiar name, Nanase clenched her fist tightly from sheer tension. Masato caught this nervous expression and couldn't help but flash a highly malicious grin. Looks like his chance for revenge was arriving much sooner than expected. Masato immediately chimed in, "Are you talking about the guy who tied up the Bear King using the giant Spider King's webbing? Right, I actually ran into him on my way here, and surprisingly, I was also convinced that he belonged to the Hunter Association. In that case, shouldn't we ask Hunter Nanase about this whole matter?" The spotlight was shoved right back onto Nanase, as Masato cunningly yet casually brought up her connection to this mysterious Haruto. Besides, Nanase was the very person who cleared him to board the association's rescue chopper. Meanwhile, the thief who stole the sword had successfully delivered his prize, the Calicia Dragon Sword, straight to his master, a dangerous man named Takumi Harasaki. He was a level 301 offensive class hunter and the brutal leader of the Dark Guild Blood Tower. Holding the legendary treasure in his hands, Takumi couldn't contain his absolute thrill. So this is the sword that is rumored to instantly boost its owner by 200 levels. Does it bind through fingerprint? Incredible, spending hundreds of millions to stir up that dungeon was totally worth it, he muttered to himself. It was only now that the thief realized the mastermind behind this entire operation was his very own guild leader. Right then, Takumi casually mentioned that the entire raiding squad had been completely wiped out, leaving only this captain alive. Fearing his boss was about to execute him, he quickly bowed his head in sheer terror. I'm deeply sorry we ran into an absolute freak during this run. But please don't worry, boss. He is definitely dead. Takumi stayed silent for a brief moment, then casually tossed a bag of coins right in front of him, telling him it was a reward for his work and his dead teammates, and that he was now free to go wherever he pleased. The captain eagerly grabbed the money, bowing and thanking him endlessly. But before he could even turn to run, Takumi suddenly burst into chilling laughter. But wait, didn't you actually fail this mission? The thief gasped in shock. What did you say? This sword is just a piece of it. What idiot would sell it for 1 million? Besides, you definitely plan to keep it and profit from it. The thief didn't quite grasp Takumi's deeper meaning, but he knew exactly what those words implied. He was about to be silenced permanently. Panicking, the thief snatched the cash bag and bolted. But Takumi had already unsheathed his blade, and with a swift flash, the breathing man before him was instantly sliced clean in half. Because of this sloppy execution, the durability of the Calicia Dragon sword dropped by 2 points, going from 10 down to 8. Takumi sighed in frustration. Man, if this thing breaks before I can even repair it, I will be in serious trouble. Meanwhile, after a horrifying nightmare about the ancient creature that had forced this weird system curse onto him, Haruto bolted awake. Before he could even catch his breath, someone suddenly lunged right into his chest. Senior Haruto, you're finally awake. You were out cold for so long, I was literally worried sick. Of course it was Satoru. Haruto sighed, thinking the kid was just being overly dramatic. But according to Satoru, the aftermath was actually terrifying. Once Haruto had finished off, that massive boss, a giant pillar of light, exploded out of the ocean, creating a massive shockwave that left the entire area completely destroyed. Just then, a patient lying in the bed right next to them overheard their chatter and sat up to ask, "Were you two really at the Rainbow Dungeon?" That was when Haruto finally noticed both he and Satoru were wearing matching hospital gowns. It turned out they had been rushed to the same clinic. Hearing the man's curiosity, Satoru immediately launched into a full overly energetic retelling. Haruto simply couldn't handle the kid's endless hype, so he slipped out of bed to get some fresh air. Silly, as he looks, that kid actually saved your life, Hunter Sano. Haruto froze mid-step, realizing Sakabe was also resting in the adjacent bed, though his bandages suggested his injuries were far more severe. According to Sakabe, Haruto had completely vanished back then, but Satoru stubbornly insisted on searching for him at all costs. He even pressured the entire scouting squad of the Great Sage Guild, causing an absolute uproar. In the end, they found Haruto unconscious on the beach. Yet, Haruto felt something was off. Sakabe explained that Satoru had forced the scouting squad to find him at all costs, despite Satoru being a mere dungeon access manager. Is that even possible? Come to think of it, Satoru actually shares that same Shinoda last name. Plus, the leader of the Great Sage Guild is Makoto Shinoda. Could those two actually be related? No way. Haruto instantly shakes that crazy thought off. Real life is not some drama with wild plot twists like that, right? Meanwhile, things are still incredibly tense over at the Japan Hunter Association headquarters. Nane's chairman, Tokuo, Moji, and Aries head into a private room. The two visitors report that after the major accident, involving the transport truck plunging into the ocean, Haruto has died. Yet, Nanase displays absolutely zero emotion. This reaction leaves Moji highly suspicious. "You do not seem very surprised," he probes. "After all, hunters are still just human, and death is always lurking right around the corner." Nanis calmly sips her coffee. Moji sighs, realizing she and Haruto probably had no real connection whatsoever. As for the offer to cooperate and track down the sword, Chairman Tokuo agrees, promising to do everything to help secure and bring the legendary Calicia Longsword back. Aries does not hold back either, directly demanding several high-level hunters from Tokuo to assist her since she already has a lead on the sword's location. See, the Calicia Longsword is not a bound item, meaning it is not restricted to a select few individuals or those meeting very specific conditions. Instead, it is engraved with a unique crest used to determine the user's tier. Aries can actually sense and track this distinct marking, and she knows someone wielded the sword just about an hour ago. Hearing this, Nanase slightly frowns. There was absolutely no prior intel suggesting they could investigate and track using that specific engraved crest. This must be the real reason they let Haruto borrow the weapon in the first place. Ares then raises the most critical issue, the sword's durability. Was down to a mere 10 units, and since someone recently used it, that durability has surely dropped. If this keeps up, it will definitely vanish from this world, so the only real clue is finding Ares' missing mother, who disappeared in that catastrophe 15 years ago. Right, Nanae suddenly speaks up, catching the two of them completely off guard. How do you know that? Ares gasps. Nancy simply holds up the document. She has been reading a classified file on Moji and Ares. Did you really think I became leader just by sheer luck? We even know that precious sword is a keepsake from your mother. As Nanas says this, Ares suddenly stands up, her arrogant attitude completely gone. She bows 90 degrees, begging earnestly, Hunter Nanase, please help me recover my mother's keepsake. After leaving the office, Nanase's mind is completely flooded with questions. She senses Moji and Ares are hiding something, and she does not buy their story about Haruto either. He would not die so easily, because she knows he is not the type to die so easily. Suddenly, a voice calls out to her. Turning around, she is surprised to see the great Sage Guild Master, Makoto. Not one for small talk, he pulls Nanas aside to speak privately. And the matter Makoto wants to discuss is inviting her back to the Great Sage Guild. Nanase simply sighs, letting out a mocking laugh. Dungeon counts keep rising, yet the major guilds meant to control them are busy starting their own private companies. They only care about personal leisure and milking money from these dungeons, and if this recent breakout is traced back to the Great Sage Guild's negligence, your entire guild will be held responsible. That is why I am not returning. Besides, I have plenty of work left at the association. Dad. Talk about a major plot twist. Who would have thought Nanas is the daughter of Guild Master Makoto? Knowing she would react this way, he can only laugh. Actually, I have another matter to discuss with you. But before leaving, you should stop by the Central Hunter Hospital. The Central Hunter Hospital is exactly where Haruto is recovering, currently slipping away to the rooftop to check his stats. As for the Calicia Longsword, while he cannot replicate the physical blade, absorbing all its abilities is an even better deal. After all, if he copied the actual sword, pulling it out in every single battle would be impossible to explain. Besides, the weapon's unique skills are incredibly useful, especially at Broken Berserk skill, which activated at the perfect moment. However, since it triggered right on the brink of death, he had to endure some absolutely agonizing pain. But thanks to that, Haruto managed to put an end to Cuzia, that terrifying monster over level 400, with a single blow. Looking back on it now, even he did not believe he could pull off such a feat. After defeating Cuzia, he actually absorbed its massive shockwave. The system automatically processed this, converting it into a frequency and natural wave resonance skill, while his giant Spider King Silk ability successfully leveled up to level 2. Best of all, he can actually run frequency resonance or natural waves alongside this technique. Haruto never once imagined his simple copy and paste skill could evolve to a point where he absorbs and blends different abilities together. Talk about finding a massive silver lining in a terrible situation. After fully absorbing the sacred sword, he officially became a high-ranking hunter at level 276. This is absolute madness, considering just a few days ago, Haruto was a complete loser stuck below level 30. Now his main goal is finding the bastard who stabbed him in that transport truck and almost ended his life. Right on cue, Haruto suddenly hears a familiar voice echoing loud enough to literally pierce through his eardrums. Why do you always make everyone worry? I told you to run the second things got dangerous. Haruto recognizes the voice as Hunter Nanase. He never expected this ice-cold woman to make a face like that, so he quickly hides behind a wall to spy and see who she is lecturing. What he hears next completely blows him away. He hears an even more familiar voice whining that this is all her fault, sister. All because she failed to stabilize the dungeon properly. Nanase is utterly speechless and Haruto is left in pure shock. The guy arguing with Nanase is none other than Satoru. Crucially, he called her sister, and it clicks that both share the last name Satoru Shinoda. He never guessed they were actual siblings. After a loud shouting match, Nanase finally remembers to ask about Haruto. Is Hunter Sano safe as well? Where is he? Satoru just snaps back, telling her to find him herself. Hearing his name, Haruto instinctively looks for a way out, terrified that Nanase will bust him for faking his association ID and trying to run off with that legendary sword. He turns to make a quiet escape, but before taking 2 steps, he slams into a chest as hard as solid granite, nearly breaking his nose. Standing right in front of him is Moji, mockingly asking if the sword thief is still breathing. The heavy emphasis he places on those words makes it crystal clear that Moji is absolutely overflowing with rage. Moji grabs his collar and slams him against the wall, incredibly pissed that Haruto managed to fool him with that fake association ID. Haruto desperately wants to step up and explain that the whole situation is just one huge misunderstanding, but Moji refuses to give him a single second to speak. Everyone saw him get stabbed, yet here he is perfectly fine, showing no serious injuries. Moji naturally assumes Haruto was working hand in hand with the actual thief. Things take a terrible turn when Moji draws his weapon with absolute murder in his eyes. Right on cue, Ares steps in to break it up, but it is no use. Moji wants to teach this liar a painful lesson. Haruto really does not want to trigger his abilities here, but he cannot just stand still and take a beating. So he activates his newly acquired frequency resonance. Just as the razor-sharp sword tip makes contact with Haruto, the blade suddenly shatters into 100 tiny fragments immediately, drawing the attention of both Nanase and Satoru. They rush over just in time to witness the aftermath, and Nanase recognizes the technique instantly, realizing it looks exactly like Kuzuya's signature shockwave. To say she is stunned is a massive understatement. Putting aside how he copied it, his entirely transformed presence since the disaster makes her see him in a brand new light. Now let us shift our focus as a brand new face enters the picture, a girl named Sarah Arita. She is a member of the hot girl group IF, but her lifestyle is completely different from her bandmates. Instead of sharing the company van after shows, she drives her own luxury car. But right as she exits the underground garage, Sarah almost slams into a vehicle, blocking the exit. Infuriated, she rolls down her window and starts screaming at the driver. "Are you completely blind? Watch where you are going." But when the driver steps out with a massive suitcase, she instantly shuts her mouth. It is the notorious Dark Guild Master Takumi who slowly approaches her car, slamming his heavy suitcase onto the hood of her expensive ride before leaning right into her window. Did the show go well? Time to clear the dungeon. If you want things back to normal, you better cooperate. There is no other choice but to obey. Meanwhile, back with Haruto thanks to Nanase stepping in. Moji finally agrees to let it go, though he is still incredibly annoyed. The group of four immediately set off to track down that stolen sacred sword, but they arrive only to find absolute ruin. Ares sighs, realizing they are too late, leaving them with no choice but to wait. Nanase wonders aloud if they must wait for the thief to use the sword again. Before anyone can answer, Haruto suddenly shouts out Blood Tower. He remembers that the assassin who tried to end his life previously mentioned this name, claiming to be from the Blood Tower Guild. Nanase has never heard of them, immediately guessing they must be a highly secretive dark guild. While Moji is already losing his absolute patience, he knew that sword was on its last legs, but Nanase already had a plan cooking in her head. With the tiny clue Haruto just dropped, she knew exactly who to ask. As for Sarah Arita, the fact Takumi tracked her down proved her identity was anything but ordinary. And honestly, it really wasn't. Just like Haruto, she was blessed by a mythical creature during that massive disaster 15 years ago. At first, Sarah Arita thought she just awakened some basic hunter powers, but it turned out she possessed a completely unique, one-of-a-kind skill. It was called Undo Control Z, a broken ability that let her revert any target back to its previous state. This insane skill worked on both living things and objects. So Sarah Arita started buying up broken, discarded luxury goods, restoring them to mint condition, and flipping them for massive profits. Even though it wasn't a standard healing skill, she could still make money treating injuries. But there was a limit to how much she could make this way, and Sarah Arita desperately needed cash, a lot of it. See, her parents were victims of that massive disaster, left in a coma inside a rundown hospital with terrible medical facilities. She tried to cure them herself, but restoring them completely was impossible. She just didn't have enough mana to fuel that kind of massive reset. Without that energy, the best she could do was patch up minor scratches and small wounds. And mana, that's a unique energy source only actual hunters can control and manipulate. So just to scavenge some mana, Sarah Arita risked her life joining dungeon raids from a very young age. She worked as a baggage carrier, acting as a backup healer when needed. But for an unawakened civilian like her, stepping into a dungeon was like walking unarmed into a tiger's den. It was pure suicide packed with constant danger. But honestly, the hardest part for Sarah Arita was the constant abuse and mockery from her teammates. See, after every raid, she would ask them for a tiny bit of mana instead of cash. And every single time they just laughed in her face, treating her like garbage, until one day, battered, bruised, and utterly hopeless, she was completely done with this skill that felt more like a curse. She was ready to just give up on everything. But then she met someone. Enter Takumi. Back in the present, Sarah Arita had no choice but to bring Takumi to her place. Looking at her tiny, practically bankrupt apartment, Takumi was genuinely shocked. Mocking her, he asked, "Where did you blow all your cash? Who'd expect the famous idol Sarah Arita of IF to live like this? I bet your fans would lose their minds if they knew you just order takeout 3 times a day and eat whatever you want." Takumi kept rambling on about her diet. See, while other female idols starved themselves to desperately maintain their figures, Sarah Arita could stuff her face with zero regrets. Why? Because even if she gained weight, she could literally reset her body back to normal. After some more teasing, Takumi brought up their first meeting. Back then, even with someone dying right before her eyes, Sarah Arita was only focused on pocketing their high-value gear. He'd flat out called her a thief back then, bragging that they were cut from the exact same cloth. Right after that, they signed their first contract. The deal was simple. Takumi would supply the mana, and Sarah Arita would use her skill to restore his broken items. But today, Takumi wanted her to join him inside a dungeon, a direct violation of their contract, all because he needed her to restore that legendary sword. Sarah Arita, this is your absolute last raid, he promised, knowing it would require a mountain of mana. Wait, are you saying you found an infinite mana generator and it's hidden inside that dungeon? Sarah Arita asked, her voice shaking. She was losing her mind. He smiled. Not quite, but if you tag along, it might just spawn. I know our contract says no raids, but just this once I need you to dive in with me. The reward will be worth it, right? Meanwhile, back with Haruto's crew, the informant Nanase, mentioned who held all the answers, was none other than Misato from the Future Guild. Even though she couldn't stand the guy, she had to drag Haruto along. On the way, Haruto was super confused. Logically speaking, the two powerhouses fighting for Japan's top spot, Midas and Great Sage, should be the ones with all the best intel. Those major guilds only care about official dungeon purges and administrative stuff, Nanase explained. But Misato, he knows all the shady underworld gossip. And she was right. He knew all about the Blood Tower Dark Guild, and it tied back to the giant goblin's heart. This legendary item is famous for generating infinite mana. It's an incredibly rare drop found only in the Goblin's Snowy Mountain dungeon, and it only drops when you slay the hidden boss, the giant goblin. To track it down, the Future Guild deployed a massive scout team to gather intel, and during their investigation, the Future Guild, so they finally crossed paths with the Blood Tower Dark Guild Haruto mentioned. Specifically, Masato discovered a hunter recruitment notice online. It had barely any views, but this dark guild was looking for 30 high-level hunters at level 90 or above. Since gear was optional, Masato immediately realized they were gathering a sacrificial strike force to conquer the Goblin's Snowy Mountain. He did a little more digging and found out this guild was way more twisted than he originally thought. They pulled off thefts and assassinations targeting everyone from VIPs to dungeon-clearing teams, and since they operate in the shadows, they completely ignore the hate and public outrage thrown their way. Haruto listened closely to Masato. He did not actually need that legendary item capable of infinite mana regeneration, since he could already do that himself. Still, an item like that is definitely a massive eye-opener. From what Masato gathered, someone out there clearly wanted this prize all to themselves. But if someone really wanted that infinite mana artifact, why would they steal the Calicia Longsword in the first place? At first, Haruto figured they needed the sword to fight the giant goblin. However, its durability was basically at 0, meaning it would break after a few swings. Because of that, he quickly threw that theory out the window. After bouncing ideas off Masato, Nanase finally connected the dots, concluding that the Blood Tower Guild is after the giant goblin heart. That explains why they are assembling a massive raid party for the Goblin's Snowy Mountain dungeon. But right then, Ares voiced her disagreement. She did not think that made any sense. Ever since that hidden dungeon was discovered 15 years ago, absolutely nobody has ever laid eyes on that item. Haruto asked her how she knew. She explained she could not share details, but she was once obsessed with this dungeon and researched it thoroughly. After all, the Goblin's Snowy Mountain was infamous for being an incredibly difficult place to clear, ranking as one of those nightmare zones that most experienced hunters would actively avoid. Sure, some elite squads tried to hunt down hidden dungeons there, but they all ended up giving up on this place. What could possibly be hidden in there that forces seasoned assassins to group up like this? Masato flashed a cunning smile. Clearly, he was getting highly intrigued. Haruto then asked when they were setting off, but Masato just shrugged to say he had no clue, since that shady recruitment drive was already over. Honestly, they might have hit the road ages ago. Haruto gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. It seemed the enemy had mapped out this heist long ago, executing it with perfect timing. Realizing time was ticking away fast, Nanas demanded they set off for the Snowy Mountain immediately. As luck would have it, the Future Guild had their strike Team 5 ready to roll right this second. The moment she brought up Team 5, Masato's face completely lost all color. Who told you that we do not have any squad like that? But I heard your guild has an elite force on standby. And that squad can easily stand on equal footing with the Hunter Association's strike team, right? Masato just shook his head in disbelief. There was literally nothing this girl could not dig up, but he refused to get involved. Besides, the weather inside that dungeon is completely brutal. Why on earth would he deploy his personal squad into a frozen wasteland? Yet somehow Nanase still managed to strong-arm him into deploying them, and even worse, dragged him along on the expedition. Fast forward to him facing off against a level 40 stone monster army. And Masato was still wondering how he ended up in this godforsaken wasteland. These stone beasts were not actually that strong, but you had to smash their cores to kill them for good. Otherwise, they would just keep regenerating endlessly, making things a massive headache. Even though Masato's troops fought like demons, the enemy kept putting themselves back together. Ultimately, he had to handle things himself. His magic was absolutely no joke. Standing perfectly still, he used his wand to blow the entire pack of stone monsters to pieces. With their life cores exposed, his troops only had to smash those glowing targets before the monsters could reform. Haruto stood by taking in the entire display. Honestly, even though Masato was an arrogant show-off, his raw power was undeniably impressive. Letting him play the hero for a moment was totally fine as long as these annoying stone monsters were cleared out fast. According to Ares, once they entered the Snowy Mountain dungeon, they had to wipe out as many stone monsters as possible to trigger the mid-tier boss spawn, the Snowy Mountain Golem. Her past research revealed that this was a sensor-based dungeon completely unlike your typical instance dungeon. Usually, a map is divided into set zones for trash mobs, mid-bosses, regional bosses, and the ultimate final boss. In standard dungeons, if you know the layout, you can easily skip straight to the final boss room. But in a censored dungeon, the condition for the next zone to unlock is simply A plus B plus C equals D. In other words, they have to clear out the minor mobs first to unlock the mid-tier zone, moving forward step by step. And if they fail to meet even a single required condition, the remaining areas will simply never appear. Ares suspects this mess is a byproduct of the Great Catastrophe 15 years ago, which completely disrupted the dungeon's normal flow. And that's exactly why, until now, the hidden dungeon tucked away inside the Elves' Snowy Mountain has never shown itself. To be fair, Ares isn't entirely sure how to trigger the mid-tier boss, but after researching it thoroughly, she believes farming as many small mobs as possible is their best bet, and they seriously need to make every second count. See, if the reward dropped by that monster is the crucial key to unlock the next zone, you can bet the Dark Guild is targeting it as well, which means they absolutely have to snag that hidden dungeon key before those guys do. Haruto couldn't care less about whatever the Blood Tower is plotting, but he's determined to retrieve the Calicia Dragon Sword for Moji and Ares. So, he jumps straight into the fray against the stone golems, deciding to unleash the giant Spider King's steel threads this time. He pairs it with his devastating shockwave skill. The threads bind the golem's legs, while the shockwave absolutely obliterates them into pebbles. Seeing Haruto sweep through these small mobs is just a walk in the park. Masato's men are completely blown away seeing him use the giant Spider King's silk inside such a low-level dungeon. They never imagined that something which seems so utterly useless could actually unleash such a terrifying amount of power. Ares isn't exactly sitting around idly either. She and Moji pull off some flawless teamwork where one uses magic to rip the cores right out of the golems and the other instantly steps in to shatter them with clean sword strikes. But some of these golems are massive and way more aggressive. Just when Masato's squad realizes they can't even scratch them, Nana finally steps onto the battlefield. The raw power of Japan's top 5 hunter is definitely not just for show. Like Haruto, she also unlocked Kuzia's shockwave skill for dealing the highest amount of damage. With just this single move, Nana effortlessly brings down the colossal beast. Is everyone alright? Nana scans the crowd, making sure no one's hurt. We're good, thank you so much, Captain. Everything seems totally normal until Nana's eyes suddenly lock onto a very familiar-looking figure from behind. Even though this guy is bundled up completely from head to toe, he can't hide from her. It is none other than her troublesome little brother, Satoru. Wait, how on earth did you get in here? Nana fumes, but Satoru doesn't back down and snaps right back. Oh, so when I can't be here, I'm actually here as an official member of my senior squad. Your senior, Nana asks, highly skeptical. Turns out back at the hospital, Satoru pulled every shameless trick to guilt-trip Haruto, even rolling around on the floor, throwing a full-blown tantrum just to tag along. He even argued that Haruto has a terrible sense of direction and would probably get hopelessly lost inside, proving himself to be quite useful. Sure, Haruto isn't traveling alone and wouldn't actually get lost, but since the kid threw such an intense fit, Haruto eventually relented. Besides, the brat is actually decent at navigating, so he might come in handy. After hearing Satoru explain how Haruto himself gave the green light, Nana can only face palm and let out a massive sigh. What on earth is Hunter Sano thinking? He is just a low-tier hunter himself, so who can he protect? She mutters under her breath, but her brother catches it. Satoru snaps back instantly. Don't you dare underestimate Mr. Sano. I saw it with my own eyes back then. Neither you nor guild leader Shirasaki sliced Kuziya in half. It was all him, Satoru claims with absolute certainty. Seeing him defend Haruto like this, Nana wonders whose brother he actually is. Then again, Satoru's claim isn't completely crazy. Reuniting with Haruto now, she can tell he's vastly different from his Spider Cave days, or when he first landed on that bridge. Plus, the skill he's currently wielding is definitely Kuzia's shockwave. If Haruto wasn't the one who dealt the final blow, there's absolutely no way he possessed that skill. But she still can't wrap her head around how a low-rank hunter like Haruto could slice a terrifying monster like Kuzia in half. Shrugging that mystery off, Nana and the squad dive back into battle. But she has no clue that the very dark guild members they're searching for have already infiltrated their own army. Meanwhile, Takumi and Sarah Arita are lying low from a distance, scanning the entire battlefield while their shadowy henchmen blend into the chaotic vanguard, activating their stealth skills to stay completely hidden. stealing last hits on monsters while secretly draining mana and looting drops. Elite hunters like Nana and Masato might be incredibly powerful, but because they are so overpowered they fear absolutely nobody, making them completely careless about their surroundings. They focus heavily on scouting skills. Meanwhile, members of the Blood Tower Dark Guild constantly find themselves fighting stronger foes, pushing their stealth and weapon concealment skills to the absolute highest limit. They are rarely detected. Takumi truly lives up to his name as the leader of this cold-blooded assassin guild. His method of clearing dungeons is effortless yet highly effective, the exact operating style of his syndicate. He and Sarah Arita simply stand back and watch as all the mana gathered by Takumi's minions streams directly into her device. It is a luxury mana transmitter. Filling up a single mana bar requires taking down at least 100 minor monsters. However, restoring the legendary Calicia Dragon Sword will require far more mana than this. To do that, they must defeat the hidden dungeon boss, even though this elusive dungeon has never actually appeared before. Takumi has heard rumors of an incredibly sturdy barrier shielding the core of this hidden dungeon, and the only blade capable of shattering it is the Calicia Dragon Sword itself. Sarah Arita remains highly skeptical, wondering where on earth Takumi got this intel, but he does not even bother to answer. To him, Sarah Arita's only job is to restore the weapon. Do not ask questions, he snaps, leaving Sarah Arita to sigh. It has been a while since I entered a dungeon, so I am nervous, but your strategy is incredibly cowardly. Hearing those harsh words, Takumi's face immediately darkens. Sarah Arita notices his irritated reaction right away, so she quickly tries to backpedal. Do not mind me. As long as our contract remains valid, I do not care what underhanded methods you use. Honestly, she absolutely despises his cheap rogue-like tactics. But to save her parents' lives, she must secure that infinite mana regeneration item at all costs. Down below, the situation grows increasingly tense. Haruto is losing patience as the number of stone imps they slaughtered reaches over 200, yet the condition to unlock the next zone remains a mystery. Suddenly, he spots a unique stone imp core, looking completely different from the others. Out of habit, Haruto prepares to copy and paste it, but the core suddenly slips from his grip, plunging deep underground. The earth beneath them begins to shake violently. Masato lands right behind him, asking, "Is it starting?" Haruto, completely clueless, asks, "What is starting?" With the stone imps clear, the intermediate golem is up next. Here comes the main event. The Snowy Mountain Goblin stage is finally here. This level 150 intermediate golem emerges in an absolute berserk state. It attacks the moment it locks eyes on its targets. Due to its massive size, its heavy boulder attacks rain down, relentlessly overwhelming Nanase's vanguard squad. Even Haruto, who is no longer a low-rank hunter, finds himself completely cornered and struggling to breathe. In a desperate situation like this, high-ranking hunters, like Masato, must step up to carry the team. With a single strike, Masato shatters the giant golem into 1,000 pieces, instantly exposing its glowing life core. But before his men can even celebrate, the golem rapidly begins to regenerate, preventing them from shattering the exposed core. Masato strikes again with full power, but the result is exactly the same. Having victory snatched away twice leaves him furious. Luckily, Haruto manages to come up with a plan. What if at the exact moment Masato exposes the core, Haruto uses his giant Spider King silk to pin it down? They immediately put the plan into action. Haruto successfully grabs the core with his silk, but the massive boulders reforming the golem's body quickly crush it. The giant spider silk fails to hold, rendering his efforts completely useless. While Haruto is still racking his brain for a solution, a sudden shout echoes, "Hunter Sano, get back!" Haruto instinctively retreats almost instantly. Right after, Nanase unleashes her devastating ultimate skill directly on the beast. This is the third time Haruto has witnessed her hellfire, and it is just as breathtaking as the first. The entire giant golem is engulfed in a stunning, brilliant blue flame. Nanase warns that physical attacks do absolutely nothing to this monster. They must melt it down. Masato, annoyed at having his spotlight stolen, cannot hide his irritation. "I know that, which is why I'm trying to figure out another way. Otherwise, having to melt down all these remaining rocks will exhaust us to death." Haruto looks around, having slain over 200 stone imps. The debris pile is massive. He recalls Ares warning them about the sheer dread of this intermediate golem before they set out. It is the most troublesome and terrifying threat lurking deep within this sensory maze. By design, the sensory maze only reveals the next zone once specific conditions are met, and this newly unlocked area will also change based. In that area, once they defeat enough ordinary stone demons, the core of the intermediate golem finally spawns. The leftover debris from those stone demons will pull itself back together, reforming into the intermediate golem. In other words, they are forced to fight the very remains of the monsters they just struggled so hard to defeat. For previous hunter teams, this endless cycle would completely drain their mental strength, or even wipe out the entire squad. Compared to standard dungeons, this intermediate golem is basically a final boss. That was when Nanas came up with a wild idea, the exact strategy she just put into action. Since they could not smash the core directly, they had to melt down all the rocks to stop it from reforming. However, the giant golem had way too many stones and melting them was rapidly draining Nanas' mana supply. She was exhausted in no time. Worse yet, while her flames were still blazing hot, the intermediate golem suddenly vanished. It reformed right behind her back. Reacting instantly, Nanas unleashed another massive wave of hellfire to push it back. But dragging things out like this would only drain her dry. The main character, Haruto, knew they needed another way. He wanted to unleash his Calicia Longsword, but doing so would instantly tip Ares off. If they kept playing defense like this, they would never manage to break that core. Right during this deadlock, Haruto remembered an unused item sitting in his inventory. It was the Bear King's Claw, which Masato had thrown to him back on Rainbow Bridge. This item granted 2 skills. First, it could bind any target for a limited duration. Second, it allowed the user to instantly close in on any target and deal damage to them. Haruto smiled in satisfaction. This was it, the perfect key to break the deadlock. He immediately activated his copy and absorbed skills, ready to claim these brand new powers for himself. The first skill was mapped to Control V, allowing Haruto to bind targets much tighter using Giant Spider King Thread. Meanwhile, the second skill went into Control C, letting him pierce targets and steal 15% of their health and mana. Armed with these new abilities, Haruto eagerly charged forward, hoping things would go exactly as planned. On the other hand, Nanas was still determined to melt down the golem. Watching her, Moji and Ares looked pretty worried because even though Nanas was an incredibly skilled hunter, spamming such high-level hellfire attacks would eventually drain all of her mana in no time. Under the intense heat of the blue flames, the golem's body began to crumble. Nanas prepared to unleash another blast of hellfire, but it backfired completely. The enraged golem lunged straight at her, looking to retaliate with a deadly blow. Her hellfire failed to ignite, proving that Nanas' mana supply had finally hit its absolute limit. But before the intermediate golem could lay a hand on Nanas, Haruto's spider threads suddenly bound it tight. This time, he used an extreme amount of webbing, wrapping the beast into a massive cocoon. Nanas was saved just in the nick of time, calling out Haruto's name in pure relief. Meanwhile, Masato was completely speechless. His shocked reaction mirrored everyone else's, unable to believe that simple Giant Spider King webbing could ever be this strong. Seeing him dazed, Haruto shouted to snap him out of it. Guild leader Masato Shirosaki, please attack it again. Hearing his full name, Masato flinched in shock and yelled, what? But do you not see? Attacks are totally useless. This time is different. I will stop the core from moving. We are running out of time, so hurry up, Haruto urged. Being ordered around made Masato grit his teeth in anger. But he still unleashed his magic to strike one more time, warning Haruto that if this plan of his failed, he would personally beat him to a pulp. Masato's magic tore through the thick webbing, completely shattering the golem's stone body. Giant boulders scattered everywhere in the air, finally exposing the life core. Seizing the opportunity, Haruto moved in, using the upgraded, maxed-out version of his Giant Spider King webbing boosted by the Bear King's Claw to lock down the core. And this time his plan worked. Not only Masato, but even Nanas stared in absolute disbelief. But looking back, during every major boss battle, Haruto had always shown up right at the perfect moment. It seemed she could no longer look down on him as a mere low-ranking hunter anymore. To think he used the Bear King's Claw. That was a brilliant strategy only a hunter like Haruto Sano could pull off. Even Ares could not help but praise him. Meanwhile, the strike team broke into loud cheers upon witnessing this miraculous sight. It seemed that aside from Satoru, nobody else believed Haruto and his seemingly useless spider threads could ever pull off such a grand miracle. In stark contrast to their joy, Takumi and Sarah Arita looked like they were choking. He immediately ordered his subordinates to stop gathering mana so they could fast-track their plan and begin the operation. Putting on his mask, Takumi demanded everyone get into their designated battle positions. What is going on? Is the situation really so bad that you have to step in yourself? Sarah Arita asked in a panic. Yeah, thanks to that weird guy, grabbing the core key is going to be a lot more troublesome than we thought. Get ready, Sarah Arita. Hearing the command, she immediately stands up ready for action in the freezing snow. Now you and I are watching Satoru use his stealth skill behind a massive tree, wondering what his next move should be. It seems their leader has finally left. But what is that kid planning to do with all that collected mana? Should Satoru report this to his senior? Satoru then remembers when Haruto handed him a stone telling him to take this high-level stealth skill. Satoru was stunned, asking if it was really okay to take something so valuable, while scratching his head in disbelief. Haruto replied that this mission is just that critical. Satoru gasped, his expression turning serious as he processed the gravity of his task. Satoru Shinoda, you do not need to fight monsters this time. Instead, use your stealth skills to tail them silently. If they locate the hidden dungeon, alert me instantly so we can steal their plans. Recalling those words gives Satoru a massive boost of courage. He keeps telling himself that everything will be fine since both his sister and guild leader Masato are backing him up over there. And most importantly, Senior Sano is right there. Haruto's voice rises in surprise as he asks if he really has to destroy the core, which Masato confirms. Since you captured it, you should be the one to shatter it. Nanis smiles, agreeing that this is Hunter Sano's rightful achievement. After all, Haruto raises his blade and gets into stance, declaring he is going for it. Internally, he is quite surprised by this kind treatment. Being treated so well feels incredibly foreign to him. Having already copied the data, it is time to break the core. With a swift thrust, he plunges his sword directly into the red orb, causing it to crack, shatter into tiny fragments, and completely vanish. A system prompt confirms the mutant golem is defeated. Right after, a flood of level-up notifications appears. They flash all around him, followed by another alert stating he has received a special reward for destroying the core. A shiny golden key materialized and dropped right into Haruto's waiting palm. This is the heart-sealing key meant to unlock the chamber where the giant golem's heart is sealed away. Holding the key high, he shouts that he finally got the key to the hidden dungeon. Mo immediately congratulates him. Mo admits he never expected to see it. He then asks how it feels to be one step closer to finding his mother. Ares scoffs with a smug look, pointing out that it is just a key and the real trial starts now. While the others chatter, Haruto stays focused on his surroundings. He quietly calls out, summoning his system status screen into view. Checking stats. A wide grin immediately spreads across his face as he whispers, "Oh, this is incredible." With his sword upgrade, he has reached level 285, putting him close to level 300 high-tier hunters. Soloing dungeons is right around the corner. Haruto jumps for joy, making Masato look at him with utter disbelief before looking away and muttering that he only defeated a mid-tier boss, yet is celebrating like a child. Nene's chuckles, asking who it was that just struggled with that exact boss. Feeling teased, he quickly barks back that he did not struggle at all. Suddenly, a massive chain of explosions occurs, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Mo and Ares quickly dodge to avoid injury. Right before everyone's shocked eyes, a row of 10 sharp black spikes erupts from the ground, glowing with eerie red inscriptions. Masato yells in alarm, warning them that this is the sign of a giant beast's awakening, and immediately barks orders to the raid party. He screams for everyone to fall back behind his shield, but another devastating blast interrupts him, tearing their formation apart. Then you and I see a massive crimson pillar of light pierce the sky, bringing a horrific dead silence after the noise. Several people lie dead. A mysterious man steps out, commenting that while it was expensive, the power is absolutely undeniable. Indeed, money can buy anything if you are willing to toss away your conscience. This ruthless man is none other than Takumi. That was almost too easy. He exhales slowly, repeatedly muttering about keeping up his high efficiency. Suddenly, a sharp, decisive noise grabs his attention. Right on cue, a system notification flashes before him. The screen displays a skill callout. Webbing instantly, thick, massive threads of silk erupt directly in front of Takumi. Haruto bursts through the webbing with his sword raised high, screaming for him to give it back as he charges fiercely, unleashing the Calicia greatsword. Suddenly, Haruto coughs up a spray of blood as Takumi smugly launches a vicious counterattack. He mocks Haruto, saying that blocking the blast with silk was not enough to survive his other traps, brutally striking Haruto in the ribs. Furious that his plans were almost ruined, he violently hurls Haruto away, shattering the ground as he crashes down. Nane screams in horror for Hunter Sano, immediately raising her weapon as a massive surge of blue energy wraps around her. She unleashes Abyssal Burst. Ares rushes forward, crying out for Nane's, but Mo quickly grabs her to pull her back. Mo warns her that she will get caught in the blast as a giant blue tempest rages directly toward Takumi nearby. The whirlwind is so violent it tears the ground apart when suddenly Nane's coughs up a mouthful of blood onto the earth. She drives her spear into the ground, collapsing as she coughs. Masato looks over and shouts, "Hunter Shinoda Nane's, what happened? Quick, use your healing skills." But Nane's panics and yells, "President Masato Shirosaki, do not use mana." She quickly explains that this gas blocks mana absorption, likely released at the exact moment the pillar exploded earlier. It is a dirty strategy designed specifically to neutralize high-ranking hunters. She wonders in horror. Meanwhile, a black liquid boils on the ground, making her ask why use something so dangerous. Takumi turns his back, leaving Haruto badly wounded, muttering time to get to work. Masato grinds his teeth in disbelief. He cannot believe that skill. Watching Takumi take those strange, eerie steps sends shockwaves straight through him. It is Shadow Shift, the ultimate stealth skill. That dangerous ability was supposed to be wiped out by the previous generation, so how does he have it? He looks around calmly without saying a word. Suddenly, Takumi spots the key lying right next to the fallen Haruto. He silently picks it up. A small system notification pops up. The seal, Key of the Heart, has transferred to its new owner. Takumi lets out a dark chuckle. Mission complete. But he is not satisfied yet, suddenly grabbing the boy by his throat. With a red glow flashing on his mask, Takumi growls, "We finish him right here." Haruto struggles, choking out a taunt. "I was just thinking the exact same thing." Surprised, the villain gasps, "What, he is still awake?" Haruto smirks, "Well, luckily for me. The guy who stole my greatsword is a piece of trash." Suddenly, Spider Silk shoots out, wrapping around a shocked Takumi. The silk tightens, swallowing his screams. A system notification flashes as razor-sharp spikes begin to sprout along the deadly threads, protruding from the threads, saying "Giant Spider Silk," utilized to activate the skill, Single Claw of the Bearman King. Jagged razor-sharp teeth erupt from the cocoon, transforming the massive silk into something resembling a monstrous beast. Takumi's lackeys start to panic, shouting, "What is that, boss? Is not that the same skill he used to defeat the mutant golem? Maybe we should run." Haruto steps forward, gripping his blade, saying, "Your biggest mistake was touching my sword." His voice rings out calmly, "Release Giant Spider Silk," but his confident expression quickly turns to sheer confusion. He stares in disbelief. The space where Takumi was trapped is now completely empty. Emerging from the shadows, the villain sighs, "Wow, that was close. First time I had to use that skill." Takumi laughs like a lunatic, screaming, "If there was no shadow in there, I would be dead." After almost getting taken out by a basic skill like that, I finally get why the hunters I killed always had such regretful looks on their faces. Either way, you die here today. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupts from Haruto as he asks, "Hey, you know my nickname, right?" He stands tall as the glowing light becomes blinding, saying, "They call me the Mana Battery, because I share my mana with allies. First time trying it from this far, but it works." Takumi gasps, "What are you saying?" Haruto delivers a cold declaration that shocks him. "It means your journey ends here." Nearby, Masato roars with newfound strength. "I do not know what is happening, but I am overflowing with mana. I am wiping your entire Blood Tower guild out right now." At that exact moment, a crimson magic circle manifests in the sky, crackling with violent black lightning. Takumi curses under his breath, "Damn it, Masato Shirosaki." Masato's wide-range black lightning is the absolute worst matchup for my Shadow Shift. He cannot escape. Realizing the danger, he spins around and commands his ally Elisa Sarah Arita, "Reverse this now." She unleashes a mysterious gray light. The mana potions scattered on the ground uncork themselves simultaneously under Sarah Arita's precise manipulation. They turn into brilliant pillars of light converging into a single point. She grinds her teeth, pushing her limits. To reverse the area just as ordered, a system window flashes with a command resetting and returning the Snow Mountain dungeon of the golem to its original state. Stone debris starts evaporating as if time is moving backward, while the system fully restores the dungeon to its starting condition. The entire cavern violently shakes, making the lackeys panic what is going on. Violent bursts of blue-black lightning and howling gales throw the entire crowd into absolute panic. "What is with this crazy wind?" Amidst the noise, someone quickly explains, "This is no ordinary wind. The defeated golems are actually resurrecting right before our eyes. Their scattered stone pieces are starting to assemble together. They are combining." Nanasi's eyes widen in absolute shock. "What is that?" Even Masato gasps in disbelief. "It cannot be." He looks into the distance, watching massive golems emerge from the thick fog. Is the dungeon actually resetting? A golem charges, catching him off guard. Its giant fist smashes against Masato's shield as he growls, "Damn it. That gas is blocking everyone from absorbing mana." Glancing back at his struggling teammates, he realizes he must expand his protective shield. But fighting the golems like this is totally impossible. At this rate, the protective barrier will become their grave. Is there really no other way out of this nightmare? Suddenly, an unexpected twist leaves him wide-eyed with shock. Green windstorms erupt from Nanas, once again completely obliterating the oncoming golems in a single flash. Masato's jaw drops in utter shock. How is she doing this? Glancing back at him, Nanas asks with a serious look, "You heard it earlier, didn't you? The nickname of Hunter Sano." Nanas's voice is dead serious as she brings up that title, the Mana Giver. But Masato is still confused. "So what?" Ares, busy healing in the background, chimes in to explain he has the power of infinite mana regeneration and can transfer it to his allies. This is definitely Sano's unique skill. Instantly, doubts begin to brew deep inside Masato's mind. Absolutely unbelievable. He stares intensely at Ares' hands as she continues to heal Haruto. Only priest-class hunters should be capable of something like that. So why can Sano, who is not even a healer, do it? He looks over at Nanas and Moji, who are fighting with everything they have. High-rank hunters require massive amounts of mana to operate, just to cast their skills. But it does not stop with them. Sano is actually feeding mana to everyone present, distributing his own mana to an entire squad in such a short window. Masato grits his teeth. Infinite mana regeneration. He has never heard of such a broken skill. But if it is real, then a greedy plan begins to take shape. Instead of hunting for the giant golem's core, a much better move would be to recruit Sano directly into his own guild. Suddenly, Nana shouts, breaking his train of thought. Now everything makes sense, she calls out, pushing forward into the fight. All of this, even the Rainbow Bridge dungeon incident, is the work of the Blood Tower Guild. Moji blocks a heavy blow from a golem and yells back, "That does not matter right now. This dungeon just reset." What if they trigger another reset? However, Ares immediately speaks up, shutting down that theory. No, that is highly unlikely. The reason this hidden dungeon has remained completely untouched until now seems to lie in the dungeon's internal logic, she explains calmly, keeping her focus on her task. Whether they realize it or not, the probability of the hidden dungeon manifesting is now exactly 100%. Hearing those words, Nanis's expression turns incredibly cold, yet something feels off about this place. With total composure, she puts down another golem and continues her analysis. The golem reinforcements are definitely thinning out. Masato quickly catches on to the anomaly. The golem that Hunter, Nana's melted down, completely did not respawn. Either way, they need to wrap this up fast to track. Those Blood Tower scoundrels. Still, a nagging feeling keeps bothering her. If that was the only issue, it would be fine, but if this situation mirrors what happened at the Rainbow Bridge dungeon and they use the same tactic, then no, that is simply impossible, right? Meanwhile, Masato is growing anxious about Haruto. Now that he thinks about it, is Hunter Sano actually okay? Hopefully, those guys did not finish him off. Elsewhere on the snowy mountain, a massive spider silk cocoon sits silently in the snow. Haruto emerges from the webbing bruised and battered. Release, giant spider king silk, damn it. His eyes burn with pure rage and frustration. That absolute bastard. Suddenly, Takumi steps out from a freezing gust of wind. Without wasting a single second, Sano charges straight forward and screams, "Freeze right there." Their blades clash with a deafening screech of metal. Takumi looks down at him and sneers contemptuously. What in the world makes you think a low-ranked trash hunter like you can do anything? Ignoring the mockery, Sano tightens his grip on his sword. Ha, that low-rank hunter you keep talking down to is the exact same one who is completely ruining your plans. Sano instantly deploys his giant spider silk to bind Takumi's arms. Takumi violently tears through the webbing, snarling. These pathetic threads are as weak as insects, let me make sure. You can never cast this garbage ever again. With a roar, he drives his blade into the ground, blasting Sano backwards. A blinding flash of light erupts as Takumi bellows at the top of his lungs. Calicia Longsword released here. Sano narrows his eyes hastily, shielding himself inside a cocoon. He survived using this trick before, but as he wipes blood from his lips, he marvels at the power. The sheer force of that Calicia blade is absolutely terrifying, but because of this, Sano finally grasps its mechanics. He drives his weapon into the snow to push himself up. Where did that guy dig up such classified information? Sano barely survived that impact. He needs to hunt him down and force a confession, but looking around the completely unfamiliar environment leaves him baffled. By the way, where in the world is this? It is just endless blinding white snow, making it impossible to find his way. At that exact moment, over at the Japan Hunters Association, golden sunlight washes over the Tokyo high-rise. Leaning back on the sofa, a representative reassures Makoto not to worry too much, since Masato Shirosaki, the leader of the future guild, is right there with them. Makoto crosses his arms, keeping a stern expression. The biggest concern right now is whether the Blood Tower Guild is actually pulling the strings behind the scenes. Truth is, we barely know anything about them. Go quickly agreed, saying that even high-ranking hunters would find themselves completely helpless. Once caught in their crosshairs, they are as good as dead. There is simply no way for us to gather more intel on them. Pausing for a brief moment, he tossed a tablet onto the table, announcing that the Midas Guild had actually uncovered a few leads. He laid out the details for the other two. The reason behind their massive loud operations this time comes down to the sudden moves made by the massive multinational Hunter Guild Stafford. Toko raised his eyebrows in surprise, questioning the name Stafford, while even Makoto sitting next to him grew highly curious. Why would a world-class powerhouse show up in a small country like Japan and team up with the association? Go looked down, his voice turning incredibly serious as he admitted how terrifying the dungeon's current state must be. Yet during the Great Catastrophe 15 years ago, only one dungeon collapsed. He recalled that chilling nightmare with a slight tremor in his voice. The massive golems that escaped back then were far more terrifying than the worst demons of hell. Pausing briefly, he continued, noting that the hero who sealed the golem snow mountain back then was one of the strongest priests alive. That was Japan's own Tomoka Nishihara. Makoto stroked his chin, agreeing that she had sacrificed her life to make that happen. Looking straight at the others, Go explained that the heart of the giant golem had been sealed away inside a hidden dungeon. Even today, that legendary core remains an irresistible prize for hunters across the globe. He broke down how both of those guilds operate, emphasizing that both factions will stop at absolutely nothing. They will use any dirty trick to achieve their goals, so a joint raid on the Golem Snow Mountain is expected. Besides, isn't Ares Hill from the International Hunter Association actually the daughter of the late legendary Nishihara? Makoto spoke up, pointing out that everyone already knew this, aside from the mystery surrounding the Azure Dragon Sword Calicia. She was already planning to investigate the death of her mother, but Go quickly shook his head in disagreement. Actually, nobody has ever officially confirmed her death, a shocking revelation that completely caught the others off guard. What are you talking about? Any hunter who goes missing in a dungeon without a body is eventually declared dead, right? Yet you are saying someone who has been missing for 15 years is still not legally dead. Go picked up his tablet, scanned the roster, and replied that there were survivors. A hunter who made it back 5 years ago claimed to have seen her. He insisted he saw Nishihara alive. Tokuo opened his eyes wide in absolute disbelief, asking if that could truly be possible. Lowering his voice, he confirmed that Stafford completely locked down the information, making it extremely difficult to verify. But at the very least, it is a real lead. Just as they were discussing the dungeon monsters, a young man suddenly burst through the doors, shouting that an emergency had occurred. Go turned around, snapping to ask what could be so urgent. They were in the middle of a vital meeting. Trembling, the young staffer grabbed the remote and stammered about a dungeon break. The moment the screen turned on, a deafening golem roar erupted. A terrified reporter huddled behind a wrecked car, speaking in a frenzy. He warned the viewers that a full-scale dungeon break was underway, his voice shaking as the chaotic scene unfolded live. The outbreak was happening right in the city center, surrounded by desperate screams and the terrifying sound of collapsing buildings. Watching this, Go gritted his teeth in absolute fury, realizing those monsters were golems from the frozen mountain. This was impossible. Could the recently conquered dungeon have collapsed already? What on earth was going on here? Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, a strike team battled through a raging blizzard. Sarah silently watched Takumi clutch a mysterious slip of paper. She finally spoke up, asking if the plan was still safe, since it was her first time seeing him actually injured. She offered to heal him, but he merely shot back a challenging smirk, asking why she did not just find out herself. With a smug grin, Takumi held it out, causing Sarah's eyes to widen in shock at the sight. Suddenly, the entire party halted, right before a massive gate, as his voice echoed calmly, marking their arrival at the hidden dungeon. Sarah stared at the structure in absolute awe. Finally, the legendary heart of the giant golem was within her reach. Takumi boldly led the squad across a narrow suspension bridge between two peaks, completely unaware that Satoru was tailing them in stealth mode. He stayed hidden in the shadows, keeping a sharp eye on every single move. Once the entire group had crossed safely, he quietly trailed behind, keeping his target in sight. Across the bridge, a dark path led toward a cave. Hiding an ominous entrance, Takumi's group was now only a few steps away from stepping inside. Satoru watched in absolute awe, whispering to himself that they had finally uncovered the legendary hidden dungeon. His followers also kept their faces completely covered, desperate to keep their true identities hidden in the shadows. But after just a few steps, they felt something off and reached out to carefully inspect the barrier before them. An uneasy feeling suddenly washed over him, prompting him to report the barrier to the guild master. Hearing this, the boss slowly approached to touch the wall. He stared at it in deep thought. Starfield really lived up to its world-class reputation. Their intel was incredibly accurate. Memories flashed back for Takumi. He knew this place had been sealed away exactly 15 years ago by someone legendary. That seal was made by Nishihara Tomoka, the greatest mage and hunter, and it guarded the one thing he always wanted. He had spent his entire life dreaming of claiming it, the legendary giant golem heart of this hidden dungeon. At that thought, his eyes narrowed with intense determination, and he suddenly shouted for his team to gather. Takumi quickly ordered them to prepare to break the barrier, warning them to stay alert and keep their guards up. The crew roared in agreement. With the main orders out of the way, he turned back to command her directly next. Sarah Arita restored the settings of Dragon Sword Academy, but before Sarah Arita could even process his sudden demand, his eyes turned ice cold as he frowned and snapped, "Wait, it seems we have a little rat sneaking behind us." His words left her completely baffled, standing frozen in place. Meanwhile, hiding nearby in the shadows, Satoru. He could hear every single word of the threat. His heart nearly stopped as he panicked. What an absolute idiot. Who dares to use stealth to tail the infamous Blood Tower? Satoru turned pale as a ghost, gritting his teeth in absolute terror. Senior Haruto is in massive trouble. Without a word, Takumi charged aggressively right toward the source of the noise. He roared, "You are really pissing me off." Meanwhile, a level 31 frost rabbit appeared near the hidden dungeon. It is a level 31 beast, always starving and incredibly aggressive. Defeating it drops a valuable magic stone. Haruto was completely caught off guard, muttering, I had no idea other monsters spawned here besides golems." But before it could attack, a surprise ally jumped in, totally obliterating the rabbit with a single heavy punch. Right where the rabbit fell, a beautiful glowing red gemstone materialized on the ground. Seeing this, the Snow Mountain Golem walked over to pick it up. Then out of nowhere it bolted straight toward him, looking up with the most innocent and affectionate eyes. It seemed to be asking him a silent question. Haruto knew exactly what it wanted and gently patted its head. He smiled, asking if you can eat that gem. "Go ahead, buddy." Once it got the green light, the golem immediately popped it in and chewed happily. Haruto chuckled slyly, thinking, go ahead, I already copied it anyway. Haruto tightly gripped the rare treasure, completely amazed. Who could have guessed the core of a mutated golem would possess such an insane ability? By channeling mana into this core, a brand new golem is born. Skill 1 summons a level 1 golem straight from the user's imagination. Skill 2 conjures level 1 mutated golem armor. And Skill 3 lets the user share sensory and scouting feedback with the created golem. The higher the level, the further the golem can travel. He was so incredibly hyped that a massive grin broke out. His face twisted into a goofy smile. He was disappointed earlier about having no copy-paste skills, but now, this item was an absolute goldmine. If one core creates a single golem, what if he copied and pasted it? Haruto smiled ear to ear, showing off his bright teeth, unable to contain his excitement. He realized he could easily build his own massive army of golems. This was going to be absolutely incredible. He could finally clear dungeons solo without needing any party members. Meanwhile, his golem just stared at him, totally confused. These Snow Mountain golems could reach level 10, shapeshift freely, and fully share all their senses with their master. But one question remained. It was only level 1 now. How massive would it get once it reached level 10? If it grew too big, that could be troublesome. But suddenly something happened that completely cut his celebration short. The golem's eyes widened. Sensing danger, the beast lunged forward with explosive speed. It reared back and swung. Satoru, who had just arrived, got hit hard and screamed out in pain. Hearing the commotion, Haruto looked over his jaw, dropping in pure shock as he yelled Satoru's name. Having just been pulverized by the giant creature, the poor guy was crying tears of absolute terror. Seeing his friend as a literal lifesaver, Satoru lunged forward and threw himself onto Haruto. He wailed, Senior Haruto, I seriously thought I was a goner. I saw the light. After hearing Satoru's warning, they immediately sprinted toward the threat as Haruto let out an angry, furious shout. Damn, did those Blood Tower scoundrels already find the hidden dungeon? Well, actually, our main character saw this as a win. But seeing Satoru suddenly dragged into this mess, he couldn't help but blame himself, apologizing. I am sorry, I did not think they would spot me so easily. Since I thought it was a max-level stealth skill, I completely let my guard down. But Haruto shook his head to reassure him, no, you were in a different spot, so you are fine. Actually, the one they caught was likely a hunter from the future guild. Indeed, the one caught and eliminated on the spot was someone else, while Satoru managed to escape completely unharmed. Haruto narrowed his eyes, thinking that while Guild Master Masato Shirosaki seemed like he did not plan ahead, their goals unexpectedly aligned perfectly. After all, it was obvious they could not afford to lower their guard against the dangerous Blood Tower Guild. Suddenly, Satoru remembered something crucial and blurted out, by the way, there was a girl with them. This made Haruto widen his eyes in shock. What a girl? Satoru nodded firmly. Yes, it looked like she focused her mana into some bottles and did something which reset the dungeon. Right at that exact moment, the kid gripped his sword but shook with fear and did not dare to jump in, leaving him ashamed as he choked back tears. I wanted to stop them, but honestly, I was just too terrified. I am sorry. Seeing him so completely miserable and teary-eyed, Haruto gently patted the boy's head to comfort him, praising him. It is okay. You did a great job, Satoru. Sniffling a bit, Satoru suddenly recalled something and hurriedly explained, oh right, that girl looks so familiar, I have definitely seen her somewhere. With that, his gaze grew slightly cautious and suspicious as he asked, by the way, is it really fine that that thing is following us? Haruto knew exactly what the kid was worried about and calmly replied, do not worry, that is just my underling. At this, Satoru's eyes lit up with sheer admiration as he asked, so a golem is actually your minion? Can you control the entire golem family? Senior Haruto, you are incredible. Shortly after they moved to a hidden spot to observe from a distance, Satoru kept whispering warnings. The hidden dungeon is right across that bridge. But those guys are hiding and guarding everywhere, so if we make a reckless move, we will get caught instantly. At this point, Haruto fell silent, then suddenly turned serious, saying, Satoru, go bring Hunter Nenes and President Masato Shirosaki here. This left Satoru completely bewildered as he questioned, what, but does that mean you will stay here all alone, Senior? Plus, you know, the enemies are holding that great sword. Yet Haruto just calmly patted his Snow Mountain golem and casually replied, no need to worry about me, I have my own way to monitor their every move from here. In the end, Satoru had absolutely no further arguments and slumped his shoulders, agreeing, I understand, if you say so, Senior Haruto. Before Satoru took off, Haruto handed him an item and carefully instructed, take this too. This left him quite puzzled, wondering, is this the core of the mutated golem? Seeing Satoru get as excited as a little kid, Haruto could not help but shout, is it really from this golem, making the creature flinch and stare at him? Just as expected, Haruto simply gave him a few more important instructions. From now on, it will be your underling. You like it, right? Do not let its looks fool you. Its combat power is pretty high, so it will be useful. Thrilled to tears, Satoru asked to make sure Senior Haruto, are you seriously giving me such a precious item? This left our MC feeling rather helpless as he replied, I guess so. He swallowed his words, sure it was valuable, but he had a mountain of them. In a flash, Satoru was filled with energy and ran off excitedly, loudly shouting, thank you so much, Senior Haruto. He promised to bring his sister and the others back as soon as possible. Haruto chuckled at this energetic display, thinking, he belongs to a major guild but is surprisingly naive, probably because Hunter Naniz has been carrying him the whole time. Back to business, Haruto quietly calculated the perfect timing. Now it was finally time to create a brand new minion. He immediately used the mutated golem core to summon a fresh ally. During this critical moment, Haruto watched with intense focus, planning that if it shaped the golem to his liking, he would infuse some mana. After a brief wait, the golem began to undergo a massive transformation while Haruto remained completely locked in on the process. Only a moment later, the game system flashed with a notification. Mutated Golem Core Skill 3 unlocked, enabling shared scouting and reconnaissance with the created golem. He stood there, completely unable to believe his eyes wide with pure joy as he cheered inside. Wow, this is absolutely insane. Armed with scouting abilities, the new golem swiftly took off and flew toward Takumi's location, leaving Haruto to focus all his attention on closely observing everything. Staring closely at the feed so he wouldn't miss a thing, Haruto could faintly make out a girl standing right next to the guy. Only then did he realize she was the exact girl Satoru told him about. What on earth was she doing with the Calicia Dragon Sword? Watching her strange movements, Haruto couldn't tear his eyes away for even a single second, absolutely terrified of missing a single detail. Moments later, Arita stopped what she was doing, but she still looked completely dazed, her eyes wide with deep anxiety. Right then, the system flashed a Control-Z alert, restoring the durability of the Calicia Dragon Sword back to its original state. Then the stat window popped up for the Dragon Sword, a legendary blade forged from the soul of the dragon Calicia. It required level 30, but adjusted the user to level 200, automatically syncing when combining with Unique Skill 2. Its passive skill boosts user defense by 35%, while Unique Skill 1 Bloodlust drains 15% of the target's stamina, health, and mana. Then there's passive Unique Skill 2 Frenzy, which automatically triggers when the user's health drops below 10%. This doubles all of the user's stats and levels, including the exact level of the wielder. It lasts for 1 minute with a 1-day cooldown. Suddenly, the durability flashed at 6%, but that number quickly started to fade away. Some major fluctuations started happening, and in just a split second, the blurry numbers shot straight back up to 100. Talk about a mind-blowing record. Right on cue, the system chimed in with a new alert. Control-Z, the durability of the Calicia Dragon Sword has been fully restored. Durability is at 100%, a massive 94% jump. With the reset finally complete, Arita looked completely drained. Her legs gave out and she collapsed to the ground. Reconstructing a legendary weapon like that had drained every last drop of her energy. She was gasping for air, but her exhaustion only made the villain smile. Takumi smirked in absolute delight, calling out, excellent. Grinning like a madman, Takumi held up the powerful blade and sneered coldly, saying, all right, looks like durability won't be an issue anymore. Watching all of this unfold through his scouting golem, Haruto's jaw hit the floor. He could only think, are you kidding me? The Calicia Dragon Sword's durability was fully restored. How could a broken skill like that even exist in this world? Then a wild theory flashed through Haruto's mind. Wait, if that's true, does that mean this girl is just like him, a curse wielder? On the screen, a glaring red system message began flashing rapidly, slowly displaying the number 6. In the blink of an eye, that number shot up to a harsh neon red 100. Signaling a massive groundbreaking turn of events, the screen hit 100 and immediately flashed to a bright green. A notification popped up with the shortcut Control-Z, indicating that the Calicia Dragon Sword's durability had been fully restored. What's even crazier is that this insane reversal pushed its durability back to 100%. A massive 94% jump with zero drawbacks. This sudden revelation hit Haruto like a ton of bricks. His jaw dropped as he muttered in pure disbelief. He couldn't grasp that someone else out there was also carrying a curse, just like him. Honestly, his mind was probably in complete chaos right now. On the other side, the freezing cold and exhaustion were taking a heavy toll on Nanase. Her pale face and shallow breathing got his brain working. Since she was able to fully restore the Dragon Sword's durability, does she have the power to revert objects to their original state? Basically, her ability is the exact opposite of his. But a new plan quickly formed. What if he copied her skill? Meanwhile, the blizzard raged on and Haruto was starting to feel exhausted too. Time was running out, but he still hesitated. Could he actually copy another person's skill? What if he tried and failed? He had to know. Amidst the blinding white snowstorm, the only visible thing left was the bright red coat Nanase was wearing. Filled with sudden resolve, Haruto knew he had to turn her into an ally. By now, both of them were completely exhausted. But Takumi wasn't about to give them a break. Exuding pure, unfiltered bloodlust, he growled under his breath. Finally, It is time to destroy the barrier sealing the hidden dungeon. With that, he slammed his blade directly into the seal. The surrounding energy became intensely bone-chilling. In that freezing, skin-cutting wind, something bizarre started happening. A glowing red barrier materialized around Takumi, looking like an isolated world that absolutely no one could touch. The barrier squirmed like centipedes wrapped in heavy chains, forming a tight lock that made entering difficult and escaping completely impossible. The overwhelming pressure sent a searing heat wave right at Nanase's face, making her scream in pain and shield her eyes. Haruto instantly sensed the terrifying surge of power, his dark eyes focusing solely on the bright light radiating from Takumi. He realized with absolute shock that it was the hidden dungeon's barrier. Completely ignoring the two shocked onlookers, Takumi arrogantly held up the key with a wicked smirk on his face. He muttered, "Without that tip from Starfire, we would have never cracked this barrier using only this key." He slammed the sword into the barrier's center, bragging loudly. This seal was actually created 15 years ago by the legendary archmage Hunter Nishihara. That is why we absolutely need this exact sword to break the seal. Nana's tensely demanded. "What do you mean by that?" Takumi slowly turned around with a savage, cold laugh, calmly replying. The sword's original owner was Nishihara's husband, Frederick Hill. He went missing in this very dungeon 15 years ago. Hunter Nishihara created this barrier so it could only be shattered by her own husband's sword, blocking everyone else from entering. Hearing this, everyone was completely stunned. Was this actually true? Both Nanas and Haruto realized the Dragon Longsword's master was the world's top-ranked hunter sword master Frederick Hill, and his wife was the great archmage Nishihara Tomoka, making Ares their daughter. No wonder she was so completely obsessed with reclaiming that weapon. Takumi did not care what they thought, far too eager to shatter this seal. He thrust the sword violently down into the barrier, roaring, "All right, time to break this seal." Right after that, he screamed, "Dragon Longsword, Calicia, release your power, focus everything to shatter this barrier." Instantly, the barrier released a suffocating wave of magical energy. Shaken by that immense power, nearby rocks and debris shattered into tiny pieces. A deadly crimson light flared, looking like a vast sea of blood swallowing up all lingering life around it. Even birds that had survived the freezing blizzard were instantly vaporized by that blistering red heat. Haruto and Nanas both scrambled to hide behind a massive boulder nearby, bracing themselves against its heavy surface. Haruto squinted against the blinding glare, helplessly cursing under his breath. A level 1 golem could never survive this chaos. If Calicia's durability had not been fully restored, it should not have been able to unleash this much force. But there was no time to think. The barrier was opening. The barrier rattled violently, like massive chains, struggling under the sheer pressure of that explosive raw power. The space tore open like a ripped page, revealing a completely different world beyond dark and pitch black. There was no path visible, no end in sight. Standing before this abyss, even the massive Takumi looked strangely small, but his pride and arrogance ran deep. He merely sneered, muttering under his breath. To think this hidden dungeon was a spatial projection. She must have been desperate. Well, I do not care. After 15 years, the Golem Mountain hidden dungeon is back. He roared out, commanding his group and hyping up their morale. Time to hunt down the giant golem's heart. With those words, they silently stepped into the blinding tear in space, vanishing from sight. It was a clear sign of danger ahead. Haruto bit his lip in worry. He was completely lost. Should he follow them? Growing more anxious by the second, he cursed Satoru internally. Just how long are you going to keep me waiting? Meanwhile, inside an S-rank dungeon in southern Italy, the atmosphere was bone-chilling. The thick stench of blood hung heavy in the air. Corpses and blood filled the dark dungeon, creating a sickening scene. The lone surviving soldier clung weakly to life. Gritting his teeth with his final breath, he wheezed, "Kill me if you want. But why did you have to slaughter everyone else?" The killer merely snapped his fingers, absolute coldness dripping from his hands, as he replied with total indifference. "If I did that, it would make me look like a bad guy." He sounded completely innocent, as if it was not his fault. But if the entire squad dies, they will assume it was just a tragic dungeon accident. With another snap of his fingers, the poor soldier's life ended. The slaughter was so horrific. It would make anyone sick to their stomach. Right then, the cold, emotionless system screen flared to life. Its pre-programmed words read, "Control A. When a skill user dies, their skill is transferred to the next eligible person." In short, it was an evil ability that stole lives to gain power. Now this monster had fully absorbed the fallen soldier's strengths. He grunted, struggling to contain the massive surge of energy inside him. Suddenly, a bright crimson mark flared on his neck. Pure sickening bloodlust radiated from him as his face began to warp, losing its human appearance. Everything felt completely programmed. Control A, everything was selected. Those poor, unfortunate soldiers were treated like expired warehouse stock. Completely useless, now packed up and deleted with a swift press of Control X. The cut command applied to all selected targets. They vanished as if they had never existed, rendering human life utterly worthless. Then a steady sound shattered the silence as a bizarre blonde demoness began clapping slowly, her voice freezing cold as she spoke. Looks like the skill. So Control A has improved, huh? Instead of taking down targets one by one, the scale has massively expanded. The mysterious guy flatly replies that the annoying part is having to personally execute targets to trigger the killing curse. What really drives him crazy is that no matter how many times he activates the skill, it refuses to level up at all. The sorceress approaches with a scolding look, asking if she did not mention that without hitting a target, the skill stays completely stagnant. The absolute only ability one can obtain and level up without actually slaying any enemies. She pauses to emphasize is Control C. The frustrated man mutters that they have been searching for that specific target for 15 long years without finding a single trace. He desperately wonders if Control C even exists in this world. The blonde temptress smirks, explaining that while things differ in their home dimension, she is certain someone here possesses that legendary power, and Control F exists to track down other control skill holders. Calming down, the man pulls up his hood, remembering that fact. What about Control Z? The companion replies that according to the latest intel they gathered, the Blood Tower Guild recently reported the destruction of the magic barrier created by the legendary hunter Nishihara. While both prioritize Control Z, they must still secure the core heart of the colossal golem at all costs. This item allows cursed skill users to unleash their absolute maximum power. The partner nods in understanding. With that, the mysterious duo vanishes into thin air. Meanwhile, the Shirosaki Guild continues to cautiously advance through the dungeon. As they walk, Masato quickly loses his temper. He complains loudly about rushing all this way just to find a vast wasteland of ice and snow. Without any signs of a battle, he suspiciously asks if they took a wrong turn. The clever Haruto points out they just left. His sharp intuition proves correct as the targets vanish without a trace. The rest of the team analyzes the cave, noting the complete absence of any hostile monsters in the area. Since there is only a single path forward, they will catch up soon. The group quickly accelerates. While sprinting, Nanase asks Ares where those enemies got their intel. Ares hesitates before delivering an answer. She nervously suggests that while it is just a guess, their secret backer might be the massive Starfield. As Ares looks incredibly serious, Nanase gasps in shock, shouting the name Starfield, which immediately catches the attention of everyone in the party, including Haruto. She cannot believe the #1 global guild is involved here. Why would they ally with the Blood Tower? Ares awkwardly explains that her mother might be the main reason. Overhearing the conversation, Haruto begins to realize this explains the source of the highly classified information the enemy possesses. The Rainbow Bridge dungeon acquiring the legendary Calicia Dragon Sword. He connects the dots, realizing with growing concern that the enemies planned every single detail. Glancing at Ares, he wonders what their true objective is. Even if it sounds wild, the possibility deeply troubles him. Haruto finally comes to a grim conclusion. Their ultimate target is not the magical golem key, but Ares herself. Masato urges everyone forward, yelling that capturing a member of the Blood Tower to force answers would be much faster. The guy is remarkably quick-witted, instantly realizing that if the massive Starfield Guild is indeed backing them, then Takumi Hirosaki, possessing the Shadow Slip technique, makes perfect sense. He grits his teeth, muttering determinedly that they must capture him and extract the truth. The entire team accelerates, and even their massive golem roars to wait for it before lumbering along. Masato then catches up to Satoru, asking out of pure curiosity what kind of strange creature he is tagging along. Satoru happily replies that is a minion from Senior Haruto. Nanase asks why he would give Satoru such a valuable asset. Caught completely off guard, Haruto starts to stammer, explaining that rare items are meant to be used especially to keep allies safe. Meanwhile, a soft smile plays on Nanase's lips. Suddenly, an intense and unexpected light begins to glow right beneath his feet. Shocked Haruto has no time to react as a brilliant golden magic circle opens up directly beneath the entire party, shining with blinding intensity. It is a trap. Instantly, everyone vanishes into the light, leaving Haruto completely alone in the cavern. Haruto instantly reacts, screaming for Satoru as Nanase darts ahead. Her face is filled with absolute terror as she shouts her younger brother's name. They all plunge straight into the active magic circle where Satoru's group just vanished. The blinding golden light envelops Haruto, shocking him completely. In the blink of an eye, the group lands heavily on another ancient magic circle. Bracing himself with a heavy thud, Haruto hits the ground while Nanase immediately leaps up, calling for Satoru. Haruto scans the unfamiliar surroundings, shouting for Guildmaster Shirosaki. He raises his blade defensively, warily looking behind him for threats. What on earth is happening? We were supposed to be right behind them, but how did they suddenly vanish into thin air? Suddenly, a massive roar shakes the area. Haruto whips his head around only to find a colossal monster towering right in front of him. Ferocious eyes, razor-sharp teeth, it charges straight at him. Staring into its massive gaping jaws, Haruto panics, screaming inside his head, where on earth did this crazy thing even come from? While he is frozen, Nanase springs into action with her spear. Shouting her skill, she delivers a clean downward slash that instantly severs the beast's head from its body. It crashes down in a cloud of dust and spraying blood, leaving a shivering Haruto to stammer. Why is a dinosaur monster in the golem's snow mountain? Ares kneels to inspect the corpse and gives him an answer. It feels like we have crossed over into an entirely different world. She looks at her companions with a determined gaze and says this is definitely a multidimensional dungeon. Shocked, they all shout in unison. A multidimensional dungeon. Up above the jagged mountain cliffs, bizarre birds soar through the blue sky, while down below, Haruto and his group stand beneath giant trees. Stunned by the wild view, he mutters, "What is this place?" Nanase immediately argues against that, saying there is no way. I thought all multidimensional dungeons were completely wiped out during the Great Disaster 15 years ago. Ares clarifies, "Yes, my mother sealed every single one. But for some strange reason, this one reopened." She continues to explain. The Golem Snow Mountain hidden dungeon was also sealed. You see the magic circles carved inside these places are what link them to countless other dimensions. Imagining the absolute nightmare of terrifying monsters being summoned, Ares concludes once the circle activates, a portal to another world opens. There is a high chance we have been dragged into an incredibly deadly dungeon. Nodding, Nanae strokes her chin in realization, so that is why Hunter Nishihara erected a barrier to protect this area. Ares adds to that, my mother also hypothesized that the disaster years ago was actually the rampage of a multidimensional dungeon. Haruto looks incredibly worried. If that is true, then where did Satoru Shinoda and President Shirosaki get teleported? She answers him. They were likely sent to a completely different dimension. She then looks seriously at the group. If we clear this dungeon, we can reach the heart of the colossal golem. Think of it as a blessing in disguise. Hearing this, Haruto grips his sword tightly. Then let us get moving fast. Haruto looks ahead with tense eyes. Suddenly, an entire swarm of monsters, resembling massive dinosaurs, crash through the trees. Sweating bullets. Mo grunts, great, this is not going to be easy. Nanase takes a deep breath, dropping into a combat stance. Meanwhile, back in the city center, skyscrapers are completely devastated, burning in thick smoke and towering flames. A massive stone golem rampages through the streets, chasing down screaming citizens who run for their lives. Hunters band together, landing precise strikes to bring the beast down. But its core remains intact, and the golem rapidly regenerates. One hunter curses, damn it, we will never break the core at this rate. Another hunter screams over his shoulder, mages, we need wide area of effect spells for cover now. A young mage looks back at them, his expression dead serious, we cannot do that right now. Out here, we cannot regenerate mana like we do inside a dungeon. Lowering his voice, he mutters, I am busy just staying alive, how can I help you? Shattering a golem's arm, another hunter yells in frustration, damn it, where is our human mana battery when we need him? A bald hunter nearby fighting with all his might grunts, never thought the day would come when we actually need that useless loser. Suddenly, a stone golem creeps up from behind. Roaring, its massive fist is about to crush the bald hunter. The mage spots it, screaming out a warning behind you. Out of nowhere, a blinding flash of light cuts through the air. Lucas appears cleanly, slicing the golem in half. He lands smoothly on the street as shattered stone crumbles down behind him. The stunned mage stammered, oh, thank you so much, wait, who? He cuts himself off, utterly shocked by the handsome foreigner standing before him. Lucas pushes back his hair, flashing a bright smile, I am here on business. But I could not just stand by and watch people get hurt. The bald hunter walks over, we were really in a pinch. Thank you so much for stepping in. The young mage chimes in, wow, your Japanese is amazing and you are fighting in a suit. Lucas tilts his head, by the way, what was that talk about a human mana battery just now? It has got me pretty curious. The bald hunter waves his hand with a smug grin, oh, it is nothing special, really. Just some weak, low-rank hunter who can barely fight. His only skill is that he can regenerate mana endlessly. He is basically just a walking mana battery for the rest of us. Lucas suddenly leans in closer. Where was he supposed to find this guy? The bald guy said they used to cross paths all the time, but it had been so long that his current whereabouts were a total mystery. It just popped into his head out of nowhere. Hearing that, Lucas wondered. Infinite mana regeneration. He had never heard of such a broken skill before. Could this guy actually be? Suddenly, a loud voice echoed, shouting that they had finally arrived. Lucas looked up at a tall building and saw two figures appearing. It was Takeru Chigu and Makoto Shinoda staring straight down. He immediately managed to identify who these two actually were. The Midas Guild Master Takeru Chigu and the Great Might Guild Master Shinoda. Lucas felt a surge of anticipation. It looked like, you and I are about to see a wild show. Below, a massive horde of stone golems marched, the largest one bringing up the rear. Looking down from the high rooftop at the monsters below, Makoto gasped. A calamity golem, no doubt about it. The Golem's snowy mountain dungeon had definitely suffered a breakout. Turning to his companion, he noted they were the perfect warm-up targets. Guild leader Takeru Chigu, I will back you up. Meanwhile, Takeru Chigu grit his teeth in pure fury, cursing Masato Shirosaki. That absolute dungeon maniac. What on earth is he doing in there? With that, he immediately dove off the roof, shouting back to Makoto to tell the president that his reward had better be something pulled straight from the association. S-Rank vault. In an instant, Takeru Chigu activated his stone armor ability. His body was instantly encased in heavy rock as he plummeted like a meteor. The sheer force shattered the concrete road into pieces, throwing up thick dust clouds. Takeru Chigu had now completely transformed, with thick solid stone shielding his entire frame like heavy armor. A reckless golem completely out of its depth charged right at him. He smirked with pure contempt, muttering that while they were both made of stone, they were leagues apart. Charging forward, he shattered the golems one by one. Not a single monster could withstand even one of his blows. Nearby buildings rattled from the intense shockwaves of the clash. Meanwhile, another hunter was channeling massive magical power in his hand, beams of light glowing. It was Makoto Shinoda raising his arm to cast a powerful spell, a multicolored magic circle rapidly taking shape and spinning around him, pointing his hand forward. The concentrated magic beam ahead at the speed of light flashing right past Takeru Chigu. Takeru Chigu grunted, wondering if the old man was just putting on a show. Turns out support had its limits. The final giant stone golem roared, charging straight at Takeru Chigu. It swung a high-speed punch directly at his face. Takeru Chigu braced himself without hesitation, preparing to counter with his own fist as he bragged. If you want a test of raw strength, I win. He activated his boost spikes, instantly erupting all over his arm. The massive fist and the small one collided, sending violent shockwaves rippling through the surrounding area. Instantly, the golem's arm fractured, the cracks spreading rapidly up to its shoulder and across its entire body. Unable to withstand his power, half its frame blew apart into tiny pebbles. Floating amid the falling debris was the golem's glowing red core. Takeru Chigu snatched it. As the stone on his face receded, revealing a smug grin, he vowed not to let the old man get the last laugh. With that, he crushed the core in his grip. Instantly, a system notification popped up, announcing the boss was defeated and the dungeon cleared. Makoto closed his eyes with a sigh of relief while nearby hunters cheered wildly as their morale soared. Just then, an F-Rank patron card appeared, displaying a notification that the target was not a Patreon user. It turned out Lucas was the one holding the F-Rank card, and he thought to himself, oh, Japan's top hunter and Midas Guild leader managed to clear a massive dungeon breakout in a mere 10 minutes. Lucas felt a bit better. He might not have found a patron user, but he still got some solid intel. He quickly scribbled everything into his notebook. Closing it with a sharp snap, he suddenly realized something. That Z-rank patron was still in her dungeon, right? Surely she wouldn't die. But as you and I know, Sarah Arita, the Z-rank patron holder, was already gravely injured. A gaping wound had torn through her abdomen. Rewinding back 20 minutes, a horde of vicious undead was growling in the darkness, their eyes glowing blood red. They poured out from the massive gate. Standing before his group, Takumi calmly muttered, a pack of vampires, raising his greatsword high. He announced they had zero information from this point on, so they had to rely on pure luck. Yet, with a loud yell, he unleashed a blazing red slash, bragging that this dungeon was actually a piece of cake. Hit by the energy wave, the undead could only shriek as their bodies disintegrated. The sword's immense power swept through the entire horde, obliterating them in the blink of an eye. Slowly, the thick smoke began to clear. A sea of gray dead monsters now litters the cold stone floor. Then a sudden system alert flashes: the dungeon has been cleared. Teleporting to the boss monster's chamber, the giant golem's heart. Hearing this, Takumi smirks dangerously. With everyone locked and loaded, the group is teleported right in front of a massive stone door. Strange glowing runes are carved all over its surface. One of the masked members mutters, "We finally reached the hidden dungeon's boss." Meanwhile, Takumi pulls out a solid metallic gold key. Time to see what this key is really worth. Without wasting a single second, he steps forward and shoves it straight into the lock. The massive heavy stone doors slowly creak open and the group files inside one by one. Just as they step inside, they are greeted by a row of towering stone statues. Their eyes glow with a creepy, bizarre emerald light, making one member gasp. What is this? Just a bunch of stone statues? Scraping his sword against the wall, a masked fighter asks, "Maybe we got here too early. Has the boss not spawned yet?" Meanwhile, sweat pours down Sarah Arita's face as she lets out a shaky breath, deeply troubled. What on earth is he talking about? Ever since they entered, she has felt this massive, unspeakable pressure crushing down on her body. She glances at the others, wondering in panic, do they not feel this? Are they just too used to it because they are hunters? The masked hunter keeps talking, confident they just need to crush the boss, grab the legendary loot, and get out of here. But he has absolutely no idea that something massive is plunging down right above him. Before he can finish his sentence, a giant stone hand crushes him into the dirt, shattering the floor as dust explodes upward. As the massive hand lifts, fresh blood drips continuously from its palm. The masked hunter lies there completely motionless. It belongs to one of those stone statues, its eyes now glowing a demonic red. The deep crater clearly outlines the shape of his shattered body. Witnessing this gruesome sight, another masked hunter screams in absolute terror. What the hell is this giant statue actually the boss? Wait, don't tell me the others are too. Instantly, the remaining statues begin to move quickly, surrounding the helpless party. Sarah Arita is utterly paralyzed with fear. Her body shakes violently as she clamps her hands over her mouth to muffle any screams. Miraculously, the crushed hunter is still alive, coughing up a heavy mouthful of dark blood as he struggles to breathe. Spotting Sarah Arita's panicked expression, Takumi is deeply annoyed. What on earth is she doing right now? It is not like she has not seen people die right in front of her before. He immediately barks at her. Sarah Arita, snap out of it. While he is still breathing, hurry up and cast your recovery spells on him. Jarred by his shout, she gasps, her teary eyes slowly focusing as she tries to regain her composure. Sarah Arita rushes straight over to the dying hunter, but the moment she pulls out her mana potion, things take a bizarre turn. Streams of glowing mana leak uncontrollably from the bottle. In Sarah Arita's hands, the potion is completely empty. Staring in shock, she wonders, what is the bottle really out of mana? No, is it leaking? It feels like both bottles are being drained by some external force. Her mind races in absolute panic. Are you kidding me? The seals on these top-tier potions are supposed to be unbreakable. What on earth is happening in this room? All the energy is flowing in one direction. Sweating bullets, Sarah Arita watches the swirling mana and wonders, where is it all going? A giant statue raises its sword ready to cleave the party. One member freezes in despair while another scrambles to escape in absolute terror. Swinging his blade furiously, Takumi roars, do not be afraid, fight back. No matter how big they are still just golems. With that, he unleashes a fierce slash at a nearby statue, shattering its stone armor. As rock fragments explode from its chest, Takumi barks at a masked hunter. Use landmines for high-level monsters. The hunter yells back, I already tried, but neither my skills nor my stealth are working. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms directly over him, sending shivers down his spine as he freezes. The statue's stone sword slams directly into him. Takumi leaps back, cursing under his breath, but as he looks over, his heart sinks. He shudders in pure horror. Another masked ally is currently pinned, squeezed tightly in a massive stone fist. It squeezes with crushing force until blood sprays everywhere before tossing the battered body right in front of Takumi, leaving him completely speechless. He grinds his teeth in absolute rage. Are you mocking me? If every single member dies here, Takumi growls, his eyes burning with fury, our plans will be ruined. Standing like an ant before the towering statues, he snaps. He screams, you damn rocks, being huge only makes you an easy target, raising his sword high. Takumi yells, Dragon Sword, Calicia release power. Suddenly, a bright red system alert flashes. It reads insufficient mana to release Dragon Sword Calicia. He cannot believe his eyes, trembling with fury. He roars, I am over level 300, how is my mana low? As a massive stone sword swings down. He can only stare up in terror, cursing, damn it, as the crushing blow descends with devastating force. A swift strike slashes the ground immediately, splitting it wide open as shattered rocks blast straight into the air. Ignoring the chaos around her, Sarah Arita climbs the stone steps following the flow of draining mana until she finally reaches the source. Breathing a sigh of relief, she spots it. All the mana is gathering right here on this stone altar. Something sits on top, constantly absorbing the surrounding mana. Sarah Arita curiously reaches out, wondering what on earth this thing could be. The moment Sarah Arita touches the frozen container, it violently vibrates. Right before her eyes, an incredibly massive red stone suddenly begins to materialize. She gasps in absolute shock. This is the giant golem heart. But why is it absorbing mana instead of regenerating itself? Detecting an intruder, the heart begins to violently vibrate, instantly sensing extreme danger. Sarah Arita breaks into a cold sweat. This is bad. Without a second thought, she turns and runs from the giant golem heart. But she is too slow. It fires a deadly beam of red energy straight at Sarah Arita, piercing right through her side. Blood gushes instantly. She falls from the high stone steps, tumbling down as she violently coughs up mouthfuls of blood. A nearby statue spots Sarah Arita lying helpless. With glowing red eyes, it raises its massive stone sword and slashes straight down at her. But suddenly, from Sarah Arita's shadow, pitch-black shadows erupt. Takumi manifests just in time, raising his weapon to block the statue's descending stone blade. The crushing weight of the sword forces Takumi to cough up blood. Desperate, he pulls out a small potion bottle. A system screen pops up. It is a high-grade healing potion from the Hunter Association, restoring 80% of health. It also boosts mana and damage resistance. In emergencies, applying it directly to wounds preserves the target's current state. Takumi immediately pours it onto the unconscious Sarah Arita. Once stabilized, he drops to his knees and throws her over his shoulder. An urgent alert flashes. The giant golem heart has awakened, initiating a battle with the dungeon boss. Takumi's jaw drops in horror. You and I can see they are in deep trouble as the massive stone doors slowly seal shut. Is there really no way out? He must use his shadow shift skill to escape right now. Takumi's legs begin emitting swirling black smoke, but a red alert screen flashes, warning him that he lacks the required mana. He screams in absolute despair. Are you kidding me? Where on earth did all of my mana go? With no other choice, Takumi sprints toward the exit with everything he has, but as he gets close, the heavy door is almost completely shut, leaving only a tiny gap. He panics inside. Damn it, the door is closing, and at this rate, they both are going to get trapped. Ignoring his bleeding wounds, Takumi lifts Sara Arita high. Summoning his very last bit of strength, he throws her right through the closing stone door, sending her flying. She lands hard on the cold floor. Trembling violently, Sara Arita struggles to look back, whispering in disbelief. Takumi flashes a reassuring smile. As long as you survive, you can reset everything back to normal, right? The stone door slams shut before her eyes just as a statue lunges behind him. Tears stream down her face. Are you an idiot? I am not a hunter. I cannot even absorb mana, so how can I reset anything? Sara Arita passes out. In the fading light, she blames herself for coming here. If this is where she dies, what will happen to her parents? Suddenly, she feels a strange warmth surging through her body. Could this be mana? Sara Arita slowly opens her eyes. Haruto stands before her, but in her semi-conscious state, his face is just a blur. Who is this? Seeing her wake up, Haruto calls out, asking if she's okay. Sara Arita gazes at him, wondering. Is this the guy who shared his mana with Hunter Nana? Meanwhile, Haruto keeps channeling energy to heal her. She can feel her entire body filling up with rich mana. With this much magical energy, Haruto focuses on transferring his mana, asking if she can self-reset her body once she has enough power. Sara Arita is shocked that he knows exactly what she is thinking. How does he know her skill? Suddenly, an angry voice shouts, Are you kidding me? We fought our way all the way here and now we cannot even open this door. Ares calmly approaches the door and explains that as long as a hunter is fighting inside, outsiders cannot open it. We can force it open with a key, but I am sure nobody has forgotten that we only have one. Masato, the leader of the future guild, spits out a curse in sheer frustration. Damn it all. If we had only known, we would have defeated that mutated golem before coming here. Speaking of which, he glares down at the newly conscious Sara Arita, asking if she is indeed that elite healer from the Blood Tower Guild. Ares explains she was fatally wounded, but Haruto's immense mana completely healed her up. We will investigate further once we return. Ares has restrained her with hunter gear, but Masato is still absolutely fuming with anger. He got even angrier, snapping that it only matters if we actually escape. If we don't clear this dungeon, will we be locked in here forever? Ares didn't want to trigger Masato further, but she had to tell the truth. It was highly likely. Masato was absolutely furious now. He didn't even bother screaming, just stood in a corner muttering to himself. So this was why so many people went missing inside this place. Haruto watched him helplessly, his mind racing with anxious calculations. What should he do now? Should he show them the key he created using his skill? He silently activated his inventory. Current items, 4 giant spider silks times 11, the Calicia Dragon Sword, and 4 bear king claws times 15. Mutated golem cores times 11, heart unlocking keys times 2. He could just say he found it somewhere, right? He then pulled the key out. Ares walked up to the door, touching it to feel the energy. This was the seal her mother left behind. Something was definitely inside. Suddenly, the door emitted a strange, eerie green light as ancient glowing runes began to carve themselves across its surface. The exact same runes suddenly materialized on Ares' cloak. Shocked by the sight, Haruto rushed over to her first, his mind racing with questions. How did you open the door? Your cloak is glowing with the exact same light patterns as the gate. Ares held up her cloak slightly and explained that it belonged to her mother. It was likely crafted to resonate directly with the sealed door. Haruto was secretly thrilled. Ares really was the key to this hidden dungeon. He would have to carefully investigate this strange multidimensional labyrinth very soon. Masato, having caught up late, had no idea what they were discussing, so he spoke up. Looks like an automatic door. Suddenly, a heavy wave of pressure filled the air, making everyone uneasy. Even the snow mountain golem traveling with them felt it. It grumbled. What on earth is this heavy pressure? Just then, Nana stepped forward to warn the group. Get into defensive stances, everyone. Something inside is rapidly draining our mana. Haruto immediately turned to ask Sara Arita, who was standing nearby. Sara Arita, is this the thing you mentioned earlier? She nodded anxiously, explaining that the giant golem's heart was absorbing everyone's mana from everything around it, using that energy to regenerate its own source. Haruto gasped in shock. It actually drains mana. If that was true, what was his next move? As he pondered, Sara Arita suddenly grabbed his arm in sheer panic. We have to get out of here right now. No matter how high level a hunter you are, without mana you are Haruto suddenly noticed something ahead. A massive horde of giant stone monsters blocked their path, prompting him to gasp. What the hell are these giant freaks? Before he could process the threat, Nana stepped forward, looking right at him. Sano, can you spare me some mana? Haruto opened his inventory, stealing his resolve as he prepared to make his move. Let me show you what a human mana battery can really do. Instantly, the system kicked in. Control-C copying the user's mana. Control-V, pasting the copied mana times N. Control-V, pasting at absolute maximum capacity. The entire chamber was instantly flooded with overwhelming power. Witnessing this, Sarah Arita's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. What is this? The entire dungeon is covered in mana. Even while the chamber was actively draining it at a rapid pace, she turned to stare at Haruto in absolute shock. This guy, Hunter Sano. If she could combine her unique skill with his, she might actually have a shot at saving her parents. Charging directly toward the beastly horde, Nana's yelled, "We've got plenty of mana now. This is more than enough to smash those stone statues." With a single swift slash of her blade, one of the monsters was sliced clean in half. Masato summoned his power, declaring confidently, "As long as we have enough mana, you guys are just useless piles of rock." He unleashed a devastating black lightning spear strike, instantly causing the ground beneath the giant statues to collapse. Masato grinned in delight. The whole pack is gathered together perfect. I've been frustrated to the brink of madness in this dungeon, so let's vent on you rocks. Masato's power was so terrifying that it engulfed a massive section of the dungeon, shattering statue after statue into dust. Suddenly, an urgent voice echoed nearby. "He's over here." Sarah Arita quickly scanned the area and spotted a severely injured man slumped against the wall, clinging to life. He was bleeding from his stomach and missing an entire arm. Sarah Arita watched from a distance, contemplating her options, wondering if she should use her skill now. But suddenly she noticed something odd. The Calicia Dragon sword was there. Haruto approached the fallen man. He stood over him silently for a moment before picking up the legendary dragon sword, inspecting it with a thoughtful gaze. "Finally got it back. Just as I thought, the durability has been completely reset." He turned his attention to her. She was definitely a cursed skill holder, meaning he could copy it for himself. With that thought, he locked eyes with Sarah Arita, startling her. But first he had to put it to the test. He reached out and touched Takumi's head. The system chimed, Control-C copying target's shadow shift skill. Copy failed, due to the target's level being higher than the user's. Haruto sighed inwardly. Just as he suspected, even with the sword's boost, his level was still not high enough to bridge the massive gap. A system warning flashed, target harbors intense hostility toward you. In this scenario, there are two choices to collect 10 skills. Option 1, eliminate the target and absorb their ability. Option 2, force skill absorption, which is only possible when the target's health points fall below 15%. This option completely blocks the target from using skills. Hearing this, Haruto is pretty shocked. Wait, if the enemy considers him a foe, he can just kill them to snatch their skills. But wait, hold on a second. No matter how he looks at it, the guy's health is already under 15%, meaning he can absorb it without killing him. Forced absorption, for defense alone, he is definitely going to use this skill a lot in the future. Masato walks over to Sarah Arita, asking if she's a healer, demanding she go heal that guy, but only enough to keep him alive. As Sarah Arita activates her healing on Takumi, Masato stands there talking. They have too many questions, so letting him escape would be a pain. Sarah Arita glances back at Haruto, who nods, telling her to go ahead and heal him. Sarah Arita begins the treatment, and Takumi's severed arm instantly grows right back. Haruto is shocked, thinking his severed arm grew back instantly. This skill is practically on par with his own body copying ability. Takumi finally wakes up and Sarah Arita asks him, "Hey, what are you laughing at?" Takumi looks up at her saying, "See, neither of us is dead." Seeing him awake and talking and babbling like that, Sarah Arita loses interest and walks away. Takumi is then cuffed by Nanase, who warns him not to try anything funny. "The one who spared your life is President Shirosaki, not me." He ignores her words, still believing he is superior. Mocking back, "If we survive this place, that is exactly what I should do." Then looking around, he adds, "This dungeon is only just getting started." With that, Takumi tries to bolt, prompting Nanase to swing her sword. Suddenly, Satoru appears out of nowhere, shouting, "Sister!" He is chased by light beaming from the gate's gem, but his snow mountain golem blocks it, protecting Satoru from the beam. Rewinding 30 minutes earlier in the multi-dimensional skeleton dungeon at this moment, Masato was using mystic lightning to smash the stone statues in the dungeon, shattering them into pieces on the ground. The snow mountain golem accompanying Satoru excitedly rushes over. Satoru is taken aback, asking, "Wait, do you want to eat magic stones?" Seeing this, Masato turns and says, "They are all yours, these rocks are worthless." Hearing that, the golem eagerly gobbles up the magic stones. Right then, its body undergoes a change. Snow Mountain Golem level 225% capable of reaching level 10, and flexible shape-shifting. At level 2, it can share its senses with the user. Satoru is thrilled, patting its head and saying, "Hey, little sidekick, you leveled up." But when he touches the golem, stone suddenly transfers from its body onto Satoru. Surprised, he yells out, "Little sidekick, what on earth is this?" Back to the present, Satoru is completely encased by the Snow Mountain Golem, shielding him from the relentless attacks. Haruto's eyes widen in disbelief as he witnesses this. Did that errand boy just fuse with Satoru? How did it level up so quickly? Masato silently reflects that no matter how he looks at it, this looks exactly like President Midas's stone armor skill. So that mutated golem core levels up this way, huh? He vows to study this thoroughly once they make it back. Masato then conjures a protective barrier, shielding himself from the incoming dungeon onslaught. Suddenly, a powerful blow grazes Masato's shoulder, annoying him. Ares, who is also on defense, quickly warns Masato, "President of the future guild, watch out. These attacks are all condensed from pure mana, with highly concentrated mana and extremely sharp beams that a magic shield cannot block." Nanis steps forward and advises everyone on the contrary. The best method is to actually use physical attacks to deflect them. She then swings her blade. Incredibly, that simple strike actually manages to block the incoming attack. Haruto glances over at Satoru, thinking that just as Hunter Neneze said, because the mana density is so high, they can use ordinary swords and shields to block the assault. Meanwhile, over with Satoru. He is worried about his protective golem, asking little sidekick, "Are you okay?" That is how Satoru's little companion successfully deflected the blow. Still, Haruto senses something is off. But if they just keep defending, there is no way to advance. Since it has infinite mana, the giant golem's heart can launch attacks endlessly. They must get close enough to destroy it, otherwise they are all dead. He needs to think of something. Oh right, Shadow Shift. That Blood Tower Guild guy was able to use this even while wrapped in giant spider silk. With that thought, Haruto activates Control V to copy the giant spider silk, smiling. Sweet, now he can finally use the skill. Completely undetected. Activating Control C, he deploys the giant spider king thread while triggering his Shadow Blend skill. Within seconds, Haruto completely vanishes. Standing right behind him, Mo is left utterly baffled by his sudden disappearance, wondering where he went. Meanwhile, Haruto heads straight toward that massive energy source. The closer he gets, the more intense the overwhelming pressure becomes, slowing his steps to a crawl. Reaching the core, Haruto touches it and unleashes Koria's resonance frequency poison skill. This should easily shatter it. But suddenly, a massive wave of resistance hits him, blasting him backward with incredible force. Injured from the blast, Haruto finally realizes its true purpose. It is gathering massive amounts of mana to trigger a colossal explosion. Refusing to back down, Haruto charges right back in. He taunts the brainless core, claiming its mana was basically his gift. He calls it a mere charity donation before activating Control V to summon the giant Spider King threads. The summoned threads wrap tightly around the energy pillar, completely sealing off its destructive chaotic power. Masato watches Haruto's insane move in absolute shock. Even Nanis is stunned, having expected the giant golem's heart to easily overwhelm them. He actually stopped it. Mo and Ares look on in sheer disbelief while Satoru cheers in absolute excitement for his senior. But the relief is short-lived as the violent energy starts breaking through. Haruto yells out, screaming that it is not enough. He immediately triggers Control V again, conjuring even more giant Spider King threads to trap the rampaging energy once more. All Haruto needs is to touch the core just one more time, and his relentless efforts finally pay off. He makes contact. Yes. Activating Control V, he unleashes Koria's resonance frequency poison skill to finish it. Haruto drives his power deep into the core, causing violent cracks to web across it. Suddenly, the system announces a level up. The golem's heart completely shatters. Standing right in the blast zone, Haruto is forced to shield his eyes from the blinding explosive light. A notification appears before him stating that he destroyed the giant golem's heart, meaning the dungeon is officially cleared. Exhausted but happy, Haruto sits down, noting everything went exactly as planned. But then a rapid succession of level-up alerts floods his screen, completely freezing him. This is awesome, his level is shooting straight up. The system rewards him with a special item. Haruto reaches out and catches it, revealing the heart of a level 1 giant golem. Its first skill allows infinite mana regeneration, while the second absorbs mana up to a set limit. Truly a valuable fixed item. Holding it, Haruto looks completely unimpressed. Infinite mana? He does not really need that, but he decides to copy and paste it just to be safe. Just then, his Control C skill levels up, enabling automatic copying of any eligible items. This immediately grabs his interest. An automatic copy feature, that is absolutely genius. Right on cue, Satoru rushes over desperately, wanting to give him a giant hug, loudly praising his awesome senior as the absolute best of the best. But Haruto quickly blocks him, warning him that a hug will break his spine. Suddenly, a voice calls out for Hunter Sano. Masato approaches grudgingly, admitting that somehow Haruto actually managed to secure the giant golem's heart. He offers a weak congratulations. Haruto sighs, asking him to drop the attitude. Nene steps in to call out Masato's pettiness. She asks why he cannot just give a proper compliment, calling him embarrassingly petty. Caught off guard, Masato can only offer a weak grunt. Clearly annoyed, Masato adjusts his tone and tells Haruto that they need to have a very serious conversation once they return to safety. Easily reading his hidden agenda, Haruto simply walks away while casually mentioning that if Masato wants the heart, he is willing to sell it for a hefty price. Shocked that his thoughts were read, Masato asks if he is actually serious. Nanase quickly intervenes, advising Haruto that a prize of this caliber should probably be discussed with the association first. Furious that his golden opportunity is being ruined, Masato snaps at Nanase to back off. He demands to know why she is interfering in their beautiful friendship, telling her to stop ruining the deal. Nanase fires right back, stating she cannot simply turn a blind eye to such an incredibly shady under-the-table transaction. Masato reacts with outrage, demanding to know what is so shady. Ignoring their bickering, Haruto simply turns and walks away. Suddenly, someone calls out for him to wait. As the group gathers, Haruto pulls out the long soul sword and presents it. He hands over the keepsake from Aries' mother, apologizing for the delay. Looking at the blade, Aries reassures him. She thanks him for keeping his promise. Meanwhile, Mo steps forward to question Haruto about his bizarre abilities. She notes his skills looked exactly like those of the Blood Tower Guild leader. Haruto freezes, feeling incredibly guilty. Masato chimes in, recalling how Haruto teleported a massive distance instantly. Panicked, Haruto stammers to find a believable excuse. He claims it is a new upgrade to his giant Spider King threads, allowing him to traverse distances at lightning speed. Mo remains highly skeptical of his story. Sensing the tension, Nanase interrupts, reminding everyone that snooping into someone's private skills. This is bad, so we need to head back right now and investigate these two immediately. With Takumi and Sarah Arita dragged in for questioning, Takumi takes a quiet moment to whisper to Sarah Arita, reminding her that she still owes him for saving her life. He demands she reset the dungeon right away. Shocked by his insane proposal, Sarah Arita grits her teeth and asks if he has completely lost his mind. She agrees but warns it is the last time. Takumi just smirks, asking if she finally found a mana container she actually likes. But if she forgets their deal, things get messy. That is why she wears the bracelet of eternal suppression. It will never let her betray him. Thanks to the curse of Adamas, she can never escape as long as she wears it. He reminds her that her parents' lives are in his hands too. Driven to tears, Sarah Arita looks down at her bound hand. Takumi orders her to reset it immediately, demanding she finally repay him for risking his life to save her back then. The sheer amount of mana here is perfect for it. But right then, Haruto spots Sarah Arita, making a sudden suspicious move. Could she be? As Sarah Arita touches the ground, Haruto senses danger and yells a warning to the rest of the group. He warns everyone to run because the dungeon is resetting right now. Aries panics, knowing they could easily be thrown into some completely unknown, highly dangerous dimension. Haruto swears in frustration and rushes forward, trying his absolute best to stop Sarah Arita in time. He demands to know why she is doing this, diving forward to tackle her and hold her back. He desperately tries to stop the tragedy, but unfortunately things have already gone way too far to be saved. The ground crumbles as pure, intense energy floods the area. Suddenly, blinding flashes of light begin to tear through the entire room. The flashes explode rapidly, and a violent howling gale sweeps everyone off their feet, pulling them into the vortex. They are completely helpless against it. But miraculously, right at the very last second, a saving grace occurs. They manage to deploy protective barriers around themselves. It is the only thing keeping them safe as the space around them cracks and splinters. Safely tucked inside their shields, they float aimlessly through the chaotic void like drifting debris, completely at the mercy of the wind. Flying through the raging cosmic storm, they finally break free from the collapsing zone and escape the shattered space. The system prepares to reset the entire dungeon. Meanwhile, Satoru realizes Haruto is still trapped inside the chaos. Terrified, Satoru screams out for Haruto. Nearby, Nana squints her eyes in absolute shock, trying to process the situation. Are we seriously high up in the sky above Tokyo? What just happened? Aries can only offer a confused shrug. She admits she has no idea, but before she can explain what they should do next, a voice calls out from behind. It is Makoto Shinoda. Spotting his daughter in the middle of this mess, he frowns and asks what she is doing here. Nanase flinches in surprise, stuttering out "Dad," before quickly correcting herself to Chairman Shinoda. Masato is also completely stunned by his sudden arrival. He asks where the chairman even came from, but Makoto snaps back that he should be the one asking questions about their dungeon raid. Looking around in surprise, Makoto asks why there are so few of them and where the rest of the team went. The question makes Masato tense up. He grits his teeth, looking down, completely unsure of how to explain the situation. Meanwhile, Nene stares anxiously back at the shattering portal, quietly whispering Hunter Sano's name under her breath. Back inside the dungeon, Takumi glares around and demands answers, furious that the dungeon reset has somehow failed to trigger. Glancing at Haruto, who is slumped on the ground, Sarah Arita quickly lies, claiming he interrupted the process by tackling her. Surprisingly, Takumi doesn't get mad. He just smirks, noting that at least the rest of the pests got kicked out of the dungeon. With the dungeon lock active again, he slowly steps closer, laughing as he boasts about his success. He claims that once he gets the giant golem's heart, everything will go perfectly. Furious, Haruto yells at him to shut his mouth. He tries to activate his giant spider thread skill, but the system flashes a bizarre error stating the target cannot be found. Haruto is left completely stunned. He stares in disbelief, trying to understand what the system actually means. What does it mean, not found? Meanwhile, Sarah Arita is on the verge of tears, whispering that this cannot be happening. She reveals that the dungeon did not reset. It was actually Haruto who got reset. He refuses to believe such a ridiculous claim, thinking she must be playing a really bad joke on him. His body and memories feel completely fine after all. To prove her wrong, Haruto quickly summons his character status window. His stats instantly load, displaying his name Haruto Sano level 1 and HP 15 out of 15. MP 20 out of 20, job level 1, skill level 1 and basic defense, sitting at level 15. Staring in utter horror, he realizes he has been completely wiped back to the exact day he first awakened. But what about his legendary skills? Before he can check, the system screen begins to flash wild new alerts. Cancel C level 1, cancel V level 1. An unidentified item is now available, making him sink even deeper into despair. Could things get any worse? His skills had reset completely, reverting back to before his level up. Then that system notification about the unidentified available item popped up again, leaving Haruto completely baffled as he thought to himself, what is this? But in that split second, a sudden slash of blood splattered everywhere. Takumi caught him off guard, using Haruto's distraction and heavy heart to launch a brutal strike, sending Haruto collapsing to the ground in absolute agony. And seeing our main character completely broken like this, the villain only laughed, maniacally mocking him. Look at that pathetic, confused face of yours. Your level has clearly reset, so you might as well just die right here. In this desperate moment, Haruto desperately tried to calm his racing thoughts. Keep cool, that cursed skill hasn't vanished. And that unidentified item in my inventory. If it's indeed the item from before, playing weak to catch him off guard is my best bet. But then an unexpected turn of events shattered the silence with the harsh ringing sound of clashing steel. Mo, the ally Haruto thought had already abandoned him, appeared out of nowhere to block the deadly strike. Seeing this intrusion, Takumi's face twisted into a mocking sneer. Hey, aren't you that bottom-ranking trash hunter from the International Hunter Association? What are you still hanging around here? Haruto gasped, his eyes widening in pure shock, shouting out, Mo, why are you here? But Mo's expression remained dead set on, protecting him as he desperately pleaded, Hunter Sano, run. Leave this guy to me. Just save yourself and get out of here. Being the loyal guy he is, Haruto immediately refused, saying he could never do that. This touching display of brotherhood only earned a cold, mocking smirk from the villain. You arrogant brats. But hearing Mo's defiant stance, Takumi suddenly felt insulted, sneering, Are you seriously looking down on me? Look at our massive level difference, you fool. Unleashing his terrifying aura, he pressured Mo, growling, You do not even have the right to stand against me. So what can you possibly do? Unfortunately, the sheer gap in strength was too overwhelming for Mo to handle. His sword snapped in half as he took a brutal direct slash across the chest. Defenseless and battered, Mo was sent flying backward, completely unable to fight back. But Takumi had no intention of stopping there. He lunged forward with a murderous glare. Impressive effort, but I already planned to wipe you off the face of this earth. Mo could only watch in sheer helpless panic as the blade closed in. It's too fast, I can't dodge this. One direct hit would mean certain death. But Haruto threw himself into the line of fire, taking the blow instead. Taking that devastating blow, our hero collapsed onto the cold ground, pooling in his own blood. Mo could only stare in shock, speechless. Why did you do that? Haruto struggled to breathe, whispering, He is my prey. I didn't need your help, so just get out of here. But Takumi raised his blade once more, bringing it down while snarling, You talk too much, just die. Mo fell to his knees in absolute horror, forced to watch as Sano Haruto was ruthlessly butchered right before his eyes. The attack was so sickeningly brutal that Sarah Arita covered her mouth, sobbing in pure terror. Takumi finally got exactly what he wanted, clutching the stolen heart in his hand with a twisted smile. Just as I thought, once his level gets completely reset, every single item in his possession reverts to its original spot. Then his cold, predatory gaze locked onto her, calling out in excitement, Sarah Arita. I am the only one left for you to rely on now, right? Watching her tremble in terror, he laughed coldly. Don't look at me like that. It was your own reset skill that pushed him into this corner anyway. I bet he'll thank me in his next life for putting him out of his misery after losing everything. But just as he finished his sentence, a familiar voice echoed behind him, delivering a lightning-fast slash. "You're welcome and thanks for killing me," Takumi cried out, shocked, clutching his bleeding wrist. Before he could even process what was happening, the blinding pain brought him to his knees, dropping his sword and screaming in agony. Out of the blinding light, Haruto calmly stepped forward with a cold sneer. "I was actually worried you might show me some mercy." Sarah Arita, who was sobbing uncontrollably, froze in absolute shock, completely forgetting her tears. Mo stared at him with his jaw dropped, looking like he had just seen a ghost, unable to believe his eyes. Takumi spun around in absolute panic, stammering, "What on earth is this? I literally just slaughtered you with my own 2 hands." He scrambled to grab his fallen sword, his mind in chaos. What kind of broken skill is this? Desperate, he lunged at our main character like a madman, screaming, "You bastard! What on earth are you?" But Haruto is already a step ahead, immediately casting Cancel plus V to unleash giant spider webs and trap him. Even at this critical moment, Takumi remains arrogant, raising his voice to scream, "You total idiot, did you actually forget already? Shadow Shift." But he is completely caught off guard. Shadow Shift has been transferred and can no longer be used. Hearing this, Takumi turns completely pale and screams out in sheer panic. "What? You absolute bastard!" Sarah Arita quickly reset the dungeon right now. But unlike last time, Sarah Arita firmly refuses his demands. She simply does not want to. Even wrapped tightly in the web, Takumi keeps screaming and cursing. "You miserable rat, have you forgotten the Adama's agreement? If you do not want to die, move right now." Tears stream down her face again as she helplessly follows his commands. Seeing this, Haruto narrows his eyes and thinks. He was wondering why she would ever obey a scumbag like him. But watching closely, everything finally makes sense. It is all because of that bracelet. Without saying a single word, Haruto dashes forward straight towards Sarah Arita. Seeing him suddenly appear right in front of her, she freezes in utter shock. Without hesitation, Haruto grabs the bracelet on her wrist to stop her. At the exact same time, he activates his skill, Cancel plus C, unleashing Cusia's unique resonance frequency. And then in just a fraction of a second, the bracelet shatters into pieces. Sarah Arita's tears fall as her expression goes completely blank. Furious that his plan is ruined, Takumi goes mad. Screaming, "Stop, you bastard, I will kill you, Shadow Shift." He desperately tries to activate it, screaming in vain. "Damn it, why is my skill not working?" In stark contrast to his panic, Haruto calmly looks down and replies, "As you can see." He then tightens his grip on his sword, warning him, "Because your skill now belongs to me." With no hesitation left, Haruto sends him to his final resting place, giving him the exact end he truly deserved. The wicked Takumi has finally paid the price for his sins. Haruto's gaze grows cold as he steps toward the golem's heart and picks it up with a heavy heart, asking, "Did you cause a dungeon break just for this?" Hearing this, Sarah Arita stops crying and looks up. "Just how many lives did you steal?" She stands there, completely dazed, not knowing what she should even do next. Only to see Haruto activate Cancel plus C again, channeling the unique, resonant frequency of Kuzuya once more. Then he declares coldly, "People like you do not deserve this," before crushing the core completely in front of everyone. The system immediately alerts him that the hidden dungeon reward has been destroyed before chiming in, "Congratulations, you have received a secret item." Haruto stares at the diamond in his hand with surprise. Right then, the system announces that the Snowy Mountain Golem hidden dungeon is cleared. As the massive doors slowly open, hunters outside immediately peer inside. "Oh look, the gate is finally open. Does that mean someone already cleared it?" They step through the gates, spreading out to search. "What is going on? Is anyone here?" One of the hunters quickly spots Haruto and calls out, "Ah, Hunter Haruto Sano." Hearing his name, Haruto turns around to face them. The hunter approaches and asks if Guildmaster Shirasaki and Hunter Nanes are not with him. But Haruto replies, "We got separated during the battle, but there is no need to worry, they should be together by now." Hearing this, they are completely shocked, asking if Hunter Sano cleared the dungeon all by himself while looking over to the side. There, a heavily bandaged man lies motionless on the ground as the surrounding hunters begin to examine him. Haruto smiles at everyone and says, "Now that the dungeon is cleared, let us all head back home." The next day, the Japan Hunter Association Misato and Haruto sit stiffly as everyone in the room debates. Nanase is also in attendance. She closes her eyes, keeping her composure amidst the absolute chaos of the meeting. Guildmaster Makoto Shinoda rubs his chin, noting that once this type of dungeon is cleared, other dimensions will also be affected. Breaking his silence, Guildmaster Tekeru Chigu sighs and chimes in. "So that explains the dungeon break." Tokuo adds to the discussion, pointing out that right now, the most critical issue is that the seal set by Hunter Nishihara has been broken. This dimensional dungeon is a dark sign of the disaster 15 years ago. Hearing this, the man next to Nanase suddenly speaks up in protest. "Chairman, isn't it far too hasty to make an announcement right now?" Another hunter quickly agrees, arguing that the dungeon only collapsed recently. However, someone else in the room clearly disagrees with their point, mocking them for saying the exact same thing in the past. Provoked and furious, the man snaps back. What did you say? How dare you? Tired of the bickering, Nane sighs deeply and angrily slams her hand on the table, instantly silencing the entire meeting room. She announces, please excuse me, but I must leave first. We still need to consult with the members of the Blood Tower Guild as soon as possible. After all, dealing with a multidimensional dungeon is not something we can solve overnight. Takeru Chigu slams his hand on the table in fury, glaring as he barks out, how arrogant. Are you saying you are the only one working hard while we are just sitting here playing arm wrestling? We have been busy dealing with the prison break too. Sensing the rising tension, Masato quickly cuts in. Calm down, nobody could have predicted this. I heard President Takeru Chigu and Shinoda did everything they could to handle the disaster. Hearing this, Takeru Chigu turns on his heel and approaches Haruto. He leans in close, staring down at him with pure hostility. So you are the star of that dungeon raid, huh? If you were actually that good, there is no way I wouldn't have heard of you. Who even are you? Haruto, expecting something much worse, lets out a breath and calmly replies, I am just a hunter. Haruto's completely relaxed attitude makes Takeru Chigu feel utterly disrespected. You know who I am and yet you are still acting this casual. Haruto pushes back his chair and stands right up. What are you going to do about it? Seeing this kid match him head to head, the older man is caught off guard. Haruto continues calmly. Not only did we clear the dungeon with minimal casualties, we also uncovered a highly dangerous dimensional dungeon. I thought an achievement like that deserved some praise, right? Instead, we are getting criticized, right? President of the Midas Guild, Takeru Chigu. Veins pop on Takeru Chigu's forehead in pure rage. He raises his fist, channeling his stone armor skill to threaten him. You talk a big game. You know my status, yet you dare act like this. Seeing things quickly spiral out of control, Masato immediately jumps up. The onlookers witness his hand transforming and take several steps back. Are you really planning to use stone armor inside this room? But Takeru Chigu couldn't care less, flexing his power with wild arrogance. Suddenly, a cold, sharp voice calls out to him. President Takeru Chigu. Takeru Chigu glances over. Toku stands there with his hands clasped together, glaring back with absolute killer intent. If you take this any further, you won't be receiving a single reward for completing this mission. The moment he hears he might lose his reward, he deactivates his skill and his face instantly returns to normal. He then storms out of the room under the watchful eyes of everyone present, grumbling under his breath as he goes. Fine, I am only doing this for the payout. Meanwhile, Haruto has picked up on some interesting details. Stone armor. I wonder if I can copy that skill. Now let's head over to the association's headquarters where our heroes are called in for questioning. Toku smiles warmly and asks, you are Hunter Sano, correct? Which guild do you belong to? Haruto scratches his head, replying honestly. I used to be a member of the Dainen Guild, but I recently resigned for a few personal reasons. Hearing this, even Nanase is taken aback. Was he really with the Dainen Guild? Hearing the answer, Toku enthusiastically praises the young man. Solo hunters usually struggle to level up, yet you successfully cleared such a high-level hidden dungeon on your own. Truly impressive. On behalf of the entire association, I want to express my deepest gratitude for your incredible dedication, Mr. Sano. Being showered with such high praise makes Haruto slightly uncomfortable. Thank you, sir, he says, wondering, did the president already know me? Toku adds, I must also express my thanks to the 2 members of the International Hunter Association. What are your plans next? Ares answers cheerfully, well, we are actually preparing to head back to headquarters to submit our report. Before she can even finish, Mo suddenly interrupts. Actually, I think I will stay here for a while. He turns back to the president. And I am resigning from the International Association. Later that night at Haruto's place. Later that night, you and I can see the most awkward gathering ever on Haruto's couch, while Ares and Satoru just play around. Haruto can only stare helplessly at the uninvited guests. Hey, this is my house, you know. Why are you all here in the middle of the night? Mo replies bluntly, I left the International Association and have nowhere else to stay, so I will be in your care. Ares, as expected, is completely furious with his sudden choice. Mo, why would you do something so reckless? He simply sighs and shakes his head. Ares, I am sorry, but I can't tell you right now. Meanwhile, Satoru is grinning widely while holding his little golem. And of course, my little buddy and I are going to stay with Haruto-senpai. The squished golem lets out a squeak cue. Nanaze clears her throat to break the ice. I actually came to deliver a message from Sarah Arita. She shoots him a sharp look silently, warning him not to lump her in with the freeloaders. Haruto suddenly recalls something and asks, come to think of it, where are those 2 right now? Nanase calmly explains that since Sarah Arita refused to heal Masato Shirosaki, he is currently staying and receiving treatment at the hospital. As soon as he wakes up, he will be moved to a detention center for interrogation. Meanwhile, Sarah Arita is still being held in the association's interrogation room. She has remained completely silent and refuses to answer any of our questions. Her only request is to see you, Hunter Sano. Haruto falls silent, lost in his own thoughts. Observing his reaction, Nanase is absolutely certain that her suspicions are correct. I knew it, he definitely has some kind of history with him. She rubs her chin, then suddenly remembers. Oh, and by the way, Sarah Arita is also a member of a super popular girl group. Hearing this, Satoru perks up, realizing why she looks so familiar. Haruto thinks about it for a long moment before finally speaking up. I think she was forced into a contract and had her powers exploited. Since I destroyed her slave collar, she should be free. She has nothing to do with Masato Shirosaki now. I will visit her at the association later. With that, Haruto looks at the only person who has been completely silent this whole time. Chairman Masato Shirosaki, why are you here too? Hearing his name, Masato breaks into a sweat, shutting up instantly. Trying to look serious, he says, there is only one reason I am in this tiny room. Moji looks at him suspiciously. Is it because of the giant golem's heart? If so, Hunter Sano already crushed it back in the dungeon. Hearing those words, everyone in the room freezes in pure shock and stares right at him. Masato angrily lunges forward, grabbing Haruto by his collar, shouting, "Are you insane? You destroyed a super rare item like that?" Sweat dripping from fear, Haruto tries to defend himself. Wait. He pulls out a glowing red crystal heart and presents it right there. The moment Masato sees it, his eyes light up completely. Whoa. Haruto scratches his head, explaining sheepishly, the one I broke in the dungeon was actually a fake. In his mind, he figured, since he destroyed a duplicated copy, it basically counted as a fake. Now it is Moji's turn to be stunned, looking completely terrified. The dungeon boss heart was a fake. No way, if that is true. How did we even clear the dungeon? What on earth is going on here? Just as Masato suspected, Haruto really has the real deal. He stands up instantly, entering negotiation mode. 5 billion, you promised to sell it to me, right? 5 billion is the deal. Haruto jumps in utter shock. 5 billion. Nana calmly chimes in. Hunter Sano, do not be so surprised. This item is easily worth over 5 billion. Even the association would pay 8 billion minimum. Satoru suddenly throws an arm around him, checking his phone. Hey Senior Haruto, you seriously need to look at this. On the official auction sites, rare items like this start at 10 billion minimum. Watching the two of them whisper excitedly, Nana and Masato shake their heads in disbelief. Stop being so incredibly shameless. Masato grit his teeth in pure frustration, growling. Why do you think I came all this way? Besides, you promised I would get the first offer. Seeing Haruto stay completely silent, Masato completely loses his patience, throwing out an insane offer. Fine, how about 20 billion? Haruto gasps in disbelief. 20 billion. Masato is losing his mind. Is that still not enough? You name a price then. Finally, with everyone gone, Haruto is left all alone. Leaning back on the sofa, Haruto grins with pure delight. He actually dropped 20 billion on it. Suddenly, a brilliantly wicked idea pops into his head. If he takes the duplicated giant golem hearts and secretly smuggles them to sell at massive international auctions, the sheer thought gets his adrenaline pumping. He grabs his phone to search, imagining the insane wealth coming his way, and squeals. I am going to be absolutely filthy rich. He rolls around his bed in pure ecstasy. Best of all, he has finally reached level 300. Suddenly, remembering the diamond he looted, Haruto bolts upright. Right, he was so distracted by the money that he completely forgot about it. Holding up the glittering diamond to inspect it, a system notification suddenly pops up informing him that the item is currently sealed. To break the seal, he must channel his mana directly into it. Haruto reads the prompt and smirks confidently. Channel mana. Easy as pie. The moment he injects his energy, the diamond erupts with a blinding light, shining like the sun. It slowly flattens, transforming into a golden triangle marked with a Roman numeral 5 right in the center. Another notification pops up stating that gathering all the dimensional fragments will allow him to craft a legendary multi-dimensional key. This key lets the user travel to any dimension imaginable. These unique fragments naturally attract other pieces, and the grade and number of openable dimensions will depend entirely on the final level of the key itself. Haruto stares at the golden triangle, deeply confused. A dimensional fragment, and if I collect enough, I can actually craft a key. He needs 5 but only has 1. That means 4 are missing. But wait, why didn't his auto-copy skill activate on this? He manually tries using his copy skill, but a system warning immediately flashes, stating it is not applicable for this item. Frustrated, Haruto growls in annoyance. I can't copy it, meaning I have to find all 5 myself. What a massive pain. Damn it, having a broken skill is useless if I can't even use it. Suddenly, a knock sounds on his door. Come in, he calls out. Moji opens the door calmly, stating, Hunter Sano, I have a few things to confirm with you. Surprised to see him, Haruto asks. Moji, you are not asleep yet, but there is no reply. Noticing a strange, intense look in Moji's eyes, Haruto instantly tenses up. Sure enough, a split second later, Moji draws a sharp blade, completely catching the young hunter off guard. Haruto leaps back, shouting in shock, Moji, what is the meaning of this? But Moji completely ignores the question, lunging forward with a lethal thrust, His cold eyes are filled with a dangerous mix of deep suspicion and hostility. As the blade drives straight into Haruto's chest, he screams in agonizing pain as blood splatters. Flashback to 15 years ago in Europe. During the cataclysmic disaster, streets are engulfed in flames as dragons attack, leaving people screaming in absolute panic. Level 500 is technically low tier for dragons, but their combat power easily matches that of high-ranking beasts. After clashing for a bit, the hunters quickly scatter from its blazing breath, shouting desperately to one another. It is fire attribute. Hit it with ice attacks first. With a quick plan made, they prepare to strike back. They charge back to take it down, unleashing massive ice shards. But the beast is too powerful, melting their ice instantly on contact. The dragon's massive wings send several hunters flying. Picking themselves up, they look on in horror, not a single scratch on it. An S-rank monster out of nowhere is way beyond their pay grade. Suddenly, the beast opens its jaws to unleash another massive wave of flames. Unlucky hunters nearby are caught in the inferno, and agonized screams fill the air as the fire consumes everything. Watching from a nearby rooftop, two hunters witness the devastation. One of them instantly panics and calls out to his partner, "We need to go. We can't fight this thing." It felt like the entire world was ending. The world is a living hell overrun by monsters. As a newly awakened hunter, Mo stands paralyzed, fully expecting his life to end right here. Rooted to the spot, he grips his weapon, bracing for the worst as a massive column of fire surges directly toward his position. Resigned to his fate, Mo closes his eyes. But out of nowhere, a calm voice breaks the silence. "You all right, rookie?" Startled, Mo snaps his eyes open, shocked to be alive. Standing right in front of him is an incredibly powerful, fully geared hunter. Decked out in elite armor and weaponry, he looks unstoppable. Then it clicks, this is the world's greatest hunter, Frederick Hill. He was saved. The terrifying, fire-breathing Drake from before is suddenly impaled by a massive spear. The lethal strike pierces a vital spot, causing the beast to cough up blood, which sprays close enough to make Mo recoil. Lock-on achieved. The Drake spots Mo and prepares to charge, letting out an angry roar as its body swells up, ready to detonate. Boom! The monster's body erupts in a massive explosion, sending a violent shockwave that rattles hunters even miles away. Frederick remains perfectly calm, a faint smirk on his face. Mo can only watch in absolute awe of this legendary warrior. Looking around, Mo realizes the hero has vanished. How is that possible? He was standing right there just a second ago. A woman suddenly approaches from behind and asks, "Frederick, didn't I warn you not to use that technique in front of others?" Mo spins around in absolute shock. Where on earth did she come from, and was she the one who just saved him from the massive explosion? As it turns out, she used a protective barrier dome to shield him from the violent shockwaves of the blast. Frederick finally appears, smiling sheepishly. "It was an emergency, my dear. It was the fastest way to handle it. We didn't exactly have other options." The woman walks over to him. She checks him for injuries quickly, letting the matter drop. "Well, you're right. That monster was easily on the level of an elder dragon. If we had left it alone, this entire country would be in ruins." Frederick then turns his attention to Mo. "Hey, rookie, you'll keep what you saw a secret, right?" Stunned Mo immediately nods. "Of course, absolute secret." Meanwhile, other hunters finally arrive to inspect the fallen Drake. They stare in utter disbelief, staring at its shredded body. This is unreal. Who could have defeated a Drake like this and completely sliced it to pieces? Meanwhile, Mo's group stands on the far side, hidden from view by the Drake's massive head. Frederick quietly gestures to his companion. "It's time to go, isn't it?" "Yes." Finally calming down, Mo steps forward to introduce himself. "I am a newly awakened hunter. My name is Mo, from the Mo clan. Please remember my name." Hearing this, Frederick simply smiles and says, "I won't forget you, Mo." Hearing that, Mo is absolutely overjoyed. Frederick Hill, the ultimate hunter who wields the death transfer skill. Back then, Mo never imagined he would ever see that exact same legendary power ever again. But now, back in the present day, he needs to know the truth even if it's reckless. But he had to see it with his own eyes. If his theory is correct, then suddenly, Mo freezes in terror. Haruto stands right behind him, a cold blade pressed against his throat. "Care to explain what you're doing?" Momo doesn't panic, only sighing with a smirk. He knew it, Sano really does possess the exact same death transfer skill as Frederick. Mo looks back and apologizes. "I'm sorry, but I had to see that legendary skill again with my own eyes." Annoyed, Haruto glares at him. "So your brilliant idea was to randomly attack me with a sword?" Before Mo can answer, a sudden voice interrupts them. Senior Haruto, standing by the door, Satoru is shaking like a leaf, his face pale as he points at them. What on earth is going on here? Looking at his panicked teammate, Haruto gets a massive headache and sighs deeply. Why is Satoru still here? This is about to get messy. A moment later, a deeply apologetic Mo is bowing repeatedly to Haruto. "I am deeply sorry." Haruto sighs helplessly, telling him that this is more than enough. "Besides, who even taught you how to do a dogeza bow?" You see, dogeza is a traditional Japanese custom. where someone kneels on the floor and prostrates themselves before a person of higher status to apologize deeply for their terrible wrongdoings, or to beg for a massive favor. Seeing Haruto so annoyed, Ares speaks up, admitting she taught him that after hearing Easterners do it for big mistakes, they perform this deep bow to beg for forgiveness. Haruto instantly turns on her, snapping that killing someone cannot just be brushed off with a simple apology. Moji desperately begs for forgiveness, promising to make things right by joining Haruto's side. Haruto helplessly yells back, telling him that is absolutely not his choice to make. Satoru suddenly cuts in, interrupting their loud bickering to ask Haruto, does this mean Senior Haruto actually possesses a resurrection skill like Frederick Hill? Gritting his teeth in frustration, Haruto barks back, stop making up ridiculous names. Hearing this, Satoru's eyes sparkle with excitement, marveling at how insane it is to literally cheat death and revive. No wonder you are so ridiculously strong. Realizing explaining the truth is pointless, Haruto simply lets out a quiet, defeated sigh. He figures, letting them believe this misunderstanding might actually work in his favor. Suddenly, remembering something, he turns to the group and asks, by the way, Ares, aren't you heading home yet? Ares stays silent. Instead, she pulls out a strange triangular metallic object and slowly speaks up. I actually have something important to discuss. Spotting the strange device, Haruto gasps in surprise. Let us follow them as they sit down to talk. Haruto asks Ares if her multidimensional fragment suddenly started to resonate. Ares confirms his theory, explaining that she followed its active signal straight back here. Surprisingly, her fragment is number 1, while Sano's is number 5. She wonders how he obtained it. Haruto explains the story, revealing it was a special reward for shattering the core of the giant golem. This revelation takes Ares completely by surprise, realizing it is an incredibly rare, unique drop. After noting how valuable it is for research, Ares shares the origin of her own mysterious fragment, explaining it originally belonged to her mother. According to her mother's old records, these unique fragments naturally resonate and pull toward one another. Now that theory has finally been proven correct, listening closely, Haruto silently processes this new information, realizing tracking down the rest of the fragments might be much easier now. Suddenly, Satoru sits up and stares at the floating metal piece, curiously asking what kind of power this object actually holds. Ares breaks it down for him, explaining that gathering all the pieces will allow them to forge a key capable of opening dimensional rifts. Shocked by this, Haruto leaps to his feet, asking if they can actually open portals to other dimensions just like that hidden dungeon they previously stumbled upon. Unlike the excited young man, Ares remains perfectly calm and nods in agreement. She points out that if massive hidden dimensional dungeons, like the one in the snowy Golem Mountains, actually exist, then completing the master key using every single fragment to unlock a gateway, capable of shifting between entirely different dimensions, is highly plausible. Hearing this, Haruto instantly pieces together her true objective, asking if she traveled to Japan not just to find her missing mother, but also to hunt down these powerful fragments. Ares openly admits it, explaining that both of her parents strongly believe they were still alive out there in another dimension. Sitting nearby, Moji reassures her, refusing to believe such legendary figures could have perished so easily. Satoru, however, notices something odd, and chimes in with a logical theory, asking why they never returned. Perhaps they lacked the key, or maybe the portal only operates as a strict one-way passage. The golem suddenly groans in agreement. Ares shares her own thoughts, admitting that is highly possible, or perhaps they are dealing with some hidden situation that prevents their return. Haruto silently ponders this. What could possibly keep them there? Could it be a threat far more dangerous than the great catastrophe of the past? Ares then turns back to the group, noting that once they secure the key, they can seal these dangerous rifts and prevent future disasters. Satoru stares curiously at the glowing metal, wondering exactly how they are supposed to assemble the key. Suddenly, the golem reaches out and nudges the two pieces together with his finger. Instantly, a blinding flash of light erupts from the fragments. Startled, everyone shields their eyes and steps back. Shaking, Satoru tightly hugs his golem, crying out in terror because he thought they were about to get vaporized. As the glare fades, they look down in absolute shock, realizing the two pieces have completely fused together. Picking it up, Ares marvels at the sudden development. She assumed they would need to manually craft the key, but it seems the fragments naturally merge on their own. This gives her a whole new level of confidence. Just then, Haruto picks up on a faint hum. The resonance is far stronger than before, proving these dimensional fragments are actively seeking one another out. Honestly, you and I know they must proceed with extreme caution, as anyone holding these remaining fragments is bound to be incredibly dangerous. Meanwhile, in a completely different corner of the world, a mysterious figure clutches another fragment in his hand. Letting out a sinister laugh, he mutters that he can finally return home. Night falls over the European headquarters of the Starfield Guild. A voice echoes, Michel, what are you smiling at? Looks like those Blood Tower fools failed. Michelle gasps, turning to see Lord Michael behind her, immediately, kneeling down respectfully to report. You have finally obtained the alternative Control C reward, my lord. Congratulations to you. Becoming a transcendent is now one step closer. Michael shrugs off her congratulations, focusing instead on his current state. Right now, I can only move short distances. After all, only with the power of Control C can I upgrade. Michelle stands up, stepping closer to reassure him. That will happen very soon, my lord. Hearing her bold confidence, Michael asks, what makes you say that Michelle reveals her discovery about the spatial fragments, explaining they are resonating to merge? Two fragments are already linked. The piece we hold will point us to the others. Hearing this, Michael gets suspicious. He narrows his eyes, suspicious of her knowledge, and asks, are you saying all 5 fragments already have owners? Sounds like you will be going home soon. Michelle admits it freely. Michael then asks, your home dimension, does it not have its own spatial key? Michelle shakes her head and explains the situation. Actually, there is one. However, the spatial portal can currently only be opened from one side. 15 years ago, it was all because of that cursed mage named Nishihara Tomoka. Every portal connecting to Earth were completely sealed off. Meanwhile, the spatial key on Earth was shattered into 5 pieces, scattered and hidden away. Michael pieces things together and asks, so if we collect those pieces to unlock the key, the portal will open again. Michelle nods. Exactly. She then continues detailing her scheme. First, we go to my home world and open the portal to the sacred tree, Asker. There lies a power similar to Control C, and if you absorb it, you will be able to upgrade all your other skills. Michael is intrigued but remains cautious. Sounds promising, but is it truly like Control C? The first time you saw my skill, you were clearly shocked. Realizing he has completely seen through her secret plot, Michelle stammers nervously. Michael angrily steps closer to confront her. Did you honestly think I was completely blind to your little scheme? Your home world, that elf dimension. Its sacred tree was deeply corrupted a century ago, becoming the Dark Asker. To make your own world beautiful again, that sacred tree is on the brink of death. During the great disaster 15 years ago when our worlds first connected, you elves desperately tried to dump all of that toxic, deadly pollution directly onto Earth, but you failed because Nishihara Tomoka stopped you. What are you really planning? Are you elves still determined to repeat that failed attempt and force Earth's space to merge with yours? Are you simply using me to make that happen? Finding her entire scheme completely exposed under Michael's intense questioning, Michelle is left utterly speechless. That. Michael then shrugs, but I don't actually care. Startled, Michelle quickly looks up. What? Michael reveals his own objective. I only want to use you to open more multidimensional dungeons and absorb more skills to truly fit my transcendent title. What happens to this world is none of my concern. From now on, I will take action myself. Seeing him prepare to leave immediately, Michelle stands up and urges. You cannot go now, Lord Michael. You are the leader of the multinational Starfield Guild. If you leave without a proper excuse, you might attract highly unwanted attention from others and put everyone on high alert. I anticipated this, so I ordered Lucas to deploy Plan B. Once preparations are complete, we will have the perfect excuse for Lord Michael to personally step in. The scene shifts to the Death Forest, a high-level Japanese dungeon where a dangerous wild beast resides. A level 90 gnoll, a monster that combines goblin and wolf traits, stands ready. Though their individual combat power is low, they are incredibly cunning and always hunt in deadly packs, making them highly formidable. Suddenly, the gnolls charge forward. Satoru turns to ask nervously, Senior Haruto, aren't there too many of them? Haruto stays silent, but Mo speaks up. Exactly, we should retreat. Meanwhile, Haruto secretly smiles, formulating a clever plan of his own. He had finally set foot in this dungeon after consulting Hunter Nanaze. There was absolutely no way he would retreat so easily. This was the perfect chance to level up his golems. Turning to Mo and Satoru, he calls out cheerfully, What are you waiting for? Quickly get over behind me. The gnolls let out a terrifying roar, causing Satoru to tremble in absolute terror. Crying, he asks Senior Haruto, what are you doing? Then the gnolls lunge to attack them. Haruto begins activating his signature power, Control V, utilizing a modified core to summon a massive snow mountain golem. Control plus V using the mutant golem core to summon the beast. Just like that, a massive army of snow mountain golems appears. Haruto is completely stunned by their sheer numbers and gasps, how did I get so many minions? Mo wonders the same thing, asking if Hunter Sano summoned all of them. Haruto just turns back with a confident smirk. He declares it is time for a real army battle. Watching him, Mo marvels at his power, wondering what kind of skill lets him summon this many mutant golems. What is the true nature of his ability? Suddenly, the gnolls launch their attack, one of them sinking its razor-sharp teeth into a golem. Satoru watches anxiously, worrying that no matter how tough the golems are, they are simply outmatched in level and numbers. But before he can even finish his sentence, the Snow Mountain Golem slams the gnoll to the ground and delivers a brutal punch straight to its face. Spitting blood, the beast is sent flying 10 meters away. Seizing the advantage, the entire golem squad immediately charges forward. One by one, the monsters are absolutely pulverized. Satoru had his doubts at first, but seeing this completely changes his mind. It looks like Senior Haruto can easily clear this dungeon solo. Why did I even bother tagging along? Even the tiny snow golem in Satoru's hands chirps in amazement. A short while later, the entire Null horde is wiped out. With the battle won, Haruto walks over to pat one of his summons. He is pleased to have successfully tested their combat durability. After comparing the different tier power levels, he dismisses the summons. Then he opens his interface to review his hard-earned loot. He has 40 Giant King Spider Silks, 5 Calicia Dragon Slayer Swords, 16 Bear King Claws, times 4 10 Mutant Golem Cores. Looking at his inventory screen, he calculates that his storage limit is too small to maintain a massive golem army. Summoning them one by one at their current size would take forever. He wonders if there is a more efficient way to get this done. Satoru walks up and suggests asking Guild Master Shinosaki for advice. Haruto shrugs off the idea, asking why he should bother with that guy. Satoru happily replies that the Guild Master is a total dungeon fanatic and would definitely have the answers he needs. Haruto instantly brightens up, eager to go right away, and urges Mo to pick up the pace. Mo shakes her head with a soft sigh, saying she is coming while secretly wishing she had never left the International Hunters Association. Now they are all heading back to headquarters. Haruto turns to Satoru, who is behind the wheel, to ask about the ride. "Is this your car?" Satoru smiles and proudly explains that it was a birthday gift from his father. Haruto is surprised by his wealth. Satoru just chuckles, adding that the vehicle is incredibly useful and packed with convenient features. Haruto stares at him, realizing this kid is actually the son of President Shinoda, the leader of the powerful Dainang Guild. Talk about a rich young master. Suddenly, Haruto gets a phone call and quickly picks it up. "Everything is going smoothly. Miss Nanaze, are you headed to the association right now?" "Understood, I will be right there." Satoru wonders what the urgent call is about. Haruto checks his screen, replying he has no idea but internally suspects the worst. It must have something to do with Sarah Arita. Well, he needs to talk to her anyway. He turns to Satoru with an urgent request. "Can you speed up a bit?" Satoru, "Got it." The scene shifts to the interrogation room at the Japan Hunters Association. Inside the observation room, everyone watches as Sarah Arita sits in complete silence, refusing to say a single word. Nanase tells Haruto that she insists on only speaking with him. Despite going 3 days without food or water, she remains tight-lipped. Haruto turns to Nanase with a serious request. "Can we turn off the recording during our conversation?" Nanase sighs, explaining that the nature of the investigation makes that impossible. Haruto sighs, calculating his options. Even if the truth about his skills gets exposed here, it might not be the end. He could still copy her skill to reset everything back to the beginning. Right now, copying her power is his absolute top priority. He steps inside the interrogation room. He places a fresh cup of water right in front of her, pulls out a chair, and tells her to help herself. Sarah Arita glares at him with deep suspicion before quickly downing the entire glass, declaring that she is finally no longer dehydrated. Haruto gets straight to the point, asking if she wants to know about his infinite mana regeneration ability. Sarah Arita replies that she will fully cooperate with the investigation if he agrees to help her. Sensing progress, Haruto tells her he needs to confirm a few things about her reality-altering power first. She must have struggled a lot with that curse reset ability of hers. He directly asks if her skill is called Control plus R. Sarah Arita confirms it without hesitation. Haruto's suspicions are finally proven right. He is definitely not the only one cursed with these cheat keys. In other words, if he can copy her skill, then every single control function can be copied and pasted. Watching closely from behind the glass, Ares is absolutely stunned by this mind-blowing revelation. So that girl's skill isn't healing but resetting. No wonder the durability of the broadsword was completely restored. A skill that can reset everything back to its original state. That is seriously a mind-blowing ability. Satoru doesn't get what they are talking about and asks Nanaze, "Reset, what is Control Z? What are they talking about, Nanas? Does a skill like that actually exist?" Nanaze stays quiet, just watching. Then Sarah speaks up to share more of her story. "Both of my parents are in a deep coma, so please help me save them. Only you can provide the massive amount of mana needed. You are the only one who can save them." Hearing this, Hunter Sano Haruto stands up to reassure her with a calm promise. "Understood, I will give you the mana you need. But in return, I might be a bit forward. Sorry in advance." He grabs Sarah by the wrist. In the observation room, everyone gasps and Satoru yells out, asking what Haruto is doing. A bright purple light bursts out as Haruto's system alerts him that Control-C is now copying the target skill Control-Z, but a sudden error message pops up stating the copy failed. Haruto is absolutely shocked the moment he sees those words. He literally screams in disbelief. He figured this would be an easy copy, but this broken skill actually stumped his system. He knew there might be skills beyond his reach, but he never expected to fail at copying this one. Still holding her hand, Haruto starts to tremble, his face completely darkening. Is this a joke? He wonders. Sarah is totally confused by his weird behavior and asks what he is doing. Finally, Haruto snaps out of it. Realizing he looks like a creep, he awkwardly lets go of her hand, completely flustered under her gaze. Oh, sorry about that. Seeing his sudden panic, Sarah can only stand there totally bewildered. Before he can even catch his breath, a glowing red warning from the system pops up regarding the Control-Z skill. It states the ability cannot be copied normally, but if he eliminates the target, he will absorb the skill. Once that condition is met, he can steal the power. Reading this, Haruto's expression immediately turns dark. Wait, eliminate the target. Does that mean he has to kill her? He begins to struggle with this dark thought. So if he kills her, he gets the skill. Is the system messing with him? He looks over at her. Sarah is still standing there completely clueless, while he silently curses this twisted system in his head. To copy this reset ability, he actually has to kill Sarah. This is some sick joke, right? Haruto is caught in a massive moral dilemma, but his desire to obtain this broken skill is incredibly strong. Is there seriously no other way? It is not like he can wait for her to die of old age. Suddenly, Satoru points forward. He asks the girl next to him why she thinks that notification window suddenly popped up out of nowhere. Not only is Nane stunned, but Mo is speechless too. Nane steps up to grab the microphone, watching him closely. Sensing his unusually serious mood, she speaks into the mic, asking if anything is wrong. Hearing his name, Haruto snaps back to reality, scratching his head and trying to laugh it off. He claims everything is totally fine and Nanis drops it. But behind that goofy smile, he is secretly plotting. Behind that goofy act, his mind is racing. Haruto decides to slow down and wait for a better chance to steal that skill. Step 1 is helping Sarah with her request to earn her trust. Once they are close, he can figure out a better plan. He turns to her and suggests going to see her parents immediately. Teardrops of joy swell in Sarah's eyes as she nods. Looking at her innocent face, his resolve wavers. If all else fails, he can just party up with her long term. That afternoon, the group of 6 walks down the hallway of the Central Hunter Hospital as Sarah shares her story. Haruto listens intently, completely shocked by what he hears. Mana poison. Sarah calmly confirms his suspicion with a simple nod. Her parents were targeted by a mythical beast during the Great Calamity, leaving them in this state. This hospital is the only facility that treats mana poison. Looking at her, Haruto cannot help but feel deeply sorry for her situation. To afford their treatment, she probably had no choice but to work with Takumi. It is a harsh reality. Remembering this, Haruto asks Nanase if Takumi is being treated here too. Nanase walks and explains the situation calmly. He is currently kept in the basement. Once he recovers, they plan to transfer him to prison for questioning. Nanase checks on Sarah, asking if she's feeling anxious, while Mo suddenly spots someone highly suspicious walking nearby. A blonde man wearing a beret just brushed right past their group, and in a split second, Mo recognizes exactly who it is. He looks back at the man's retreating figure, wondering why this guy is in the hospital. Meanwhile, down in the basement, guards are heavily patrolling a high-security room. Haruto's target, another mysterious figure, slowly approaches the entrance. Spotting him, a guard immediately rushes over to block his path. Halt! This is a restricted zone, no unauthorized personnel allowed. It is the blonde-haired man who just walked past. He casually slides a small piece of paper toward the guard, smiling warmly. Thanks for your hard work, guys. Here you go. Confused, the guard reaches out to take the note. Written on that tiny scrap of paper are the words, "Cancel F." The guard stares at it blankly. What is this cancel F? Stop playing games. But a split second later, a strange black smoke suddenly erupts from the paper. This completely startles the guards. What black smoke? Right after the dark mist grows incredibly thick, it wraps around both guards and slowly swallows them whole. They only manage to let out a single gasp before falling completely silent. As the smoke clears, their eyes turn pitch black and completely lifeless. The blonde-haired man takes off his hat and coldly commands them. You two bring out the prisoner inside immediately. Do whatever it takes, then get back here. The mind-controlled guards instantly reply, understood, sir. They turn and run inside together, leaving the man behind. He steps into the room, approaching a bizarre object. Summoning an orb of pure dark energy in his hand, he stares at it calmly. He recalls Michel's past instructions. Master Lucas, there is a task that only you can accomplish. Lucas had asked in disbelief. Something only I can do. Michel had conjured a dark sphere, giving a solemn warning. If the Blood Tower Guild's mission fails, I need you to plant this at Tokyo Tower. Seeing it, Lucas had covered his mouth in absolute horror. What on earth is that? Michel held the strange plant, explaining that she brought it from her homeland. It is the fruit of the corrupted world tree Yggdrasil. Deploying this fruit sets up a massive barrier, opening a subdimension. Lucas was shocked. A subdimension? What is hidden inside it? Michel merely smiled, teasing his curiosity. Well, you will have to see it to believe it, so feast your eyes. Lucas's expression slowly morphs into pure terror. He stares wide-eyed at the horrifying nightmare unfolding before him. A foul, corrupt energy erupts from the fruit in Michelle's hand, revealing a colossal, grotesque demon looming right behind her. Amused by his terror, Michelle smiles with satisfaction. This is only a single fruit you see, and this is all I can show you for now. I need to give Starfield and Lord Michael a reason to operate openly. Back in the present, Lucas stares at the fruit deep in thought. So she actually wants to orchestrate a massive prison break right in the heart of Tokyo. He inputs the password, guilt weighing heavily on his soul. To protect his family, he has become far too deeply entangled with Starfield. Now there is absolutely no turning back. Meanwhile, in a quiet hospital room, a patient suddenly wakes up from his coma. Ripping off his oxygen mask, he looks around in utter disbelief. No way. Am I actually alive? What is going on? He turns toward the next bed. A little girl is crying, hugging her mother tightly. Both of them are shedding tears of pure, overwhelming happiness. The man calls out to Sarah Arita, and the girl cries out, "Daddy." Watching this, Satoru is already sobbing like a baby. If this sweet moment continues, he might literally flood the entire hospital. But while Satoru is crying, Nanase stands nearby with a look of pure annoyance. She aggressively smacks his head. Why are you the one crying with snot and tears everywhere? Satoru rubs his head, wipes his eyes, and turns to Haruto with a grin. I knew your infinite mana was absolutely legendary, Senior Haruto, but I never expected it could fully wake someone up from a deep, hopeless coma. He is genuinely moved by Haruto's power. I seriously doubt the world's greatest healer could even pull this off. Unlike the overly emotional Satoru, Nanase is already calculating her next move. Full recovery. That is unbelievable. A single slip-up could have been fatal. The association must secure him. She looks over at little Sarah Arita, sobbing happily, then corrects herself. No, I need to test this power myself. Suddenly, Haruto realizes that someone is missing from their group. Oh wait, where did Moji go? Hearing this, Ares turns around in shock. Ha, now that you mention it, I didn't even notice. Meanwhile, Lucas is currently trailing a mysterious man walking slowly down the quiet hospital corridor. This stranger has his hood pulled low, walking with complete composure. Suddenly, a system alert flashes before Lucas. A user with the Cancel F ability is detected nearby. Lucas breaks into a cold sweat. An active Cancel F user inside this hospital, the hooded man ahead, overhears him and quickly turns around. What only then does he remember something? Right, Sarah Arita's parents are currently admitted here. Don't tell me that guy is actually with her right now. Just then a voice calls out from behind them. Lucas. Lucas glances back to see Moji. Stepping up coldly, adjusting his tie and pulling down his hat, he laughs. Ha, I almost didn't recognize you there. Lucas turns completely stunned. Moji. The newcomer points at them mockingly. I was just wondering what could possibly bring members of the International Hunter Association all the way to Japan. Turns out you were following Stafford's lapdog Takumi. Lucas. Not backing down, he snaps right back, asking what they are even doing here after supposedly quitting the association. Drawing his sword with a serious face, he warns that helping a criminal like Takumi escape makes them an accomplice. As the loud commotion erupts, nearby patients stop to watch. Lucas raises his hands, trying to keep things peaceful. Still as arrogant as ever, completely ignoring that they are in a hospital. Just then, Takumi steps forward, eagerly demanding his weapon. Since his entire inventory was confiscated, he plans to teach them a lesson now that they have walked right into his trap. What can a weakling like him even accomplish? But timing is everything. Suddenly, Haruto appears right behind them out of nowhere. Radiating thick bloodlust, Haruto joins the fray. Sensing that familiar, overwhelming power, Takumi immediately loses his cool in pure rage. That bastard stole his skill. Just then, another system notification pops up in front of Lucas, signaling the presence of Observer C. Both Observer C and Observer V are right here. Seeing this, Lucas lets out a creepy grin. He finally located his target. Before they can even clash, a sharp female voice cuts through, mocking how they keep lining up one by one. First Takumi and now an international criminal. A cold spear tip appears, making Takumi turn pale. He recognizes her as Blade Dancer. Lucas. Lucas watches Takumi's face and easily guesses the identity of this powerful new arrival. Is she the final boss stepping in to end this quickly? Nanase runs a hand through her hair, looking slightly annoyed. Mentioning that her daily horoscope warned she would have terrible luck today, she blames it for the non-stop chaos around her. She takes slow steps toward them. Her arrival immediately attracts a massive crowd of onlookers from outside. People gather around to gossip. They recognize her as the hunter Nanis, wondering why she has her weapon drawn. Takumi glances at Lucas with a smirk, whispering that escaping peacefully seems impossible now. Lucas remains completely silent, offering no reply. Suddenly, two handcuffs are tossed onto the ground right in front of them. Looking at the strange devices under their feet, they instantly recognize them as suppression cuffs. Nanas demands with a blank face that they put them on voluntarily. Doing so means they can settle this peacefully. The sooner this wraps up, the sooner she can finally go home. But Takumi just sneers in disbelief, asking if she's trying to humiliate him. Before anyone can react, he reaches out and grabs a nearby girl by her collar, making her scream in terror. He does not actually want a real fight, threatening them by pointing out they are in a hospital, meaning he can easily grab any patient as a hostage. If they want everyone safe, they should let him go. But Nanes is not listening. She leaps forward like a gust of wind, delivering a devastating downward kick straight at him. The single strike sends him flying like a rocket down the hallway, crashing brutally into medical equipment and solid walls. He is severely injured, coughing up blood instantly. Witnessing the brutal impact, the surrounding patients erupt into absolute chaos, screaming for everyone to run from the rampaging hunters. Lucas stands completely frozen in shock, awestruck by Nanese's unbelievable speed. Her strike was too fast for his eyes to even track. Suddenly, she turns to him, asking if he is different from Takumi. She urges him to settle this peacefully. Hearing her offer, Lucas is temporarily at a complete loss for words. Avoiding her gaze, he looks over at the battered Takumi on the floor. But are they really that different? He recalls when Michiel asked him to deliver the fruit of the world tree to the Tokyo Tower. At the time, he asked why him. Michiel explained that a corrupted world tree would generate black mana. Normal people would be poisoned by it. But looking him dead in the eye, Michiel added, "But you are not like them, Lucas. Neither is the Blood Tower Guild Master." This realization hits him hard. Takumi, also, knew he was being watched. Michiel continued, explaining that Takumi was also a banned target. Under international treaties, he used dark mana to feed and grow his personal skills. To make the corrupted world tree seeds sprout, those dark mana skills are absolutely required. Lucas remembers this and is suddenly filled with self-loathing. In other words, he himself realizes what he did to those two guards. He sighs, admitting to himself that he is no different from Takumi. Filled with guilt, Lucas regretfully declines her offer. Nanase narrows her eyes, clearly displeased by his answer. Drawing his blade, Lucas explains that he still needs him and must take him away no matter what. Nanes gazes at the weapon in Lucas's hand, her expression turning incredibly solemn. Gritting his teeth in frustration from behind, he murmurs that it's the Angela's rapier. Lucas is truly getting serious. Hearing this, Haruto is completely stunned. He looks ahead as Lucas holds his cold blade, ready to fight. You and I are looking at the legendary heirloom sword of the Lucas family, Britain's premier holy knights and the only holy sword in the world. While it shares the same tier as the legendary Calicia Dragon Longsword, this holy sword is heavily specialized in thrusting rather than slashing. Haruto gets more shocked by the second. On par with the Calicia, right at that moment, Lucas rushes forward, initiating the attack. With sharp determination, his blade thrusts directly toward Nanes. Haruto demands more answers. Yes, unlike the legendary Dragon Longsword, this holy sword does not boost levels or grant raw attack power. Instead, it is feared under another name, the Heresy Judgment. It can instantly nullify any skills or weapons it deems irregular. This leaves Hunter Nanes and her cursed shaman blade in a massive disadvantage. As Lucas's blade closes in fast, she barely manages to raise her weapon to block it against her chest. The two weapons clash with unbelievable force, but the Holy Angela's Strapier holds the clear advantage, actually piercing right through her shaman blade. Nanes is left completely speechless as she is shoved backwards, seemingly overpowered. From behind a worried, Haruto yells out Hunter Nanase. Relying purely on her high-level combat reflexes, she deflects the blade over her head, barely escaping death by a hair. She quickly warns Sano behind her, "Stay out of this, it will be a massive pain if we cause trouble in a hospital." Instantly, she puts her strength into throwing Lucas's blade aside, breaking free. Stunned, Lucas fails to react to her incredible speed. Moving like lightning, Nanase retaliates with her shaman blade. Lucas barely manages to dodge. Because they are in a hospital, she holds back her skills. "Did you seriously think you stood a chance against my family's sacred heirloom sword?" Cold sweat drips down Lucas's neck as he stares at his sliced tie. Giving him absolutely no time to recover, Nanase presses her attack. She slips right past his side, unleashing a vicious strike. Unable to dodge this time, Lucas is forced to block with his holy sword. What is this insane physical strength? Lucas gets thrown backward by her strike and his internal organs give out, making him cough up blood. He covers his mouth in agony, yet the blood keeps spilling out. Just taking that one strike felt like his entire insides were completely scrambled. Sure, his sword is better quality, but the level gap between them is simply too vast to overcome. It is not even comparable. You and I are finally seeing the true strength of one of the top 10 global hunters. With absolute confidence, Nanase offers him one last chance. "So what do you think about my peaceful proposal now?" Lucas stands frozen. He cannot back down now, but since they are in a hospital, he really wants to avoid using dangerous skills. Gripping his sword tight with mixed emotions, he hesitates. Right then, a dangerously familiar voice suddenly echoes through the area. Damn you, Nanase Shinoda. Recognizing that voice instantly, everyone freezes and snaps their heads around in shock. Takumi has somehow survived Nanase's lethal strike. Staggering to his feet, he holds the fully bloomed, defiled fruit of the world tree. Dark mana surges and completely envelops his entire body. His eyes filled with pure hatred, Takumi growls through gritted teeth. This trashy hospital you are trying so hard to protect, I will reduce it to dust in an instant, unleashing his dark energy. He releases it all from the defiled fruit. Horrified, Lucas screams out, "Stop this right now." This is a hospital. Takumi chuckles and reminds him, "You were supposed to plant these around key locations in Tokyo." Right, well, this hospital deserves its fair share. In an instant, the dark mana begins to spread. It engulfs the entire hospital, threatening to consume everyone inside. Haruto braces for impact, asking with a look of pure dread, "What did Takumi just do?" Mo tightens his grip on his sword. "This is dark mana," Haruto mutters, raising his guard defensively. Standing beside him, Mo explains, "This belongs to those with dark affinity skills. Looks like Takumi is one of them. But this massive amount of dark energy is insane. At this rate, innocent civilians in the hospital will get poisoned by the toxic mana." Swallowed by pitch-black darkness, a sudden system notification pops up in front of Haruto's eyes. The stack skill using giant spiderwebs Shadow Shift King has been activated. Haruto grits his teeth, furious. "Teesh, that old bastard." He instantly triggers his skill, teleporting directly behind the villain. "Stop this madness right now, Takumi." Wrapped in bandage-like cloths like a mummy, the villain turns back with a bizarre twisted smile. Too late. Haruto gasps in shock, utterly confused. "What did you say?" Right then, the defiled fruit blossoms completely. Billowing dark mana acts like a violent wind, scattering the fruit's corrupted seeds everywhere. Suddenly, giant roots erupt through the floor, viciously attacking everyone. Haruto and Nanase leap backward to dodge. Massive roots keep spawning rapidly, tearing the entire hospital apart. Patients scream as the roots relentlessly attack them. Within seconds, the scene turns into a tragic nightmare. From the outside, the massive skyscraper of a hospital is completely swallowed by dark roots sprouting eerie purple leaves. Massive trunks pierce the concrete, pulling up shattered fragments of the building. A female patient slips through the cracked floor, crying out in terror, "Please, save me." Luckily, a doctor manages to grab her hand just in time, but he cannot hold on. You and I can only watch as his grip slips away. A female patient screams as she free falls through the air. Just before she hits the hard ground, Haruto activates his skill below to catch her safely. Still dazed upon landing, the patient stares in confusion at the threads wrapping around her. Haruto quickly pulls her up and gives urgent instructions. "Are you okay? Evacuate with the others right now." Grateful, she nods and runs off repeatedly, shouting her thanks as she retreats. "Thank you so much." Haruto smiles, thinking to himself that patients who can still move are not the main concern. The real problem is, and his expression instantly darkens at the thought. He looks down at the severely injured patients who must rely on relatives and nurses, feeling deeply troubled for those unable to move on their own. Then he glances over toward his friends, seeing Nana's comforting a young child and Mo helping another patient drink water, which brings him some relief. It is a relief they are caring for them. But the entire hospital has been invaded by dark mana, and at this rate, everyone will succumb to the toxic energy. Haruto looks up at the massive canopy overhead and thousands of twisting branches as a sudden idea strikes. The only option left is to completely rebuild this entire place. The dark seed of the world tree has ruined the hospital. Meanwhile, the little snow mountain golem struggles, using its tiny body to hold up a massive boulder so Satoru can quickly pull a survivor to safety. "Okay, try to walk this way." Out of nowhere, Haruto suddenly appears right behind them and calls out to Satoru. The boy turns, supporting the patient, and hastily asks what is wrong. Seeing the rescue is successful, the golem tosses the multi-ton boulder aside with ease. Haruto walks up to check on them, asking if they are alright. Satoru replies that thanks to Ares, this area remains safe. Surprised, Haruto asks about Ares, so Satoru prepares to explain. He leads Haruto to a giant crystal pillar. Tapping the crystal doubtfully, Haruto asks if it is ice, just as Ares and the other patients appear. She explains it is an ice barrier, continuing to reinforce it as she speaks. They can protect this area from total destruction, but they cannot fully block the spreading dark mana. Suddenly, the outer ice sheets crack wide open. Falling debris annoys the golem. Seeing Ares, Sarah, Aurita, and the others safe and sound, Haruto sighs with deep relief. "Glad you are all okay." He then approaches Sarah Aurita to quickly brief her on the situation. "The strange tree has devastated the entire hospital, and you and I can see the toxic dark mana spreading at an alarming rate. The situation is incredibly critical, and the best solution is to restore the entire hospital to its original state. Can you do it, Sarah Aurita?" She looks at him resolutely and declares that she absolutely can. After all, she warped space-time in a dungeon before, and with Satoru around, mana supply is not an issue. With their plans set, the four approach the trunk. Satoru holds the golem as their eyes widen in shock. This is worse than imagined. Is this colossal tree truly the root cause of all this chaos? Where did it even come from? Haruto turns to explain that Takumi has escaped and summoned this monstrosity. Hearing that name, all three of them share the exact same shocked expression. Satoru yells out in disbelief, asking if Takumi really escaped. Sara Arita is consumed by anger and hatred at the mention of his name. He knew her parents were inside, yet he still acted so ruthlessly. Did he care absolutely nothing for their lives? Sensing Sara Arita's pain, Ares bows her head in silent sympathy. Haruto then steps closer to her and softly suggests they begin. She nods decisively, and Haruto stands behind her to continuously supply mana. Sara Arita places her hands onto the massive trunk and begins activating her incredible restoration skill. The surrounding space violently ripples, distorting reality itself. Even Haruto feels overwhelmed by this intense pressure, struggling just to keep himself steady. Sensing the imminent threat, the massive tree suddenly begins retracting its deep roots from the ground. Nearby Nana senses the unusual disturbance. Mo is no exception to this strange sensation, staring silently toward the source of the commotion. Outside, the retracting roots leave behind massive gaping holes. Inside, the roots gather to form a dense shield right in front of Sara Arita as dark mana pools from all directions. The dark energy surges forward to attack her, but she struggles to block it from invading her body. We can instantly feel the danger as the tree unleashes dark mana. Sara Arita is in serious trouble. Seeing her bombarded by the dark mana, Haruto dashes forward without hesitation, instantly activating his copy-paste skill Ctrl-V to summon giant spider webs. He tightly shields Sara Arita as his massive webs block the incoming dark energy, which deflects violently outward in all directions, triggering a massive explosion. The clashing energies force Haruto to hold his ground with all his remaining strength. Soon, the dark mana fades. You and I see Haruto tightly cradling Sara Arita in his arms. He collapses to his knees, completely drained. Gently setting Sara Arita down, he slowly stands back up, dark mana still oozing from his body. Satoru runs over in a panic, asking if Haruto is all right. Haruto looks back at him and responds, "I am fine, Sara Arita is just unconscious, but it looks like the system reset was a total failure." Both Ares and Satoru feel a wave of disappointment, but relief washes over them as well. Sweating heavily, Haruto barks out serious orders. "Satoru, until backup arrives, you must get these patients evacuated. If we drag our feet any longer, the toxic mana will poison every single one of them." Though Satoru is still young, he understands the gravity of the situation, tossing Sara Arita onto his back and dashing away. "Understood. Let us go, minion." The tiny golem moves incredibly fast, taking the lead to guide the young boy through the chaos. Haruto turns to the elite international hunter, asking if she recognizes the strange plant, pointing directly at the massive twisted roots. Ares is slightly taken aback by his question, but she quickly provides an explanation based on the records her mother left behind. It is a plant from an entirely different dimension. The sole purpose of this defiled parasitic tree is to pump toxic impurities from its home realm directly into our world. And since the parent tree sits in another dimension, reversing this corruption is completely impossible. Ares gazes at the twisted shape of this defiled tree and delivers a grim conclusion, noting that since these trees act as a shield, more must have been planted in 3 or 4 other locations around Tokyo. Hearing this sends a shiver down Haruto's spine. 10 minutes later, at the Central Hunter Hospital, the outside remains completely devastated. Just moments ago, this place was teeming with life, and now it resembles a ghost town. First responders have already arrived on the scene, frantically shouting orders to evacuate the critical patients, telling everyone to move fast. The rescue crew shouts back in unison, and inside Mo is working tirelessly, using his unique abilities alongside another hunter to constantly scrub the toxic dark mana from the air. Nearby, an anxious mage keeps pressuring his partner to speed up the purification, but the other hunter is equally stressed, snapping back. "Shut up, I am trying my best, but it is not working. If we keep doing this, we are just venting it everywhere." Mo's barrier covers the entire hospital to keep the dark magic contained, but the sheer volume of mana inside refuses to drop. President Toku watches this in deep anxiety, seeing a defiled world tree rooted right in the middle of Tokyo. It is an unbelievable sight, even when seeing it firsthand. Here let us look at Haruto's group as they regroup, with Nanase bowing an apology. "I am deeply sorry, President Tokuo. We have officially issued a red notice for both Takumi and Lucas." Takeru Chigyu, still in a mocking mood, scoffs that he never expected Takumi to slip away right under the nose of the world-famous Nanase. "Is this Lucas's fault? Well, if that guy is involved, we can take this issue straight to Starfield or the International Hunters Association." The quiet Masato finally speaks up to break down the situation. While this is technically an international incident, the truth is Takumi and the Blood Towers still fall under the Japanese Hunter Association. They will probably use that as an excuse to avoid blame, asking why we are questioning them over a local hunter's mess. Takeru Chigu turns away in pure annoyance upon hearing this. But a second later, Masato snaps, gritting his teeth, promising that he will personally drag Takumi back himself. Suddenly, the entire area begins to tremble violently. Everyone instantly senses that something is horribly wrong and panic starts spreading through the crowd. Why is there an earthquake? The struggling mage barely keeps his footing, wondering if the building is about to collapse. Just then, an exhausted messenger runs in yelling that they have a massive emergency on their hands. Tokuo immediately demands to know what happened. The breathless man gasps out the latest report, revealing that a second Dark World tree has just sprouted in the Kita district. Haruto grits his teeth, wanting to tear the villain apart, cursing that bastard Takumi for planting another one. Right in the middle of Kita, a colossal dark tree rises, bursting out from a skyscraper. Reporters from every major network start broadcasting with massive screens flashing news of this bizarre tree. Two mysterious giant trees have popped up across Tokyo today, and the Hunter Association officially warns that the toxic dark mana flowing from these trees can cause severe mana poisoning. Down on the streets, crowds of worried people stare up at the screens, closely following every single update. The anchor's voice continues, stating that because of this crisis, the government has declared an immediate evacuation order for the entire Tokyo area. Hearing this, the adults are left feeling utterly helpless, wondering where on earth they are supposed to run to. On the other hand, some oblivious kids are actually excited, wondering if school is cancelled. As for the mastermind Takumi, we see him smiling thoroughly, enjoying the chaos. He sits back in the car, calmly watching the chaos outside. At this rate, those fools can only dream of catching them. He turns to Lucas with a smirk, praising him for being surprisingly ruthless. Even he has never thought of using dark mana to brainwash people. Lucas just ignores the comment, keeping his head down in silence. Meanwhile, Tokyo streets are completely jammed. Emergency broadcasts urge citizens to shelter in place for the next 24 hours to stay safe. Doing so will protect everyone from the toxic mana. The news begs all residents to remain calm and follow official instructions. Currently, the Hunter Association police and self-defense forces are joining hands, doing everything they can to manage this sudden crisis. Takumi stares at their brainwashed driver in the front seat, speaking with pure amusement. He mocks how easily Lucas corrupts innocent minds to turn them into mindless puppets. Lucas cannot stand his words, turning around to glare at him with absolute fury, telling the bastard to stop acting like a know-it-all. But Masato remains completely relaxed, wearing an incredibly annoying, arrogant smirk. He casually laughs it off, saying it was a compliment, and notes that the authorities are likely running around in circles looking for them. But as long as they stay together, their cover is safe. After all, nobody would ever suspect them of escaping inside a stolen police car. It is time to deploy more cursed cores. Meanwhile, inside the office of the Japan Hunter Association's chairman, Toku Fuga gathers everyone to discuss their strategy. He wants to confirm if they are truly dealing with 2 or 3 more contaminated world trees, which are set to sprout across Tokyo to form some sort of massive defensive barrier. Ares looks at him and confirms that this matches the ancient records left by his mother. There is solid proof these cursed trees appeared during the previous great disaster, acting as both a barrier and a gateway, unleashing hordes of vicious monsters onto Tokyo. Nanase and Masato look on in absolute shock. They ask if these trees truly appeared back then, but Haruto is trapped in a completely different headspace. He frowns as a dark memory surfaces. The great calamity 15 years ago. Back then, a strange tree had also suddenly sprouted. Its massive roots rapidly expanded, tearing through the concrete streets and completely blocking traffic while putting everyone in grave danger. Unfortunately, the car carrying him and his father was suddenly targeted by those deadly roots, barely managing to dodge the initial strike. Clinging to his seat in terror, young Haruto asked if they would make it. His father, gripping the wheel, desperately tried to reassure him, telling him to hold on tight because they would survive this. With extreme effort, they managed to narrowly escape the crushing wooden roots. His father watched the writhing roots with dread, realizing this must be the exact threat Tomoka had previously warned him about. Who in their right mind would unleash such a nightmare in the city center? Behind them, the roots continued their relentless pursuit. 1 second of delay and the vehicle would be pierced through. That was when young Haruto looked up and saw a massive root plunging straight toward them. The petrified child could barely squeeze out a warning, screaming out in terror for his dad. But it was too late. The root pierced the car, taking his beloved father's life. That horrific moment was permanently burned into his memory. Back in the present, Haruto falls silent. He wonders why that painful memory suddenly returned. Could this current crisis be tied directly to that same ancient curse? Realizing that what crushed his father's car was a cursed tree, not some random monster, Haruto is consumed by a sudden wave of anger. If the mastermind behind both disasters is the same person, he swears he will never show them any mercy. Chairman Tokuo Fuga strokes his chin in deep thought, recalling that a giant tree indeed materialized in Tokyo during that ancient catastrophe. However, he was far too busy managing a prison break back then to pay it any close attention. To think it was actually a barrier. Ares adjusts his glasses, switching to a highly serious tone to explain the phenomenon. According to his mother's journals, the barrier functions as a massive dimensional gateway, ultimately tearing open a portal to a subspace. This shocking revelation catches Nana's completely off guard. She raises her voice in disbelief, questioning this mention of a subspace. Ares nods in confirmation. Masato remains highly skeptical, voicing his doubts about the enemy's true strategic goals. If that is their goal, why go through the trouble of creating a barrier? Why deal with summoning cursed trees from another dimension? Could they be trying to unlock the subspace of the Green Witch? Nana's quickly follows his line of reasoning, adding her own piece. To summon that dark dimension, they definitely need a barrier constructed from these cursed trees, or at least that is what she knows. Apparently, accessing this spirit realm demands massive amounts of foul dark mana, and a single cursed tree simply will not cut it. Ares shares his deep concerns, pointing out that while the subspace is already opening, things could still get significantly worse from here. In the worst-case scenario, a massive portal directly connecting to a highly corrupted dimension will be fully unlocked. While everyone else is paralyzed with fear, Haruto reacts with an unexpected burning sense of excitement. It looks like he just realized something. Right, talking about a sub-dimension basically means talking about infinite space itself. Why did this not cross his mind sooner? If he uses it right, he can definitely handle the entire situation with the help of his personal inventory. He might even build a whole army of modified golems. Haruto cannot let this golden opportunity slip away. Mana hack or not, he is determined to track down the mastermind and seize the sub-dimension. Suddenly, Takeru Chigu's loud voice snaps Haruto right back to reality. Why not discuss something more realistic? He sighs with a careless shrug, complaining they have only talked about dimension keys and nonsense. No way such things exist because he has never seen one. Annoyed by this arrogant attitude, Haruto decides to pull out 2 golden cards right in front of him. Are you talking about this? Takeru Chigu gasps in utter shock. He leaps up, asking if those are actually dimension keys. Nanas is just as excited, slamming his hands on the table. Ares holds them quickly, explaining to everyone that this keepsake from her mother is currently merging with the fragment that Hunter Sano recovered from the snowy mountain. Takeru Chigu stumbles back in disbelief, realizing it actually exists. But with only 2 pieces, they can't do much. Ares shares more of her knowledge, explaining that based on her mother's records of the Great Disaster, the corrupted dimensional gate opened in England. She doubts the corrupted tree and the dimensional fragments appeared at the same time by mere coincidence. It seems whoever brought the corrupted tree from another dimension is also holding the remaining spatial fragments. Hearing this, Masato feels conflicted. Chairman Tokuo remains the calmest of all, slowly speaking up to agree with Ares. The biggest disaster would be if that contaminated gate actually opens. This is no longer just Japan's problem to deal with. He will immediately contact the International Hunters Association and the United States Hunters Association to work together. But Masato objects, pointing out that one of those fragments is already in his guild's possession. The meeting adjourns. 1 hour later, deep inside the future guild basement, Masato leads them to a massive sealed door. Just looking at the entrance, Haruto and Nana stare up in awe. How is a basement door this massive and grand? Takeru Chigu sneers mockingly, saying that while he knew Guild Master Shirasaki was a total dungeon fanatic, he never expected him to hide a spatial fragment here. Haruto wonders how he managed to get it. Naturally, Masato stays silent. This makes Takeru Chigu smirk even more, teasing that silence must mean some shady deal went down to secure it. He even laughs that it is probably just a cheap knockoff or a complete fake. But Haruto knows the truth. Opening his personal inventory, he monitors the sudden reaction of his own key fragments. No, it is definitely real. Even sealed inside his storage, the fragments are already starting to resonate violently. Meanwhile, Masato unlocks the massive gate, letting it slide open. The vault is incredibly spacious, yet it holds nothing but a single pedestal with a glowing energy barrier sealing the spatial fragment. This is the 4th fragment. Sensing the other pieces nearby, it begins to glow with a brilliant light. Takeru Chigu steps forward, complaining that it is a massive waste of space to build such a huge vault for just one item. Haruto quickly steps in front of him, raising an arm. Only he and Shirasaki are going past this point. Takeru Chigu immediately loses his temper, demanding to know who Haruto thinks he is. Luckily, Ares steps in to diffuse the tension, pointing out that combining these powerful fragments is extremely risky and unpredictable. Masato agrees, turning back to add that they are absolutely right. From this point only, he and Hunter Sano will proceed as this is his guild and everyone must follow his orders. Takeru Chigu is clearly frustrated but backs down, scoffing that since he has already seen it, there is nothing left to care about. He warns them that if any weird rifts open, he will personally eliminate them both. Hearing this threat, Haruto glares at him through the closing door with a freezing, deadly gaze. Once the heavy door is finally shut, the two of them approach the pedestal. Haruto looks at it and notes that Shirosaki holds the fourth fragment. Masato stands nearby with folded arms. Suddenly, the system screen flashes a notification. 4th out of 5 spatial fragments detected. Haruto is not letting this go, asking where he obtained it. Masato, however, clearly wants to dodge the question. He urges him to stop wasting time and just get on with it. Haruto can only look at him in silence before slowly stepping toward the fragment. He carefully reaches his hand out, keeping his composure, intending to touch the crystal. After all, he still has his giant web and shadow shift skills ready, keeping the other pieces secured in storage. But things do not go as planned. The moment his fingers pierce the protective barrier, the fragment unleashes a violent wave of energy. It bursts with a brilliant glow, instantly shaking the surrounding space as the ground crumbles to form a massive crater. Even though Masato prepared himself, the shockwave still blows him far back. The sheer power of the blast is so immense that it warps the massive steel door, alerting everyone outside. Hearing the commotion, Nanis immediately tries to rush inside in panic. Something went totally wrong. A deep trench is gouged into the earth and the colossal door is visibly caved in. Masato frantically looks around, calling out for Hunter Sano. Luckily, just a few seconds later, a voice calls out from right behind him. Man, he thought he was a goner for real. Masato turns in shock, seeing giant spider webs still thickly wrapping the entire area. Looking at the 3 spatial fragments now fused together inside his personal inventory, Haruto breaks into a cold sweat. Who knew they would break out of storage and fuse on their own? Without his shadow shift skill, he would have been history. Talk about insane destructive power, he definitely needs to be extremely careful when merging the 4th piece. Meanwhile, Masato stares in complete shock. This kid Sano has done nothing but deliver non-stop shocks. I mean, what is this? He literally just pulled off a high-tier stealth move, shadow shift. Who exactly is this guy? Filled with suspicion, Masato barks out, "Hey you!" Haruto casually turns around, even finding the nerve to tease him. "Whoa, guild leader Shirosaki, do not scare me like that. Are you seriously shouting at me that loud?" But before Haruto can even finish turning, Masato suddenly grabs him by the throat. Caught completely off guard, he is slammed hard onto the ground. Debris flies everywhere from the brutal impact. Blindsided and spitting up blood from the sheer pain, Haruto has absolutely no idea why he is being attacked. Oh, why all of a sudden Masato growls, raising his weapon high, ready to drive it straight down. There is no way you can cast dark magic without dark mana, yet you clearly just pulled off shadow shift. Explain yourself this instant. Pinned down, Haruto frowns in frustration, staring helplessly at his attacker. Seriously, how on earth is he supposed to explain this? Backed into a corner by guild leader Masato, Haruto tries to trigger shadow shift to escape, but dark tentacles suddenly erupt from the ground, binding him tight. Haruto realizes he is in deep trouble. As expected of a top-tier hunter, escaping is impossible. Trembling, he tries to answer, "I cannot use dark mana," but Masato obviously does not buy it, keeping him pinned flat against the dirt with a single hand. Raising his wand with the other hand, lightning crackles as he sneers. "You can cast shadow shift yet claim to have no dark mana." With that, he ruthlessly fires a massive lightning strike directly at Haruto. As thick dust swirls in the air, the young hunter sits there, barely able to move after taking the brunt of that devastating attack. Coughing up blood, Haruto is utterly bewildered. Damn it, why did shadow shift fail to activate? Reading his mind, Masato mockingly asks if his favorite little trick has finally run out of juice. Then he impatiently explains the reason. This lightning is the ultimate counter to shadow shift, which is why he mastered it. Hearing this, Haruto suddenly recalls a past event. So that was how Takumi managed to escape the golem back on the snowy mountain. The guild leader is absolutely furious, refusing to let him off. "I have had my suspicions ever since you showed up during the Cuzia pursuit. Who on earth are you really? What exactly went down between you and Takumi on that snowy mountain? This whole thing was cooked up by you, too, was not it?" Trapped under his threat, Haruto deeply regrets his choices. Does this guy seriously think he is working with Takumi? Entering this place alone with him was a massive mistake. He has to find a way to stop guild leader Shirosaki. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, Haruto desperately tries to explain. "Just thinking about that makes me lose my mind. I can barely even activate any of my actual skills right now." But that is just a desperate stall tactic to buy time for his giant spiderweb. Haruto rapidly duplicates it using Control V, screaming right in his face, "Are you trying to kill me or torture me to death? I am not your sworn enemy." Before Masato can even react to the outburst, he is completely swaddled in a thick spiderweb cocoon. Layer after layer rapidly forms a massive sphere, but Haruto stares at it with absolute dread. Why does he have such a terrible feeling? Did he screw something up? Suddenly, a visible crack appears, slowly spreading across the sphere. In a violent burst of energy, the massive ball unleashes a massive shockwave. The explosion blasts rocks and dirt everywhere. Haruto quickly shields his eyes helplessly, watching it shatter. In the end, the web is simply not enough to hold Masato as he rips the cocoon apart with pure lightning. The stray bolts surge right toward Haruto, but he luckily blocks with a web shield. The lightning is simply too powerful, shredding his defensive shield. Enclosed in a glowing barrier, Masato glares down coldly at the young hunter. With his hand bleeding, being ambushed has only fueled Masato's rage. If this is a secret you cannot speak of, then it must involve Starfield, right? If so, you are dead meat. Pitted with deep wounds, Haruto stands in frozen silence. This guy is completely out for blood. He realizes he might actually die here. Working closely alongside the guild leader for so long made him completely forget the harsh reality. Masato conjures a terrifying storm of electricity, a brutal reminder that guild leader Shirosaki is a high-ranking hunter well over level 500, while he himself has not even hit level 300. With only one choice left, he desperately searches through his inventory. It is time to risk everything. Time is completely running out, and he prays the right item appears. Yes, he finally found it. It is a premium potion that heals 95% of injuries but cannot be combined with other effects, and it has no effect on a dead target. Meanwhile, Masato lacks the patience to wait around for his opponent, so he hurls the Black Thunder Spear. Haruto does not dodge calmly, watching it fly forward. Timing it perfectly, he screams in his mind and desperately prays, "Please activate, you damn skill." Suddenly, a red system alert flashes. Control V, the user HP has dropped below 25% as a cascade of warnings floods his screen. Activating the second poison skill of the Caucasus Greatsword, the Frenzy. Control V. Equipping the Caucasus Greatsword to cast the skill. A massive blade instantly materializes in Haruto's hand, blocking the guild leader's lightning strike. Slowly raising the blade, he aims straight at his target. As Haruto swings down, the sheer force of the strike unleashes a massive slash that blows away dirt and rocks rushing toward his opponent. Masato exerts all his strength to maintain his spherical defense barrier. Damn it, could that be? Two massive forces colliding until the lightning shield finally shatters. Masato watches in absolute shock as the overwhelming energy of the greatsword keeps rushing straight toward him. A deafening explosion completely tears apart the area surrounding the epicenter, leaving Masato battered and spitting up blood, his face covered in fresh wounds. Suddenly, an old memory rushes back to him, as a voice from the past echoes in his head saying, "Hey brother, our guild name should mean hope. Becoming the strongest in the future, so let's call it the Future Guild." Masato immediately agreed, saying, "I love it, let's make our guild #1 in the entire world." The person he remembers is his younger brother Suda Shiroseki, who said, "But first, brother, I will help you become the top hunter in the world." He said this while raising a glass, showing how much he cared for his brother. Hearing this, Masato laughed heartily, saying, "World's strongest, sounds great." 15 years ago, he and his brother were inseparable. Whether their opponent was a demon or hell itself, they faced it without a single shred of fear. Until one day, just like every other monster raid, Suda warily whispered a warning to him. "Brother, do you have a bad feeling? That unidentified hunter over there is watching us." But Masato brushed it off, convincing Suda that this dungeon was not yet controlled by the Midas Guild or any major power. It was a famous hidden dungeon, completely free from any authority. This is the ultimate key for our future guild to finally join the top 10 biggest guilds in the country. Confidently, he asked, "Why are you suddenly scared? Your return skill can pull us right out of hell, and besides, I have got your back." Although still suspicious of the heavily bandaged stranger, Suda could not stop his ambitious brother. And just as he had predicted, after they defeated the final boss, tragedy struck. Masato screamed in pure rage, "Hey you bastard, have you lost your mind?" Holding his brother, who was rapidly being consumed by dark mana, he roared, "What are you doing, you sick bastard?" The maniac offered no explanation, only muttering vaguely to Masato, "This is dark mana addiction. The more mana they absorb, the more their consciousness is consumed. Soon they will become low-tier monsters, worse than common demons, even worse than mindless beasts." Masato frantically demands, "Give me the antidote, my brother is about to die." But the villain ignored him, cryptically replying, "You two were the most active in slaying the poison-bone dragon, right? You deserve a special reward. Shadow Shift Art." Though Masato did not understand, his gut told him this was bad news. Just as expected, the man threatened, "Hand it over, and I will tell you how to save him or else you die here. Besides, without dark mana, that skill is useless to you anyway." Desperate to save his brother, Masato agreed immediately. "Fine, I will transfer the skill, now give me the cure." Once he got what he wanted, the stranger casually threw out the divine artifact of the British Association. The legendary family heirloom sword Brilliance is the only way to cleanse that toxic mana. Masato went pale with horror. "Hey, aren't you giving me the antidote?" In the middle of the desolate wasteland, his hopeless voice echoed, "You absolute bastard." The traitor calmly watched his panic. Dark mana addiction has no cure, and besides, this is a moving dungeon. Once the clearance quest is finished, it relocates to another place, and this entire dimension will collapse into nothingness. With those words, he begins teleporting. Even with an antidote, it is completely useless if you cannot survive to make it out alive. Realizing he was played, Masato screams, "You plan on killing us from the start." The villain gave a sinister smile, admitting it freely. The existence of dark mana and shadow skills is not something the world is ready to know about. With that, he vanishes, leaving the brothers helpless inside a collapsing dungeon. "Suda, hang on, can you use your return skill?" Gathering his final breaths, the boy hands his brother a spatial shard. "I found this earlier at the boss's chamber. I don't know what it is, but it is definitely no ordinary item, Masato." Tears stream down his face as he screams in denial, demanding to know if this is really the time for such talk. He yells to use the skill quickly, but Suda just replies softly about their promise, crying as he gives his final words. He apologizes for breaking their promise. As the portal activates, a panicked Masato tries to stop him, screaming, "Wait, Suda, why?" A magic circle glows brightly. Ignoring his brother's desperate pleas, the young boy sends Masato away, whispering a final, "I am sorry, brother." Forced into the teleportation, he screams his brother's name in agony. Instantly, Masato materializes inside the guild office they had built together. Regretful tears stream down as he freezes, still holding the empty shape of his brother. Pain and burning fury consume his entire soul. He squeezes Suda's final gift so hard it nearly breaks. The overwhelming anger inside him finally boils over. Masato roars, unleashing wild surges of lightning that obliterate the entire room. Back in the present day, after taking a massive hit from Haruto's sword, they catch their breath and Masato slowly continues his story. "For 15 long years, I searched every single dungeon but never found that place." He stands up, walking closer to Haruto. "I suspect my brother is still alive." Hearing this, everything clicks for Haruto, who asks if that is why he wants to find him, even if it is just a tiny trace. No wonder they call him a dungeon maniac. Chugging a health potion, Haruto sighs inwardly. Angering President Shirosaki came with a steep price. Fortunately, with the poison gas and his sword's explosive rage buff, he managed to reach level 600 strength for a short time, though his body paid a heavy price. Masato then explains his true motives. "That is why I began researching dark mana and forbidden skills. I do not care about international laws or punishments. Shadow teleportation is extremely rare and dark skills are strictly banned. Only that crippled bastard should even be able to use it." Haruto cannot help but sympathize with him. "So you are asking how Takumi and I managed to learn this skill, right?" "Fine, I will tell you," Haruto agrees. However, he secretly adds to himself that he will only share a small part. Surprisingly, Masato declines, leaving Haruto completely frozen. He explains that the skill used earlier belongs to the legendary dragon sword style. "The Calicia style, right? How did you manage to copy that as well? Where did you even learn to copy these techniques? Just like that sword style, you must have copied shadow teleportation too. My apologies for accusing you of working with Takumi." It is unclear if Masato is apologizing or just teasing, but he casually labels Haruto as a cheap skill thief. Haruto snaps, telling him to apologize properly and stop calling him a thief, but Masato is not done exposing him yet, asking if he swiped it during the Cuzia capture mission. Annoyed, Haruto fires back, calling him the real thief. Suddenly, Masato shifts the conversation, telling Haruto that once he finishes crafting the spatial key, he will join forces with him. The doors open as they reach a secret agreement and finally step outside. Seeing Haruto looking completely wrecked, Mo asks what happened to leave him so battered. Haruto just gives a sly smile, blaming a small issue while merging spatial fragments. Nanas then rushes over urgently, announcing that while they were inside, she got word that the third defiled tree has emerged. Stunned, Masato grits his teeth in sheer rage, muttering about where that bastard Takumi is hiding. Ares chimed in, noting they can trace his next move based on this tree's location. Losing all patience, Masato cuts her off, demanding she tell him the exact location immediately. Facing his intense pressure, she calmly lays out the plan, stating they must first assemble the hunters in the Ginza district. Judging by the scale and position of the barrier, the subspace they plan to open in Ginza is massive. Nana senses the danger and grows deeply worried, wondering how huge it actually is, since a massive rift means an overwhelming wave of monsters will pour out. Listening to them, Haruto silently calculates. If a monster outbreak actually happens, even the strongest hunter task force will take a long time to clean up the mess. Dealing with wolf monsters will be a nightmare and giant spider silk won't cut it. Masato steps forward to propose a plan, announcing that the future guild hunters will head to Ginza while he pursues Takumi directly. He plans to capture him before the fourth tree can grow. Nanas agrees, promising to rally all the major guilds through the association. She then turns to Haruto and Mo, asking if they will join, if they plan to coordinate with the other guilds. Without a single second of hesitation, Haruto refuses, stating he will gather whatever resources he needs on his own. Confused, Nanas asks what exactly he intends to do. He calmly explains that since the rift is massive, this battle is going to be a pure test of scale. Nanas nods and drops the subject, Suddenly, Masato gives a cryptic smile telling Haruto he looks forward to seeing how he handles this. Ignoring him, Haruto turns to Mo and requests his assistance for the upcoming clash. Mo gasps in excited anticipation, thrilled that his true worth is finally being recognized. But Haruto instantly crushes his hope, asking what on earth he means. "Just let me tag along to carry bags," he says. He gasps in disbelief. "Wait, carrying luggage." Meanwhile, a high-level meeting is underway at Starfield's European headquarters. "Boss Michael, we just received an urgent request for backup from Japan. Clearly, they are desperate enough to seek our help." "The time is ripe, though," Michael responds with a highly skeptical voice. "Is that so? I heard the spatial barrier is still incomplete. Can we really open the subspace successfully like this?" Michiel confidently assures them, "Of course. Right now, a massive subspace opening is already fully guaranteed. It is packed to the brim with goblins and monsters." Another member asks in shock, "Goblins and monsters? Are you seriously underestimating the Japanese Hunters Association President Masataka Ichi and Hunter Nanis alone are more than enough to wipe out any monster threat?" Others chimed in with agreement, saying if they actually reached out for help, no matter how chaotic things get, they will wrap it up quickly. Then one member hesitantly notes, "Still, Michael might not be too pleased with this, right? I promise, there is no need to worry. I can easily handle our European headquarters manager. That is why I focused on placing those cursed trees." He grins slyly, plotting to tear the spatial gate wide open. Hearing this, the other man feels relieved. "Are monsters the only things inside that space? If so, even with American military aid, they will never control the situation." Michiel smiles darkly, warning that if that space opens up in Tokyo, it will deal a devastating blow. Michael suddenly speaks up, "Michiel, for your homeland and Gildras, we absolutely must succeed this time." Michiel reassures him once more, "Do not worry. This is not the first time I have opened a subspace in Tokyo." Over at the United States White House, the president is holding a meeting with his top aides. President James Romeo starts speaking. "Director Logan, did you see that a cursed tree from another dimension appeared in Japan?" Logan confirms the intel immediately. "Yes. They first appeared in the United Kingdom 15 years ago. They originate from the exact same dimension as the Dark Spirit space." The president asks with concern, "Are we in danger?" Logan reassures him, "The gate is not open yet, so there is no direct threat yet. However, we did receive a request for aid from the Hunter Association in Japan." The president is still quite hesitant, asking, "How is the International Hunter Association reacting to this?" "Logan," he reports back, "Michael Starfield, the commander of Starfield. I heard they are already on their way to the scene." The girl who kept quiet until now finally speaks up. "Why would a world-class hunter like him take action personally? What is his motive?" The director does not have an answer. "Our intelligence has zero data on that, making it hard to see the big picture." Suddenly, she gets an urgent call. "Wait, what?" She quickly reports, "Mr. President, the Hunter Association president is video calling." Raymond looks surprised. "The president." He immediately orders, "Put him through." She opens up the screen. The head of the United States Hunter Association, Simon Defray, appears on screen, warning they have a massive problem. The president grows incredibly tense, saying if he is talking about the crisis in Japan, he already knows, planning only to send equipment. But Simon cuts him off, insisting that the entire situation has spiraled out of control. He adds, "Bad news, the Ouroboros Guild aircraft is reportedly flying straight toward Japan." Logan panics upon hearing this. "What? Wait, Turner is not heading there himself, is he?" But Simon delivers the bad news, explaining that this is an unexpected crisis. Turner has fully mobilized his entire guild. Logan holds his head in sheer panic. That guy's power is enough to challenge our entire military. Sending a hunter of his caliber overseas is basically like deploying a nuclear weapon. On top of that, Japan is a peaceful, neutral nation. If this leaks, the fallout will be massive. He asks, "What does the Hunter Association suggest?" Simon's voice is completely helpless. "There is not much we can do. Stopping Turner is practically impossible right now." President Raymond suddenly speaks up. "This is no longer just," he pauses briefly before continuing, "a problem for Japan alone. Help me handpick our absolute best high-tier elite hunters immediately and dispatch them to Japan. But keep this strictly classified." The Japanese front looks terrible, with the cursed trees bleeding toxic mana. Right across from it, a figure stands high above, observing the chaos. He holds a heavy knight's sword in his hand. His expression is dead serious. Just like Takumi said, he is no different. He used to make excuses about protecting his dad and family, but all of this chaos happened because of him. Everything started the day Lucas received a curse, an incredibly terrifying curse from some supreme being. Ever since then, endless streams of media coverage, deep human hatred, and desperate desires flooded into his head like a massive tidal wave. Lucas could even sense the consciousness and deaths of monsters. After spending a whole week living in a complete daze, utterly helpless, Lucas finally Attempting to end his own life to stop the curse, he ironically discovered his clan's true will to survive in that very moment. Lucas kept a family heirloom displayed in the main hall, the sacred sword known as the Angelus Rapier. Simply holding it pushed back the Control F curse. Finally, he had a way to keep his massive power under control. Controlling the curse saved Lucas from a living hell. From that day on, he made sure to keep the holy sword by his side at all times. But when a dimensional gate opened in England, rumor had it that Hunter Nishihara wanted to borrow the blade, but Lucas's father refused. Just as expected, a terrible disaster struck Lucas's homeland. The Cooper clan lost both their status and their power. Desperate to master the Control F curse after that, he tried countless methods before discovering he could control it using dark mana, though it easily made him lose his mind. That was why he constantly needed that holy sword by his side. While absorbing dark mana, he met Michael and Michiel, and through them, his clan finally regained their lost power. But the price was staggering. The moment Michael learned about the Control F ability, he forced Lucas to hunt down specific targets. Once found, Lucas would execute them and steal their power using Control F. Protecting his clan and his father was the excuse he had used all along, but the truth was he only obeyed Michael because he was absolutely terrified of being killed. Deep down, Lucas knew he was nothing but a coward. Standing on the rooftop, he muttered to himself, "I think the owner of Control C is Haruto. If that crazy power falls into Michael's hands, who knows what chaos will erupt. I need to see it myself." Suddenly, Lucas raised his blade, resolving to steal the true holy sword from the vault. Right then, a sharp, sudden pain struck. A massive flood of raw information forced a scream from his throat. Lucas felt like he was drowning in an endless abyss of data. But within moments, he found the exact lead he needed. What he saw made his eyes widen in complete shock. Then Lucas softly whispered, "I found Control C." High in the clear blue sky, a jet soared forward. Inside the luxurious cabin, a heavily scarred black man sat quietly. That intimidating man was none other than Turner Miller, a top-tier shaman and tanker from the United States. He was the world's #1 ranked hunter level unmeasurable. Richard examined the dagger in his hand and asked, "Boss, if you want to go to Japan, why not take a detour?" Was it really necessary to call in Air Force One? Turner frowned, his face darkening with annoyance. "Richard, did you forget our guild motto?" Flustered, Richard waved his hands defensively. "How could I forget? The very moment we let our guard down, danger will strike us." "I get it, boss. I will be way more careful from now on." Turner didn't answer. He just stared out the window at the passing clouds, his mind drifting back to the dark past. During the Great Catastrophe 15 years ago, one brave man stood up to protect Turner, slaughtering every single goblin in sight. Back then, he was only an A-rank hunter who nearly died, making Hunter Nishihara his true savior. Memories of that brutal goblin raid flashed by. Not long after that day, he received a powerful skill from a deity. Instantly, he became the world's strongest hunter. Snapping back to reality, he tightly gripped a pendant that was glowing with a golden light, silently thinking about Hunter Nishihara, who had gifted him this treasure before the disaster ended. Turner stared down at the glowing golden triangular pendant. Now, for the first time in 15 years, the spatial dimension was resonating. Gripping the chain, he frowned, his eyes filled with worry as he pondered. What on earth is happening in Japan? It was definitely the crisis that Hunter Nishihara had feared all those years ago. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, dark purple mist began creeping through the streets of Ginza as a voice echoed. "That dimensional subspace is about to open right here, isn't it?" Nanase quickly replied, "Yes, this area holds the absolute highest contamination levels in all of Tokyo." When asked how other guilds responded, she reported that Guild Master Shinoda of the Great Power Guild was currently neutralizing the pollution from the defiled tree at the Central Hunter Hospital. Other members were busy clearing out infected trees in the northern district while looking for a countermeasure. Nanase added that Guild Master Takeichi of the Midas Guild had already dispatched support across multiple sectors. He was waiting completely alone at Chuodori in Ginza, ready to crush anything emerging from that subspace. With ease, Tokuo smiled. "Well, with Takeichi, there we have nothing to worry about. What about the other guilds?" She quickly answered, "They are currently protecting and evacuating citizens who couldn't escape in time." Suddenly, remembering something, Tokuo asked, "Speaking of which, where is Hunter Haruto?" Nanase explained that he was currently away on a different assignment. Tokuo stroked his chin, wondering why he would be sent elsewhere. Nanase shrugged, "I am actually curious about that too. Hunter Haruto always has a way of surprising everyone, just like a master magician. Such a skilled move." The delivery guy nearby couldn't help but eavesdrop on them. He thought to himself, Hunter Haruto. That young guy was Ikanaga Aoi Sano's junior. He was stunned to hear that name, wondering if they really meant Senior Sano. Right then, the bald guy next to him pointed at him and shouted a warning. "Hey, Aoi, what are you doing? Hurry up." Snapping back to reality, Aoi flinched and quickly apologized to him. But deep down, he was extremely anxious. Could they really be talking about Senior Haruto? He hadn't seen him since that day. He was so worried. Meanwhile, night fell over the ninja store's shopping mall. Satoru carried 3 backpacks and complained out loud. Senior Haruto, I can't take another step. Meanwhile, the tiny snow mountain golem dragged its feet carrying a giant backpack twice its size. Moji, the fluffy sheep, agreed entirely, saying he was exhausted too. Haruto kept his tense eyes glued to the screen pressing buttons. A notification popped up. Control V. User lacks enough mana to unlock the Grand Dragon's sword. Haruto gritted his teeth, annoyed that it still was not enough. There was no way it could be. Satoru ran over sweating nervously. Just one inventory bag could hold 100 items. With 13 bags, they had 1,300 items, yet it was still not enough. Haruto looked completely blank. Basically, it just wasn't enough yet. Moji asked if this would stop it. He replied that while it wasn't perfect, it had a chance, and had a decent success rate. Haruto grimaced tensely, thinking to himself that he absolutely needed that space anyway. He was determined to copy and paste it at all costs. Suddenly, they and the golem froze as a figure wielding a sword stepped in front of them. Someone gasped in shock. Lucas Moji frowned and demanded to know how he had found this place. Lucas grimaced in silence before speaking, saying he needed to talk to Haruto. Haruto's expression immediately turned serious, demanding he put down his sword first if he wanted to chat. Suddenly, Haruto smirked as an idea struck him. Realizing that according to President Shirasaki's story, dark mana could be purified by using that very sword. This was his perfect chance to copy and paste it. Haruto called out Moji. Wait, Moji turned his head in confusion. Huh. He dropped his backpack and vanished in a flash. Haruto suddenly appeared inside the smoke behind Lucas, confidently reaching for the sword. His copy and paste skill level had leveled up significantly, making him absolutely certain this attempt would succeed. Lucas sensed it and grimaced. Calmly but swiftly, he teleported away to dodge. He warned Haruto, don't try anything reckless, you Control-C user. I know all about your skill. Haruto was caught off guard by those words, and nervously thought, wait, how does he know about my Control-C skill? Maybe I should just play dumb. Having said that, Haruto scratched his head, pretending to be clueless, and asked what he meant. Lucas immediately leaped and charged forward. He swung his sword straight at him, shouting for him to stop playing dumb. He and his family had already risked everything. His magical pressure was right in front of him. Before Haruto could move, an earthen sphere rose to protect him, leaving Lucas stunned. Haruto dodged, appearing right behind Lucas. Glancing back, Lucas realized he could use dark mana too. Suddenly, Lucas's sword emitted a dark aura. Lucas warned him, but you should remember exactly who you are using it on. Lucas angrily swung his sword, sending the dark energy flaring up even higher. A blinding flash of light erupted, forcing Haruto to shield his face, groaning as he struggled to open one eye. He stood completely frozen on the spot, unable to do anything. What is this? It feels just like President Shirasaki's Black Lightning skill from earlier. I can't activate Shadow Shift. Over here, Satoru wondered why Senior Haruto was not using Shadow Shift. Moji explained that the sword's holy light could purify all impurities within a 10-meter radius. Since Shadow Shift is a dark skill, it is completely blocked. Lucas lowered his sword and stepped forward. You can't use your skills, which means all the skills you have copied so far are dark skills, right? Haruto chuckled slightly, saying that from now on he would just copy skills with compatible attributes. Internally, he was fuming, cursing that because of the holy power of the sword, he couldn't use Shadow Shift, leaving him with no way to reach the weapon. Haruto stared at Lucas, calculating whether he should summon the Grand Dragon sword or copy and paste himself like last time. Should he take the chance and strike him down? Lucas frowned in irritation, snapping that the Control-C skill was the sole reason he was in this massive mess. Did he even know? How could he control the skill without using Control-C? Haruto quickly responded, saying he understood. So you know the origin and where I got this skill, right? It seems you are also a user of the Control-C skill, planning to kill me and steal it, right? Is that why you teamed up with Takumi to create this crisis? Lucas snaps. Completely furious, he swings his sword and charges, yelling, shut up, do not lump me in with that piece of trash. He lunges forward, driving his blade straight through Haruto's chest. Blood splatters, leaving Lucas completely stunned as to why the guy did not even try to dodge. Coughing up blood, Haruto actually smiles. Everything is going exactly according to his plan. The system notification flashes. Control-C activated. The Angelus Rapier is now fused with the user. His skill can copy and absorb the sword. But suddenly, the system screen flashes red with a warning. Control-V Shadow Shift cannot be used while copying and absorbing the Angelus Rapier. Haruto stumbles, utterly confused by what is happening. Just then, the system spawns a bright red potion. He chugs it down, still wondering if the holy sword is blocking him from using dark arts. He figured avoiding dark mana would keep him safe, but the holy sword completely rejects his Shadow Shift. Lucas is baffled, wondering if Haruto willingly got stabbed just to copy his sword. It is just as he feared. Control-C failed to copy the sword even after taking that direct hit. Gripping his hilt, Lucas demands answers. He asks what Haruto really plans to do with that copy skill. Haruto firmly declares his goal. He will become the strongest hunter, one who stands even above the gods. Mocking his grand ambition, Lucas charges forward and thrusts his sword. However, Haruto easily and effortlessly dodges the attack. Haruto explains that even before becoming a hunter, a dark curse had already started stealing his precious time. Confused, Lucas repeats the word time. Haruto yells back, asking if he missed the curse warning. Only 5 years remain before the grand disaster. Now Lucas is completely lost. He frowns, glancing down at the mysterious hourglass mark glowing on his neck. With so much info dumping on him at once, he never noticed it. Does this hourglass actually represent his remaining life? Is this mark counting down to the next apocalyptic catastrophe? Suddenly, a glowing system window flashes right before Haruto. Startled, Haruto demands to know what he is planning. Meanwhile, the system alerts him about Control-C. The copying time limit has expired, requiring him to get close again. Haruto scowls, deeply annoyed by this setback. He even let himself get stabbed just to copy it. Time for round 2. Suddenly, dark purple energy gathers in the sky. Ominous beams of light slowly descend. Haruto looks up in shock while Satoru and Mo look on with pure dread. It has begun. Lucas watches in confusion as the red system warning screen flashes once more. An alternate dimension, the Dark Spirit space, has opened in Tokyo. A contaminated zone is now forming within this area. All hunters will suffer a 30% drop in health and mana alongside severe skill restrictions throughout the Shinagawa ward. Thick purple smoke blankets the city and massive wooden vines pierce through concrete, shattering buildings and leaving everything in ruins. The red system screen warns that the corrupt tree barrier is fully complete, unleashing an entirely different dimension. The Dark Spirit dimension has opened over Tokyo, creating a toxic zone that cuts everyone's health and mana by 30%. It also locks down any skills requiring mana. Takumi smiles at his screen, thrilled by how perfect the setup is. Tokyo is about to become a living hell. Now that the job is done, it is time to report back. Suddenly, glowing red threads creep closer as a cold voice echoes out, refusing to let that happen, sending shivers down Takumi's spine. The red energy slams right into the ground where he stands. Terrified, he desperately leaps backward to avoid the explosive blasts. Masato stands with Ares inside a protective barrier, declaring that Takumi is finished, but Takumi just mockingly calls his name. He mocks Masato for chasing him all this way. Sneering, he boasts that the corrupt tree barrier is already complete. Tokyo is doomed. Furious, Masato tears his protective sphere wide open, startling Ares as he prepares to strike. He yells that he does not care because his only target is Takumi while radiating a bright red aura. He screams that this dark mana cannot affect him at all. Not to be outdone, Takumi draws his weapon. Pulling a sword from a void portal, Takumi smirks, asking if Masato really thinks he is the only exception while unleashing dark purple energy. With pitch-black eyes, he promises to reveal the true power of dark mana. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, the chaos spreads. Hunters all across the area stare at their notification screens in utter panic, whispering about the bizarre warning. They complain about never seeing such an insane debuff, since disabling all mana-using skills basically forces everyone to fight bare-handed. A bald hunter wearing glasses tries to channel his magic but fails, confirming that his skills are completely locked down. A short-haired girl in a cap attempts to cast a spell only to realize in horror that her magic fails. Her healing spells are completely blocked, and another hunter grimly points out that even potion recovery is entirely useless now. With their stamina and mana rapidly draining you, and I can tell that even a single graze from the enemy could mean instant death. Nane stares up at the sky in sheer disbelief, questioning her president, while Tokuo looks on with a deadly serious expression. This is completely out of hand, forcing them to target the giant monsters. Meanwhile, a massive tornado tears through the major city, obliterating countless buildings. Thick choking smoke fills the air as pure chaos takes over the entire battlefield. Suddenly, a massive purple portal manifests, slowly tearing open the sky above as someone screams to look over there. A massive foot steps out of the rift, freezing Nanase in her tracks, while Tokuo reacts in absolute shock. Emerging from the shadows is a mysterious blonde figure radiating an overwhelming aura that completely dominates the sky above. The hunters below panic, wondering what on earth is happening as Michiel slowly steps out into the open. An elf. They keep staring up, deeply confused. Did only a single elf emerge from all this chaotic madness? Another terrified hunter points ahead, screaming that everyone is completely wrong and urges them to look down. Elves of every imaginable shape and size slowly swarm out, some massive, some tiny, humanoid, and beastly, flying and crawling. There are simply too many of them. Their eyes glow a furious crimson as they glare down. Backing away in sheer panic, the hunters ask if this is some sick joke. Curse it, their numbers are insane. Michel smiles with pure malice, mocking them about how boring these last 15 years must have been. He orders them to go completely wild today, unleashing the swarming horde whose predatory eyes gleam with hunger as they snarl. The ferocious beasts leap directly at Takeru Chigu. Gritting his teeth in pure anger, he realizes this newcomer is the mastermind behind this massive attack, and is trying to crush them with numbers. He barks that they are being underestimated right as the system chimes, activating stone armor. Glaring with absolute rage, Takeru Chigu watches as a thick, impenetrable rock armor encases his entire body. As the monsters leap with jaws wide open, a massive crater suddenly erupts right beneath them, making them shriek in terror. With a simple swing of his arm, Takeru Chigu instantly crushes two of them, leaving their corpses to slide before their terrified pack. Fuming with rage, sparks fly from his eyes as he tightens his fist, stating his stone armor skill requires 0 mana. Seeing this, the remaining monsters roar and charge him in a massive wave, but Takeru Chigu stands his ground without a single trace of fear, yelling, "Killing them one by one is too much trouble, so they should just bring it all at once." Instantly, he blurs out of sight. Though completely invisible to the naked eye, monsters are sliced in half and decapitated in rapid succession. Gradually, more and more enemies fall, leaving nothing behind but devastating slash marks and shattered debris flying everywhere. The defense hunters watching can only cheer in awe, praising the incredible strength of Guildmaster Takechi. Another hunter yells that they will handle the small stragglers, driving his sword deep into a nearby beast, forcing a painful shriek. He curses, venting about how annoying it is to fight with all his active skills locked. A nearby defense hunter shouts a warning, urging everyone to stay alert because these beasts are radiating a corruptive energy. Watch your stamina bar. One slip up and you are dead. He then slashes his blade horizontally across an enemy, slicing it down. Refusing to sit back, Nanase bolts into the fray, her hands moving like lightning as she draws her sword, cutting down 2 flying monsters with a single sweep. Suddenly, a deafening roar makes her spin around to face a massive giant towering before her. Tokuo watches the massive wooden club swing down. Showing 0 fear, he simply frowns as his system interface blurs to life, activating the giant shield of immortality. Gripping the newly summoned shield, he easily blocks the beast's heavy wooden club, shattering the weapon completely. Aligning his shield horizontally, Tokuo delivers a powerful yet calm sweep of his arm, unleashing a shockwave that slices the giant right in half. Without pausing, he realigns the massive shield once more, firing a devastating beam of energy that cleaves through an entire line of giant monsters in a single second. Watching from afar, Nanas notes how the giant shield functions perfectly as both offense and defense, dominating the battlefield effortlessly. The bosses can easily be left to the president and guildmaster Takeru Chigu to handle. She glances at the ordinary hunters struggling to survive against the onslaught and realizes something crucial. Their combat power has plummeted because of the suffocating dark mana, making it nearly impossible for them to fight. Here's where it gets crazy. Even though they have cut down hundreds, the enemy horde is limitless. No matter how many they slaughter, more keep coming. If this keeps up, even with incoming reinforcements, they will still be completely wiped out. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms overhead as a giant bird swoops past her. Without losing sight of the creature, she bolts after it. The ferocious beast lands heavily, leaving Nene slightly taken aback. A giant sky eagle has appeared, meaning the actual boss monster has finally arrived. Glaring with glowing crimson eyes, this level 150 beast exhales a brilliant golden breath. Bosses operate on a completely different level. Stepping into her combat stance, Nenes prepares to face this lone sky eagle head-on. The beast itself isn't really the threat, but its blazing flame breath is the real danger here. Staring at the giant bird and its fiery breath, she thinks, it will never stop until its target is completely turned to ash. Nanas doesn't hesitate for a second. She fearlessly leaps into the air, swinging her blade and charging straight at the monster. With recovery skills completely locked, if it targets any hunter, they will lose their life in a single strike. She has to stop it before it can unleash that devastating flame breath. Seeing her leap, the massive bird immediately directs its brutal burning flames straight toward her. A massive wave of fire explodes outward, engulfing everything in sight, making it completely impossible to see where Nanas is anymore. Just as Haruto looks up, he sees the sky turning completely pitch black. Satoru panics and screams while Moji grits her teeth, muttering that it has begun. Lucas also stares anxiously up at the sky. System notifications flash red frantically. A whole new dimension, the Black Spirit Space, has just opened in Tokyo. Once activated, the contaminated area will reduce every hunter's HP and MP by 30%. It also completely blocks any skills requiring mana. Satoru stares blankly at the new screen, utterly confused by this massive restriction. This is not even a real dungeon. Moji sighs, admitting that while it is not completely impossible, it is still insane. It usually only happens inside a dungeon boss's personal territory, but finding it here is extremely rare. He grits his teeth in pure frustration. But why target mana-based skills of all things? That is so cheap. Where on earth did Takumi get such a dirty trick anyway? Right then, Haruto snatches his backpack back, declaring he has no time to waste on Lucas. Lucas, refusing to back down, tries to stop him, protesting that he was not finished speaking. But suddenly, the loud flapping of massive wings echoes through the air. Countless winged dragons descend from the pitch-black sky, swooping down to wreck everything in their path. Satoru panics, running for his life while shouting if those things are wyverns now. Moji, however, remains completely calm as she replies. The real nightmare begins once they spread out. Honestly, we do not have the luxury of wasting any more time or resources. Meanwhile, Haruto seriously warns Lucas, asking if he even gets it and telling him to save all other arguments for later. Lucas's silence only makes him even more frustrated, muttering that he should at least say something. Deep down, Haruto is incredibly worried. He does not even have the time to copy and paste his holy sword. Watching his back, Lucas starts to wonder if the kid still hasn't used his copy skill. He wonders if he should report Haruto to Michael. Meanwhile, Haruto is absolutely furious, saying they wasted all this precious time completely because of him. Lucas curiously asks, admitting he has no idea what Haruto has prepared, but wonders what would happen if he just unleashed it right now. Haruto yells back, explaining that his power requires a specific process. As he runs, he reflects that his original plan was to level up slowly by farming monsters in much safer areas first. Meanwhile, Nanas is charging straight into the raging inferno. Rapid thoughts race through her mind as she prepares to strike. She realizes she was too slow. The beast already unleashed its flame breath, but at this distance, she can take the hit with minimal damage. She is confident she can win this, but suddenly a mysterious figure flashes right past her, leaving her completely stunned. Seeing this new threat, the griffin unleashes another massive burst of fire. Before Nanas can even react, the stranger moves a step faster, blocking the path. Under her astonished gaze, he suddenly pulls out a massive shield. The beast's fiery attack is completely blocked, shielding her perfectly. As she recognizes the majestic figure of Tokuo standing before her, Nanas instinctively cries out his name. He turns back slightly, giving a firm order to decapitate the beast and shut down its flame breath once and for all. Her eyes immediately sharpen. Acknowledging the command, she dashes forward rapidly, closing the distance between herself and the massive beast. The griffin fires another round of blazing breath to keep her back. Wave after wave of intense heat erupts from its maw, growing stronger with every second. At first, the wall of fire completely consumes Nanas' entire field of vision, but with a quick, decisive tap of her foot on the ground, she launches herself high into the air. She swings her heavy weapon down with full force, but it only grazes the griffin's head. Seeing blood spray into the air, she is surprised. To save its own neck, the clever beast had deliberately dodged to let her strike hit elsewhere. Before she can even recover for another strike, the massive creature suddenly thrusts its sharp talons straight toward her face. Nanas quickly raises her spear to block, resulting in a deafening metallic clash. Gritting her teeth, she struggles to push the heavy talons back, but the beast immediately opens its maw to incinerate her with another blast of fire. Suddenly, an unexpected intervention forces the beast to back off. A powerful spinning shockwave cuts directly through the air between Nanas and the monster, forcing it to retreat. She quickly realizes that the saving shockwave was actually produced by Tokuo's legendary shield. Landing gracefully on the ground, he calmly asks her if she is all right. She softly replies, expressing her gratitude to President Tokuo. He doesn't say much in return, simply noting that he was glad to help. But things are just getting worse. Looking up at the flying beast, he calmly warns that the griffin has entered a state of high alert. It probably won't land again. He knows that if he throws his Gagan shield and the monster dodges, they are done for. Suddenly, the griffin unleashes a massive fire blast. Tokuo calmly notes that since the beast is staying airborne, it will only spam fire breath attacks. The hunter Nanas was hiding behind him, but she suddenly charges forward, leaving him with a final word. No need to worry, just throw your Gagan shield. Hearing this, a confident smile plays on his lips. Got it. With absolute trust, he hurls the massive shield in the direction Nanas is running. The shield ricochets off the wall right back toward the griffin. Meanwhile, Nanas leaps up from behind, bringing her blade down hard right onto its head. With one clean slash, Nanas decapitates the griffin on the spot. She lands gracefully after completing that spectacular strike. Tokuo looks at the dead griffin on the ground, praising her perfect move. But Nanas spots purple gas rising and speaks up. A huge wave of toxic gas is leaking out of the griffin. Tokuo stands nearby and wonders if this monster was a boss. She deduces that the higher a monster's rank, the more toxic gas it will release. In other words, the more they kill, the more danger they face. Let's head over to another part of the city. A monster is relentlessly trash-talking and attacking the hunters. Aoi's teammate turns and yells, complaining they can't use any skills. So you chose to fight these weak ones. Stop hoarding items and use them. His teammate fires back, totally annoyed. We aren't holding back. This is literally my last magic scroll. Everyone get down. Right as he says this, the monster is instantly sliced into 4 pieces. With that, the magic scroll and the glasses-wearing hunter's hand burns to ashes. AoE cheers, pointing out that using an item gets the job done instantly. But the glasses guy grits his teeth in frustration. They are completely out of items now. Suddenly, a terrifying sensation fills the air. AoE's teammate suddenly grabs his throat and starts coughing violently. AoE is shocked and asks if he's okay, but before he can finish, a metallic bitter taste fills his own mouth. Coughing up blood, everyone in the team drops to their knees, collapsing onto the floor. The glasses-wearing guy covers his mouth in disbelief, utterly shocked by what's happening. Is this the contamination? Michelle slowly steps out of the shadows, mocking them that it's already too late. Her eyes gleam with sadistic pleasure. Every monster in this dark space is packed with dark aura. Once killed, they release toxic air. They thought slaying them would keep them safe, but they had no idea that defeating these beasts would instantly seal their doom. Pausing for a moment, she adds that as more monsters appear, giving up is no longer an option. Michelle bursts into a manic, chilling laugh that echoes through the air. Countless beasts still roam this dark domain, leaving them to struggle and slowly wither away in agony. Aoi turns pale, realizing Tokyo, or rather the entire country, is doomed. But a voice suddenly cuts him off. It's not over yet. Haruto and his party step forward with absolute confidence, declaring that this is just the beginning. His snow mountain golem lets out a soft growl. Seeing their burning determination, Aoi stares in utter amazement. Recognizing the familiar face, Aoi speaks up in confusion, asking his senior what he's doing here. Haruto recognizes him too, smiling as he greets Aoi. Without hesitation, he hands his junior a strange, mysterious blue potion bottle. Extremely puzzled by this sudden gift, Aoi takes the potion anyway, his face growing serious as he asks why he's giving him this. More importantly, he warns that they need to flee immediately. But Haruto merely turns his back, walking away while tossing back a cool, reassuring response. Don't worry about that. Aoi is left completely dumbfounded, staring at the bottle and whispering to himself. Is this really the senior Haruto he knows? Asking him to chug an insanely expensive high-grade elixir. Suddenly, thud. 3 massive equipment bags are slammed onto the floor, and the thrower is indeed Haruto. Let's watch as he laughs, muttering about smashing this annoying lock first. Crafty smile as he taps the system screen. It quickly channels a massive surge of glowing blue energy, swirling around him like a raging blizzard, forcing everyone to step back. But to their absolute shock, a girl notices something incredible. This is mana. Another teammate agrees instantly, realizing they can finally use their skills again. They can even cast defense barriers now. This intense energy source has completely restored their combat power, and they happily test their skills. It is still a bit weak, but it works. One of the hunters asks in utter confusion if that guy is really Haruto, the real Haruto. They stare over at the tall, highly capable guy standing there completely stunned, wondering if he is really just the weak errand boy they used to look down on. Over there, people are whispering in absolute disbelief. Wasn't that errand boy kicked out of the Dainang Guild? What could he possibly have done? Nanas and Tokyo are actively channeling their mana. Seeing this, the others quickly realize that the area's suppression is still very much active. Could this constant flow of mana actually let us cast skills? No way, it's an active wide area mana regeneration skill. It's hard to believe. Still, they realize they can't just keep relying on Haruto's group, they need to step up and actually be useful. One of them shouts, "Alright, with this much mana, we finally have enough to make a move." Everyone's fighting spirit is absolutely boiling. They're all charging in to bring down that giant golem, leaving Mishia watching in sheer panic. She gasps, wondering how anyone could supply enough mana to bypass his subspace suppression. Mishia is deep in thought, desperately trying to understand. Suddenly, it clicks and she freezes. Looking at Haruto as he runs like crazy, she's shocked to finally realize he is the legendary Kanshisha. This golem is fighting like it's on overdrive. It's insanely strong and fast, spamming attacks. Even with a full mana charge, they're no match for it. They cry out in despair, "We can use mana now, but where did all these monsters come from?" A guy bruised from the golem's punch grumbles in frustration. At this rate, we're totally going to lose. Suddenly, he catches a sound and spins around. To his absolute surprise, there's Haruto's squad. Lucas and the others are still sprinting tirelessly to deliver mana. They're charging straight at the golem without a hint of fear, leaving him watching in sheer worry. What are they thinking? Charging straight into his swarm like idiots. It's just 4 tiny humans standing against a horde of brutal, overpowered golems. Golems with massive attack power and towering sizes. Even Aoi looks pale, stuttering, "Senior, they look way bigger the closer we get. Is this really going to be okay?" But Haruto just grins calmly. "Don't worry," he says, "grab everything in your bags." Then he yells, "Dump it all out now." Obeying instantly, they empty their bags. Out tumble hundreds of glowing jade-like spheres, scattering across the ground. The tiny companion golems follow orders too, rolling around while happily squeaking QQ. Everyone watching is completely dumbfounded with no clue what's happening. They stammer, "Wait, you're throwing toy balls in the middle of a battle. What is he thinking?" Haruto ignores the chatter and cheers. "Go for it. Upgrade as much as you want. Let's do this, boys." Leading by example, they hurl the glowing spheres forward. Instantly, the system screen flashes to life. System alert, Kanshisha is utilizing the modified golem cores. Nanas looks confused, asking Uncle Tokuo, "What are those things?" But Tokuo stays silent. He has no idea either. Even Lucas is staring in absolute bewilderment, completely lost as to what's happening. Are these spheres the things they risked their lives to bring back? What on earth is he planning to do with them? But here's the shocker. Those seemingly useless balls unleash an absolutely terrifying surge of power the moment they hit the ground. It's like a volcanic eruption sweeping through, tearing up the earth. The enemy golems are instantly shredded by the violent storm of energy. Nana suddenly realizes what they are. Those are the modified golem cores from the snow mountain buried deep underground. That's why they're so indestructible. Still, she can't help but wonder, how did he get his hands on so many? The rest of the golem horde continues to charge like rabid beasts. On absolute overdrive, they tear through the battlefield, ready to destroy and shred everything to pieces. The onlookers can't stop gossiping, with one muttering, "And here I thought we were the ones outnumbered." Another adds that destruction is insane, but those cores won't survive long. But as the monsters surge forward, they're suddenly hit with a surprise. The very debris they crushed is turning around to attack them. What seemed like harmless rubble is actually a force of snow core golems charging in. They pierce straight into the enemy's weak points like drills, leaving them howling in agony. The monsters panic, flailing wildly, which only gives the snow golems the perfect opening to strike their vitals and lock them down completely. Seeing the tide turn, the crowd's morale instantly surges. They're fired up now. "Looks like those little guys just gave us a real shot at winning." One warrior leaps in to help, shouting, "Let me cover you, baby golems." Meanwhile, Satoru and his squad prepare to jump into the fray. He seriously replies to Haruto's call, "Count me in too." The system alerts keep flashing. Thanks to the golems' fierce combat and everyone's hyped-up energy, the golems are rapidly leveling up, growing larger and stronger. Haruto grins, thinking, "Sweet. My telepathic connection with these golems just spiked. I can even give them precise commands now. This is absolutely brilliant." The system chimes again. Modified golems can now be reshaped into any form the user desires. The golems look incredibly restless, practically bursting with energy. Watching this, Haruto smirks and mutters, "All right, time to take down those flying dragons." Suddenly, flying dragons plunge from the crimson sky, cutting through the air. They unleash a deafening roar that threatens to shatter everyone's eardrums, showing off their absolute dominance. With gaze sharp enough to pierce solid rock, these are the ultimate mutated wyverns. The crowd panics, screaming, "Look, they're turning into wyverns. Can you actually pull that off?" And damn, they can fly incredibly well too. They're even more terrifying than the rumors. These wyverns possess unmatched absolute power, spitting out devastating torrents of scorching maximum intensity fire. Trapped deep inside the raging flames, the golem roars out in pure agony. Slowly turning black from the intense heat, it desperately cries out for help. Spotting its opening, the wyvern dives straight into the inferno. It stomps violently onto the golem's body, then immediately launches back high into the sky. That sea of fire suddenly explodes, shattering the golem into 100 pieces. Nearby hunters quickly raise their shields to block the flying rock and debris. One hunter in a hat sighs, admitting he is hoping for a flat-out miracle right now. Beside him, his companion looks equally worried. Can it actually withstand that deadly flame breath? Just then, Haruto realizes something, quickly pulling up his system screen to double-check his options. Taking these wyverns head-on is indeed impossible. Time to pivot and trigger Plan B. A notification suddenly pops up, displaying Control V. Instantly, the broken fragments begin to move, merging and reshaping themselves to form hundreds of razor-sharp golem birds. An armored hunter looks on in absolute shock, muttering that they are much smaller than before. This looks completely hopeless now. The onlookers watch them fly by with deep worry, doubting these tiny things can ever match those massive wyverns. But looking closer, the beaks on these golem birds are extremely long and razor-sharp, looking exactly like deadly flying armor-piercing bullets. Sensing immediate danger as the swarm of golem birds closes in, the wyvern quickly breathes out a defensive wall of fire. Nanas watches in sheer shock, shouting that even if he changes their size and beak shape, the result will be exactly the same. Yet the golem birds charge right into the roaring inferno, eyes glowing bright. Spinning rapidly, they create mini tornadoes, scattering the massive flames into harmless sparks. The swirling sparks compress tightly together, still radiating intense heat, but suddenly sharp blue energy lines slice through, instantly extinguishing the raging inferno. The wyvern freezes in shock, roaring in anger, but before it can even react, brilliant blue beams of light rip straight through its body, leaving bloody wounds everywhere. It shrieks in agony as the onslaught becomes faster, more intense, and absolutely relentless. shredding the other wyverns to pieces one by one as they scream in agony. The golem birds charge in like a synchronized hurricane, spinning their razor-sharp bodies as they rapidly close in on their targets. Those once terrifying wyverns are instantly shredded into hundreds of pieces by the durable golem birds. System notifications begin flooding the screen one after another. System alerts chime, announcing he has leveled up again and again. Haruto smirks, wondering if wiping out the rest of them will boost his level even more. Absolutely insane. The onlookers stare up at the now silent sky, whispering in disbelief that he actually wiped out every single wyvern with their own eyes. Nanas grabs her spear and rallies the hunters, shouting for them to clear out the remaining monsters. They all yell back in agreement. Meanwhile, Haruto calmly crosses his arms, summoning a batch of tiny golems to order around. With the skies finally clear, he decides it is time to clean up the small fry crawling on the ground, flashing a wide, confident grin. Let the auto-hunt begin. Guild Master Takeru Chigu immediately charges ahead, delivering a devastating, earth-shattering punch right into the face of a massive monster, sending it roaring in pain. Leaping down, his massive toned physique glows with red lava-like veins of energy. Meanwhile, the tiny golems finally spring into action. Their tiny footsteps patter rapidly. Takeru Chigu notices the mini-golems swarming forward in packs, relentlessly launching themselves into battle. He notes that Satoru's summoned golems are surprisingly useful despite their tiny size, but suddenly a massive impact shakes the ground, as if something just slammed into him. Takeru Chigu spins around, shocked to find one of the tiny golems scrambling up his back. Before he can react, several other mini-golems leap up and cling to his body as well. He stares in utter confusion, crying out in shock. As Takeru Chigu stands there utterly bewildered, Satoru runs over, accompanied by even more tiny golems. He quickly explains that since the golems are wearing stone armor just like Guild Master Takeru Chigu, they've mistaken him for an ally. Left completely speechless, Takeru Chigu asks if his shield is actually a golem. Satoru holds up his rock-clad hand, confirming that it is. He proudly explains it was a gift from Haruto, and leveling up further will turn it into a complete suit of full-body armor. Takeru Chigu remains silent, thinking to himself that this golem armor looks absolutely nothing like his stone armor. Suddenly, a savage beast begins rapidly closing in. Eyeing the beast, Takeru Chigu leaps high, instantly shaking off the tiny golems and sending them flying in all directions. Before slicing cleanly through the monster's body, he firmly warns them not to group him with those weaklings, immediately executing another rapid dash, slicing the remaining beasts clean in half. Those once terrifying monsters collapse to the ground completely lifeless. Satoru watches them drop in instant defeat, admitting he didn't mean any offense and was just speaking in a hurry while chasing them. The golems. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the district, Lucas stands surrounded by the silent, bloody carcasses of fallen wyverns. Staring down at a crushed wyvern skull, he realizes Haruto actually copy-pasted his way to evolving golems solo in the entire flock. This is the terrifying true potential of the Control-C ability, a power far beyond their own. His expression darkens with deep anxiety. What if Michael ever gets his hands on this cursed evolution power? But before he can finish that dark thought, a sudden voice calls out. Lucas whips his head around to find the source of the noise. It is Haruto running toward him, calling out, "Who opened this subspace?" Lucas grits his teeth, his expression turning incredibly dark. "I risked everything and my family is on the line. You honestly think I would betray them?" Haruto steps closer, locking eyes with him. "Exactly. You never wanted to do this, not since the moment we faced each other." Lucas flinches. Haruto keeps pushing. "You look completely distracted, like something else is entirely eating away at you." Those words strike a nerve, silencing him. Haruto asks, "Opening this subspace only helps the villains, does it not?" Lucas just scoffs. "It does not matter, you know nothing anyway. The real chaos, it has not even started yet." The moment he finishes, the ground violently trembles and cracks open. Giant purple vines begin bursting out from the earth, knocking Lucas backward. Meanwhile, Haruto gets completely pinned down, his limbs tightly bound as he desperately struggles to break free. Lucas leaps back. Michiel's skill, the defiled branch. He calculates rapidly. If those corrupt vines catch you, the toxic mana will spread twice as fast. And if Michiel is deploying this skill right now, then, before he can finish that thought, a vine suddenly whips straight toward him. He can only track its path and dodge frantically. Watching this, Haruto tenses up. This is bad. These things might actually blast him right out of the subspace. An idea hits Lucas. Is his power different from my sword? He grips the hilt tightly, making his decision. I will purify this place with light, Hunter Sano. But suddenly Lucas freezes. Wait, what? Seriously, what is going on? Two giant vines intertwine, fusing together as they charge straight at him. They bind Lucas's arms, his face falling in pure shock. Slowly but surely, even more vines swarm and locking his legs down. His eyes widen in utter panic and confusion at this nightmare. He musters his last bit of strength, raising his blade to counterattack, but the relentless vines are simply too fast, completely wrapping around his body. Across the city, a massive cluster of tangled vines holds its prey in a death grip. The onlookers panic. Did we not take care of all of them? Another responds, this is no ordinary barrier. Nanas arrives to assess the situation, noting that it is not stationary but constantly shifting. She gasps in shock. The one controlling this is nearby. Standing right before her is a mysterious cloaked figure perched high atop one of the massive branches. Stunned by the stranger's actual appearance, she cannot help but shout. And Elphi was right, but why is he in this dimension? Meanwhile, the mystic lightning is unleashed, causing massive ground-shaking tremors, but Takumi's overwhelming dark mana suddenly shatters it completely. Masato shivers from this sheer evil energy. My mystic lightning is gone, Masato gasps. Takumi smirks, highly satisfied with his dramatic entrance, and slowly explains, there's only one way to wield dark mana. You must survive the dark mana addiction and reach the abyss. After that, you can finally fully control it. Hearing this bizarre concept for the very first time, Masato hesitantly repeats, survive the addiction. What are you saying? From a distance, the villain calls back. Exactly. Instantly, he charges forward like a lightning bolt, shouting, just like me. Even with this sudden strike, Masato reacts instantly with sharp reflexes, conjuring a solid heavy shield to block the devastating blow. But dark mana is on a whole other level. That once sturdy shield shatters completely into tiny pieces upon impact. He stares in disbelief at the sharp blade pressing right against his eyes. Fortunately, at the absolute last second, he narrowly dodges a fatal blow, escaping death by a hair. Even though he was almost completely poisoned, Masato's mind races with one burning question. Is there really a way to survive dark mana poison? He immediately thinks of Suda, wonders could Suda have done the same. Looking at the bloody cut slicing across his cheek, Masato forces himself to focus entirely on the fight. Takumi clearly holds the upper hand and keeps showing off his overwhelming power. Noticing Masato's quiet distraction, he warns, I do not know what you are plotting, but that is not a feat just anyone can pull off. Dark skills allow you to absorb dark mana. With that, he falls silent, unleashing all of his pent-up dark energy in one massive blast. Seeing this desperate life-or-death battle unfold, Ares rushes in right on time to back him up, raising her shield to protect herself. She turns to Masato in pure panic. This dark energy is insane. How is this possible? Having already gotten past his initial shock, he replies calmly, he must have absorbed my entire mystic lightning attack. Takumi presses his advantage, tearing up the surrounding area and creating absolute chaos. He charges forward like a raging storm, forcing both of them above to barely hold on behind their shields. Masato screams, get out of the way. Seeing that blade blast a shockwave like a massive cannonball, they dodge to either side in perfect sync. Crashing debris wreaks havoc on the battlefield, kicking up a thick dust cloud that blinds everyone, but Masato skillfully maneuvers through the falling rocks, his eyes hunting for any sign of the enemy. Meanwhile, Takumi goes absolutely wild, unleashing insane power that actually changes his hair and eye color, smugly boasting that their annoying skill is completely useless now. Completely ignoring Masato, he shifts targets, instantly charging straight toward Ares, who is desperately holding up her four-way shield. But before he can even get close, an ice-binding spell hits him out of nowhere, stopping him cold. Trapped and unable to move, he is helpless as Ares seizes the chance to strike while he is down. She rapidly unleashes even more ice restrictions, prompting Masato to rush over and ask if she upgraded her spell. Keeping her guard up, she quickly replies that she suspects Haruto Sano is behind this since he provides limitless mana, allowing her to stack layers of freezing ice all over Takumi. This locks him down completely. Finally catching her breath, Ares mentions that this spell is only at about half of her full strength. It should buy them a few moments, but hearing this, the bound Takumi can only mutter in disbelief, infinite mana. But he's not staying down. Flexing his sheer muscle, he forces massive fractures to spread across the heavy ice blocks. Cracks spiderweb everywhere until the prison shatters like shaved ice, sending debris flying as a dark, menacing mana begins to explode with terrifying force. Ares locks in, bracing for impact, focusing entirely on defense rather than fighting back. She keeps deploying barrier after barrier, realizing with growing panic that even this massive flow of mana might not cut it. Facing an endless barrage of razor-sharp ice spears before he can even take a step, Takumi rapidly loses his temper. His smug hunter grin vanishes, replaced by veins popping on his face in sheer irritation. He sneers, mocking her half-baked ice barriers, declaring that no matter how hard she tries, the end result stays the same. Once again, the ice only stalls him for a split second before he shatters it to pieces before it can even settle. This time, he closes the distance completely close enough to strike her down with a single swing. Smugly, he asks who she thinks she is messing with, boasting that he is the Blood Tower Guild leader. Ares grits her teeth, pushing her focus to the limit to buy time while her hands weave a brand new magic circle. Just as they come face to face, her new barrier goes up, but it is highly questionable if this shield can actually hold him back. He smirks, treating her defense like literal child's play, mocking her mana barrier. He offers a cruel lesson, explaining that his dark mana actually feeds on normal mana to grow even stronger. He does not even need a heavy strike. Simply pressing his sharp blade against the shield causes his dark energy to violently surge. Ares watches in horror as her barrier rapidly drains right before her eyes, putting her in extreme danger. Snapping out of her shock, she reaches into her cloak, pulls out a secret relic, and tears it right down the middle. Instantly glowing magic runes stream outward, expanding into a massive defensive barrier to buy her some breathing room and withstand his corrupt energy. But Takumi just scoffs at her efforts, as his sinister power flares even harder. He mocks her for hiding behind another barrier, calling her passive fighting style shameful and completely useless against his dark mana. With that final word, he lunges forward to prove his point, triggering a thunderous shockwave that leaves Ares reeling from the overwhelming pressure of his strike. Her newly formed barrier is instantly shattered to pieces before it can even stabilize, leaving his blade aimed right at her chest. At this life or death moment, Masato leaps in to save her. Unleashing his devastating blood lightning, he matches the destructive power of Takumi's dark mana fold for fold. Takumi grimaces as the blood lightning blocks his path, furious that his prey slipped away right at the final second. Masato's massive shockwave hurls giant boulders forward, threatening to crush anything in its path to absolute dust. Takumi is forced back, desperately swinging his blade with expert precision to deflect the oncoming debris. Seizing the opening, Ares prepares to end this fight once and for all by channeling her ultimate magic circle. Activating the spell, she slams her hands down, completely cratering the ground in a devastating impact. The massive tremor sends giant ice spears erupting from the earth, pushing back Takumi before he can react. His cocky smirk vanishes, completely overwhelmed by this massive, life-threatening show of power. He groans in pain as the battle finally reaches its end. Now he lies completely helpless, trapped on all sides by massive blocks of ice. Masato clearly has the upper hand now. He smugly walks over to mock his opponent, asking how the leader of an assassin guild could brag and call himself the guild master so early in the game. Known for his hot temper, Masato quickly loses patience for playful sarcasm. Masato gets straight to the point, demanding to know where he got the shadow teleportation skill. If you want a quick death, start talking. Yet Takumi just looks up, completely unfazed and avoiding a direct answer. Did you really chase me all the way here just to ask that? Even with death staring him in the face, Takumi casually beats around the bush, asking if he is the only one who knows. This smug, mocking attitude completely pushes Masato over the edge. Gritting his teeth, Masato furiously demands an answer, asking where the skill came from, who taught it to him, and ordering him to speak immediately. Takumi remains completely relaxed, slowly bringing up the past and mentioning that he heard some rather interesting things from Lucas. Surprised to hear his friend's name, Masato asks why he is bringing up Lucas. But before he can even finish his sentence, Takumi smiles, having successfully bought enough time. The villain locks his eyes on Masato as dark mana suddenly begins to flare violently around his body. Without saying a word, he blasts a surge of mana straight at Masato, catching him completely off guard as he begins to lose consciousness and slip into an illusion. Once the magic settles, Masato suddenly finds his conscious mind transported to a strange, mysterious location. Looking down, he spots a familiar young boy lying completely motionless. The sight instantly shocks him, leaving him entirely speechless as he realizes who it is. It is none other than Suda, lying paralyzed and dying right beneath him, desperately gasping for air. Suda's eyes are completely blank as his consciousness slowly fades away. Inside his mind, Masato screams his name in sheer panic. Meanwhile, in another location, Michiel walks slowly through the complex magic arrays she has laid out everywhere. Staring straight at Lucas, she suddenly closes the distance between them without a single word. Following a deafening attack, Michiel wears a cold smile as she violently questions the boy. Lucas, before I could even notice, you went and teamed up with Cantron plus C, did you not? Lucas is shocked, wondering how she already knows about the existence of Cantron plus C. Seeing his silence, Michiel snatches the holy sword right out of his hands, admiring the blade that shines as if carved from pure moonlight. Highly satisfied, she notes that she thought it would take much longer to finally lay hands on this sword. Lucas finally speaks up, asking if her only goal from the start was the holy sword. Looking completely helpless, surrounded by bizarre, monstrous plants. Having achieved her goal, she slowly explains that the power of Cantron plus F is more than enough to locate Cantron plus C. Watching the sword perfectly adapt to her dark energy, Michiel continues with a smug, satisfied grin. If the Holy Sword and Cantron plus C combine, we can easily save this planet, securing both our victory and the ultimate prize. Glaring sinisterly at Lucas, Michiel tells him that since she now holds the Holy Sword, she has some good news to share. In the Elven dimension, a select few have been struck by a terrible curse, and she slowly drops the truth, revealing she is one of them. Trembling in utter disbelief, Lucas asks with a shaky voice if she really carries that dreadful curse as well. No way. Wait, are you actually trying to absorb the legendary power of Cantron plus C? Hearing this, she smirks coldly and replies that unfortunately, she cannot absorb a curse originating from a different dimension, but he can. Her next words are so dark they leave even Sano in deep silent contemplation. If I kill him right now, the curse will transfer straight to you. When a cursed Cantron host dies, the curse automatically jumps to the nearest host. Next, Michelle tightly grips the holy sword in her hand, slowly stepping closer as she reveals her master plan to have Lord Michael execute him once and for all. That way, they kill two birds with one stone, gaining two powers at once. Lucas finally realizes the truth, gritting his teeth in anger. It means from the very start, he and his family were nothing but disposable pawns. But as Michelle laughs in triumph, a highly familiar voice echoes right behind her saying he just heard something rather interesting. It is none other than Haruto, who has silently teleported right behind her, ready to unleash a devastating surprise attack. Yet Michelle does not show a single trace of panic, casually tilting her head back to glance at him. But as he swings his arm to strike, she seems completely unfazed, taking absolutely zero damage from the blow. Michelle easily predicts his movement, smirking coldly as she notes he has even managed to copy the shadow teleportation skill as well. With tension rising, only one burning question remains in his mind as he asks her directly if she was the one who opened the sub-dimension and wreaked havoc on Tokyo. Not waiting for an answer, Haruto immediately unleashes his skill, Cantron plus Giant Spider Vector. He calmly sits down as a massive, terrifying creature suddenly emerges from behind him. A massive web of giant spider threads closes in on Michelle, but she doesn't even see him as a threat, flashing a cold, mocking smirk. Is that the skill you copied after getting cursed? She sneers. Is this really your limit? With a simple wave of her hand, she completely shatters his formation. She laughs mockingly, but Haruto refuses to back down. He immediately shifts gears, trapping her in another tight web of threads. She just stares at him like he's an idiot, completely unimpressed by his efforts. But Haruto refuses to lose ground and barks right back at her. Unimpressed, just watch, he snaps. Any skill is deadly if you use it right. Even the weakest tool can become a lethal weapon. No more talking. In an instant, he activates two powerful skills at the exact same time. Control plus V triggers the giant web and Bear King claws. Another Control plus V unleashes the toxic blood-sucking Calicia Greatsword. Instantly, Haruto's trap surges with raw, dark energy, boosting its power and making it incredibly lethal. The massive claws tear through the air with terrifying force, directly clashing with the dark, oppressive energy radiating from Michelle. Watching her own aura slowly getting eroded away, Michelle freezes in absolute shock. She never saw this coming in a million years. It finally clicks for her. He isn't just merging different abilities, he's actually amplifying their overall power. No wonder they call it the ultimate curse. Before she can even process it, he lunges forward with a mocking grin. What happened to all that big talk, he mocks. Cat got your tongue, or did my skill just break your brain? Michelle just scoffs, her eyes dripping with pure contempt. As if you showing off like this only makes me want your power even more. Suddenly, Haruto lunges forward, grabbing her by the shoulder with a sinister smile. Actually, that's my line, he whispers. He has a wild plan in mind. He's going to steal her entire pocket dimension. He triggers Control plus C, scanning her stats to copy her pocket dimension keyword, but the system flashes an error, target not found. Haruto thought he had this in the bag. Staring at the system screen in utter shock, he freezes. What on earth is going on here? Michelle grabs his wrist, tightening her grip. You can't copy a single thing from me, she warns. With a sudden burst of power, she shoves him back. The sheer force triggers a massive shockwave, shattering the ground beneath them. Watching from the sidelines, Lucas covers his head as the shockwave hits. His mind is racing with panic. He got lucky with Control plus C, but without that sword, he can't control the power of Control plus F. Bizarre hallucinations and fragmented memories suddenly flood his mind, hitting him too hard to fight back. Blinding flashes of light erupt, reflecting in his wide, panicked eyes as he struggles. Endless questions spin through his head. Control plus C and Michelle, how on earth are they linked together? Wave after wave of strange visions overload his senses, making him feel like his skull is going to burst. Suddenly, a theory flashes in his mind. Could it be Michelle's pocket dimension? But how and why are they linked? Even though he can analyze the stats and skills, the heavy curse keeps him from getting a clear visual picture. Visions of the holy sword return, fueling his suspicions. If the sword itself is treated as an entity, then there's no way an item like that should be linked. This only makes him question everything even more. Does that mean Michelle's pocket dimension is actually a physical item? Finally, it all starts to make sense. That Hunter was trying to copy her skills, he realizes, which means there is only one way to pull this off. Elsewhere, Takumi suddenly appears, his eyes pitch black as a mysterious explosive wave of power erupts all around him. Ares is completely shocked by his sudden entrance. He looks at her, his lips curling into a smug smirk. Unless I settle this once and for all, Masato, you're going to remain trapped in that dark abyss forever. I'll deal with this annoying witch first, then it's your turn. He charges forward, his voice dripping with malice. You're Nishihara Tomoka's daughter, aren't you? He asks, swinging his sword with a cruel, mocking laugh. I bet you inherited some of your parents' talent, but that arrogance of yours is going to get you killed. Before you even get a chance to show it off, just as his blade is about to strike her, Ares instantly throws up a powerful barrier just in time. The violent impact triggers an enormous shockwave, threatening to blow everything apart. Takumi never expected this, staring in complete disbelief. Another barrier, seriously, he barks. Fine, I'll just change my approach then. Right as he speaks, a furious aura of dark energy erupts around him. It rages like a wild beast, ready to swallow Ares whole. But facing this sudden assault, she reacts instantly. She braces herself, ready to counter his deadly strike. Dodging at the very last second, Ares makes Takumi sneer, mocking her that running is completely useless. Just die already. Ignoring his constant babbling, Ares struggles to keep her barrier up to defend herself. The harder he strikes, the more stubbornly she holds her ground, refusing to take even one step back. Watching her desperate struggle, Takumi cannot help but mock her, saying her ridiculous dedication almost brings tears to his eyes. Finally, snapping, Ares fires back, telling him that narrow-minded trash like him is the most disgusting thing in the world. True powerhouses are born only when someone absolutely masters one specific path. Showing off her insane skills once again, she boldly declares that he is the only one capable of achieving such a feat. At this point, Takumi can barely believe his own eyes as he witnesses what is happening. He never expected her to be this powerful, as her mana begins forming a massive ice sphere. It slowly descends right over Takumi, making him tremble in shock before the sphere suddenly triggers a massive reaction. A terrifying shockwave erupts, threatening to blow everything to pieces, leaving a dazed Takumi, struggling to shield himself with his hands. Nobody expected Ares to possess such a massive area of effect, forcing her opponent to desperately roll away across the dirt. Struggling to his feet while cursing under his breath, he wheezes out, "Are you completely insane? Dropping an attack like that in the city center, we spared them for a reason. Everything is completely spinning out of control." Leaving him wide-eyed with shock after shock, Ares finally speaks up with a completely calm expression. "Everyone already evacuated, so there will not be any casualties. Guildmaster Masato is just like me, mastering only one specialty." Hit with yet another shock, Takumi can barely believe his ears, stammering out, "What on earth are you talking about?" Looking up at a corrupted Masato, he frantically shakes his head in absolute denial, shouting that is impossible. He never expected this in a million years, completely stunned as he yells, "There is no way you escaped." But Masato's eyes only grow colder, sending chills down the spine as his murderous intent surges through the air. Takumi suddenly freezes as a horrifying realization hits him. Wait, did he absorb the inner demon? Masato coldly replies, confirming his fears. "I promise to end you with my own hands." The moment those words land, a massive shockwave tears through the battlefield. Darkness swallows the area. Taking a devastating hit from Masato, Takumi collapses face down on the ground, bleeding heavily from his head. Masato is far from finished, his aura swirling around him like a raging storm of absolute fury and dark energy. Glowing with a mysterious green energy, his eyes burn red with pure rage during the long silence that follows. Breaking the silence, Ares asks if he has questions for Takumi, but he replies with an icy, terrifying voice. "I already got what I needed. Pushing me into my inner demon was a fatal mistake." Right then, Masato's body begins glowing purple. He has uncovered the truth, finding a vital clue on how to break his dark mana addiction. He deduces that the key to everything lies in mastering the forbidden dark skills. Flashback to the past, where Suda Shirasaki held a grimoire of dark magic and spoke directly to his brother Masato. He asked his brother if he should learn this spell, trying to convince him that despite the dark attribute, it would be extremely useful. But Masato immediately shut him down, warning him of the immense danger. Hearing this, Suda looked down, feeling slightly disappointed, staring intently at the grimoire. It radiated a strange hypnotic pull, urging him to open its pages and explore. He quietly argued back, insisting there was nothing wrong with seeking out and learning its secrets. How can one use these skills without dark mana? This question lingered, leaving Masato deep in thought about his younger brother. Suda was incredibly brilliant, someone Masato trusted deeply and was always immensely proud of. He was certain his brother had already mastered several forbidden skills back then, constantly studying to find a way to break the dark mana curse. Suda likely discovered the key to overcoming that insatiable hunger. Surrounded by a red aura, Masato finally turns back to Ares. "We need to regroup with Hunter Haruto and end this nightmare once and for all." Ares curiously looks at him and asks what exactly he witnessed inside his inner demon. Masato simply offers a mysterious smile, promising to explain everything later. Suddenly, just when things seem to settle down, Masato shoots straight up into the air like a rocket. Soaring high above, his freezing eyes turn as sharp as two razor blades, reflecting the light with a brutal, ruthless focus. All traces of his previous rage are completely gone, replaced by absolute clarity and an overwhelming aura of confidence. Wearing a cold smile, he has finally found a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, as the hunter Haruto finally arrives on the scene, blinding flashes of blue and purple light explode, scattering debris and dust everywhere to create a scene of absolute chaos. Gripping his sword tightly with eyes full of hatred, he unleashed a merciless, full-power strike directly at Michiel, holding absolutely nothing back. But his opponent wasn't about to stand still, quickly striking back as neither side backed down. Michiel showed zero fear, not flinching at all. Instead, she mocked Haruto with deep disdain, yelling that she would seal away his annoying skill. Suddenly, an unexpected strike blasted right beneath Haruto's feet, leaving him no time to react. Her sword erupted with a blinding blue light mixed with mystical black and purple energy that looked incredibly ominous. Feeling the extreme pressure, Haruto began to panic as his mind raced in chaos, breaking out in a cold sweat. His body began to tremble completely, losing all composure in the face of this threat. Pulling her sword back, Michiel sneered at Haruto, declaring his dark skills useless now that her unleashed holy sword refused to be subdued any longer. Suddenly, Haruto cleared his throat and yelled, "Is that really the best your skill can do?" He then prepared to charge forward for a fierce attack, but Michiel remained unnaturally calm, stating that because all his mana was neutralized, controlling it was no problem at all. Ignoring her words, Haruto struck out mercilessly, causing the surrounding area to shatter violently. Michiel immediately launched a brutal counteroffensive, completely overwhelming Haruto. He could only desperately hold up his blade to block her strikes, which felt like raging waves crashing down on his defense. Unexpectedly, his sword suddenly snapped in two, leaving him completely stunned. It turns out, ordinary swords stand no chance against a holy weapon. Just then, the system screen displayed Control V, initiating the Dragon Longsword, Caliburn. Instantly, the broken hilt in his hand transformed into the legendary black and red striped Caliburn, radiating absolute power. Michiel stared in pure shock, realizing it was a copy of Frederick's legendary weapon. Haruto just stood there, his cold, confident eyes showing he had anticipated every single move. Smirking with absolute pride and satisfaction, he swung his arm, and in the blink of an eye, a blinding golden streak tore through the sky like a flash of lightning. "Oh yeah, this is it." Immediately, the dark, oppressive atmosphere was shattered as the radiant glow of his sword flared up like a miniature sun, illuminating the entire area. Michiel held her ground firmly, cracking the earth with each powerful swing as a blinding blue light flashed from her blade in defiance. Smirking cunningly, she told Haruto that the Dragon Longsword's power was truly terrifying, adding that she would have been in deep trouble without her holy sword. Infuriated, Haruto roared, "Don't think it's over yet." He launched himself into the air, determined to bring her down at all costs, but it seemed his raw power and new weapon weren't enough. Michiel simply scoffed as a mystical barrier of flames enveloped her entire body. Haruto froze in absolute confusion, staring at the bizarre sight unfolding before his eyes. The strike he just unleashed only damaged the surrounding environment, leaving Michiel completely unharmed. Suddenly, from deep within those mystical flames, a sword shot straight out, instantly piercing deep into Haruto's chest. As fresh blood began to pool from the wound, he clutched his chest and collapsed. Looking down with a sadistic smirk, the elf Michiel mocked his agony, stating that even if the Dragon Longsword boosted his rank, he still lacked real combat experience. But suddenly, Haruto snapped back up as if a brilliant idea had just struck him, thinking to himself, "Can space really be used as a teleportation portal? Man, he wanted that ability so bad. What on earth did he need to do to copy and replicate it?" Suddenly, Haruto pulled out a mysterious green potion bottle adorned with beautiful emerald beads. Ignoring his bleeding chest, he quickly popped the cap and chugged it down. A system notification popped up stating that high-grade potions heal 100% of all injuries. Instantly, a strange green smoke began to rise from his wound, but Haruto looked far from okay. His face contorted in sheer agony as Michiel watched, sneering that the holy weapon's divine damage couldn't be completely cured by regular potions, no matter how high-grade they were. That was the true terror of a holy sword. Sensing his vulnerability, the wicked Michiel prepared to finish him off, mockingly asking if he had any other tricks left to copy. Staring down with pure contempt, she asked if he was out of options. Haruto just smiled confidently, saying that time hadn't come just yet. Suddenly, a razor-sharp throwing dagger shot out of nowhere, flying straight at Michiel at lightning speed. Catching her completely off guard, the blade cut through the air like a bolt of lightning, sending Michiel crashing heavily onto the ground. Her holy sword was knocked completely out of her hand, spinning through the air and landing far away from her. Michiel could only stand there frozen in shock, looking up at the raging blue flames that erupted around her like hellfire, sending debris flying. Without her weapon, she was completely defenseless. Just then, a group of terrifying monsters began to writhe and twist, preparing to strike. forcing the helpless Michiel to shield herself as she realized the enemy's power was far too overwhelming. Michiel mutters that they aren't on his level. Blue light from the flames instantly covers the entire street corner. Out of nowhere, Nanase steps out carrying an iron glaive, looking incredibly powerful. She checks in on Haruto, asking if he is okay, and he replies with a grateful nod. Raising her weapon, she tells Haruto that thanks to the golems, most of the monsters have been cleared out. President Takechi and the chairman will arrive soon. Haruto already figured as much, knowing it makes complete sense because his experience points keep racking up. Right on cue, Lucas arrives, brandishing a majestic sword embedded with a glowing blue jewel that radiates eerie magic. Fuming with absolute rage, Lucas glares ahead and vows to make Michiel pay dearly for what he did, for using his family like mere pawns in a sick game. Meanwhile, Michiel's dark energy floods the surrounding area. Sensing Nanase's power, even Michiel can't help but admire it, admitting that the legendary Hellfire technique packs a serious punch. But she wonders how long they can hold out. Michiel launches a counterattack, but Nanase steps in to deflect the blow, declaring that burning down these corrupted trees with Hellfire is a total piece of cake. Michiel, amused by her confidence, simply sneers back. Suddenly, Nanase senses something is off. Before she can react, Michiel unleashes the corrupted trees, completely trapping her in place. The dark branches completely seal off Nanase's defensive barrier. Standing outside, a smug Michiel mocks her, wondering if her precious Hellfire can save her now. It looks like she is finished, but suddenly a bright light starts leaking through the thick wooden cage. With a single mighty slash of her glaive, Nanase shreds the roots. Stepping out, she warns that Hellfire is not her only trick, leaving Michiel absolutely furious. Right then, Haruto ambushes Michiel from behind, shouting not to count him out as he delivers a devastating strike right where she stands. Both Haruto and Nanase stay on high alert, knowing that Michiel is not someone who can be defeated this easily. Sure enough, she walks right out of the smoke through a newly opened dimensional portal. Waving her hand, Michiel declares that she is done playing around and that the real finale starts right now. The ground beneath Haruto and Nanase violently cracks open as massive, corrupted flowers begin to sprout rapidly from the deep fissures. In no time, they are completely surrounded by these sinister blooms. Nanase immediately tries to slash her way out of the trap. Realizing normal attacks won't work, she leaps up and unleashes her signature move, Hellfire. The intense heat incinerates the corrupted flowers instantly. However, a few resilient buds survive the scorching flames and begin to bloom, releasing a dark, ominous pollen that quickly fills the air. Sensing the extreme danger in the air, both Nanase and Haruto quickly cover their noses in alarm. Michiel boasts that these flowers release 10 times more dark mana than the corrupted trees. Inhaling it will instantly corrupt your minds, and the more you attack, the wider the toxic spores will spread. Haruto panics, realizing they are in deep trouble. He curses himself for not copying the Holy Sword, even if it meant sacrificing his Shadow Slip skill. Right then, a brilliant beam of light pierces through the sky and Lucas descends. Channeling his immense power, the brilliant aura he unleashes quickly purifies and dissipates most of Michiel's toxic pollen from the air. Able to move again, Haruto and Nanase turn around to see Lucas, with Haruto looking utterly shocked by his arrival. He stammers in disbelief while Michiel reacts with absolute fury, screaming, "What on earth is this?" She shrieks, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing before summoning corrupted roots to crush him. Unfazed, Lucas charges straight through the attack. Since she was the one who betrayed them first, he has every right to retaliate. With that, he leaps across the roots, pushing forward. Seeing his deadly resolve, Michiel tries to threaten him, asking if he has completely forgotten about his family's safety. But he ignores her, shouting back that the Holy Sword and the curse were just lies to use him as a brainless tool. Closing the distance, Lucas unleashes his Divine Spear skill, driving his Holy Sword forward in a rapid flurry of thrusts. Yet she dodges every blow easily, blocking his final strike with a thick root before mockingly telling him how pathetic he is. She sneers that even his Holy Sword cannot lay a finger on her. Instead of getting angry, Lucas simply smirks back. He agrees that would normally be the case, but she mentioned the dark spirit in that subspace is a part of Grima, so he is dying to find out what happens when he pierces her body with his holy blade. Suddenly, Michiel senses a strange danger. The Holy Sword grazes her cheek, leaving her completely startled by how close it came. Calling him an absolute nuisance, she counterattacks, launching a sudden root strike directly at Lucas. Caught off guard, the young warrior is sent flying. Meanwhile, the space directly behind Michiel begins to fracture. She curses them all as trash. Just then, Nanase charges forward, telling Michiel she has officially run out of places to hide. This is the end of the line. Surprised to see her, Michiel panics, knowing another blast of Hellfire will finish her. Nanase unleashes her blazing Hellfire. Refusing to back down, Michiel desperately resists, and at this exact moment, both Nanase. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action as Nanase and Michiel clash with everything they have got while Haruto and Lucas watch. Lucas speaks up, asking Haruto Sano if he is unable to copy Michiel's pocket dimension. This question catches Haruto completely off guard. Lucas explains that her pocket dimension isn't actually a skill. Turns out it is a physical item just like his holy sword. He goes on to clarify that this pocket dimension item acts as a bridge to a completely different world. And Michelle herself is an elf from that exact dimension. Suddenly, Nene steps in and asks, how exactly does she manage to stay in our world, even if she uses dungeon breaks to cross over between different dimensions? Doing so should still drain a massive amount of mana. Lucas nods in agreement, saying, exactly, she pays a massive price to stay. That is why I think she turned her skill into an item, making it way easier to use. I have no idea how she pulled it off, but using an item instead of a skill costs her 0 mana. Hearing this, Haruto starts making his own plans. He chuckles to himself, realizing that is exactly why he could not copy her ability back then. So he has to physically touch the item itself. But then he turns to Lucas and asks, why are you suddenly helping us? Weren't you trying to kill me earlier? Lucas lets out a sigh and admits that yes, his original plan was indeed to take him down. But even when the blighted tree trapped him, Haruto did not finish him off, even though doing so would grant him my control ability. Since Haruto spared him, this alliance is his way of showing some gratitude. Haruto just stares back at Lucas, completely speechless and unsure how to even respond to that. He silently thinks, actually, I just do not hurt innocent people just to steal their skills, and doing that would have weighed heavily on his conscience anyway. Nanas then walks over, interrupting them to ask, sorry, but what exactly is this control ability? And what did you two mean by copying a pocket dimension just now? Haruto flinches slightly at her questions. She then glances at the sword in his hand, questioning him, and what about this greatsword? I clearly remember returning it to Lady Ares. Panicked, Haruto nervously tries to change the subject, stammering that he only borrowed it back for a bit. Suddenly, the defeated Michelle starts waking up, rising from the ground. She had used the blighted tree to shield herself from Nanaz's devastating attacks, leaving her with only minor injuries. Haruto instantly gets on guard, warning that something is off. Lucas notices it too, realizing she is currently absorbing the dark energy of the blighted tree. This is likely her final stand. Consumed by rage, her face begins to age rapidly, turning a ghastly shade of purple. She sneers, claiming she wanted to play with them until Lord Michael arrived. But she admits she underestimated Hunter Nanasi. Screaming in fury, she declares that the real fight starts now. Massive blighted trees charge straight at Haruto. Dodging the assault, he yells to Nanas, asking if she can still use her Hellfire skill. She confirms she can. Lucas chimes in, offering to cast his light magic again if needed. Haruto quickly shouts back his instructions to both of them. Use Hellfire to block her vision first. Nanas immediately acts, unleashing her flames to obstruct the enemy's view. Haruto watches closely, thinking if she turned her skill into an item, can I just copy the item itself? He leaps onto the blighted trees, trying to copy it while praying, please work. And against all odds, it actually does. Control-C, copying the Yggdrasil branch. Control-C item detected 1/3 of the Yggdrasil seed. The item is being copied and integrated into the user's body, preparing for a level up. Collect 10 complete seeds to make the tree flourish, and you will receive the ultimate blessing of Yggdrasil's life force. Control-V, this can be activated simultaneously with the giant spider thread. Control-V. Since you have stolen the Yggdrasil seed from its original owner, they can no longer use the branch of Yggdrasil. Once the target's health drops below 15%, the skill is automatically absorbed. Sensing this, Haruto smirks, realizing Lucas was right, she is at her absolute limit. Control-V, the Yggdrasil seed begins to sprout inside the user's body. Right then, the blighted tree Haruto successfully copied undergoes a dramatic change, shifting from dark purple to a brilliant golden glow. Michelle is completely stunned. Soon, even the tree beneath her feet is copied, transforming its color instantly. Gasping in shock, Michelle screams, "Did you copy my tree?" Suddenly, Lucas ambushes her from above, shouting, "You have no time to think about that now." Refusing to yield, Michelle snaps, "You talk too much." But suddenly, Michelle realizes something is wrong. She cannot summon the Yggdrasil branch anymore. Why Lucas's holy sword barely grazes her head. Ducking just in time, she barely evades the strike. But Lucas presses on, unleashing a relentless assault until his holy sword finally slices her chest, leaving a deep wound. Cursing in pain, Michelle growls as Lucas quickly alerts Haruto, yelling out for Hunter Sano. She is trying to escape back into her dimension. Hearing this, Haruto grabs the Yggdrasil branch and triggers Control-C, activating Yggdrasil branch and giant spider thread. Instantly, sticky webs bind Michelle's feet while the massive branch wraps around her, locking her in place. Realizing she cannot defeat Haruto, Michelle warns him that once an elf escapes to another dimension, well, we are about to find out. She argued that she wasn't like other monsters, claiming her duty was to slay beasts and protect the people, yet they still treated her like a common monster. Nanase ignored her protests, telling her to stop resisting. Adding that she had no interest in torturing beasts, Nanase unleashed her hellfire, engulfing Michiel in blazing flames. The monster shrieked in agony, but Nanis merely scoffed, calling her stubborn for surviving such a devastating strike. Michiel laughed, claiming her time had finally come, even if she couldn't personally purify her own ruined homeland. Instead, she roared, swearing to drag their entire world down into the exact same despair she suffered. As she promised them absolute despair, Lucas realized too late that she was summoning a massive wave of dark energy. The darkness crashed down from the sky, easily pushing back Nenese's fierce flames. Lucas desperately tried to stop her, warning that this power would put both Tokyo and the world in danger, but she completely ignored him, focusing all her efforts on absorbing the massive influx of dark power. Just then, a golden streak of light dashed toward Michiel. From afar, Nenese already knew exactly who it was. It was Hunter Sano. Haruto had successfully entered Michiel's consciousness and began observing his strange new surroundings. Realizing this was her subspace, he was amazed. She converted it into an item and prepared to copy it immediately. Operating his system, a series of notifications popped up. Control-C. The Dark Spirit space has been successfully copied. Control-V. However, a spatial key was required to open a subspace belonging to another dimension. Trying Control-V again, the system displayed a new message, syncing user inventory with the subspace. Items in his storage could now be accessed directly from this dimension. He pressed Control-V once more. The system confirmed 3/5 of the spatial fragment was successfully stored. Finishing up, Haruto smirked to himself. It seemed he could truly utilize this subspace just like his normal inventory. Then 2 more system notifications appeared. Control-V Level 3 and Control-V Level 5. All copied items and skills were now safely secured inside his subspace. Durability didn't even matter anymore. Haruto grinned, calling it an absolute win, and got right back to copying. If he could duplicate Lucas's holy sword, he wouldn't even have to give up his shadow shift skill. Suddenly, a cold voice spoke behind him, instantly putting Haruto on high alert. Control-C. Surpassing her expectations, the dark elf Michiel admitted she was genuinely surprised his skill could replicate otherworldly items. Haruto thoughtfully replied that it only copied a small fraction of the original. Michiel quickly shot back, her face darkening, explaining that only a piece of her subspace was brought here. Finding it tedious, Haruto interrupted her. He asked why she made it so complicated. Michiel glared back, repeating that the subspace never belonged to her. It was stolen and brought here by the very tyrant who drove her homeworld to the brink of ruin, the fallen spirit King Rima. Confused, Haruto asked if defeating him was the only way out. Michiel scoffed at his naive question, laughing at the sheer absurdity of him trying to defeat such a monster. Defeat a god who single-handedly annihilated her entire homeland. She explained that she barely escaped through a lucky dimensional rift. It opened right before her execution, allowing her to flee here, trading everything just to bring a piece of this subspace. Still, Haruto spotted a massive loophole in her story. Wait, how did she turn a subspace into an item? Michiel confidently explained it was made possible by the power of a curse from her own home dimension. Hearing this, Haruto's mind completely reeled. He stared at her, utterly shocked by that unexpected revelation. So other dimensions had curses too. Michiel gave a sinister grin, explaining that her curse was one of conversion. Outside Michiel's mind, Nanes and Lucas stood frozen with weapons drawn, staring in horror at the swirling vortex before them. As the storm raged, a colossal foot with sharp, terrifying claws slowly emerged from the swirling subspace rift before them. Takaruchigu stepped out, radiating intense malice, while crackling electrical currents and searing hot sparks coursed down its massive body. Behind it limped an army of snow mountain golems. Suddenly, Satoru Shinoda appeared cheerfully, waving and shouting to them. Greeting Nanase warmly, Shinoda was met with a gentle smile as she turned to acknowledge her ally's timely arrival. President Fuwa also arrived, carrying his massive sturdy shield. Nanes quickly rushed over to express her sincere gratitude. Brushing off her formal praise, the president calmly reassured her, confirming they had already cleared out every monster in the area. But Takaruchigu cut in, asking if the other hunters were fully capable of cleaning up any remaining stragglers. Meanwhile, Masato, Ares stepped out from the Crimson Circle, overhearing Takaruchigu's sudden doubts and casually replying they had already wiped them all out on their way. Seeing Masato show up, Nanase immediately asks him what happened to Guild Master Takumi Shirosaki. He ignores her question coldly, replying that he wanted to capture him alive for the guild's sake, but since he refused to cooperate, he had to send him to the afterlife. Hearing his calm reply, Nanase simply sighs and whispers, "I see." She silently notes how much the guild master's aura has shifted. Without pushing further, she simply files away the crucial details. "Is that so? Thanks for your hard work." Meanwhile, Satoru looks around, realizes someone is missing, and rushes over to ask, "By the way, where is Haruto?" Staring into the distant beam of light, Nanes quietly tells him that Haruto has entered the subspace dimension with that demon. "We are guarding the perimeter just in case things go south." Hearing this, Satoru panics instantly. You mean Haruto is in serious danger right now? Hearing his disrespectful tone, Nanesi gets highly annoyed. This kid needs to stop talking to me like we are equals on duty. But keeping her cool, she reassures him, saying that the demon is already on the brink of death anyway. Interrupting their conversation, Lucas steps forward with a warning. Aside from Michiel, we must shut down this subspace dimension immediately. Unspeakable dangers beyond our understanding are about to break through very soon. Spotting Lucas, Takeru Chigu immediately demands to know who this guy is, eyeing the legendary sword in his hand. Is that the holy sword, a Cooper? Are you here as backup? Nanase quickly cuts in. No, he is actually working with Michiel. Takeru Chigu gasps in sheer disbelief. What? Lucas remains dead silent. Takeru Chigu grabs Lucas by the collar, lifting him clean off the ground. He growls, demanding to know why a noble from an elite family would ever team up with a villain like Michiel. How do you plan to take responsibility? Facing Takeru Chigu's fury, Lucas answers immediately. I am going in there too. I will take full responsibility, so please let me pass. Takeru Chigu glares at him with burning intensity. Boom. Without hesitation, Takeru Chigu slams Lucas hard onto the ground. Turning his back on him, Takeru Chigu speaks with ultimate confidence. Do whatever you want. Once this is over, I will hold you and your family fully accountable. I swear it on the honor of the Midas Guild. Lucas stays silent, only thinking to himself that such a promise only matters if he actually makes it out of this alive. Suddenly, he dashes off with sheer panic written all over his face. If that entity manages to escape this realm, we are doomed. He has to seal it before it's too late. Meanwhile, inside the subspace, Haruto is still reeling in pure shock. So a curse can actually exist in another dimension too. Grinning maliciously, Michiel slams her hands down, her entire body glowing with an eerie blue light. I was shocked when I first learned this too. But I soon realized I cannot absorb curses from the cursed ones in this realm, at least not through regular conversion. She sneers at Haruto, adding that with your Canton plus C, I might even be able to copy the curses of an entirely different dimension. Haruto's expression darkens as he glares at her. So you orchestrated this entire nightmare just to steal my Canton plus C. Michiel laughs creepily, explaining that Lord Michael will slay him and take the Canton plus C himself. If I open this dimensional gate and link it to our home planet, Remo will definitely invade Earth, fueled by years of deep hatred, she yells. If not for Haruto Mojonashi, I would have won 15 years ago. Haruto scoffs at her sob story, mocking her. Yet, here you are failing all over again. Are you really sure about spilling your master plan to me like this? Laughing maniacally, she replies that he is going to die anyway. Her eyes widen as she grins. Even if I perish, the plan remains unchanged, no matter how hard you struggle. Before she can even finish, she morphs into a hideous beast, unleashing relentless attacks on Haruto. Forced onto the defensive, he blocks with his bare arms, breaking into a cold sweat. He looks up in absolute disbelief at the horror before him. It is a monstrous creature with razor-sharp blade-like fangs, sending shivers down his spine. Trembling on the ground, his face pale with dread, Haruto realizes it is a dragon. How could such a beast exist in this subspace? Wait, was it sealed here? Raising its massive claws, the dragon thrashes wildly, closing in on Haruto. Terrified, he realizes the horrific truth. Are they actually planning to unleash this nightmare upon Tokyo? Drenched in sweat, he panics. You've got to be kidding me. If this thing escapes, it is game over. The beast glares hungrily at him. Overwhelmed by fear, Haruto runs for his life without looking back. But no matter how far he runs, there is no exit in sight. Damn it, where is the exit? The beast roars, ready to tear him apart. But suddenly a figure charges out of nowhere, striking the monster head-on. Squinting through the blinding flash of light, Haruto is stunned to see Lucas standing there. Lucas slashes his sword to deflect the beast, shouting back in a hurry. Have you copied the subspace yet? That is the dragon Michiel has been keeping locked up. If this realm collapses, the holy sword is done for. I will hold it off, get out and seal the subspace. Haruto ran as he was told, but what could he actually do? Turning back, he yelled in worry, what about you? The dragon let out a deafening roar, blasting Lucas back with a brutal counterattack. His holy sword flew completely out of reach. Watching the chaos unfold, Haruto frowned and quickly grabbed the holy sword. Seeing Lucas down, the dragon spread its wings, eyes burning with fury as it lunged at him. The scene was absolute chaos. Lucas lay unconscious on the ground in pain, and in just a few seconds, the dragon would claim the holy sword. Grimacing in anger, he could only curse under his breath. Suddenly, the system flared, activating Control-V to deploy giant spider webs. Rewind to 10 minutes ago. Nana stood before the system screen, watching identical alerts flood and stating that 50 experience points have been acquired. Placing his hand on the panel, Nanas muttered, usually a high-level hunter like me would never gain any experience points from defeating low-tier monsters. That goblin must definitely be dead by now. Michiel cursed in pure rage. How dare they treat me like a monster? He realized she was furious at being classified as one. But coming from another dimension, the system of Earth would only ever view her as a dangerous monster. The system displayed Michel's detailed info confirming the level 354 elf was eliminated, giving him 75% contribution and 200 experience points. Just then, Takeru Chigu approached. Satoru quickly checked on him. Takeru Chigu, are you okay? Takeru Chigu anxiously asked in return, what about Hunter? Satoru gestured toward the portal of the sub-dimension, replying he is still trapped inside. Suddenly, a strange blinding light erupted from the sub-dimension, startling everyone waiting on the outside. At the portal, Lucas and Sano were violently thrown out. Sano held a rope tightly, binding it around Lucas's body and securing it to the holy sword. The onlookers gasped in utter shock and panic, shouting, Master Sano. The entire scene fell into chaos. Debris shattered as they crashed heavily onto the ground. Satoru watched in absolute horror, his mouth wide open, crying out, Senior Haruto. Knowing they were still in danger, Sano urged everyone to get back while he dashed toward the portal of the subdimension, desperately trying to seal it. The system screen flashed. Control V is closing the Dark Spirit dungeon. Sano poured all his energy into sealing the gateway, telling himself, I can do this, just close. Finally, the portal shut. The blinding light slowly shrank, fading away until only a few faint rays managed to slip through the closing gap. Confused by Sano's actions, Takeru Chigu muttered in curiosity, is he actually trying to seal the sub-dimension? Just as the portal finally closed, Sano let out a sigh of relief, thinking it is over, it is closed. But then, the system suddenly flashed a red warning for Control V. Due to an external force from within the sub-dimension cannot be sealed. To maintain spatial integrity, the portal will now reopen. Haruto froze in place, his eyes wide, breath caught in pure terror. What? Wait, before he could even process the warning, the massive portal slowly began to crack open once more, casting a dim, eerie glow across the ruined area. A monstrous beast of truly colossal size, covered in thick, bulging veins and stone-hard scales, forced its way through. Its glowing red eyes burned with sheer hatred and a desire for absolute destruction. Its deafening shriek echoed so powerful it threatened to tear the very sky apart. Everyone panicked, screaming, Hey, what is going on? It is a dragon. The beast thrust its massive claw out of the portal, and the moment it hit the ground, the entire earth shook violently. Realizing they stood absolutely no chance against this monster, they shouted, We cannot win this, run. Recognizing the legendary beast, immediately someone yelled that as a dragon, 15 years ago, just one of them wiped out all of England. If it breaks free, we are dead. Unleashing its overwhelming latent power, the dragon sent a shockwave, blasting Sano backward onto the hard ground again. Anger, helplessness, and bitter regret washed over him, feeling like he had just missed his only chance to stop this absolute disaster. Damn it, I was too slow. In just moments, the dragon would completely emerge. Haruto desperately tried to keep his focus, telling himself, I must find a way to stop this. Slamming his hand down, the system announced, Control V activates the branch of Yggdrasil, and it actually worked. The divine branch began to glow, wrapping tightly around the dragon to halt its movement and hold it down. The onlookers stared in complete disbelief, muttering, What on earth is that? The branches of Yggdrasil bound the dragon tighter and tighter. They seemed alive, wrapping around each other as if guided by an invisible divine force. They surged forward, multiplying rapidly as they locked the giant beast down. Finally, the thick wood completely covered the dragon, freezing it in place. Haruto let out a sigh of pure relief, thinking it actually worked. Watching in absolute awe, Satoru could only cheer wow. Haruto sensed something strange from Nene's side. While she couldn't feel any evil aura coming from it, she kept deducing that it was the exact same skill that Michel had used before. Everyone around praised the feat, amazed that a simple tree branch could actually stop a massive dragon. But Nanase and the others knew something was seriously wrong. This wasn't just any regular monster, so how could a single branch hold it back so easily? Just as they feared, the unexpected happened. Terror filled their eyes as they looked up at the dragon. With one bite, it snapped the branch, breaking free from its restraints. Power surged through its massive body, every single muscle bulging like solid granite blocks. Its roar shook the entire area, spewing pure fire and absolute rage. Haruto stared in complete shock, totally caught off guard. Damn it, it's preparing to use flame breath. Everyone run. Right then, Fuo raised his shield and a bright light began to form a protective barrier around him as he yelled, There is no time, get behind me. Meanwhile, Masato quickly rallied the rest of the survivors. Get over here. He unleashed a red energy circle that rippled outward like a powerful shockwave, forming a solid shield over the entire area as it expanded to bring everyone inside. The vortex seemed to drain every bit of energy from the surrounding area into its core, growing larger by the second. But right as they scrambled inside, a terrifying crack echoed like thunder. A loud snap echoed through the air as the dragon roared violently, sinking its razor-sharp teeth deep into the branches, constricting its body. It hissed, twisting its massive head as its bloodshot eyes burned with pure rage. Many stood there trembling, paralyzed with fear before the mythical beast looming over them. This legendary monster was right before their eyes. In disbelief, a young girl cried out, "We are saved." A young man stared at the massive blue shield, wondering if this barrier could really protect hundreds of people from the beast. Standing behind the glowing shield, a wave of relief washed over him as he cheered. The ninja sector was wiped out, but we are still alive. Another survivor added, "That is our chairman and President Shirosaki for you." Just then, Satoru suddenly realized, what about Haruto? Haruto was sitting dazed among the burning trees, brushing off the soot and ashes, clinging to his shirt from the dragon's intense flames. He sighed in frustration, muttering, "I could not stop it completely." Suddenly, a voice startled him. "Hey, you still managed to block that flame breath, which is no small feat." Turning around, he saw Lucas and snapped angrily, "Lucas, who said you could hide out here?" Lucas innocently replied, "I just happened to land nearby." But his mood was just as grim as Haruto's, adding, "It broke free anyway. We need to evacuate the lower rank hunters first. Even S-class hunters will struggle against this thing. Its scales are as hard as a true dragon. Normal weapons or magic won't do much." Haruto jumped to his feet, growling in frustration. That damn Michiel. She planned to destroy this entire place from the very start. Lucas shook his head. "He has a plan. Michael's curse can completely wipe that beast out." Confused, Haruto stared at him. "Michael can wipe it out," Lucas explained. "That guy bears the same control curse as us, and he is the Stafford Guild leader. He is someone you should never cross." Haruto suddenly recalled old memories of a gun and a strange conversation between masked figures on the subway that he had overheard. "It is a dragon. Should we take it down now?" "No, it is not time yet," they said. "We wait until the spatial fragment's resonance grows much stronger." Meanwhile, in another location, Michael stood silently, staring at the spatial fragment floating in his hand. Michiel spoke up hesitantly, "I am handing this over to you, Lord Michael." Staring at the glowing artifact, he rested his chin on his hand and asked coldly, "What are you scheming?" Michiel immediately fell to her knees, replying, "This way you will be the absolute only one who can unlock the dimensional gate." She quickly added, "I suspect Tomoka Nishihara did something to keep the gate from opening again. She even tried to link this entire dimension to the spirit realm because she caught wind of my secret operations." Finding her explanation reasonable, Michael muttered, "Fine, this is just another step in our plan anyway." He handed the spatial fragment back to her. Bowing deeply, she accepted it, saying, "Thank you, my lord." Then she presented him with a glowing purple crystal, adding, "This is our clan's sacred protection stone, passed down through generations of our elf tribe. If I die, it will light up to show you exactly who killed me." Smiling inwardly, she realized that would be the perfect moment for all lineage Michael to set his ultimate plan into motion. Meanwhile, the battleground was ablaze, thick smoke choking the sky. Takumi Hirosaki Kaiser, the absolute strongest dungeon boss, soared into the air with glowing crimson eyes, unleashing a non-stop barrage of fire. High above him, Masato watched the chaos unfold from his flying warship. His face darkens. Holding a purple crystal in his hand, a mysterious beam of light suddenly shines down from it. It displays Nanisei, one of Japan's top 5 hunters. A dark thought crosses his mind. "I will make sure this plan gets you your revenge." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Quasia rages on, launching endless attacks as its terrifying roars echo. The ground shatters completely. Sword-wielding hunters scream and scramble in absolute panic, with one of them crying out in despair, "That monster is way too strong. We can't even scratch it." Suddenly, crackling sounds and dark lightning sparks gather in one spot. It is Mystic Lightning, Masato unleashing his powerful magic. A massive thunderbolt crashes down directly onto Quasia. Suddenly, the entire area falls dead silent. But that massive blast did absolutely nothing. The beast glares back with blood-red eyes, making Ares Hill behind him break a nervous sweat. It looks like magic is totally useless here. Masato glares back in frustration. "If that is true, we are done for." Looking grave, Ares Hill quickly analyzes the situation. Physical attacks might actually be our only shot at this, but the power gap is just massive. The frenzied monster roars, baring its razor-sharp fangs as it prepares to strike. It lunges at the tiny human's weapon in hand below. Trapped in a corner, Masato grinds his teeth in anger. If normal hunters keep throwing themselves at this thing, the casualties will be insane. Damn it. If President Takeru Ichigo were here, he would have handled this already. Where on earth did he go? With that, he frantically looks around for any sign of him. Just then, a nearby hunter points at a slimy black pile and shouts, "Hey, look over there." "Wasn't the president just standing right there?" Another replies, "Yeah, I thought so too. There is no way, right? Did he get melted?" "No way." He stares in utter disbelief at the ground. Shaking with fear at that featureless bubbling puddle, one of the terrified hunters speaks up. The dragon's fire breath did not even hit him directly. The other mutters, "Yeah, but still." Before he can finish, he realizes something is off. That black puddle suddenly begins to wriggle, squirming with strange life before violently exploding. A muscular figure emerges from the smoke, eyes glowing with pure rage. It is President Takeru Chigyu. He roars, "That damn giant lizard." The two hunters cheer in relief. "Boss, we knew it. There is no way a single fire breath attack could ever melt someone as strong as you." Takeru Chigyu looks at the beast, which has completely lost its mind, relentlessly striking at the scattered hunters. Readying his fists, he grunts. "How is this thing so damn massive?" Suddenly, a strange sound catches his attention. Takeru Chigyu stops in his tracks and looks back. On the ground, the shattered debris from earlier starts moving. The rocks merge together, forming screeching stone golems, which leaves him totally speechless. Meanwhile, Nanes is still in the thick of battle. She triggers her skill, Dance Blade. The slash hits Quasia, but only makes it angrier. As the monster charges right at her, she quickly activates her trump card, Yggdrasil's Branch via Control V. Instantly, massive wooden roots burst from the ground, binding the monster tight. It roars in anger, struggling violently, using its massive jaws to tear the roots apart, breaking free in seconds. Haruto watches, deeply concerned. "Those branches can't hold it back. Its health is already down 25%, but using my dragon sword here is just too risky." Lucas rushes over with a plan. "What if you push it back into the subspace?" Haruto snaps back. "If I do that, I won't be able to use it anymore." Lucas looks serious. "But we can actually defeat it with that sword." Haruto scoffs. "I don't know what you're thinking, but that precious holy sword of yours is like a toothpick to that beast." He glares at Quasia, sensing its raw, overwhelming power is on another level. Lucas turns to expose his secret. "Come on. The moment we escape that subspace, I knew you copied the sword." Haruto panics. "Wait, that was just my Control-C automatically activating." Lucas looks away with a soft chuckle. "I am not blaming you. Without your help, I would have died in there alongside my weapon. I owe you one." Haruto laughs awkwardly, sweating as he realizes this misunderstanding has gone way too far. Trying to change the subject, he asks. "Right, so we stop it, and then what do we do?" Lucas grins. "Simple. Use your curse skill and duplicate the holy sword to turn that beast into an absolute pincushion. One sword won't cut it, but what about 10,000 of them?" As he speaks, an army of blades raining down on the monster flashes in Haruto's mind. Intrigued by the plan, he admits, "All right, that is actually a solid plan, but how do we push it back into the subspace?" He turned to look at the situation, but before he could finish his sentence, he realized something was right behind him. Haruto spun around and saw the man who casually asked Hunter Sano if he could borrow his little golems for a bit. Haruto was stunned. Golems? What exactly did President Takechi plan to do with them? The man remained silent, then finally spoke. He swore to make those who dared point their swords at him pay. With that, he glared directly at the beast. Haruto still could not grasp his intention, asking if using the golems would actually be enough to damage the creature. Clenching his fist, the man confidently declared he would not just wound the beast, he would kill it. Haruto asked no more. Trusting the man's plan, he agreed and promised to open his pocket dimension, asking the president to push the monster inside of it. The massive man leaned down beside him, eager to see how he would pull it off, but decided they could discuss that later. Haruto issued the command, executing hundreds of system prompts to use the modified golem core. Control V. Instantly, countless red crystals appeared as shattered rocks on the ground began to move and gather. They fused together instantly, constructing a horde of golems. The president then slammed a powerful blow straight into the ground, causing the earth to explode and sending debris flying high into the air. Simultaneously, the golems charged right toward him. A giant stone entity emerged from the thick smoke and flames, utterly shocking Haruto. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between the man and the beast raged on. While the snow mountain golems gathered in a massive circle, frantically sweeping up stone debris, the president prepared to use his massive stone fists to completely trap and crush the beast. Quickly noticing the trap, the beast roared and dodged. Missing his target, the president growled in fury, telling it to wait. Immediately after, he seemed to unleash 100% of his raw strength, throwing an absolute devastating punch. He aimed straight for its head, striking hard enough to violently twist its face. Standing inside the protective barrier, Masato could not help but cheer. That punch was insane. Standing nearby, Haruto realized he was using stone armor, a brilliant combo when paired with golems. He made a mental note to copy that skill later. The monster recovered rapidly, glaring at its attacker, who realized one hit would not be enough. As the president prepared to strike again, Haruto smirked, knowing that everything was going exactly according to his master plan. He instantly issued the attack command. The pile of earth and stone right before the beast exploded, catching it completely off guard. At the same time, a swarm of snow mountain golems rained from the sky, charging directly into its open jaws to solidify. The monster furiously bit down, shattering the golems, while Haruto gritted his teeth and placed all his trust in his loyal minions. The golems struggled violently inside its throat, ultimately triggering a massive internal explosion that tore through its mouth, leaving it defenseless. It shrieked in pain, vomiting thick stone dust as a heavy white cloud blanketed the battlefield before the colossal beast collapsed unconscious with a loud thud. Watching this, the soldiers broke into ecstatic cheers, their faces lit with joy as they praised Hunter Sano's golems for saving them. Hearing their praise, the president cast a cold, unfriendly glance toward Haruto. He realized the kid had handed over his golems so easily for this exact reason. Haruto, completely unaware of the stare, kept calculating, knowing this still was not enough. Suddenly, he dashed forward, knowing he had to seal the monster in his pocket dimension right away. Nearby, the pumped-up soldiers encouraged one another, believing they finally had a real chance to take the beast down. They pressed the attack while Haruto rushed close, conjuring a magic circle as his hands rapidly activated his skill. Activating the Black Spirit Pocket Dimension, a terrifying rift tore open behind the beast, crackling with purple light and electrical surges. The soldiers glanced at each other in utter panic, wondering why another portal was suddenly opening up. Fearing another wave of monsters, they calmed down when Haruto assured them he was only opening the rift to banish the dragon inside. Understanding the plan, they watched as Haruto turned to President Takechi, asking if he could land just one more punch. Taken aback by the request, the president admitted that all the golems had already detonated, making another strike impossible. Without them matching his previous damage output would be extremely tough, causing Haruto to look visibly worried and hesitant. He debated whether to copy and paste more golems, but realized newly summoned ones would be far too low level to replicate that kind of impact. Suddenly, Nanis appeared from behind, suggesting they combine forces and try using her hellfire power instead. Surprised, Haruto agreed to the plan. Just then, Mo rushed over to join them in a hurry. They needed to act while the beast was down, as Phase 2 of the fight was about to begin. Before they could make a move, the massive body behind them shuddered violently as it recovered from the shock. Locking its burning, furious eyes onto the helpless soldiers, the dragon growled, prompting Mo to scream at everyone to run. Answering his warning, the beast unleashed a raging torrent of flames, threatening to incinerate the soldiers who stood frozen in terror. Everyone scatters in pure panic, leaving nothing but screams. Nanis tenses up at this rate. Their entire squad will be wiped out by that flame breath. She has to minimize casualties right now. Without wasting another second, she charges headfirst into a solo clash against Zart. This shocking move leaves Haruto and Masato completely panicked. He screams out her name while Tokuo barks orders nearby. Hunters, get back over here. He deploys a massive protective barrier to shield his squad, but on the other side, Zart unleashes a torrential wave of fire right at Nanase. She doesn't back down, charging straight into the heat. Launching off the ground, she hurls her greatsword directly at Zart. Channeling the inner power of the Hellfire Blade, an absolute torrent of energy erupts the moment she commands it. Red and blue energy collide in a massive clash, tearing the environment apart as debris flies everywhere. Zart exhales a devastating firestorm, completely catching Nanis off guard as the entire building is swallowed in a blazing inferno. Panicked and furious, Haruto curses under his breath before quickly activating his Shadow Branch teleportation technique. As the flames completely engulf Nanis, Haruto dives straight into the inferno, desperately reaching out to grab her. Enclosed in a protective wooden sphere, the searing heat can't touch them just yet. The sphere suddenly tumbles out of the raging firestorm. The fire rages wildly outside as their wooden pod plummets downward, barely escaping destruction by a hair's breadth. Clearly hurt, Nanase clutches her arm with a soft groan. Haruto checks on her, asking if she is okay. She looks up anxiously, whispering that she is fine but worries about her blade. Haruto reassures her is completely undamaged. Suddenly, Haruto hears his replication system triggering. It is actually copying Nanase's legendary blade, making him realize he did not even touch it directly. Does this mean the giant spider thread contact is enough to copy items? Handing the weapon back to Nanase, she gratefully takes it and offers a quiet thank you to him. But she warns that if Zart uses that flame breath again, they are dead meat. They both look back at the monster. Zart is thrashing around wildly, hunting for its next target. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoes, "Now is the perfect time." Haruto immediately activates his target deletion skill. Look closely as the system wraps around Zart, leaving Haruto and Nanase completely dumbfounded by what unfolds. Haruto's expression darkens. What is this ominous feeling? Before he can even process it, the word cancel flashes on the screen. The user of cancel has activated it. Staring at the system data, Lucas instantly recognizes the culprit, Michael, the leader of Europe's powerful Stafford multinational guild. Lucas screams at Haruto with all his might. Evacuate the barrier immediately. Hearing this, Haruto spins around to look back at him. Suddenly, a purple light crystallizes from the system and Zart, cutting Haruto off. He looks forward, instead focused on one thing. He must get Nanase out of here too. The system updates again. Cancel is now deploying giant spider threads. Zart's speed and physical power surge exponentially in an instant. A terrifying dark crystalline energy begins wrapping around its massive body. This evil aura expands rapidly, detonating the center of Jinra district and leaving a massive crater behind. Massive fissures split the earth as residual dark energy crackles in the air. This violent explosion immediately sends shockwaves through the entire surrounding area. A soldier stares down in utter disbelief, barely able to speak. What just happened? Beside him, a brown-haired youth mutters. How a bottomless pit just materialized right in the middle of Jinra district. Toku scowls, demanding to know who did this. Suddenly, a desperate cry echoes sister. This instantly catches his attention, revealing Nanase lying on the ground coughing up blood. Haruto and Satoru rush over as fast as they can, but one look tells them they are already too late. Nanase's right arm is completely gone, bleeding out rapidly in a critical state. Toku lets out a devastated roar. Masato Shiraseki, Masato Aries Hill, Lucas, and Morgan all turn toward the scene, their faces frozen in pure shock and horror. Tears well up in Satoru's terrified eyes as he looks at Nanase, barely able to form words. Your arm is. Looking down from above, a shaken onlooker stammers in fear, pointing out that her right arm is gone. The girl next to him adds, but she seems to still be conscious. Satoru grabs Haruto's shoulders, his voice trembling as he demands to know what happened to his sister. Wait, Sarah can heal her, right? Haruto looks back at his desperate eyes and quickly responds that he will go find her immediately. His voice falters as he softly apologizes, wishing he had gotten her out of the barrier sooner. Activating his power, he gently lifts Nanase, draping his coat over her to hide the gruesome wound. Her pale face is twisted in sheer agony. As Haruto prepares to teleport her, Satoru screams out, begging Senior Haruto to save his sister's arm. Haruto firmly tells him to leave it to him, then instantly vanishes. Suddenly, a helicopter takes off, creating powerful gusts of wind that scatter the debris left behind on the battlefield. Two allies stare up in total confusion, wondering aloud where the chopper even came from and if it is backup. As it descends, a massive emblem appears on the side, and you won't believe who just arrived. That emblem belongs to the Starfield Guild. As Michael steps off the chopper, you and I can see his elite squad, wearing colorful masks, radiating absolute malice. He introduces himself as Michael, the leader of Starfield. He continues, explaining they arrived to answer the call for aid. Then Michael glances over at the smoking battlefield ruins, saying since this is an emergency he needs to act fast. That is when he spots a massive crater right in the center of the district. He sneers, calling this whole disaster just a minor setback. Annoyed, Takeru Chigu steps forward, asking what he means by minor. Michael just chuckles at him. That beast was capable of wiping out an entire nation, which is why I stepped in. Is not your attitude a bit ungrateful? Chairman Takatoshi Takeru Chigu grit his teeth, arguing that one of their hunters just lost her entire right arm to that creature. Michael sneers, saying he just wiped out a threat as massive as a dragon, so losing one low-rank hunter's arm is a small price to pay. Takeru Chigu completely blows his fuse. He steps up, glaring at Michael with pure fury, asking if this is a joke. Michael simply smirks back, saying this situation reminds him of that Japanese proverb, returning evil for good. Seeing the tension rise, Toku Fuga quickly rushes in to de-escalate the situation. Bowing politely, he formally apologizes for the late introduction and thanks him for taking care of the dragon. Introducing himself as Toku Fuga, the Japanese Hunter Association president. Suddenly, Lucas shouts that they do not owe him anything, drawing his Angelo's rapier. This is all his fault. Toku Fuga and Takeru Chigu gasp in shock, asking what he means. With a dark expression, Lucas lays it bare. Michelle, release those monsters, and he reports directly to this guy. Toku Fuga quickly chimes in. But are you not a member of the Starfield Guild too? Why should we trust you? Lucas shakes his head, saying things are different now. He glares at Michael, explaining he was ruthlessly cast aside the moment his utility ran out. Michael obviously hears this, flashing a highly twisted smirk while telling Lucas he is just babbling completely useless nonsense. Is this really the time for idle chit-chat? Burning with intense fury, Takeru Chigu warns that while he doubts Lucas, he still finds Starfield highly suspicious. So tell us what is really going on here, Michael. Dismissing them with a wave, he sneers, saying he has no reason to explain anything, because they are all about to be wiped out. Using Control A, Michael prepares to wipe out everything. Meanwhile, you and I see Haruto desperately trying to find his way back. Spotting an open doorway, he mutters that this has to be the spot. Found it instantly, the door swings wide open, revealing a hospital ward inside. He rushes forward, realizing his theory was right. He can navigate the barrier using subspace. The dimensional door drops him right inside the room where Sarah Arita is performing treatment. Hearing the sudden noise, she quickly spins around. In absolute shock, the injured patient undergoing treatment is just as startled by his sudden appearance. Urgently, Haruto asks if she can heal Hunter Nanase. Sarah Arita stares at him, completely frozen with panic and unable to speak. To assist her, Haruto triggers his system using Control V to clone infinite mana. The system executes the command repeatedly. As Sarah Arita begins checking Nanase, Haruto asks nervously, noting the heavy blood loss. Will she make it? Sarah Arita looks up, assuring him that with enough mana she should be fine. She instantly activates Control Z, attempting to restore the target's arm. But suddenly, the system flashes with a red warning. Panicking, she stares at the blinking error screens, wondering what on earth is going wrong. The system prompt warns Control Z cannot restore targets erased by Control X. She turns to Haruto, apologizing with a pale, trembling face that shows she is completely terrified, catching him off guard. Shaking, she mutters it is impossible to restore. Haruto snaps, demanding to know why. She has no idea since the system window only says restoration failed. Then the grim reality finally hits him. The wound was caused by Control X, which explains why Nanase is in critical condition, struggling even to breathe. With her healing blocked, Sara Arita deduces a shocking fact: there must be other people out there wielding control skills. Desperate for a miracle, Haruto begs her to try just one more time, though she doubts it will work, warning that repeating the process might just waste mana. Gritting his teeth, he refuses to accept this outcome. Analyzing the mechanics of Control X, he confirms that anything deleted by it is gone for good. But what if he uses cloning, activating Control V to clone the dance weapon he attempts the copy command and successfully recreates the weapon? Gasping, Sara Arita asks if that is Nanase's dance blade. Haruto explains it is just a copied backup made before the original got deleted. Hearing this, she realizes a loophole might actually exist. Asking if he can just copy Hunter Nanase's arm instead, regretfully, he shakes his head, admitting he cannot copy living tissue. What other human could it be besides him? He tried using Control V on the blade, but it shattered instantly. It vanished completely. Then the system flashed a red warning. Control V failed. Items deleted by Control X cannot be pasted. He thought he could bypass that pesky Control X command, but reality was brutal. The copied weapon just vanished out of nowhere. Haruto was absolutely furious. He copied this item before it got deleted, so why was this happening? He tried copying 3 more blades. The copy command worked like a charm, and 3 cloned blades materialized right before his eyes. But the moment he tried pasting them, every single blade disintegrated. Red warning screens popped up one after another. Control V error. Deleted items cannot be pasted. Haruto was about to lose his mind at this point. In a fit of rage, he spammed the copy command 100 times. Oh, it is on. Let us see who wins this. The massive energy from the system's rapid copying was so intense that Sara Arita felt like she might get blown away. Hundreds of clone blades filled the air all at once, but pasting them only triggered more system error screens. He completely lost it, spamming copy and paste like crazy. Blades were vanishing and reappearing in a storm of absolute glitchy chaos. Haruto refused to stop. Nearby hospital patients watched his wild breakdown in complete and utter confusion. What on earth was he doing? His sheer stubbornness actually started glitching the system, forcing it into a loop of errors. Against all odds, one blade finally bypassed the glitch and pasted successfully. A brand new notification popped up. Control V encountered an unknown error. Items deleted by Control X can now be copied and pasted. Haruto walked over and picked up the newly formed blade. Dripping with sweat, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He just needed to give this to Nanase when she woke up. He actually did it. He broke the system. Turning to his companion, he shouted, "Sara Arita, try it again." She nodded immediately, replying, "You got it." Elsewhere, a massive commotion broke out over a mysterious glowing arrow. The strange mark suddenly materialized right above everyone's heads. One guy wondered what it was, while his friend terrifiedly guessed. Is this an area of effect targeting spell? Suddenly, Michael appeared with a smug grin, mocking them for not being completely stupid. Out of nowhere, violent lightning struck the ground, and a massive crowd materialized to surround Michael on all sides. The ambient energy grew incredibly dense. Then the system displayed Control H command, dragging targets closer. A devastating shockwave of flying debris rushed at him, but Michael casually teleported out of harm's way. Easily dodging the rubble, he watched a powerful figure slowly descend from the sky, enveloped in crackling lightning that repeatedly blasted the earth below. Michael, however, had already zipped away to a perfectly safe spot. Misato landed with a ferocious glare, growling that massive area of effect attacks were his absolute specialty. He warned Michael to stop whatever he was plotting, but Michael only responded with a mocking sneer. He acknowledged Shirosaki from the Future Guild and his famous Dark Thunder, but without wasting a second, he snapped his fingers to delete him first. Masato was caught completely off guard by the lightning-fast assault. Dark swirling vortexes materialized and shot toward him like a barrage of high-speed bullets. Masato scrambled to dodge the onslaught, but the attack closed in too fast, unleashing a truly terrifying explosion. His limbs were completely torn apart. Nobody could survive such a brutal strike, and his body fell helplessly to the ground. Panic erupted among the onlookers. Even their guild leader Shirosaki got wiped out. Just what kind of broken skill was that? Witnessing this, Takeru Chigu completely snapped, letting out an absolute roar of pure rage. He charged forward, throwing a massive punch right at Michael's head. A deafening boom echoed. The shockwave blasted dirt and rubble away like simple dust. Michael didn't even blink, just staring back with a smug smirk. He easily conjured a protective barrier, making the giant punch completely useless. Even Takeruchigu's solid stone armor shattered instantly. He stared at his broken arm in absolute horrified disbelief. Tokuo went pale with fear. That stone armor could survive a dragon's strike, yet it broke. Michael just sneered at their terror. He looked down on the terrified crowd, telling them not to panic over something so minor before striking again. Control X delete target. A massive black vortex erupted forward, carrying a level of raw destructive power that felt absolutely terrifying. The blast kicked up a massive cloud of dust, showing just how devastating the attack really was. As the smoke cleared, a massive crater was left in the earth. Michael looked up, ready to celebrate. But before he could gloat, his smirk faded. Takeruchigu should have been blown to pieces, but Tokuo had intervened just in time with a massive heavy shield, shielding him. Even though Takeruchigu was totally terrified, he still trash-talked, saying, "Get out of the way, old man Tokuo." Blocking that attack took a lot of strength. That is no ordinary skill, but I can hold it off. But right now, the shield that seemed absolutely indestructible is already starting to crack and shatter. The colossal shield is breaking. Seeing this, Takeruchigu is actually terrified of his power. Michael smugly mocks him even more. It cannot be destroyed by any weapon or skill, a shield crafted from the bones of a legendary ancient beast. The colossal shield is true to its name. Tokuo is panicking inside but still desperately tries to talk some sense. "If you know that, then stop this attack, guild leader Michael. Your actions are completely crossing the line. If the International Hunter Association finds out about this, your guild is completely finished." But he does not care at all, unleashing his signature move once again. What if there are no witnesses or evidence left? Michael schemes. His goal is clearly to obliterate the colossal shield. Control-A search parameters locked on all targets, targeting multiple scattered spots across the massive shield. Finally, he commands Control-X, deleting all selected targets. A barrage of dark vortexes erupts, zeroing in on the designated spots. Violent explosions begin to rip through. The deafening blasts echo as Tokuo barely holds the line. Michael, wanting them dead, swings his arm for the final blow. "Let's see how long you can hold Control-X," again erasing all selected targets. A relentless barrage of strikes rains down, sending shockwaves everywhere. The shield cannot hold anymore, and giant chunks of it begin to crumble away. You and I can only watch in helplessness as the colossal shield is obliterated. With nothing left to protect him, the vortex rushes straight toward him. Since the old man is too shocked to react, Takeruchigu quickly grabs Tokuo and pulls him back, shouting, "Old man." Takeruchigu throws him back, deciding to use his own body as a shield against the crushing dark vortex. Tokuo struggles to stand after the shock. The shield is completely shattered, unrecognizable. When he regains his senses, he is incredibly worried about Takeruchigu. "Are you all right, Takeru?" Chigu has collapsed, half of his body totally crushed. Michael walks up, throwing out a smug taunt. How pathetic for a top 5 hunter in the world to end up like this. But surprisingly, the fighting spirit of Takeruchigu is still burning hot. He struggles to speak, saying, "You think you won, even if my body gets blown to bits." Everyone watching Takeruchigu in this state is filled with deep anxiety, pure helplessness clearly written all over their faces. Takeruchigu wheezes out, "This stone armor will not break." Yet the rocky layers on his body are crumbling into pieces and slowly falling away. But the stone armor of the Midas Guild leader is already beginning to regenerate. Takeruchigu's massive stone form stands tall right in front of Michael. His rocky body suddenly bulks up like crazy, for a very good reason, as he is drawing in and using the surrounding earth to grow into a massive giant. This is the ultimate form of stone armor. Takeruchigu throws a devastating punch at Michael, who just stands there without even flinching. But watch this, just as Takeruchigu's stone fist is about to hit his face, Michael unleashes his skill. Instantly, the ground explodes, sending debris flying everywhere. At that moment, the system screen flashes for Michael, showing the command Control+X, eliminate target. Without anyone realizing it, he has appeared right behind Takeruchigu. He raises his hand, pointing directly at Takeruchigu's massive arm, and summons a cosmic black hole to shatter it. Caught in the sheer pressure of Michael's overpowered attack, Takeruchigu's rock arm instantly crumbles. While maintaining this stone armor for too long makes it unstable, it still crushes opponents, since unlike mana, the surrounding earth and stone are practically infinite. Right after, Takeruchigu draws in the shattered rocks to completely regenerate a brand new arm. But the very moment it is restored, Michael uses his dark skill to shatter it yet again. Refusing to back down, Takeruchigu immediately begins to reform his destroyed arm once more. Rocks and dust fly everywhere through the air. Michael stares at Takeruchigu and mutters an eternal golem. "It seems you truly deserve your title as the world's 5th strongest." The Midas Guild leader's rocky arm is fully restored. He swings a massive fist at Michael, roaring out, Too noisy, shut up. Takeruchigu charges forward using his colossus size to crush Michael. He lunges ahead, aiming to grab Michael with his massive hand. Meanwhile, Michael calmly gets into his stance to counter. A sharp flash of light glints in Michael's eyes. Frowning, he sneers, "But I am ranked number 2. Immediately, Michael activates his control skill. At the same time, his system interface flashes a prompt. Control plus X, eliminate target. Instantly, another black hole appears, completely tearing apart Takeruchigu's stone arm. Takeruchigu glares back with incredibly sharp eyes and mocks another useless move. Just a moment later, his colossal stone arm slowly begins to regenerate once again. Red lightning crackled, binding the shattered stones back together. Witnessing this bizarre regeneration, Michael instantly spammed his ultimate erasure skill, summoning a cluster of miniature black holes right before the giant stone chest. In a flash, Takeruchigu's face and a massive chunk of his upper chest were wiped from existence. Still, he swung a fist at Michael down on the ground, roaring in rage. But Michael simply activated his broken ability once more, to instantly delete another section of Takeruchigu's arm. Thankfully, with his stone body, Takeruchigu rapidly regenerated the missing limb. Not backing down, Michael unleashed his erasure power again. It was a brutal back and forth with neither willing to yield. But this time, things changed. Takeruchigu's entire stone armor completely disintegrated, leaving nothing but drifting dust in the wind. As the debris slowly rained down, Takeruchigu desperately tried to reconstruct his massive stone form. But mid-regeneration, he froze, realizing something was terribly wrong. Michael noticed this and smirked with absolute confidence, mockingly saying, "Finally realized it, huh? You've gotten quite small, haven't you?" And indeed, Takeruchigu's golem body had shrunk drastically compared to earlier. Michael casually knelt down, picking up a piece of shattered debris as he explained, "You don't have enough stone left to sustain that massive form anymore." Reaching out his hand, Michael summoned a swirling purple portal. He kept talking, explaining that he used portals to teleport the stone away. Then Michael slowly stood back up. Staring at Takeruchigu with a mocking, arrogant grin, he declared he would completely erase him from existence. Hearing this, Takeruchigu lost his mind with rage. Screaming at him to shut up, charging wildly at Michael, Takeruchigu desperately tried to analyze the situation. With unlimited stone, his giant form should have infinite power, which was why he never feared the dragon. But what if this bastard wiped out his entire source of stone? How could anyone possess such a terrifying skill? Who is this guy? Watching Takeruchigu charge right at him, Michael calmly extended his palm, channeling an ominous dark energy around his hand. In an instant, one of Takeruchigu's stone arms violently exploded, leaving the old man utterly stunned. Michael summoned a massive cluster of black holes, declaring that it was finally over. Without wasting a single second, he unleashed a devastating blast directly at Takeruchigu. Takeruchigu's colossal stone armor shattered in a massive explosion. The defense was completely destroyed and even his helmet cracked open, exposing Takeruchigu's vulnerable body inside. As the remaining stone crumbled away, it revealed his face covered in fresh, streaming blood. With a heavy thud, his beaten body collapsed onto the dirt. Michael just stood there coldly watching his opponent fall. The watching guild members were utterly terrified by this sight, completely frozen in shock and unable to speak. One pale-faced hunter stuttered in disbelief that Guildmaster Takeruchigu had actually lost. Michael casually turned around, walking forward with total dominance, asking if anyone else dared to challenge him. But before he could celebrate, a powerful voice cut through the air, drawing his attention. It was Ares Hill, unleashing her massive magical energy. She boldly called out Michael, addressing him as the chairman of the International Hunter Association. As the head of the research division, she floated high in the sky, raising a single hand to conjure a colossal iceberg of pure mana. Hovering in midair, she pointed directly at Michael and fearlessly declared that she would bring him to justice. Watching from the ground, the battered guild master of the future guild weakly muttered, realizing her true plan. So that was why she made that request. Masato flashed back to the moment before he jumped in when he asked if she needed him to buy some time. Ares Hill had quickly analyzed Michael's weakness, noting his lack of wide-area attacks. While preparing her massive spell, she told Masato that preparing a large-scale strike takes too long, which is why she needed him to distract the enemy and stall for time. Snapping back to the present, a massive block of conjured ice was already hurtling directly towards Michael at breakneck speed. He looked up, scoffing at her words. Punish him. No matter how he looked at it, she didn't stand a chance. He mockingly told her that even missing her dead mother should have its limits. Launching her frost sphere crackling with lightning, Ares Hill snapped back. How dare you casually speak of my mother? As she yelled, her massive frozen sphere closed the distance, bearing down on him. Yet Michael didn't even flinch. He just stood his ground with a smug grin, mockingly asking if she really thought a block of ice could stop him. After seeing his overwhelming power, was this really the best plan she could come up with? He raised his hand, instantly prepared to strike. Summoning the exact same swarm of miniature black holes that had crushed Takeruchigu earlier, He unleashed them to block Ares Hill's massive incoming frost attack. Massive explosions instantly rocked the sky as Michael's black holes ripped the giant ice sphere completely in half. But without warning, another colossal ice sphere materialized right before Michael's eyes. He glared at the massive frozen weapon falling right toward him. Reacting with lightning reflexes, Michael quickly conjured yet another set of black holes to trigger another wave of violent explosions. Unfazed Ares Hill kept channeling her mana relentlessly, generating more frozen meteors to rain down on him. She shouted that they would crush him before he could erase them all. Suddenly, one was right in his face. He thrusts his hand out to block the falling sphere, triggering a massive explosion. The frozen orb finally collides violently with the earth. The surrounding ground shatters completely, sending debris flying everywhere. Satoru stands just outside the blast zone alongside Mori, and immediately comments, "That destructive power is insane, even a monster like him has to be knocked down right." Meanwhile, Ares Hill hovers high in the air. She has conjured a protective barrier around herself as the freezing orb continuously radiates a chilling frost. Suddenly, Ares Hill gasps in sheer shock. Right before her eyes, Michael stands completely unscathed. He remains standing tall and proud as the icy sphere shatters completely. Manifesting a dark shadowy rift in his palm, he speaks, "Ares, the price of foolishly overestimating yourself and opposing me is incredibly steep." In a split second, countless pitch black holes, summoned by Michael, completely surround Ares Hill, leaving her with absolutely no way to escape. Seeing this, she immediately unleashes her magical power to fight back against his dark shadowy vortexes. But it is all utterly useless. The black holes surrounding her explode simultaneously with devastating force. Ares' protective barrier shatters into tiny fragments. Left defenseless, her body is sent flying backwards, and she desperately raises both arms to shield herself as armor. Michael has no intention of letting her off, raising his hand to control the space. A colossal black hole suddenly appears, ready to swallow Ares whole. Paralyzed with fear, she has no idea what to do, except await this ultimate destruction. The dark, malevolent energy slowly begins to swallow Ares. Watching this horror unfold from afar, Mori is completely paralyzed with shock and screams out, "Ares." Just at that moment, a glowing blue magic circle with ancient runes suddenly manifests. It instantly draws itself complexly around the air, forming a solid protective sphere that wraps around Ares' body and repels the dark energy. She is then carried far away, escaping Michael's dark domain. In a flash, her body crashes hard against a building's glass window, causing a loud crash as the surrounding glass shatters. Observing this, Michael isn't surprised at all, merely snapping his fingers while saying, "The undying cloak. You must have received that from Nishihara Tomoka, but I wonder if it can withstand this next hit." Instantly, Michael activates his skill as the system screen flashes. Ctrl+X, eliminate target. In a split second, a massive shockwave erupts, knocking Ares completely unconscious. Her entire body remains completely encased within the protective sphere. As the heavy dust clears, she is still safe inside that magical barrier. Michael, observing this, purses his lips in deep thought. Nullify curse. It seems the story about Nishihara Tomoka inscribing a skill from another dimension onto that cloak is actually true. If I do not get rid of it now, it will become a massive disaster later. Just as Michael raises his hand for the final blow, Mori suddenly ambushes him from behind. Swinging his sword down, he roars out, "Stop right there, you bastard." Damn it. Reacting instantly, Michael shoots a cold, sharp glare over his shoulder. Spinning around slightly, he extends his hand to cast a dark rift right at Mori. His arm is instantly swallowed by the void, spraying fresh blood everywhere as Mori screams out in agony. Satoru rushes over in a panic. He runs while shouting Mori, but Mori has already collapsed onto the ground. Michael lifts his hand as a sharp gleam flashes in his eyes. Swirling dark energies suddenly manifest around him. He cold-bloodedly mutters, "Perhaps I should eliminate these weaklings first." Every single hero currently present on the battlefield is targeted. A notification system warning flashes above their heads. Ctrl+A, select all targets. A terrified warrior screams out, "That strange mark is appearing again." Meanwhile, Michael clenches his fist tightly. With absolute heartless cruelty, he acts instantly, and the targeted heroes are devoured by his pitch-black vortexes. Helping Mori up, Satoru looks at the dark rift hovering right above them and cowers in fear. At that exact moment, floating debris and shattered rocks gather together, forming a strange creature that roars loudly, and instantly wrapping around one of the nearby heroes, completely trapping his entire body. He can only scream in sheer terror, as more dark rifts manifest. The targeted heroes scatter in absolute panic. Everyone cries out, desperately begging for help. Watching the chaotic scene unfold, Michael actually becomes highly thrilled, raising his hand and snapping his fingers. Suddenly, a series of chain explosions from his dark rifts ripped through the area. Slowly opening his eyes, one of the survivors realizes he is still alive. Three survivors sit slumped on the dusty ground, their faces pale with terror. Seeing Fuba Tokuo using his heavy shield to protect them, they gasp. President turning back instantly, he warns them in a loud voice, "Anyone still alive, get out of here right now. I am not sure if I can block his next strike." Hearing his dire warning, they flee without hesitation. Standing up to leave, Lucas grips his sword tightly and approaches Fuwa Tokuo, his hands trembling with tension. Seeing his visible fear, Fuwa Tokuo looks at him calmly and speaks up with a quiet warning. "If you are afraid, you should run too." Hearing this, Lucas instantly freezes as Fuwa Tokuo stands back up. Turning his head back toward Lucas, he says, "But you still must confess to conspiring with those villains. Expose his atrocities to the International Association. With Cooper's vast influence, that is completely possible. You are not obligated to protect this land." Hearing these words from the old man, Lucas falls deeply silent. As Lucas falls silent, you and I are taken back to his childhood, remembering a question he asked a warrior. "Hunter Nishihara, why must you fight? You even borrowed the holy sword, and this is not your home." The woman stopped, looked down at young Lucas, and replied with a calm smile, "So you are the reason my request was denied." Meeting her intense gaze, young Lucas immediately felt a massive wave of pure guilt wash over him. He could barely stutter out a response, but Nishihara just looked at him and spoke with absolute certainty. "Soon, borders and race will mean nothing. An era where we must all stand shoulder to shoulder is fast approaching. When that day comes, we will need every single warrior. Only then will you understand why we need the holy sword. When the time comes, even if you are terrified, you must never hesitate." With those words echoing in his mind, Lucas shakes off his fear and charges straight into the fray. He sprints right past Fuwa Tokuo, leaving the old man utterly stunned by his sudden burst of courage. Lucas channels his energy, leaping directly at Michael with his blade raised high, but the villain calmly raises his hand. Activating his terrifying magic, the system screen flashes a warning, Control+X activated. Target elimination initiated. A massive void of pure darkness opens up right in front of Lucas to swallow him whole. Unfazed, he lets out a battle cry and swings. Unbelievably, his glowing blade shatters the dark portal instantly. Massive forces collide, creating a violent shockwave. Lucas knows Michael has already mastered the teleportation power of Control+H. His spatial magic seems flawless now, but wait, there is still one fatal weakness. Lucas remembers asking him about it in the past, demanding to know the truth behind his limits. With a smug smirk, Michael had revealed the truth. His magic is completely countered by the Holy Sword's light skill. It is a passive ability that automatically neutralizes all sneak attacks and dark magic. Since curses are forms of dark magic, the light skill can suppress them even if only slightly. And just like that, we are back to the present where Lucas successfully shatters Michael's dark magic void. Seizing the moment, Lucas presses the attack, swinging his glowing blade directly at Michael, who quickly draws his own weapon. Blades clash violently as Lucas tries to push forward with all his strength, plotting his next move in his head. Light and dark are locking heads. Unbelievably, this is the first time Michael has actually drawn his blade. Amused by his courage, the villain sneers, "To think a spineless coward like you could make me draw my weapon." Lucas fiercely parries the strike and roars back, "Shut your mouth, you bastard." Sparks fly as they trade brutal blows. Lucas knows that at this ultra-close range, Michael cannot safely use his curses. Since he is the superior swordsman, this is his best shot at winning. He just needs to buy time. He just needs to hold out until Sano arrives. But suddenly, Michael's chilling voice cuts right through his thoughts. "You probably thought you were clever, but this is honestly the worst plan imaginable, Lucas." Caught off guard, Lucas hesitates, only for Michael to add, with a cold grin, "A truly fatal error in judgment." Suddenly, Michael unleashes his terrifying magic again, and a system prompt instantly flashes on the screen. Control+X active, annihilating all targets in the vicinity, excluding the caster. Dark energy explodes all around Michael. Raising his hand to the sky, he conjures a massive vortex and sneers. "At this close range, your pathetic little hope won't be enough to save you." In an instant, the devastating shadow crashes over Lucas, who watches in absolute horror as the void expands. Just as the crushing void is about to consume Lucas completely, a sudden powerful shout suddenly echoes across the entire battlefield. Light blinding rays pierce the dark vortex, and the Holy Sword's energy violently pulls Lucas back to safety. Michael's shadows claw desperately to drag him back down, but Lucas manages to break free just in time. He stares at the glowing sword in his hand, still paralyzed with shock, when suddenly snap. The blade completely shatters. The broken blade falls to the ground. Michael stands before Lucas, his entire body glowing with a blinding light. Lucas stares at Michael, his voice filled with exhaustion as he says, "Erasing everything in the area, so that is how you survived Ares' devastating attack." Hearing those words, Michael just smirks coldly and says, "Your precious holy sword is shattered, yet you do not seem to care. Do you have a duplicate hidden around here somewhere?" Instantly, Michael lunges straight at Lucas, his eyes glowing with malice as he smirks and says, It seems you are working with Control C. Seeing the sudden threat, Lucas quickly backs away to dodge, but he is too slow. Michael grabs his neck in a death grip. Lucas cannot break free as one hand chokes him, while the other hand conjures another dark black hole. Michael growls, "I do not care about any holy sword anymore. I will completely erase your existence." Just then, a rift opens in space right behind Michael. It is Haruto. He leaps out of the tier, raising his sword to deliver a powerful strike. Michael senses the danger and quickly dodges. He tilts his body to dodge Haruto's heavy blow, but this forces him to release his grip on Lucas. The sword strikes down, splitting the ground into a massive crater. Fortunately, Michael is able to jump aside and escape. Landing on the ground, Haruto glares at Michael with absolute fury and says, "Though killing for a curse gives me guilt, killing you will not cause me any regret at all." Michael, however, just stands there, opening his system to search for something. Inside his head, he begins to realize the spatial fragment is resonating. So this guy holds a fragment too. Michael continues to stand there, quietly observing Haruto, whose entire body is now enveloped in a massive surge of aura. As Michael scans Haruto from head to toe, he suddenly flinches in surprise upon noticing the sword in his hand. He instantly recognizes it. The Calicia Longsword. He must be Control C. Realizing this, Michael immediately activates his unique skill. The system displays Control X removes selected target. Raising his hand, Michael begins to conjure another void black hole, preparing to obliterate Haruto. Right at that moment, a sudden flash of bright blue light catches his full attention. Michael turns his gaze to the hellfire where roaring blue flames are rapidly closing in on his position. Instinctively, Michael takes a step back. Within seconds, the blue fire erupts to incinerate everything in its path. Michael quickly flies up to dodge, just as Nane suddenly returns to the battlefield. Her severed arm is completely restored and she firmly grips her spear. She is radiating pure power. Seeing his sister return safely, bursts into tears and cries out to her. Even Fuga, standing nearby with his shield, is completely stunned, whispering her name in disbelief. Meanwhile, a silent realization dawns. Even President Shinoda's best healing magic could never restore a limb like this. The damage caused by Control X cannot be healed by ordinary methods. This must mean her severe wounds were reverted to the exact state before they happened. In other words, Michael stares at Nenase, completely astounded by her full recovery. But as he watches, something else catches his eye, shocking him once again. Floating in midair, his eyes land on Sarah Arita, who had followed them there. She is currently channeling her skill onto a different energy source to heal Masato. It is Control Z. After watching this, Michael finally targets Sarah Arita. He silently resolves that she must be eliminated first. But while his focus wavers, Nanase suddenly unleashes a highly destructive attack directly toward him. Michael turns around calmly, watching Nanase's deadly energy slashes fly toward him, yet he remains completely unbothered. In the next split second, Michael activates his terrifying unique skill. Control X removes selected target. Raising his hand to the sky, another black hole of absolute darkness appears, using the void to swallow her attack completely. Seeing that her strike did nothing, Nanase scowls in deep frustration. Elsewhere, Haruto is already utilizing his spider threads along with his unique skill to strike. The system displays Control V, utilizing the branch of Irazu. The razor-sharp threads, controlled by Haruto, immediately swarm Michael, wrapping him tightly until he is fully trapped inside a massive dense cocoon. Nothing but muffled screams echo from within. Meanwhile, Sarah Arita continues to channel her power, reconstructing the severed arm of Masato. Surprised by this miracle, Masato watches as his limb rapidly regenerates. Staring in awe at the incredible magic that saved him, he wonders in amazement. Even Masato's gear has been restored. Everything is restored to its original state, showing that this skill is truly extraordinary. The dimensional distortion has also vanished completely without a trace, but the mana in this area is still limited. As he observes, suddenly something catches Masato's eye. His eyes widen in surprise as he spots the glowing red stone that Sarah Arita is holding. Masato quickly asks her, "Hey, is that the heart of the giant golem, Sarah Arita?" Hearing Masato's sudden question, she is momentarily taken aback. Clutching the glowing red stone in her hand, she presses it to her chest and answers, "Yes, Haruto Sano gave this to me." Masato flinches, clenching his fist in disbelief as he thinks, "Did that guy dare copy it before selling it to me?" Before he can process this, Sarah Arita cuts in. She tells him that their absolute first priority must be healing guild leader Shirasaki, gently holding the golem's heart. With both hands, her eyes filled with determination as she says, "By utilizing your barrier and moving through the dimensional pocket, we will easily be able to guarantee the safety of everyone else." Right then, Sarah Arita recalls her recent conversation with Haruto. "Hunter Sano, I have a request." Back in the hospital room, she asked, standing before him with her hand over her heart, pleading with absolute sincerity, "I want to help the hospital staff recover their strength and get healthy again, so could you please share some of your mana with me? Haruto looks at the patients resting on oxygen support and calmly asks her, are they in critical condition right now, Sarah Arita? She responds, no, it is not life-threatening. Hearing this, Haruto does not hesitate for a second, reaching his hand out toward her and asking, then can you do me a favor first? Sarah Arita quickly agrees. Right after, Haruto pulls out the golem's heart, presenting it to her while saying, take this. Gasping in shock, Sarah Arita covers her mouth as she realizes, is this the heart of the giant golem? Are you absolutely sure you want to hand over such an incredibly valuable and rare item to me? Haruto calmly replies, you are not even a hunter, yet I am dragging you into an even more dangerous situation, so this is the absolute least I can do to compensate you. Once all of this is finally over, please help restore everyone back to perfect health. Hearing his selfless words, Sarah Arita covers her mouth again, letting out a soft gasp. Seeing her reaction, Haruto raises a single finger to reassure her and says, just so you know, you can only use it for about 10 days. I can set expiration dates on any copied items ranging from a single day to 10,000 years. I will adjust the duration based on how much I trust you, so I am counting on you. Back in reality, Sarah Arita continues using her healing magic powered by the golem's heart to restore the injured. In her mind, she resolves to earn a crystal that lasts for a full 10,000 years. Over on the other side, Haruto's spider cocoon finally reaches its absolute limit and bursts open. Michael's massive dark void violently tears the webbing apart. He emerges from the wreckage like an unstoppable giant. Michael is radiating an immense amount of energy, completely shattering the ground beneath his feet. Seeing this terrifying sight, Haruto grips his sword tightly and gets into a battle stance ready to strike. One of Michael's eyes glows brightly as he glares at Haruto with a sinister grin. Sneering, you even copied the defiled tree of Mishal. I never expected you to be able to duplicate an item from another dimension, which only makes me want it even more. Drawing his sword, he barks, I will kill you and claim that curse as my own. Michael opens up his system screen to review, staring at the options in deep thought. Control+C, Control+Z. A spatial fragment, so this is why Mitchell showed so much interest in this nation. Now Michael's system screen shows he has activated Control+A select all. Haruto's anger flares up, squeezing his sword handle as he stares. Nearby, Sarah Arita looks up from the patient she is healing, sensing the danger. Over on Nene's side, she readies her spear, glaring at Michael with absolute hostility. A massive surge of aura exploding from her body as she yells, recycling old tricks will not work on me. With that, Nenes instantly unleashes two powerful slashes toward Michael with blinding speed. The force of her strike flies straight toward Michael. He stands completely still, only raising his hand at the very last second to block it, scoffing, more useless garbage. A split second later, Michael activates his skill and the system displays Control+X remove target. Instantly, a massive black hole manifests right in front of him. The moment Michael lowers his hand, Nenes catches him off guard by charging straight in. She unleashes her power and yells. That was just the warm-up. A brilliant blue flame suddenly erupts, hurtling straight toward Michael. Hellfire. Unfazed, Michael quickly counters by activating his signature skill, Control+X, target delete. Suddenly, his dark black hole starts swallowing up Nenes's intense flames. Realizing that is not enough to stop her, Michael immediately summons two more black holes to absorb her fire. Yet, even this fails to fully suppress her massive power. The wild flames spread, nearly swallowing him alive. Within seconds, a massive inferno crashes down onto the ground. As for Michael, he luckily manages to take flight just in time, narrowly dodging Nenes's devastating attack. Watching the raging inferno, Michael groans to himself, thinking this hellfire technique is a real pain. He aims his hand straight at Nenes to unleash his magic, determined to completely wipe her out first. Control+X, target delete. Instantly, a sinister black hole surges forward, aiming straight for Nenes. Caught off guard, she stands frozen. But just then, Haruto's glowing spider threads suddenly shoot into view. Control+V, activate giant spider threads. In a flash, his massive web lines wrap around Nenes, pulling her backward in the nick of time, saving her from a fatal strike. The ground where the black hole struck detonates violently. Seeing she is safe, Haruto retracts his threads and Nenes turns back to stare at him. Nenes glares back with a cold, fierce look, warning him sharply. Sano, do not get in my way, Haruto. Walking over to stand right beside her, quickly warns her. His skill is extremely dangerous. I cannot guarantee you will be able to recover if you get hit again. Get the wounded into your pocket dimension now. Stunned by his words, Nenes temporarily freezes. Haruto keeps his eyes on Nenes, adding firmly, only my skills can match his power right now. With that said, Haruto charges straight ahead without a moment of hesitation. Watching him go, Nenes thinks to herself, Sano's power is truly extraordinary. Glancing over, she spots Takeru Chigu still lying helplessly on the ground and instantly makes her decision. Right, rescuing the injured is the top priority. With that thought, Nana dashes off, shouting back to Haruto as she goes, "I am leaving him to you." Then, charging forward, Haruto checks his system screen with growing excitement and says, "Now, I can finally go all out." Instantly, his system screen displays Ctrl+V, summoning giant spider threads and activating shadow teleportation. In the blink of an eye, his massive webbing appears. He blitzes Michael from behind, striking simultaneously with his deadly spider threads. However, Michael seems to sense his presence and reacts immediately. Michael swiftly tilts his body to the side, dodging Haruto's incoming strike, and mockingly asks, "Did you seriously copy this technique too?" Shocked that his target dodges, Haruto cannot believe his eyes. He immediately reacts with lightning speed, unleashing a wave of energy at Michael behind him. In response, Michael draws his sword and effortlessly blocks Haruto's attack. They instantly clash in a brutal frenzy, kicking up a massive cloud of thick dust. Out of nowhere, Haruto manages to graze Michael's cheek. Feeling the sting, Michael glances down to see blood splattering. He wipes the fresh cut with his hand, smirking mockingly before speaking. "A cheap knockoff. Might be strong, but you are going to die anyway." With those words, Michael unleashes his devastating skill once more. His screen flashes with Ctrl+X, deleting the entire surrounding area except for the caster himself. Sinister, dark energy completely envelops him and threatens to devour Haruto. Instead of panicking, Haruto flashes a mysterious smirk and tells him, "You are just jealous, are not you? Get ready for a present." He quickly accesses his system interface. Haruto's system flashes with Ctrl+V to duplicate the holy sword. Instantly, thousands of cloned holy swords hover in the air, pointing directly at Michael. Staring at the blades about to pierce him, he speaks, "Do you actually think you can take me down with you?" Shooting a freezing glare at Michael, Haruto snaps, "You are not the only one who knows about the curse. Did you completely forget about mine?" Hearing this, Michael frowns in confusion. Before he can even utter a word, a massive explosion goes off. Around Haruto and Michael's position, the ground violently detonates, sending debris flying everywhere. A massive inferno immediately erupts, filling the entire sky with thick, blinding smoke. Meanwhile, Satoru is helping the wounded into his pocket dimension. Hearing the massive blast, he glances back in worry, muttering, "If that explosion came from his dark magic, we are in deep trouble." "I hope Senior Haruto is all right." Beside him, Mori carries a girl in his arms. He steps right up to Satoru's side, reassuring him that as long as Sano is on their side, everything will be fine. Feeling a bit relieved, Satoru agrees, knowing Masato is already using his barrier to keep everyone safe inside. He looks down at the crowd, warning them that staying here is far too dangerous. He tells them to get the wounded into the pocket dimension immediately. Satoru looks up and quickly nods in agreement. Meanwhile, Nanase and Fua are evacuating the injured. But Toko and Fua notice Nanase is still staring intensely at the battlefield. Fua turns to her, asking if Hunter Nanase is really planning on heading back out there to join the fight. Nanase insists she will stay with them, but she tightly grips her spear, her eyes filled with deep hesitation. Staring at her weapon, she wonders why her Hellfire skill felt so weak earlier. Is she still not fully recovered yet? Over with Haruto and Michael, the hero's sword is stuck deep in the ground, surrounded by absolute chaos. Countless broken holy swords lie scattered everywhere. Suddenly, Michael reaches down and tries to pull Haruto's blade from the dirt. He strains with both hands, but the blade refuses to budge. It is completely locked in place. He stares at his hands in disbelief. But before he can even process it, Haruto suddenly teleports right behind him. Michael glances back. He manages to grab the sword and mocks Haruto with a sinister grin on his face. He asks how Haruto cloned himself, wondering if he somehow turned the Control-C curse into this trick. He places the blade in his palm, smirking as he threatens to destroy the weapon right then and there. He asks if breaking it will end this nightmare. Unfazed by the threat, Haruto simply reaches out and responds. He dares Michael to go ahead, noting the duplicate's time limit is almost up anyway. Michael channels dark energy into the blade. Realizing Haruto can program duration limits on his copies, Michael mockingly asks if he can even control his own power. He instantly shatters the sword, sneering as he suggests that Haruto's cloned body must also have a strict time limit. He brags that he will find out soon enough. Hearing the threat, Haruto just gives a cold smirk. Raising his hand, Haruto tells him to stop babbling, confident that a weak curse like that could never kill him. Michael sighs, explaining his curse completely erases existence itself, making it impossible to ever recover or heal from the damage. Looking down at Haruto's arm being slowly corroded by the dark mist, Michael admits he was initially surprised by this clever replication skill. But everything has its limits. Even if he clones himself once the original is dead, it is over. Each new copy will only get weaker and weaker. The more Michael kills him, the easier the fight becomes. Michael hits the nail right on the head. Haruto glares back, gritting his teeth in sheer frustration. Enveloped by the suffocating black mist, Haruto looks at his trembling hand, realizing he is in serious trouble. The villain is right. These duplicates are flawed. Dragging this out any longer will only lead to his defeat. He has to end this with his next strike. Quickly tapping the air, he pulls up his system status screen. His stats flash open and we see Haruto Sano's base defense is 245 plus 35%. His skill level is 7 with mastery at level 10. He calculates his remaining health, waiting for the trigger. Once his health drops below 25%, Berserk mode will activate. Michael is at least level 600, so Haruto crouches down, keeping a close eye on his opponent. He knows that activating his Berserk state is his only shot at landing one final decisive blow. This is it. Making his choice, Haruto slams his palm onto the ground. Razor-sharp spider silk shoots out instantly. A system alert flashes, showing Control V has activated Irazu's skill branch. The deadly threads surge forward, aiming to trap Michael as he hovers confidently in the air. Michael easily dodges the silk, vanishing and instantly reappearing right behind Haruto. Sensing the lethal danger, our hero quickly glances back. Michael's blade thrusts forward in a flash. Haruto has absolutely no time to react. The cold blade grazes his neck, leaving a bloody gash. Haruto grits his teeth through the searing pain, staring back at his foe. Suddenly, his system flashes a vital alert. Control V alert health has fallen below 25%, activating Berserk mode. Instantly, a massive surge of fire erupts around Haruto. He draws his blade, now fully engulfed in a raging crimson flame. He spins around, unleashing a flurry of devastating fiery slashes directly at his opponent. The explosive shockwave tears towards Michael. Stunned by this sudden spike in power, the villain barely manages to react in time. He quickly activates his ultimate skill, Control X, erasing everything in the surrounding area except himself. Haruto's blazing red strike cuts a straight line through the air, but Michael somehow manages to block the devastating blow. Dark energy still swirls around him as Michael slowly raises his hand to his face. He wipes the grime off his face, muttering raging, "That was close. Is this part of your little scheme?" Dark mist is slowly creeping over Haruto, completely wrapping around his body. Clutching his sword, he glares back while a cold, sinister gleam suddenly flashes in Michael's eye. Raising one hand, Michael conjures a dark void, sneering, "So you only have your curse left. Let us see if it can match mine. This should be fun." Right then, the system screen flashes with the command Control X, eliminate target. A suffocating ring of dark energy closes in on Haruto, forcing him to quickly scan his surroundings. Michael's shadowy void slowly begins to swallow him up, but Haruto just stands his ground and glares. A second later, he unleashes his own skill, Control V, deploying giant spider silk to fight back. He instantly activates his shadow step. Michael's dark void erupts, but the villain completely fails to notice something. Haruto's sharp silk threads have already wrapped right behind him in secret, even as Michael stands there. While his enemy keeps staring ahead, Haruto teleports right behind him, blade ready. Michael instantly senses something is wrong. He glances back warily. The moment he sees Haruto, he immediately triggers his deadly skill once again. Control X erase the entire surrounding area, except for the caster. Haruto draws close as dark energy flares up. The void threatens to swallow them both, but right at that moment, Michael makes a quick adjustment. The system screen alerts Control X, hold the erased area for 10 seconds. Instantly, that dark void opens up again. Haruto is on the verge of being swallowed by the intense gravity. He screams out in defiance. At the absolute last second, Haruto triggers another card up his sleeve. Control V clone user. Seeing the duplicates appear, Michael responds instantly. He immediately summons another black hole, but Haruto keeps spamming Control V, multiplying himself over and over again. Meanwhile, at the same time in another dimension, Lucas sits huddled in a corner, his body crackling with green electricity. He buries his face in his hands, trembling with absolute panic while his mind struggles to cope with this terrible crisis. He anxiously thinks to himself, what if he actually has a replica of the Holy Sword? Right in the middle of his chaotic thoughts, a sudden movement catches his attention, forcing Lucas to look up in complete and utter disbelief. Ares steps forward, draping his own protective cloak over Lucas's shoulders before speaking. "This is the cloak of immortality my mother left me. I have no idea how it works, but it negates all curses and active skills. You need to survive, Lucas. After all, you still have to take responsibility for this mess." Shocked, Lucas realizes the curse is completely gone, muttering, "Don't tell me this is." Before slowly rising to his feet, he runs his hand over the fabric. Just then, a voice calls out to Ares. Lucas turns to look and spots someone approaching. It is Nene standing before them with her spear. She asks, "Those strange skills that Sano and Michael are using, they are not normal, right?" Hearing her question, Lucas is left completely speechless, struggling to find the right words to say. Clenching his fists tightly, he finally replies, "You will have to ask Hunter Sano about his own special powers. I can only explain Michael's magic. And yes, you are correct, it is definitely not a normal hunter skill. Michael's skill makes targets completely vanish. In other words, their very existence is erased from reality." Seeing you appear with Sano gave me some hope, but I must admit, I am deeply worried about your weapon. You have probably noticed that its raw power is not what it used to be. Hearing this, Nanaze glances down. She raises her spear, staring quietly at the weapon in deep silence while Lucas slowly continues his grim warning. It seems to have weakened during its restoration. Furthermore, if Sano keeps replicating himself like this, he might lose the ability to maintain his own existence. Alarmed Nanas quickly turns to him and asks, "So you were saying that Sano's clone skill cannot defeat Michael?" Hearing her urgent question, Lucas leans in to reveal a crucial secret. Michael actually has one single weakness. To cover it up, he is desperately hunting for the giant golem's heart. Meanwhile, we cut back to Haruto and Michael's battle. Right then, another violent wave of dark energy erupts from Michael. Immediately after his own system's screen flashes with an alert. Control X surrounding mana depleted, you can no longer activate the skill. Meanwhile, Haruto stands there. His steps grow heavy and unstable as the ruined stone ground beneath his feet completely crumbles away. Haruto is completely covered in that oppressive dark energy, looking as if he cannot hold on for much longer. Right at that moment, Haruto notices something. He looks up and locks his eyes on Michael. In response, the man merely scowls at Haruto. Right in front of Michael, Haruto struggles to stand up. He glares at him and speaks, "Your curse wiped out all the mana in this entire area. So that is why you wanted the golem's heart so badly." Hearing this, Michael does not show any signs of panic. He simply stares back and sneers, a bit too late to realize that. "What can you even do? You can barely stand Haruto." Right now, Haruto secretly grinds his teeth because the villain is right, he is completely helpless. To make things worse, the system flashes a red warning. The user is severely injured and control is unavailable. Witnessing this, Haruto quickly pulls up his system screen. Gritting his teeth, he frantically wonders if there is anything useful left in his inventory. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a glowing slot containing a spatial fragment 3 out of 5. Looking at it, Haruto immediately realizes the spatial fragments are resonating. Glancing over at Michael, he notices that his enemy also has a resonating piece, confirming his theory that the villain definitely holds a spatial piece too. Meanwhile, Michael notices his own system screen flashing. He smirks and taunts Haruto, "So you were getting this resonance signal too?" Hearing this, Haruto feels his suspicion completely confirmed. There is absolutely no doubt about it now. Just then, a critical detail flashes in Haruto's mind. His eyes widen. Wait a second, the one with more spatial pieces can actually combine them. I have 3, meaning he only has 2. The explosive force of 3 pieces is already monstrous, so this is definitely worth a shot. Making up his mind, Haruto pulls a sword from his inventory. Standing across from him, Michael watches this play out and sneers with pure contempt. "What is that trashy sword? Your skills might have been impressive, but you are too weak to do anything now, Haruto." Refusing to back down, Haruto fires right back. "You cannot use mana either, so how are we any different?" Hearing this, Michael immediately launches a deadly attack, shouting back in rage, "Even without relying on my curse, you are still nowhere near my level." Before the words even fade, Michael lunges forward and drives his sword straight through Haruto. Blood sprays instantly. Wearing a sinister, mocking grin, the villain looks down and demands, "Hand over the spatial fragments before you die, Haruto." Fading fast but determined, Haruto yells back with the last of his strength, "Fine, take them. Just hope you can handle it." With that, he tosses all 3 spatial fragments directly at Michael. The 3 pieces immediately hover in midair, glowing with intense light. Haruto's pieces instantly merge with Michael's own fragment. Dumbfounded, the man freezes in shock. "What? How? How can you access my private inventory without permission?" Meanwhile, Haruto is collapsed on his knees, his mouth dripping with blood as he speaks. "Oh, I forgot to mention, the one with more spatial pieces can summon the remaining pieces no matter where they are." Instantly, Michael's own spatial fragment is forcefully ripped out by Haruto's 3 pieces. As they fuse together, they emit a blinding glow. Haruto locks eyes with him and adds, "And when they combine, they pack quite a punch. Since you cannot copy this, what are you going to do now?" Hearing this, Michael is finally struck by absolute terror. Gritting his teeth, he watches the fragments violently merge. The moment all the pieces fuse completely, a massive explosion rips through the air. Once the dust settles, this place is left with a massive smoking crater. Michael is completely stripped of his armor, with only shredded rags clinging to his body. He weakly mutters under his breath, "I did not expect it to actually detonate." Looking around frantically, the man searches the smoking ruins, desperately looking for something amidst the debris. That is when Michael spots the glowing, fused spatial fragments. Wasting no time, he uses his teleportation magic to instantly flash right next to them. He gloats to himself, only the spatial pieces survived. With a triumphant grin, he reaches out to grab them, muttering, "This proves he hit his limit and disintegrated." But right at that moment, a voice cuts through the air, freezing him in his tracks. Not a chance. Before Michael can even touch the items, Haruto suddenly appears out of thin air. Swooping in first, he snatches the fragments. Looking fully restored and vibrant, he stands holding a massive greatsword, and mockingly asks, "Looks like things did not go your way, did they? You all right there, old man?" Michael stares at the greatsword as cold sweat drips down his face. He panics. Wait, why does he have that greatsword? Before he can finish that thought, Haruto swings his blade with brutal force, unleashing a slash packed with devastating raw power. Michael quickly leaps back to dodge the deadly strike. Seeing this, Haruto immediately follows up with a second swing. This next strike is even more devastating, tearing directly through Michael's body in a massive clean horizontal slash. Power erupts from Haruto's massive sword swing. Now he stands holding his blade in one hand and a glowing space fragment in the other. Gasping for breath, he gasps out a command to store the space fragment in his personal inventory. Instantly, it vanishes into his storage slot. The system display pops up, showing 4 out of 5 space fragments collected. Stashing it away, Haruto suddenly remembers something important and starts analyzing. Thinking back, he recalls that up on the snowy Golem Mountain he only survived thanks to that guy Masato Shirosaki. It was the same when Masato Shirosaki tried to kill him, and this time is no different. It seems he still hasn't fully copied the sword yet. Suddenly, Michael's voice rings out, cutting off his train of thought as he mutters that Haruto is being a massive pain. Haruto turns his gaze to Michael, who's standing right before him. Despite his tattered clothes, the old man is radiating an incredibly oppressive aura. One of his eyes glows as he glares at Haruto, declaring he will erase him so completely that he can never return. With that, he triggers his ultimate ability. The system interface flashes, displaying Control-A, selecting every target within the allowable range. Absolutely consumed by rage, Michael roars out, promising to wipe Haruto out of existence once and for all. Geysers of dark energy suddenly erupt violently from the ground. Seeing this, Haruto can only tighten his grip on his weapon. Clutching the sword tightly, he braces for impact. Meanwhile, Michael's system screen flashes another warning. Control-X, erasing the selected target. Haruto grits his teeth in frustration, silently wondering to himself about his opponent's moves. Does this guy seriously have enough mana to pull off such a massive attack? By now, Michael has completely lost control. Pitch-black energy completely envelops his body, exploding outward in a terrifying wave. Observing this, Haruto's mind races. Is he drawing mana from within his own body instead of gathering it from the surrounding area? The attack radius is just too massive. Even using his shadow shift technique won't be enough to escape. Looking up, Haruto realizes he is about to be consumed by the dark energy. At that exact moment, a terrifying black hole summoned by Michael manifests in the sky. Cutting away, we see Tuner arriving at the scene. He stares up at Michael's ominous black void. Stepping forward, he mutters to himself, wondering if that dark sphere is Michael's doing. Well, backup has finally arrived right on time. Right now, the government wants to weaken the military, and things are spiraling out of control. Suddenly, Makoto steps out from a portal. Arriving on the scene, he speaks up, noting that they have no other choice. Meanwhile, Tuner is holding a space fragment in his hand. Hearing this, Tuner scoffs, asking why he is in such a rush. He explains he only showed up for a reason, preparing to join the fight. With a single powerful stomp, he sends a massive shockwave through the ground. Tuner raises his heavy battle axe high into the air. So hand over all your mana to me. Hearing this request, Makoto immediately starts channeling his energy into him. He transfers his raw power over, telling Tuner he is counting on him. The massive surge of Makoto's energy instantly floods into Tuner's body. Right away, his system interface flashes with an epic and urgent notification. Control-S, starting mana stack storage. 2 times, 3 times, 4, 5, 6, 7 up to 10 times. Congratulations to the user for unlocking the exclusive skill Titan 10. Fully charged, Tuner unleashes a flurry of devastating axe swings, each carrying an immense wave of amplified, highly destructive force. He relentlessly hacks away, triggering a series of massive explosions, crackling with wild bolts of lightning. Watching from a safe distance, Makoto analyzes the situation, realizing Tuner is using his own energy to buff up that axe. But breaking that giant sphere with just this much power will be tough. I must back him up more. He immediately begins gathering his residual mana. But right at that moment, an unexpected anomaly makes him freeze. Makoto is left completely stunned. He stares in Tuner's direction, wondering who on earth is activating their skills. The system flashes Control-X, completely canceling out and erasing all active mana-based skills in the immediate vicinity. Unfazed Tuner activates his own skill, again using Control-S to unleash 4 stacks of stored mana. Seeing this, his opponent counters with Control-X. He activates his Control-X. Instantly, the two opposing forces clash, triggering a massive shockwave. Reacting quickly, Tuner counters with another skill. Control-S releases 10 stacks of stored mana. The sudden influx of raw power is so overwhelming that Tuner screams out in agony. Summoning every ounce of strength, he swings his massive axe down with a heavy blow. Finally, a visible crack appears on the sphere. Without pausing, Tuner swings his weapon one more time, completely shattering the sphere's outer shell as a massive explosion rips through the area, shaking the entire city. Witnessing this incredible display of raw power, Michael can only stare in shock. Faced with such a staggering amount of raging mana, even Haruto is forced to shield his face from the blinding blast. Landing back on the ground, Tuner immediately spots Haruto standing nearby. He has fashioned the space fragment into a makeshift necklace. Looking up, Haruto immediately notices the glowing necklace around Tuner's neck, which catches his eye. Tuner begins walking toward him. Approaching the young man, Tuner asks if he managed to secure any of the space fragments. Slowly, Haruto struggles back to his feet. He stared at him and asked Tuner, the world's top hunter, "How did you get a space fragment?" Hearing his question, Tuner looked down at the necklace around his neck and said, "Now is not the time to chat. Can you hand over that space fragment? But wait your turn, I have to deal with this guy first." Tuner then shifted his gaze toward Michael. He turned and walked right up to him, casually greeting him. "Long time no see, Michael. If you only came here for the space fragment, you can get lost now." Hearing Tuner speak to him like that, Michael burst into laughter, feeling extremely annoyed. Right then, Makoto teleported over to Haruto. Seeing him, he immediately asked Nanashi, "Where are the others?" Hearing his question, Haruto turned back and replied, "I am protecting them inside the spatial dimension." With that, Haruto raised his hand, instantly tearing the space open. The spatial rift grew wider and wider. As soon as it opened, Satoru rushed out to hug him, sobbing hysterically. "I finally found you, Senior Haruto. I am so glad you are safe." Just then, a voice called out to Haruto, making him turn around. Michael, now standing before him, looked at Haruto and said, "It seems I underestimated you. I am leaving now, but remember this. I am not just gathering these space fragments for Kanshin's power. Once the god who bestowed this curse manifests again, we cannot hope to stop him with our current insignificant skills. That is exactly why Nishihara Tomoka shattered the key into pieces and sealed that dimension away. Opening the spatial gate is an open invitation for them. Prepare yourselves for that moment." Clenching his fists tightly, he warned Haruto before departing, "Next time we meet, you better be stronger or I will kill you." Haruto simply stared back in silence. Just then, Tuner walked up from behind him and asked, "Is it really okay to let him go?" Haruto replied, "In my current condition, I cannot fight him anymore. Do not worry, I will end him eventually." Tuner turned back and said, "Fair enough, though I still do not know your name." Hearing this, he introduced himself as Haruto Sano. Tuner then unclasped the space fragment from his neck. Handing it over, he said, "I have one space fragment here, Haruto. What about you?" Hearing this, Haruto smiled and replied, "I have the rest." Tuner gasped, "Really? Then let us combine them and make the key right now." Seeing his impatience, Haruto held up a hand and said, "Calm down first. Take a look." Pointing to the massive crater left from the explosion, he added, "This happened when we combined just 4 fragments. I do not know if this place can handle the explosion of 5 fragments. We need to find a safer spot." Hearing this, Tuner pointed to himself and suggested, "Then let us go to the United States. If you hand those fragments over to me, I will keep them safe in our guild." Haruto asked, "In the Ouroboros guild? I have absolutely no desire to go to such a terrifying place." Just then, he glanced forward and spotted Satoru, walking alongside Mori. He muttered to himself, "A guild, huh?" Hearing this, Tuner responded, "That is right. If you want to grow stronger, teaming up is your best option, right? If you want, I can modify the terms." Haruto looked back at him and bluntly declined, saying, "No thank you." He smiled warmly and told Tuner, "I am going to establish my very own guild together with my friends." 3 months later, a long convoy of armored vehicles rolled into a dry, barren desert in Nevada, USA. The massive iron gates ahead of them slowly began to close. Sitting lazily inside the car, Haruto stared out at the clear blue sky. Beside him, Satoru was looking around in awe, exclaiming, "I cannot believe we got assigned to Sector Zone. It is all thanks to Senior Haruto." Hearing this, Tuner instantly turned around to take the credit, proudly flashing a confident thumbs up, claiming he personally negotiated with the higher-ups because he is the world's top hunter. Satoru pouted and whispered to Haruto, "He is so boring." Haruto chuckled, "Look who's calling other people boring." Meanwhile, Aoi, squeezed between the 2 large men, nervously whispered, "Senior Haruto, is it really okay for me to tag along?" Haruto turned with a warm smile, "Of course, you are a guild member too, Aoi. Let us combine these space fragments together." As for Takeru Chigu, he had an extremely grumpy expression on his face, constantly complaining about everything. "Did we really travel all this way just for that? This car is so useless." Tuner, sitting in the front, announced, "This place is not just about aliens, they are also hunting hunters and dungeons." He went on to explain their current situation, saying their main research focuses on items retrieved from other dimensional races. Lately, they have also been researching a highly unique type of skill known as curses. Listening to the story, even the quiet Arisa and Sarah Arita finally understand. So this is exactly why they had to tag along. Turner then holds up the space fragment around his neck, saying they have always looked forward to merging these pieces to complete the key. Hearing this fills Ares with deep respect. The wise man continues, saying that not everyone is like this, only the United States. Beyond the dimensional gate, their interest goes far deeper than a passing phase. Laughter and debates fill the car and a lively conversation. Ares, you are being way too paranoid. From a global standpoint, we can all expect massive breakthroughs once that spatial gate finally opens. Plus, his father Sano's research will finally make sense. Amidst all the noise, Haruto silently stares out the window, lost in thought about his dad. Dad, what exactly were you researching back then? We were always together, so how could you possibly be working on your research here? Deep down, he knows the real reason he came all the way to America is to uncover the absolute truth. Flashback to 3 months ago in Tokyo. Inside the headquarters, Nene's voice echoes as she leads the main presentation. Zafield is a multinational guild, so only the International Hunter Association has the power to dissolve it, she carefully explains. Michael has been expelled from the guild and is now a globally wanted man, causing the entire room to break into loud whispers. A dark-haired man speaks up with a look of confusion, wondering about the ongoing plans to rebuild Tokyo. An answer comes almost instantly, confirming things will go as planned. Nanes calmly explains the entire situation to the curious crowd. Over in Tokyo, guild leader Shinoda of Daikin Guild is overseeing the progress. Reconstruction is already 82% complete. This shocking news leaves him stunned. In just 1 week, he never knew guild leader Shinoda had this kind of incredible talent. Nane sighs with a touch of helplessness, explaining that she cannot share classified details, but she carefully adds a clue. They have an extremely special individual helping them who must remain anonymous, followed by a strong reassurance. She reveals the identity of this mysterious helper, stating that Hunter Sano has made an incredibly massive contribution to the effort. This revelation sends the room into another frenzy. Sano again. Just which guild does this mysterious guy belong to? Is he with the Hunter Association? At this moment, Haruto chimed in to ask about Lucas, and she responded. His family holds massive influence, but Haruto calmly points out that their household is declining, which is bound to affect his personal standing. Fortunately, there is some great news. The legendary Holy Sword has finally been handed over to their country. The listener is caught completely off guard, immediately asking if they really gave up the Holy Sword. Are they just average hunters now? He then makes a quick assumption, suggesting that they have probably given up entirely. Haruto falls into deep thought, realizing this was his ultimate decision as he recalls the chaotic events from not too long ago. Even while in handcuffs, Lucas refuses to back down, asking what on earth Haruto is trying to prove with his supposed terrible curse. Raising his sword, Haruto asks him directly if it is true that he cannot control the curse without the Holy Sword. With a knowing look, Haruto adds that he should keep it as a backup and let him know if he loses it. Lucas takes the sword back from him, a look of pure astonishment written all over his face. Sipping his coffee, Masato grumbles about why they have to travel all the way to America, leaving Haruto standing there completely helpless. You saw what happened when those spatial fragments exploded in Roppongi, right? The future guild surely has an underground vault. This thought makes him highly anxious, realizing that an explosion inside would completely level the entire building. He quickly adds, "Wait, can't you just perform the merge inside your own pocket dimension?" Haruto replies that he already tried that. Looking to merge them is impossible, though retrieving them works, Haruto explains with a highly serious expression. The only place where they can safely pull this off is the vast desert in America, he carefully explains. I cannot even begin to imagine the sheer destructive power of merging 5 spatial fragments. Masato is completely stunned by this. He turns around in a panic, asking if Haruto is planning to join the Ouroboros guild just to hand over a completed spatial key. Haruto simply smirks at his reaction. What are you even talking about, guild leader Shinoda? More importantly, I need 2 favors. 1. Meanwhile, Masato furrows his brow with growing anxiety. 2. You totally scammed me when selling the golem heart. Haruto does not bother to explain. Instead, he stands up and makes a bold announcement that he is founding his own guild, asking for his support. Hearing this, Masato turns dead serious, questioning why he would create a guild instead of joining Future. Haruto remains resolute. Personal likes or dislikes do not matter. He only wants to grow stronger as fast as possible alongside his friends. Having his own guild means nobody can interfere with his plans, and he quickly adds one last thing. Fed up, Masato shouts for him to shut up, and in an instant they are transported directly to the Hunter Association office. Turner breaks the ice, first surprised to run into Ares in Japan. She does not hesitate to open up. Explaining her mother went missing here, prompting her search, he offers a sympathetic response, acknowledging the disappearance of Hunter Nishihara. Ares then mentions Japan's golem on the snowy mountains. Ran curiously chimes in to ask if they already know each other. Ares quickly explains her past connection with Turner, revealing they met once before her mother vanished. Still, Turner remains puzzled about what happened next, wondering who Nishihara met afterward. He brings up the Nevada S1 Research Institute director, asking if she knows Sano Kazuya. Ares checks her journal, finding his name in her mother's notes. It mentions he worked for an otherworldly research group, an institute focused on items from other worlds. Turner adds that the generous Nishihara had treated him incredibly well, almost like they were family. He had assumed Sano Kazuya was a close relative or something like that. Suddenly, Haruto appears behind them, asking if they are talking about his dad. Aries is left completely speechless by this shock. She cannot believe her ears. Director Sano Kazuya is his father. Flash forward 1 week passes and they are in their new guild office. Satoru is practically glowing his hands restlessly, rubbing the shiny desk with excitement, marveling at the office and proudly asking if he is officially member number 2. Ran steps in to crush his dreams, claiming she is actually the second member. Aries can only sigh wearily in the background, questioning why he cares so much about the joining order. Meanwhile, Nene stops by to offer her congratulations, thrilled that he founded the guild and noting she always knew he would become leader. Haruto politely accepts her kind words. Satoru suddenly pops up with a cheeky proposal, telling her to quit the association and join their squad instead. Haruto chimes in, assuring her they will always welcome her. Tokuo laughs, stepping in to protect his own team member, jokingly asking if they are trying to steal his staff. Nenes appreciates the offer but politely declines, choosing to stay, explaining she has more room to grow at the association. Haruto is not offended at all, offering a warm smile, understanding her choice. Meanwhile, Masato maintains his usual sour mood, glaring at everyone else for slacking off. He grumbles about having to handle all the paperwork and office supplies alone. Haruto merely shrugs, tossing out a lazy thank you just to placate him, letting him know his task is complete. This dismissive attitude absolutely infuriates Masato, who looks ready to start a brawl, demanding to know if Haruto wants to throw hands. Just then, an unexpected voice echoes, catching Haruto's attention, jokingly asking if their new guild name is a bit too literal. A very familiar figure enters the room. It is Lucas. Surprised, Haruto asks why he is there. Lucas calmly explains, detailing how he lost everything. Stripped of his international hunter status, even his family has completely disowned him. With absolutely nowhere left to turn, he decided to join Haruto's controlled guild, hoping to become its very first official member. But Satoru immediately steps up to establish dominance, reminding him that even a founding member like himself is only number 2. Ran interrupts, curious about something that has been bothering her. Who exactly is this mysterious first member? Are they incredibly powerful? Haruto just waves them off, announcing it is time to go collect this first member. Meanwhile, you and I are taken deep within a dark abyss. Filled with decaying skulls lies the Whitebone Tomb dungeon. A brown-haired thug kicks a rusty axe toward a boy sitting on the ground, demanding to know what number 1 is doing and why he forgot their supplies. The poor boy bows repeatedly, frantically apologizing while handing them over. Another thug nearby wonders what his actual name is, since they only refer to him as number 1. The first guy pauses, trying to recall the name himself. Suddenly it clicks. Right, his name is Aoi. He owes the Midas Guild 10 billion, basically making him a lifelong slave. His partner is absolutely stunned by such an insane amount of debt. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Ben grabbing his backpack, explains that a boy named Aoi Kanaga has been sneaking in and out of dungeons for quite a while now. Rumor has it he joined the Midas Guild. Haruto raises an eyebrow, confused, asking about them. Ben hesitantly explains that while they are a prominent national guild, they are notorious for treating their members like absolute slaves. Haruto is stunned by this news. Slaves. Before the story can continue, a loud voice suddenly shouts from behind them, signaling it is time to depart. Ben quickly says his goodbyes and rushes off, leaving them with just that warning. Now our duo walks toward their car, heading out to find this legendary first member. Walking through the parking lot, Satoru breaks the silence, wondering if the Midas Guild is truly that bad. A big shot guild, treating its members like trash. Haruto kept his cool and replied, "We will just have to see for ourselves." Sitting in the car, Haruto's mind raced with a million different questions. Maybe he left the prestigious Dainen Guild to grow stronger quickly, but why on earth would he join Midas's unofficial raid team? He gave Satoru the order, "We are going to Midas Guild." The boy obediently replied, "Understood." Midas Guild's massive headquarters loomed ahead, making Satoru look up in absolute awe. "Impressive," he muttered. "Every time I see this place, I get jealous." Haruto turned to him, curious. "Do you come here often?" Satoru quickly spoke up to explain. "I used to come here a lot with my dad." Haruto stood there trying to clear his head around this clueless-looking guy. Oh, right, he almost forgot. The way this guy speaks and acts makes you forget he is actually the young master of the nation's rank 2 Dainen Guild. Suddenly, from behind, a crowd of men dressed in black rushed past the duo. One of them stood respectfully by a car, holding the door open. Out of the vehicle stepped a man in a sharp suit, greeted by his bowing subordinates. Satoru stood there completely startled and gasped, "That's Takashi." Having no clue who that was, Haruto asked who. Satoru quickly filled him in. That is Takashi, the guild master's older brother. He is a powerful figure who basically runs the entire Midas guild. He is not even a hunter, but his management skills are insane. These two brothers built the Midas Empire together. Hearing this, Haruto was stunned by the man's influence. A non-hunter running one of the top guilds in the country. Perhaps they stared for too long because they caught Takashi's attention. He turned his head and murmured Satoru. Satoru bowed politely in greeting. It has been a while, sir. Takashi nodded back with some casual small talk. Indeed. Guildmaster Shinoda must be busy rebuilding the city, right? Satoru replied, feeling a bit awkward. Yes, but my dad should be finished soon. Takashi then noticed the boy standing next to him and offered a greeting. Are you Haruto Sano? Keeping things polite, Haruto greeted him back. Pleasure to meet you, I am Haruto Sano. You seem to know me. Takashi adjusted his glasses, sizing him up with a hint of sarcasm. You were the key player in clearing that recent corrupted tree outbreak, so there is no way I wouldn't know you. What brings you to Midas? Haruto didn't hesitate to cut straight to the chase. I am here to find one of my guys. Takashi kindly pulled out his tablet asking. So your friend is currently in our guild. What is his name? Haruto replied, Aoi Ikanaga. Takashi quickly searched up the info. He is currently inside the engraved bone dungeon. His expression shifted slightly as he continued. However, this person, Takashi concluded smoothly, that dungeon is quite simple, so he will be back soon. Now if you will excuse me, I must go. With the intimidating figure gone, Satoru let out a massive sigh of relief. Man, that was tense. Haruto watched him walk away, respecting the Midas director's heavy presence. Even though Takashi was not a hunter, his aura was incredibly formidable. Showing no signs of worry, he praised the top executive. By the way, Kanaga was placed in a high-ranking team in Midas, and Haruto was sure of it. He must be having a great time. I bet he is doing amazing in Squad 5. Haruto smiled at the news. Since he was highly rated, the guild must really value his abilities. He knew Aoi's dungeon knowledge rivaled even Guild Master Kinosaki's, and his ability to analyze a crisis was incredibly sharp. With one clean, powerful slash, the captain completely split the massive skeleton monster right in half. Unable to withstand a single blow, the giant bones crumbled to the floor. He turned to his companion. Just one more, and we are done. Drenched in sweat, the red-haired guy cheered, piece of cake. Meanwhile, the other two were relentlessly farming monsters. Aoi crouched down to examine one of the skeletons. Picking up a bone covered in a dark, ominous aura, he thought, this is dark mana, but this does not match my research. Aoi immediately looked up the data. Engraved bone, rank C difficulty. The dark mana of this skeleton army is supposed to be weaker, making the dungeon sweep incredibly easy. His mind started racing. Wait, there should be little to no dark mana here. So why is it releasing dark energy like this? Realizing something, he sprinted off. This dark mana was acting as a life source for the skeleton army, and he concluded, the second they become immortal, the dungeon rank will jump straight to rank A. But we are just a low-tier team clearing a rank C dungeon. Meanwhile, the others were still in high spirits, slashing down the weak skeletons without sensing any danger. Take this, the curly-haired guy shouted, grinning widely as he fought. Man, this dungeon is a total piece of cake. Suddenly, the defeated skeleton began to glow with a strange blue light and assemble itself once again. The skeleton warrior rises again, charging forward and catching him off guard. Didn't you just kill this thing? Its blade slashes down with blinding speed, ripping through the air. But before it can connect, a sudden burst of water blasts it back. With a painful shriek, the skeleton crumbles to dust. Panting heavily, Aoi turns to his teammate and asks, are you all right? The curly-haired hunter is stunned. You are just a porter. Where did you get holy water? Aoi confidently replies. You never know when a dungeon will suddenly shift, so being prepared is always better. He then approaches their leader to report. Captain, we need to fall back. The dark mana here is way too intense. But the arrogant leader just snaps right back at him. Don't tell me you think there is an undead wizard here. If that were true, why did research rank this a C-rank dungeon? It is just weak skeletons. Do you think the Severus Key incident is going to happen again? Refusing to back down, Aoi shouts back with absolute fury. Captain, stunned by this sudden outburst, the leader looks back as Aoi continues with tense urgency, voicing the deep fears inside his mind. Once we go deeper, there is no telling when this place will transform. If we let our guard down for even a second, we are all dead meat. He then firmly declares, I am never going to watch another party get wiped out again. The captain wavers slightly, but they still have no way of turning back. If we do not clear it, how can we use the return stone? Aoi steps forward. I will take full responsibility, but the others grumble in anger, mocking him instantly. So we are supposed to take the fall just like you did back at the Severus Key dungeon. Seeing he won't budge, they keep shouting, hitting him right where it hurts. Give it a rest. That massive debt of 10 million won't matter if we are dead. Look at these skeletons acting up. There is definitely an undead wizard nearby. An undead wizard is an S-rank monster. If we go any deeper, we are done for. Suddenly, all the shattered bones on the ground begin to glow with an eerie blue light. Dark smoke wraps around them, lifting the pieces into the air. Look over there. Witnessing this terrifying scene, everyone freezes in sheer panic. The bones are fusing together, and a pair of sharp, glowing blue eyes cuts through the dark. A massive bone dragon takes shape, towering over them. It is far larger and more terrifying than any monster they have ever faced before. It lets out a ferocious roar. Aoi turns pale with dread, realizing the horrible truth. The undead wizard has summoned an S-rank monster, a bone dragon. Even 100 C-rank hunters like us wouldn't stand a chance. Meanwhile, back at the bustling Midas Guild Hall, people are chatting away. Satoru looks up at the screen and gasps. The Afira party. He turns to Sarah Arita with a bright smile. So Sarah Arita is fully recovered and back in action with her team. She really shines brightest when she is out there. Haruto smiles quietly, knowing it is because her friends are finally back by her side. But then he sighs. Too bad, I wanted to recruit her, but my sister insisted she stay with the association. Recalling their past conversation, Nanase had warned him that although Sarah Arita's sentence was reduced, if her powers got out, countless guilds and shady organizations would hunt her down. Keeping a low profile under the association's protection is her best bet. He had agreed back then, but added, fine, but I still need Sarah Arita's ability to open dimensional rifts. She had nodded understandingly. I get it. That is a matter of national security, so we will support you completely. Haruto gazes at the screen in deep thought, letting out a heavy sigh. There is still time. Suddenly, a loud commotion nearby draws his attention as a crowd gathers. He quickly steps over to investigate. Is something wrong? One of them turns to him, utterly panicked. Are you Hunter Sano? The one from before, he quickly explains. Something bizarre is happening in the C-rank dungeon. It looks like it has suddenly mutated into an A-rank threat. Haruto tenses up. Which dungeon is it? The man replies, the bone-carving dungeon. Haruto pales in shock. Oh no, that is the exact dungeon Aoi is raiding. Meanwhile, at the crimson glowing gate of the bone-carving dungeon, heavy scientific equipment is slammed down. A technician calls out, Director, the magic energy scanner is fully set up. Nanis immediately barks out orders. Check the mana flow and dark energy levels inside the dungeon right now. Suddenly, a panicked voice calls out from behind. Sister Satoru rushes up demanding answers. Has the association sent in a rescue team already? She looks back in confusion. Satoru, spotting Haruto, she adds, was Hunter Sano called in too? He shakes his head. My younger brother is trapped inside, so I came to help out. Nancy sighs softly, her voice dropping. I see. But something has gone terribly wrong. The dark energy is so intense that we cannot even enter the gate. We have detected high-level spells and dark residue right at the entrance. She reports with a heavy heart. It seems the defeated wizard has been resurrected. Haruto is gripped by sudden panic. That wizard is a terrifying S-rank, undead monster that can continuously regenerate dark energy. Suddenly, a memory flashes in his mind. That's right, that dark energy is used for Ephiro. Dimensional travel, he and Guildmaster Kunosaki had dealt with it before, which means this energy could. Nanasi interrupts sternly. Unfortunately, there is no way we can break through right now. But Haruto quickly objects. No, there might be a way. She stares at him in utter shock, but looking her dead in the eye, he confidently declares, I can control this dark energy. Shifting our focus to Aoi, the bone dragon keeps pressing its relentless assault on the party as Aoi screams in panic. Leader use the teleportation stone quickly. The captain panics, shouting, I am trying, but it is just not working. Aikinaga curses internally. That mage's barrier must be interfering with the stone. Meanwhile, Aoi frantically tries to find a way, thinking of how to defeat him. But with that dragon blocking them, there is no way to get close. Frustrated, he curses under his breath. Damn it, at this rate, they will all be buried here. Think. He refuses to die in this place. Muran rushes forward, striking the bone dragon with holy thunder. Aoi gasps, shocked he can use holy magic, but Muran simply yells back. I am no priest, but setting up a small barrier is doable. This sparks an idea in Aoi. A barrier. That is it. He has 10 bottles of holy water ready to use. Pouring them out, he makes a bold suggestion. Using this much holy water, can you build a barrier large enough to protect our entire squad? Muran hesitates. I can do it, but it will not hold long against the heavy blows of that skeletal dragon. Aoi responds seriously. Just focus on making it. He then slams the bottles into the ground. Muran quickly unleashes his power against the dark skeletons. A hunter watches the forming barrier with sheer confusion. Is this a barrier made of holy water? The hunter next to him gasps. Making something like this requires a massive amount. Muran bellows back, and it is first-class holy water. The pure energy forms a dome around them as the bone dragon glares down, slashing its massive claws against the barrier. The beast's claws instantly corrode from the holy water, but the force cracks the dome. The captain mutters. This barrier is built from pure holy light, allowing it to withstand the dragon's brutal assault. But with this kind of raw violence, it will not hold for long. Aoi quickly reassures him, it is fine, this barrier is just a decoy anyway. The leader gasps. What Aoi leaps out of the barrier shouting, I am leaving the bone dragon to you. Everyone inside panics. Did he seriously leave us here as bait to escape? Ellen screams in absolute rage. You absolute bastard. Aoi prepping his sword thinks let them complain. The bone dragon is not the main threat. Bathing his blade in holy water, he glares at the leading mage hovering high above. He knows if they do not take down that summoner immediately, every single one of them is going straight to the afterlife. Aoi hurls his sword directly at the target, hoping the holy water coating will temporarily turn it into a divine weapon. If the holy infused blade pierces the mage, his ability to summon the undead will be completely shut down. But the dark wizard casts a counterspell. Aoi watches in horror as black bones begin raining down from the sky. They merge into a massive skeleton king. The monster reaches out to block the holy sword, but the blade cuts right through it. The undead giant crumbles into dust. Aoi turns pale, realizing he just wasted his absolute last bottle of holy water. Suddenly, a stray skeleton lunges from behind. Aoi spots it and curses, but Haruto appears out of nowhere, completely smashing the undead's weapon aside. Aoi is stunned by the radiant golden aura surrounding his savior. Dumbfounded, he gasps out, Is that you, Mr. Sano? Aoi stares at Haruto in shock. What are you doing here? Haruto replies seriously, I will explain everything later. The dark giant swings down again, but Haruto effortlessly leaps into the air, drawing his blade to target the head. Grand Dragon Sword, enveloped in raging fire, he holds his weapon tight and delivers a massive downward slash. With a blinding flash, the colossal beast is torn to shreds. Aoi stands frozen, his jaw dropped in complete disbelief. One single strike to wipe out a high-level undead. Is that really Haruto? Just then, a blinding blue light forces him to turn. Seeing the bone dragons engulfed in blazing fire, their horrific roars suddenly cut short as their skeletal structures melt away. Aoi is stunned. They are not regenerating. Ikenaga smiles, knowing only hellfire could stop them. It is Nanase from the Hunter Association. The crowd erupts in cheers. Nanase from the association actually made it here. Man, their response time is absolutely insane. With surgical precision, Nane slices down the remaining dragons. Honestly, having someone of her caliber around completely flips the battlefield. Thanks to her dungeon, casualty rates have dropped dramatically. Word is she even stepped down as vice president of the Great Power Guild just to serve in the association. Another hunter sighs in deep relief. Guess we are safe now. But the captain snaps back immediately. Do not let your guard down. It is far too early. That dark mage is still standing. Black energy surges again, pulling the shattered bones back together. Haruto touches the ground with a grin. Too eager, aren't we? I've got a little present for you. Suddenly, system screens flash, duplicating the holy sword. He commands with a smirk, Control V, unleash infinite holy swords. Countless glowing blades materialize instantly. The wizard panics as a storm of divine swords rains down upon him. Aoi's jaw drops as he screams, Are those seriously all holy swords? Where did he even get that many? The terrified mage desperately tries to dodge. Haruto delivers a smug cold whisper, too slow. A blinding flash of light erupts and a legendary holy sword instantly materializes. The holy blade impales the dark mage, instantly shattering his body to pieces. Haruto drops his hand and yells, Let's finish this. The sacred swords shift direction, rapidly raining down on his rotting flesh. The evil mage's bones shatter, slowly turning to ash. A hunter rushes over to warn them, saying that is hellfire and touching it will instantly get you killed. Haruto softly asks if Aoi is alright. Turning around with a flustered look, Aoi replies that he is fine, Sano. Nanase announces from behind that the remaining undead are cleared, and the dungeon is completely secure. Haruto nods and replies, Thank you. Now you and I can see their shock, realizing that Sano, who once merely watched raids from the sidelines, has just soloed an S-rank boss. He reaches out to a dazed Aoi and says softly, Alright, let's head back. It looks like I finally kept my promise. He then offers a reassuring smile, saying I promised you a drink, so let's go. Aoi gives a helpless chuckle and softly replies, Alright, but buy me something good. Meanwhile, Takashi mutters, Thank you for helping our guild members. Nanase then chimes in politely, stating that the Hunter Association will launch an official investigation into the dungeon's anomalies. He replies happily, That is great, truly worthy of President Tomikazu. Rising from her seat, she declares firmly that every hunter is precious and they cannot afford to lose a single life to a dungeon anomaly. I must report this to headquarters immediately, so please excuse me. The door slams shut. Takashi pushes up his glasses, thinking to himself that even in the midst of crisis, she never compromises her principles, meaning Chairman Shinoda must be under immense pressure. He turns to the duo, speaking aloud. Now let's get straight to business, Guild Leader Sano. Aoi, reeling from one shock to another, stammers in disbelief. Did you say guild leader Sano? Haruto nods, noting that since he already knows, things just got simpler. Haruto announces, I want to recruit Ikanaga into my guild. Aoi jumps up completely bewildered, asking if Haruto is actually starting a guild. Haruto calmly replies, yes, it is called the Kentoro's Guild. Takeshi gets serious, saying, I see, so you are scouting him. But do you know Ikanaga's current financial situation? Haruto replies firmly, yes, and I will pay off all his debts. Aoi gasps in shock. Sano Takashi smirks, asking softly, so the rumors are actually true? That you sold information about the golem's heart to guild leader Kinosaki for 20 billion. Hearing this, Aoi goes pale. 20 billion. Takashi sets his glass down, stating firmly, I am sorry, but that is impossible. Haruto looks slightly confused. Why? You treat Aoi like a slave. Takashi immediately retorts, not at all, I highly value young Ikanaga's unique abilities. That is why you are trying to poach him, right? Guild leader Sano. Aoi is left completely flustered by this, wondering if President Takashi truly values him. Takashi continues, honestly calculating the costs is hard due to the dungeon's nature. Haruto asks in confusion, the dungeon's nature? Takashi immediately explains. Entering the Severus Gate requires a very rare crystal. Only 3 exist worldwide, and each can only be used once. If the boss raid fails, it is all over. He points directly at Aoi, declaring young Ikanaga here actually used that priceless crystal during the raid to protect his allies. Each crystal is worth 100 million. Takashi adjusts his glasses, his gaze turning sharp as he adds, but considering he saved the lives of our guild members, and can still offer his tactical judgment to the guild, I propose we let his good deeds outweigh his mistake. Let us call it even. Haruto remarks, that dungeon must have quite a grand reward, right? Indeed, the Severus key can unlock the portal to the spirit realm. Takashi smirks, adding, surely you must understand. Dimensional portals better than anyone else, right? After all, you are working with guild leaders, Kinosaki and Turner. Haruto goes on high alert, realizing their real target is the dimensional key. His face darkens with concern, thinking this means the Midas Guild currently holds a piece of the portal. Takashi looks at him and says, this negotiation is going smoothly, so let's start negotiating. Meanwhile, at the Atlee estate in England, thick black smoke continuously rises. Fallen guards litter the blood-stained ground. A swift silhouette clashes fiercely against an entire squad, the majestic sword on his back glowing with lethal light. A blade slices through the hood, covering his eyes, tearing it open to reveal Michael's face. He casually snaps his fingers, and a system interface flashes before him, displaying the command, Control X, eliminate target. A massive magic circle engulfs them, drilling deep into the earth and leaving nothing behind but the crimson blood of the guards. He strides across the luxurious wooden floor as the massive double doors are flung wide open. Grabbing his sword, Michael glares at the man inside the office, then sneers. Thanks for the warm welcome, Atlee. Atlee stares back at him and says coldly, there's only one reason you would show up here. Michael flashes a smug smile. Is it because of the dungeon crystal, the Severus key? Atlee pulls out the key, his voice turning dead serious. I cannot break your curse, so just take it. You are looking for the key to the spiral dungeon, am I right? Michael instantly snatches it from the old man's hand. To be precise, I want shift, Atlee mutters, but it is useless without the control key. Shocked, Atlee asks, do not tell me you want the shift plus delete combo. Michael just sneers, raising his voice. Looks like you did some deep research for your son's sake. That is right, only complete deletion is powerful enough to resist the transcendent ones. Hearing this, Atlee asks gravely, but do they even care about us? He raises his voice. They are testing us, Michael chuckles, softly replying, we need to evolve. Shift and control or we get wiped out. They will target your son, Lucas, first, so pray that I actually succeed. Panic sets in for Atlee. Outside, the guards' voices echo. Master Atlee is still inside the room. Call for backup now. Michael quickly inserts the key, shouting, if the Control plus C user arrives here, tell him that I took it. A brilliant red light floods the entire room and a system notification pops up. Severus key is confirmed. The crystal enters the dungeon, initiating the dungeon event. Crimson light envelops Michael. Atlee warns him sharply, if you clear this dungeon, they will find you. But Michael just sneers. Did you forget about the dungeon rewards? A glowing green system window appears, Severus key entering the dungeon. 3 months ago, in Nevada, a massive airship hovers in the sky. Inside the elevator, the crew looks around in confusion. It feels like just one floor, but how many basements does this place have? Turner replies 20. From Bone to B10 are all alien research laboratories, and B11 to B20 are specialized labs dedicated to beasts from other worlds. Doe is completely shocked, realizing that aliens actually exist in this world. Mori chimes in, if monsters exist, then aliens are bound to be real too. Haruto wonders, what on earth was my father researching here? Meanwhile, Aoi thinks, thank goodness, I followed Senior Sano. But sweat drips down his face as he asks, is it really okay for me to be here? Especially after Sano agreed to those conditions. Earlier, Takashi said seriously, let's continue negotiations. If you let the Midas Guild handle the spatial key, how about letting Hunter Ikanaga join the Control Guild? Of course, we will also consider his entire debt fully paid off. Panicked, he whispers, Senior Sano, is this really okay? But Haruto does not hesitate and replies, deal. Aoi cries out in panic, Senior Sano. But Sano calmly explains that Aoi is a very important junior to him, so this price is actually quite cheap. Following behind, Aoi wonders to himself, when did Senior Sano get this incredibly strong? He spots a crowded area buzzing with people moving around. He wonders in shock, they do not look like soldiers or guards at all. Are they government officials? What are they doing here? Could it be just then the elevator doors slide open and Turner calmly introduces. This is the otherworldly research lab. Haruto asserts, first let me take a look at my father's research. He leads them inside, right this way. Staring at the test tube, Haruto is puzzled. A piece of iron, Turner explains gently. It came from a place known as the Spirit World discovered by the former director. He details the story calmly. No material on Earth can scratch this metal. Unfortunately, the former director perished in a massive disaster, halting all research. Haruto asks skeptically, my father was stationed in Tokyo and could not visit this facility. So how exactly did he conduct his research? Turner points toward a teleportation portal, replying he used the spatial magic of Hunter Nishihara to travel, but since Hunter Nishihara went missing, we can no longer activate it. Glancing at Aoi, Haruto realizes they knew each other. Staring back at the portal, another realization hits him. This means that Hunter Nishihara must have known about the spirit world long before the disaster struck. She definitely knew what was going on over there. Haruto deduces, my father wanted us to go there together when the disaster hit, but we failed to do so. Looking at the iron fragment, he ponders Nishihara and my father saw something in that world. Is the answer hidden inside this shard? I must open the spatial gate to find out. Haruto warns them softly. It is far too dangerous here. Haruto suggests, please conduct the rest of the testing out in the desert. Meanwhile, at the White House, silence falls over the majestic building. Raymond asks in a low voice, are you sure the spatial shards are all in the same location? Logan Bowman replies, yes, they have already been moved to the desert of Nevada under the close watch of soldiers and hunters. Simon Defray adds, we will ensure the test with the simulated key goes smoothly. However, we are worried about potential backlash from Master Turner. Romano's face darkens as he mutters in a low voice that the guy now holds the fifth key, putting the future of America in his hands. Controlling space, souls, magical skills, and resources means they have the power to completely shatter the world's balance. Meanwhile, in a vast desert, a heavily guarded research facility stands tall as Satoru looks around, marveling at how massive it is. Standing in the barren desert, Haruto stays highly alert to his surroundings while massive protective barriers rise in the distance. Armed soldiers immediately point their guns at him, but Haruto just smirks, realizing his sensory intuition has leveled up too. Countless people are gathering nearby, proving Aoi was right about how the American government was never going to leave them alone. Aoi warns Satoru in a serious tone, pointing out that government agents are among the crowd likely targeting the key. Urging him to stay cautious, he keys his radio and orders the transport plane carrying the crucial necklace to deploy immediately. While Satoru worries about whether things will go smoothly, Mori calmly reassures him that with his movement skills he will be fine. As the aircraft carrying the necklace flies in, he knows the time has come for the key piece to reach Haruto's hands. The glowing piece on the necklace bursts with golden light before detaching, diving straight down toward the key fragment Haruto is holding. The fragments instantly fuse together, releasing a blinding flash of golden light that surges directly through the palm of his hand. Suddenly, the key explodes, shaking the entire area as Satoru panics and screams while the fading golden light leaves only an empty void. American commanders bark orders to keep moving calmly, but the soldiers suddenly freeze mid-step, thoroughly confused by what they see. Staring at the empty sand dune, they wonder where both the spatial fragment and the hunter went right before a massive dimensional rift tears open. The terrifying fissure threatens to rip the sky apart and out walks Haruto, leading the group alongside a very cool-looking Masato in sunglasses. Standing safely behind the barrier, he remarks that everything seems to be working perfectly, prompting Haruto to answer with supreme confidence. He explains that they moved just in time, stuffing his hands in his pockets while boasting that setting up the barrier was no easy feat. Isolating the corrupted tree is a massive undertaking, and just then Nanes joins them from inside the protective barrier. She realizes Michel scattered them across Tokyo to link dimensions with dark mana, though Haruto is quite surprised to see her here as well. Wondering why Nanes is present, Masato suddenly cuts in to ask if the spatial key has finally been fully restored. Haruto confirms it is, but explains that it remains locked in a subspace which grants them the power to open portals anywhere. They can travel to any destination imaginable, leading Masato to look toward the portal and ask why they must operate within this subspace. Following his gaze, Haruto plainly states that they have to do this here because the United States has already gotten involved. Startled, Nanas asks if Satoru and the others are now hostages, but he quickly turns around to ease her worries. He reassures her that America will play nice since he holds the spatial key, leaving Masato scratching his head with endless questions. Complaining that the barrier blocks their path and will slow them down, Haruto steps up to clarify the situation once again. He reveals they can leave immediately, prompting a confused Masato to ask if there is a barrier there, to which Haruto confidently smiles. He promises they have something far better than a simple barrier, while high above the vast desert, helicopters spot figures resembling tiny ants. Heavily armed soldiers scour the area in search of clues, with one scout closely monitoring the environment to assess the situation. He reports back to headquarters that there are no signs of life, causing Satoru to turn pale with deep anxiety. Satoru panics for Haruto, but Mori stands calmly with folded arms, confident that their strong friend is completely fine. Takeruchigu joins the group, agreeing that nothing could happen to Haruto, just as a phone suddenly starts buzzing. Lucas looks down at his buzzing phone, drawing everyone's attention as a highly familiar contact name flashes on the screen: Father. That same afternoon at the Nevada research facility, lightning crackles around a trembling Tanner as he growls in pure, unfiltered rage. He demands to know if the president forgot his promise, while bodyguards desperately try to hold him back and shield Chairman Romano. Standing behind them, Romano anxiously explains that the spatial gate has become a critical global crisis, but Tanner remains completely furious. He retorts that the government promised to stay out of this even after they surrender the crystal. They surrendered the crystal of the Severus key, a detail that leaves Takeruchigu utterly stunned as he listens in on the conversation. He cannot believe someone would casually give away an item worth 100 million yen, while Romano rubs his temples in exhaustion. Romano explains that the situation has changed and no crystal remains, causing Tanner to suddenly narrow his eyes in suspicion. He reaches out and asks if Romano is secretly holding onto one, but an unexpected voice suddenly cuts through the tension. Interrupting the heated argument, Lucas makes his entrance and flatly states that none are left. He delivers the shocking news that the crystal kept under Cooper's protection was recently stolen by Michael. Absolute silence falls over the shocked room before Ares steps forward, demanding answers and demanding to know what happened. "Why didn't you say so earlier? If we run into Michael in the necrospace," he mutters, "I just found out myself," as Raymond lowers his head, feeling guilty. If Michael gets there first, everything is ruined. But Turner stays calm, reassuring everyone not to worry. Even if he makes it there, it will just be a waste of time. He looks up confused, asking what that means. With an incredibly serious face, he adds that Michael cannot use his skills in that zone, so he will take him down first. Standing nearby, Lucas analyzes the fight, thinking that Michael's Control plus X skill clashes with the Shift skill, right? They suddenly remember this, but what about Turner's Control plus S? The American president gestures wildly, trying to explain that Guildmaster Turner has got this all wrong, like we do in America. Meanwhile, as you and I look closer, a secret research lab portal suddenly begins tearing wide open. A scientist stands completely shocked by the scene unfolding right in front of him. This is impossible. That thing was shut down 15 years ago. Then a foot steps out of the portal. Masato appears, hands in pockets, looking extremely confident. He swaggered right out. The two dimensions actually linked up. Even Satoru is completely stunned by what is happening. He blurts out, "Guildmaster Kinosaki, how on earth did you get here?" Right behind them at that moment, Haruto steps out, looking annoyed, and snaps, "Stop showing off and move." He turns around, grumbling in irritation. "You make it sound so easy." Seeing the next person walk through the portal, Satoru's eyes light up with joy. "Haruto, you are totally safe, right?" Even Aoi cannot hide her shock, calling out Mr. Sano. Beside her, Sarah smiles warmly. "I knew it." Takeruchigu, however, is not surprised at all, grumbling that they are a bit late. "Where is the key?" He quickly responds that the spatial key is fully complete. Now a big question arises. "Are you planning to tag along on this mission?" Guildmaster Shirosaki Masato scowls, replying that it is still better than letting Takeruchigu go. Lucas walks over with an update. "Looks like Michael is inside the Cerberus dungeon." Haruto is taken aback. "What?" He continues, "My father just sent a message saying the spatial crystal has been stolen. Michael is definitely going to take down that dungeon boss." But Haruto quickly regains his cool, completely fearless, and issues orders. Now they need to get there right now. Their destination is the Cerberus Key dungeon, where a ferocious dog awaits. Hellish Cerberus, a level 670 boss monster. If you manage to defeat it, you are guaranteed a 100% chance to get the Necrospace key. All three heads of the beast start charging energy, preparing to blast the human below. Debris flies everywhere as the giant Cerberus closes in on the cliff, but the intruder does not budge. Despite the monster looming right over him, he stands completely still. Facing this terrifying threat, Michael calmly extends his hand and then in one swift motion clenches his fist. Unbelievable, with just one simple move, The mighty three-headed beast completely shatters. A notification pops up showing Control+X has eliminated the target, and a silver key floats down. A system message says, "You have defeated Hell Cerberus reward pending." Reading this, he slowly walks over and picks up the silver key. Michael inspects the item closely. A description of the key in his hand appears, the Cerberus key. It can open the portal to the necrospace just once. Once you enter, there is no turning back. Michael grinds his teeth, realizing it is a one-way ticket. He quickly figures out the catch. This explains why Michael was always so obsessed with the spatial key, and with that, he inserts the key into a stone. Glowing magical runes light up the area, and a massive portal instantly activates. With a sharp, determined look in his eyes, he stares straight ahead, taking firm, decisive steps as he walks right into the shimmering gateway. I guess there is no going back now. The scene shifts to another portal, where a fully armed squad stands ready for combat at any moment. Satoru is breaking into a cold sweat, thinking, we are finally about to step into another completely different world. I'm getting pretty nervous. Aoi bites her lip, filled with anxiety, thinking, I can barely breathe. Honestly, I feel like I am about to die right here. Turner, clad in armor, speaks sincerely. Haruto, I am truly sorry about what the president did. Haruto calmly replies that it is fine while secretly planning his next move. Honestly, thanks to that guy, they actually ended up with an unexpected advantage. Let's look back to when Raymond made a direct request saying, Guildmaster Sano, if you can actually launch an assault on that other dimension, please prioritize sending the United States scouting team first. But Haruto refused to give an inch, flat out denying the request. No, our Japanese team is going in first. Left with absolutely no choice, Raymond could only compromise, saying, fine, we will take second place then. We cannot afford to fall behind in this dimensional expansion race, Haruto. Hearing that and staring at the object lying still under the lens, he agrees but demands a favor in return. The man tells him to go ahead, so Haruto reaches out to grab the key while quietly realizing he cannot duplicate or easily replicate those dimensional fragments since their properties are exactly like a spatial key. He declares with absolute certainty that what he is looking for lies somewhere just ahead. Meanwhile, inside a tower rising from the desolate ruins, a panicked voice echoes down the corridor. Chief, we have a massive crisis on our hands. Slamming his massive hammer onto the ground, a muscular red-haired man sits calmly and tells everyone to stay quiet. Stop panicking. Meet Gueko, a 160-year-old firekeeper, the dwarf chief and the ultimate blacksmith of this necromantic realm. Hearing his calm words, a tiny dwarf girl composes herself and delivers the news. But the dimensional gate is already open, did you know? That is Bayo, a 50-year-old dwarven warrior and Gueko's grandchild. Holding up a key fragment, Gueko explains that he built the key himself, causing Bayo's panic to instantly turn into pure excitement. This means they can finally recover the missing pieces. Following the young warrior's gaze, Gueko stares ahead, lost in deep thought. He turns to his anvil and sighs, wondering if the broken pieces of that anvil even exist anymore. Despite her, tiny frame Bayo steps forward and points to the object on the table, claiming this dimension matches the sorceress's ancient prophecy. If they can restore the anvil, the world tree will be purified and all trapped spirits will finally be set free. He does not argue, simply muttering a quiet hope before thoughtfully stroking his long beard as a sudden worry crosses his mind. There is still that troublesome elf to deal with. Meanwhile, a massive tree with brilliant purple leaves looms, looking completely otherworldly. Nearby, a hand wrapped in sharp, painful thorns bleeds constantly. Jizzle is trapped deep within the briars, crying bitter tears of agony. She whispers that Michiel kept his promise. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic face bathed in a crimson glow begins to whisper from behind. It tells her none of that matters anymore because the final dimensional gate has finally been forced wide open. The sinister whispers echo, threatening to consume everything, boasting that they can finally conquer the entire realm. As blood drops splatter onto the barren ground, a lone traveler steps into this dead zone. Michael looks up, staring through the thick foliage. Right in front of him floats a harmless-looking spirit, confirming his suspicion that he has successfully entered the necromantic realm. But the cute creature suddenly morphs into a hideous demon, exposing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Seeing this, Michael merely smirks with absolute confidence. He acts as if he predicted this all along, amused to find that spirits still exist, and not just one but an entire swarm. As the monstrous spirits swarm him, Michael flashes a cold grin and raises his hand, conjuring a miniature black hole from his palm. A system notification immediately flashes, Control-X target eliminated. Instantly, the approaching spirits explode mid-air in a spectacular display of power before they can even register what happened. Black and blue smoke blend together in the air. As the thick haze slowly clears, the spirits do not vanish. Instead, they reform in the sky, completely unaffected by that devastating strike. Baring their sharp fangs, they howl in fury as an endless swarm of additional spirits suddenly materializes, darkening the sky. Realizing that Control X is totally useless against spiritual beings, Michael summons a massive black sword, radiating an intimidating aura. Charging forward like a demon of war, he mutters that these undeletable pests are starting to get on his nerves. Massive explosions shake the entire area. Meanwhile, inside a nearby ruin, the sound of snapping wood echoes as footsteps approach. A group of travelers sticks close together, slowly heading deeper into the wreckage. Satoru looks around and sighs in disappointment. He wonders if this dump is actually the necromantic realm. Crouching down, Lucas picks up a small book to examine it closely. We need to inspect further to be absolutely sure, but this is likely correct since Michiel mentioned his homeland was completely ruined. Activating his skill, a stream of complex data floods his mind as he casts Control F to track the target's coordinates. Noticing his friend looking strained, Haruto asks if he is doing fine, prompting Lucas to let out a tired sigh. Lucas replies that it is a long story before launching into a detailed explanation of the tragedy that befell this land. Spirits, dwarves, and elves once coexisted here in absolute harmony until a wicked dark spirit named Grimo corrupted their entire world. The spirits were the first to fall under his influence, triggering a brutal war between the races. Worse, these corrupted spirits began controlling massive monsters to devastate the land. Listening closely, Haruto realizes that Grimo is the master of this realm. He is the absolute owner of the exact dimension Haruto previously copied. Suddenly, a massive tentacle, wriggling in the corner of the dark ruins, catches their attention, prompting a sudden cry of alarm from the group. They finally made it. Full of curiosity, this guy walked up to take a look. Sensing danger, Masato instantly yelled out, warning him not to touch anything. But before the guy could even react, something massive burst straight out of the ground. An endless giant body slammed into the poor guy. The beast's bloodthirsty mouth instantly locked onto its target, snapping its jaws wide open to devour him. With no time to react, that soldier's journey came to a sudden permanent end. Inside the belly of the beast, Takeru Chigu quickly triggered his combat form, roaring at the top of his lungs for everyone to prepare for battle. Masato also powered up, visibly annoyed, clicking his tongue at how troublesome this guy was. A bolt of lightning erupted, striking hard at the Mukai. But sensing danger, the creature swiftly dove back deep into the ground. To dodge the incoming attack, the lightning strike just couldn't match its speed, merely hitting empty soil. The remaining hunters stood there in absolute shock, wondering what just happened. Did that monster really just run away? Just like dungeon pests, right? Meanwhile, a guy wearing a red hat was still standing there trying to analyze the situation, completely unaware of a giant claw dropping right onto his head. I was going to ask Team 5 to scout ahead, but that's useless now. In the blink of an eye, the red hat guy completely vanished. The spirit monster used its powerful claws to snatch a full-grown adult and flew high up into the sky. Its face grew more twisted by the second, a grotesque grin stretching from ear to ear. As if perfectly planned, the creature dropped the red hat guy. Right then, Mukai burst back out of the earth, but this time it brought some friends along. A whole pack of bloodthirsty spirits had joined the party. Deep underground, massive pipes were being lowered into a dark abyss, while heavy machinery worked non-stop day and night as if searching for something. Suddenly, a loud voice cut through the noise. Found it. Atlee turned around to ask for an update, and right on cue, a panicked subordinate ran over to report that the boss was indeed defeated. Taking that as his cue, the old man leaned on his cane and walked away, saying, "Let's go." They headed over to a cliff where a gateway once stood. The three of them stared ahead. This was the ultimate proof that Michael was actively trying to open up a dimensional portal. Facing this crisis, Atlee asked how long they could hold him off. His henchmen replied that with their current tech, they had 1 week. The loyal assistant analyzed the situation and spoke up, asking if it would all be useless anyway without the dimensional key. Hearing this, the old man picked up his phone to place a highly critical call. "Preparations are complete." Atlee spoke into the receiver with deep respect, apologizing to the president for calling so late. He asked if there was an answer regarding their previous discussion, quickly following up with a firm guarantee. "Yes, with that item we can unlock the gate." He then carefully steered the conversation, suggesting the United States now had a perfect reason to step in. Once this wraps up, that Hunter Sano won't even be needed anymore. Elsewhere, the Mukai lunged violently towards Takeru Chigu with its jaws open, unleashing a brutal and decisive bite. It was so incredibly powerful that the surrounding rocks and dirt completely shattered under the force. But you can't underestimate the power of a lava stone golem. The beast's biting force simply couldn't crush him. Faced with this, Takeru Chigu roared out, yelling that he would hold them back and telling the others to hurry. Standing tall with intense bloodlust, Tuner stood ready for battle, gripping his sharp axes with absolute fury. A system notification flashed as his skill activated. Control+S. He gripped his weapons even tighter after receiving the massive buff. But that wasn't the end of it. Multiple buffs stacked up one after another, rapidly multiplying the power of Tuner's twin axes. Storing mana, he unleashed a heavy stomp that practically shattered the ground. Leaping into the air, he locked onto the Mukai, and without a single word unleashed a devastating slash. The overwhelming damage tore the Mukai into 100 pieces before it could even dream of escaping underground. Tuner stuck the landing like it was nothing. Watching closely, Haruto analyzed the move, wondering if he was forcibly compressing his mana into the axes to trigger a sudden explosion. It was the same control curse, but completely different from his own mimicry skill. If he could upgrade his skills like that, it would be incredibly useful. But turns out there wasn't just one Mukai but two. Another one suddenly sprouted from the ground over there, wildly chasing down and attacking everyone in sight. With a monster back, Ares immediately began chanting his magic. Huge pillars of ice suddenly shot up from the frozen ground to construct a solid shield. Meanwhile, Tuner's massive axes still held their devastating power. He leaped into the air once more, striking down hard at the Mukai. High above in the trees, two figures watched the entire battlefield unfold. Lisetta asked curiously if they were hunters, and her companion answered based on what he knew, confirming they were likely humans. He stared down in deep thought, witnessing the struggle of these intruders fighting for their lives. Yes, they were facing the Mukai. It was supposed to be a gentle monster living peacefully underground, but out of nowhere it started acting completely hostile toward them. If they cannot find the root cause, they will be disqualified right here. Unfortunately, the Holy Sword's attack is just too weak. It is completely useless against the giant monster, but absolutely perfect for dealing with those flying spirits which pose a major threat from above. Lucas leaps high off the ground, using swift, precise strikes from his sharp sword to easily blow the monsters away. But even after being sliced to pieces, those annoying spirits immediately begin to regenerate. Gritting his teeth at the sight, Lucas grips his blade tightly. Suddenly, a monstrous power wrapped in a brilliant blue light surges out to completely envelop the spirits, dragging every single one of them down into the blinding, terrifying glow. Instead of regenerating, they finally disintegrate, transforming into glowing yellow crystals. As the crystals drift high into the sky, the two observers hidden in the tree are left utterly speechless. Lisetta looks down at Lucas with absolute curiosity, wondering what could have thoroughly purified those corrupt creatures. It turns out those are pure spirit crystals. There is no way a single strike completely purified those corrupted spirits. Is that weapon really a holy sword, and did Michiel bring these guys here? Meanwhile, the giant monster Mukai roars out in pure fury, though there is also a clear hint of fear in its voice as it quickly retreats deep underground to hide. Haruto is utterly stunned to see such a massive beast acting so strangely. Now free from the corrupt spirit chains, the giant creature simply retreats back to its peaceful life deep below the surface. This sword might actually be able to purify the spatial tree, just like Michiel claimed. Seeing its overwhelming power, the remaining spirits immediately grow hesitant, backing away and not daring to make another reckless move against him. Haruto chuckles and drops to one knee. It seems the key to this puzzle is the sword in his hands. Sudden vines sprout rapidly as if infused with pure life force. Already powerful to begin with, these vines are now heavily buffed, growing exponentially larger. Activating the gigaseous branch space, the vines morph into giant tentacles lunging upward to capture the restless spirits that refuse to stand still and surrender. The spirits fly higher to escape capture, but another rapid key combination is executed to completely cut off any escape route. Massive spider webs shoot out continuously immediately, deploying a giant web trap to ensnare them all. The webs tightly bind the spirits, trapping every single one of them in a single sweep. However, their intense life force causes them to self-disintegrate to break free from the webbing. Seeing this, the well-meaning Masato quickly approaches to warn him. Warning him that the spirits are escaping, Sano remains completely calm and tells him to look up, prompting Masato to instinctively look at the sky. Although every single spirit manages to break free from their cocoons, none of them can actually escape. Lisetta is shocked by his power, wondering how he obtained Michiel's spatial tree and if something terrible has happened to her. Beside her, her companion raises another pressing question, wondering where on earth he managed to get so many swords. With a gentle flick of Haruto's finger, a barrage of purifying swords rains down, leaving absolutely no spirit untouched. The corrupted spirits are finally purified, turning into glowing yellow crystals. Curious, Haruto reaches out his hand, wanting to touch one of them while wondering if these are pure spirits. However, the moment his fingers make contact with the crystal, a brilliant golden flash erupts as the crystal slowly shatters into pieces. Suddenly, a strange force strikes directly into Haruto's mind, making him tremble. The surging energy is so incredibly overwhelming that even he collapses to the ground. Seeing this, Satoru and I cry out in pure panic, calling his name. Right where Haruto stands, a massive, glowing golden tree sprouts. The 3-in-1 Yggdrasil seed has copied the spirit crystal and is now rapidly germinating, sending thick roots bursting wildly out of the ground. A system notification pops up stating the 3-in-1 Yggdrasil seed has copied the spirit crystal and partially sprouted. Haruto doesn't resist as the roots surround him completely. Then another system alert warns that for full germination, the purification of an elf and a spatial tree core is required. As Haruto disappears behind the massive roots, Ai desperately rushes forward, calling out his name. Confused about what just happened, Masato cannot help but swear, demanding to know what that massive thing is. Could it be a spatial tree seed? How did he even get it? Just then, he notices something unusual. Lisetta and her companion have been secretly watching the whole time, and only now does anyone finally notice them. Satoru looks on with wide, curious eyes, amazed to see real elves. Meanwhile, a violent energy vortex begins to swirl nearby. Any spirit that gets too close is instantly vaporized. Over on Michael's side, he stands calmly right in the center of it. Michael activates his Control X skill, completely erasing the surrounding mana. If his mana runs out, his very life force will be consumed instead, putting his life in grave danger. Nearby spirits are instantly turned to dust. Just then, another system screen flashes, showing his mana. His energy is completely drained, making it impossible to trigger Control plus X. Michael can no longer even stand. He collapses straight to the ground. The dark spirits finally snap out of their daze, and a second later, one of them lets out a mad screech. Suddenly, the spirits turn on each other, biting wildly as if hypnotized. Unable to tell friend from foe, the tide of battle completely turns. The spirits tear each other apart. Michael smiles weakly. The side effects of constant erasure are finally kicking in. Not even dark spirits can escape it. Eventually, your mind and very existence break down. And then, you lose the ability to tell friend from foe. Sano, you are the only exception. Just then, a figure approaches from the distance. Vaio stares at the scene, completely mesmerized. She gasps in disbelief, wondering if the spirits are actually fighting among themselves. The squinty-eyed dwarf rushes over in a panic, asking what on earth is happening, while the red-haired dwarf looks just as confused. Has this ever happened before? Suddenly, Vaio spots the motionless Michael, shouting that there is a human lying over there. She turns to her companions, asking if this man is the one mentioned in the female mage's prophecy. Squinty Eyes cannot recognize the face, simply replying that he does not know. Vaio realizes that if it is true, this man is a dimensional intruder. Yet she cannot just leave him behind. She decides they should take him to the chief instead. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Michel calmly notes that something is wrong with the spirits. Giselle stays silent, her face filled with despair as she feels their absolute erasure. It must be due to the holy sword Michel brought back. Judging by the dimensional rift in her territory, she can sense a crack forming back on Earth. If it opens, she needs to get there immediately. But first, she must finish absorbing the final core of the space tree. Meanwhile, over at the Japan Hunter Association, Makoto bursts into Nanase's room, drawing her eyes away from her computer screen. She asks what is wrong, and her father quickly approaches with a heavy expression, saying he has urgent news. It seems Cooper's faction in America has opened a dimensional rift. Nanase leaps to her feet in shock, knowing Michel's gate should have been sealed. How is this even possible? Makoto then shares his theories. They apparently use Hunter Nishihara's spatial device. Hearing this, Nanase's eyes widen in sheer shock. She remembers Haruto's warning, pleading with her to stay on Earth, predicting that America would not give up so easily. He suspected Michael would try to reopen the exact same dimensional rift he had summoned before bringing chaos. If that happens, dark spirits could flood Earth, which is why he needed her to stay behind to prepare. Nanase immediately rushes out with Makoto, urging him to hurry because something dangerous is bound to cross over. This triggers a realization for Makoto. If that is true, then the gate Sano opened is also a massive threat. She stops and looks him straight in the eyes, stating that this is precisely why she stayed behind. She reassures him that Sano's gate is safely located in Chairman Masato Shirosaki's underground warehouse. If things go south, she can easily destroy the defiled tree and seal the gate. Her determination is rock solid. But if the American Rift opens, they will be utterly powerless to stop it. They must contact the International Hunter Association immediately. Meanwhile, in the realm of the dead, a dark shadow looms over the elf village. Takeru Chigu places the seed containing Haruto onto the ground. The curious elves gather around, recognizing it as a space tree seed. They wonder who brought it back. Takeru Chigu glances at Masato and shakes his head. Just then, an imposing figure steps forward. Lisetta bows with deep respect, welcoming Lord Creo. He walks over and touches the seed, which has already begun to sprout. This means the elves have successfully been purified. Suddenly, Creo senses something and shifts his gaze toward Lucas. Feeling the immense power, he recognizes the holy sword and walks over, driven by curiosity. He asks if Lucas was the one who purged the spirits. Lucas replies with a simple yes, bringing a smile to Creo's face. He commends his success, but in an instant his tone turns deadly serious as he asks for his son, Michel. Placing his hand onto the seed, a vibrant flame like blue light suddenly bursts forth. A system notification immediately pops up announcing that Crio's elven purification skill has successfully been triggered. The iriso seed is now actively sprouting, rapidly accelerated by the elf's direct intervention. As the seed blooms, Haruto emerges, gasping desperately for air. Satoru immediately runs over to him in a panic, but Crio stops him with a deadly look. Chills run down Satoru's spine, freezing him in place. Stumbling, Haruto accidentally touches the tree bark. Instantly, Haruto's hand begins to glow. The blessing of the space tree has taken root, initiating an automatic copy. Another long notification pops up, pasting the space tree onto the host. With the blessing of the space tree, the host gets 65% physical recovery from all damage and 50% damage reduction. If he obtains the space tree core and completes the sprouting process, he will get 100% physical recovery and 80% damage reduction. Haruto stares at his hands in utter disbelief. Has the space tree really been copied and pasted directly onto his body? If he can just grab its core, he won't ever need healing again. A second later, the trunk crumbles like paper. This leaves the elves completely stunned. The space tree is gone, so what about the seed? Just then, Crio notices something strange. Haruto's internal organs are actually glowing. It didn't disappear at all, it took root and sprouted inside this human. Now the old elf gets straight to the point. Answer me. Where is my child? Mito. Crio grows increasingly impatient. I gave you the spirit's blessing just to get news about him. So the boy bluntly delivers the cold, hard truth. Mito died back on Earth. Hearing this, Crio's face turns deathly pale. What? Dead. The other elves are equally shocked. Impossible, a mere human could never kill an elf. Haruto doesn't hold back, spitting out every single word. To us, Mito was just a monster trying to destroy Earth. Tears begin to stream down the corners of Crio's eyes. Is that why my child died? A dark aura suddenly erupts from his body, and a split second later, Crio lunges forward. He frantically charges right at Satoru. Screaming in pure madness, Crio begins casting a spell. How dare you step foot in here after taking my child's life? A split second later, he strikes Satoru directly, instantly sealing the boy's sword. The forbidden curse slowly binds him tight. Just then, an axe swings and Turner arrives just in time to make the save. Facing this strike, Crio doesn't flinch. He immediately unleashes a defensive move, but then the curse catches Turner's hand, instantly binding his entire body. Crio has completely lost his mind. If Mito could have used this elven magic back there, he wouldn't have been killed by a mere human. Once again, his body overflows with raw power. With those pathetic amateur skills, you'll never break free from this binding curse. This leaves Ares completely stunned as the curse slithers toward them like a snake, binding everyone else. Just like that, the entire party is sealed, struggling in vain to break free. Damn it, our skills are totally locked. Standing nearby, Masato mutters in frustration that his mana is draining. Haruto grits his teeth. Is this the space tree's blessing? Mana still flows through him, but what is this weird sensation? He immediately activates his system power. A spell mixed inside the elven blessing triggers an automatic copy function, but a red system box pops up. Copy failed. This extra-dimensional magic must combine with spatial alterations from this world. Haruto's brows furrow in thought. Spatial alterations. That's exactly what Mito said. If he can just grasp that alteration, copying it will be a breeze. Once he finds a way, this skill is as good as his. Meanwhile, Crio tightly grips his bow. You dare call us monsters? His murderous intent flares up intensely. But in this world, you are the real monsters. A second later, Crio ruthlessly releases the bowstring. Die. The arrow tears through the air toward them. Haruto's expression darkens. If that attack hits Sarah Arita, she won't survive. Right then, a shadow blurs past as a magic circle is summoned, stopping the arrow dead in its tracks. Even the binding curses are instantly shattered. The one behind this is Ares. An elven spell. She glares straight at her opponent. Looks like it won't work on me. Strange runes glow behind Ares, making Crio's eyes widen in absolute shock. The undying cloak. Is that from that female mage? This completely catches Ares off guard. You actually knew my mother. Meanwhile, in the gloomy dwarf dungeon, the atmosphere is chillingly dark. Michael slowly, painfully opens his eyes after passing out. Only then does he realize he has been tied up. Suddenly, a soft voice echoes, "Oh, you're awake." Pio stands behind the bars, asking with concern, "How are you feeling?" Michael's voice is hoarse from silence. "Did you capture me while I was unconscious?" The little girl immediately retorts, "I actually saved you. Your mana was completely drained. You were literally on the brink of death." A mysterious smirk plays on his lips. A second later, Michael easily snaps his ropes, standing up as if he was never injured. This gets Pio super excited. "Are you a mage?" Michael slowly walks closer, looking at her. "So your kind are dwarves." The girl enthusiastically replies, "And you're a human, right?" Instantly, Michael begins gathering massive energy in his palm. Everything is going exactly according to plan. Suddenly, Michael lunges forward and roars, "Control X, cut target." Thrusting his hand forward, a massive sphere appears, blasting everyone back. Several people are thrown across the room. some face planting hard onto the ground. Screams echo through the air as a deeply shocked Pio cries out, "Why are you attacking us? We literally saved your life." Michael only sneers coldly. "To me, you guys are nothing but experience points." He conjures up yet another magical orb. This time, the energy orb shoots straight toward Pio. She stands frozen, completely paralyzed. Then a deafening explosion shatters the air. Pio slowly opens her eyes in shock, realizing she is completely unharmed. Standing right in front of her is none other than Greco. He stands tall, wielding his massive hammer to block that devastating blow. Little Pio can only stare in absolute shock. Pio's eyes widen as she stammers out, "Chief." Meanwhile, Michael narrows his eyes, clearly annoyed by this sudden, unwelcome interruption. Greco refuses to back down, glaring right back at Michael. Seeing their leader, the surrounding villagers instantly cry out in relief. Greco glances over his shoulder, his voice deeply serious. "Pio, go warn Creo about this immediately." Pio hesitates, pleading that he is too dangerous to face alone. But Greco loses patience and roars at her to get moving. Startled tears well up in her eyes as she looks at him. Then she bolts, shouting that she will bring Creo back immediately. Michael sneers, asking if he is the famous Chief Greco. Greco ignores him, demanding to know Michael's true motive. Michael smirks, staring at the glowing weapon. "You blocked my curse with that hammer. It must be made from dimensional space fragments." Greco instantly catches on and grins widely. "So that is it. You came here to evolve that dark curse of yours." Charging energy in his palm, Michael notes how convenient talking monsters are. But before he can even unleash his strike, Greco slams his hammer down, shouting that he will bear the curse. Instantly, the ground beneath Michael begins to shatter into pieces. Shockwaves travel through the earth, targeting Michael directly. Greco grips his weapon tighter, preparing his next heavy assault. He punches the stone wall, sending rectangular pillars crashing outward. This massive structural shift supercharges his dimensional hammer to its absolute peak. Greco swiftly leaps onto one of the giant stone pillars rising from below. The ground completely collapses into a deep abyss. As Michael plummets, a cold smirk crosses his face. He realizes he needs that hammer first. And just like that, Michael completely vanishes into thin air. Meanwhile, aboard Haruto's ship, crossing this deep valley means they will finally enter the legendary dwarven territory. Lisetta assures him there are no monsters or spirits nearby, meaning they will arrive much earlier than they originally expected. Aoi asks if they are enemies. Lisetta solemnly explains that despite a ceasefire, their conflict is far from over. They plan to leave immediately after dropping him off. Meanwhile, Haruto remains deeply lost in his own thoughts. Dwarves, Haruto recalls Creo's words. Long ago, they lived peacefully together with the dwarves, forging legendary items. Creo's words echo in his mind. They provided the space trees, the only fuel capable of powering those ancient forges. That was how their bond was forged. But then his voice darkened. One day, a malevolent spirit named Gramarye appeared. It corrupted the sacred space tree. With deep sadness, Creo explained that its divine blessings were lost to them forever. But Greco manipulated Creo's child Giselle, attempting to steal a branch. He recalls the tragic image of Giselle trapped by dark twisting roots. Creo charged in, but Giselle was already captured by Gramarye. In absolute fury, Creo shattered Greco's life force, his precious anvil. He broke it into two pieces, casting them into another dimension, tearing open a massive cosmic rift right before his eyes. This dimensional tear triggered a catastrophic disaster on Earth, causing a parallel Earth to suddenly manifest. Between these two worlds lay a massive magic circle. Haruto adds that Michelle then appeared in the human realm. She came to banish the evil spirit. Creo continues, explaining how monsters ran wild once the spirits became corrupted. A powerful sorceress then appeared, slaying the beasts. Back then, Ares confronted him, desperately demanding to know where his mother was. She predicted humanity would arrive here eventually. Together with Greco, she forged the dimensional key to seal this realm. They shattered the key, sealing the dimensional barriers. Creo's voice darkens as he explains she then left for the beast realm. She went searching for someone. But since Creo had destroyed the anvil, she could never forge a way back home, trapping her there forever. Remembering this, Ares desperately begged to be taken to Greco right away. Creo coldly replied it was pointless without the anvil. But then Haruto confidently revealed a unique jade stone. He claimed they could fix the anvil. Shocked, Creo demanded to know what he meant. Haruto smiled, leaving the repairs to Lady Sarah Arita, who gave a quiet, reassuring nod. Haruto steps forward, invoking the power of Airezu's fresh sprout. He gently presses his hand flat against the earth. Instantly, a brilliant, glowing sapling sprouts. Lisetta watches, completely speechless. An uncorrupted space tree, Haruto smiles, asking if they can finally relight the forge now. Back in the present, Haruto resolves to plant a new space tree seed once this is all over. Suddenly, his thoughts are cut short by a voice asking, is there a battle? Haruto and the others look up at the cliff, where a loud explosion just went off. Iris squints her eyes. He whispers that the spirits seem to be attacking something. Sure enough, a massive insect-like monster is raging in a wild frenzy. Someone gets blasted by the beast and sent flying right off the cliff. Lucas can barely believe his eyes and gasps. A human. Lisetta is just as shocked, raising her voice in disbelief. No way. Meanwhile, deep inside the British Duke's mansion, a dimensional portal activates. Everyone gathers around, staring intensely at the other side. Beyond the portal lies a pure pitch-black mass of energy emitting bizarre, unsettling shrieks. Those present raise their shields to avoid being blown away. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from the other side. As lightning crackles, a calm-faced Atli steps forward to announce, "It has opened." Hearing this, the others charge forward with roaring battle cries. Atli glances back at his follower and signals, "Let us go." Weapons drawn, everyone steps through the portal. Meanwhile, the rifle-carrying soldiers begin to whisper anxiously among themselves. What is this black fog? Suddenly, one of them collapses, causing his teammate to scream out in sheer panic. But a second later, he is struck by an unseen force spraying blood everywhere. Armored soldiers fall in rapid succession. Panic spreads, and the hunters quickly yell out to coordinate. Non-hunters fall back immediately. This entire zone is suffering from severe corruption. Right then, a wood monster suddenly bursts from the ground, biting and crushing soldiers instantly. Agonizing screams fill the air. Meanwhile, the remaining fighters try to stay calm, pouring all their strength into striking the beast. While busy slaughtering soldiers, the wood monster gets struck by a hunter. It bares its razor-sharp teeth and roars in pure rage. The monster charges straight at the attacker, smashing the ground with its head. The targeted hunter begins to tremble with utter dread. Is my level 300 skill useless? No way, he stammers, staring at the colossal beast in front of him. This place is far worse than any high-tiered dungeon. Atli struggles to take a step, pinned down by a massive, overwhelming pressure. His follower looks around and asks, "Did you know it was this dangerous and just use them as bait?" Atli remains silent, prompting the follower to mutter how terrifying this is. Hearing that, the old man abruptly halts, freezing in his tracks. Atli whips around, his voice turning deadly cold. "Shut up!" Instantly, a sinister red dark magic surges, completely flooding the entire area. Breaking into a cold sweat, Atli's companion snarls, "Damn it," but Atli just stands there staring back at him blankly. As the companion screams in agony, Atli's eyes widen with malice. "Foolish human." The red magic spreads alongside creeping shadows. "No, maybe I should thank you." Revealing his true colors, Atli laughs. "Thanks to you all, I now control this entire dimension." Despite the utter chaos unfolding on the inside, the exterior of the building remains completely peaceful. But only minutes later, that silence is brutally shattered by a massive explosion that completely obliterates the entire building. Elsewhere, a live broadcast delivers some breaking news. Around 1 a.m. local time, a mysterious dimensional rift opened up in England. According to local residents, the dimensional gate appeared right on Atli's private estate. Tokuo watches the screen and remarks that Nanasi's prediction was right. She looks at him, saying they cannot stop this. But she pauses, narrowing her eyes as her thoughts drift to Sano. Nanase stares at the massive power before her, wondering if Sano can seal it in that dimension. Meanwhile, back with Haruto's group, they witness a shocking sight. Pio is falling right off the cliff side. Lisetta instantly recognizes her, shouting that the child is the chief's granddaughter. Haruto looks up, watching the chief's granddaughter as she plummets toward the ground. Deciding to help, Haruto immediately takes action and places his hand on a nearby tree trunk, activating his Control-V command on the Irezu branch. Massive roots instantly erupt from where he infused his power, growing and spreading out at a blistering speed. In an instant, they expand and branch out. Haruto quickly turns around, shouting for Lucas. Lucas gets the memo, immediately leaping into the air. He uses the twisting branches to jump even higher. Reaching the perfect height, Lucas swings his sword to summon his power. He bolts forward, flying straight toward the spirit insects. He slices cleanly through them one by one. Within seconds, the spirit beasts are completely destroyed without even a chance to fight back. Lucas scans the area to locate Pio and dives straight down. He reaches out with both arms, safely catching her in midair. Keeping her safe, they head back to the ship, which is still gliding swiftly across the water's surface. Eventually, Pio slowly opens her eyes, looking around in a state of complete confusion. She finds Haruto, Lucas, and Iris staring at her. Startled, Pio recoils and screams, "Humans, stay away." Seeing this, Lisetta kneels down to comfort her. "Pio, why are you here all alone?" Recognizing them, Pio asked through tears, "Why are you with humans?" Lisetta quickly reassured the girl. "Pio, calm down, they actually saved you. I am taking them to the chief, and then we saw you under attack." Pio gasped, her voice trembling, "Are you guys the mages from the prophecy?" Ares rushed over, asking, "Do you know my mother?" Suddenly, Pio remembered the critical task she had to finish. She urgently cried out, "Wait, the chief is in danger. Someone brought a deadly curse right here to us. Please help us." Haruto instantly realized who was behind this and gritted his teeth. "Michael. So he is here too." Meanwhile, Michael teleported right behind Greco. "Breaking the ground won't save you." Before Greco could even react to the voice, Michael immediately activated Control plus X, deleting his target. A massive dark magic sphere swallowed Greco instantly, leaving him staring in utter shock. But Greco refused to back down. Raising his hammer high, he gathered every ounce of strength left in his body. With a roaring battle cry, he slammed his hammer against the sphere. Cracks immediately formed and began spreading rapidly. The sphere shook violently as trapped energy struggled to break free, and with a massive blast, it finally exploded. Greco stood tall amidst the smoke. Michael landed on an opposite pillar, sneering, "That hammer cannot break this curse." Looking down at his glowing weapon, Greco said in a deep voice, "This is no ordinary hammer. It is Crom." Michael just smirked. Quite a fancy name for a tool. Michael reached out as small metal blocks began floating before him. They quickly aligned in the direction of his hand, forming a sharp sword. Michael gripped it tightly, sneering, "I am taking that hammer." Over the next few minutes, the two clashed in a fierce, brutal battle. The entire cavern shook from their heavy blows. Michael shattered Greco's stone platform, sending the old warrior plummeting downward. Michael pursued him, slamming his hammer into the stone to halt his fall, Greco thought. He is trying to keep his distance, but that trick won't work. Suddenly, a massive stone pillar erupted right next to Michael, catching him off guard. However, Michael reacted instantly, teleporting away to safety, just as he had done before. Vanishing into thin air, Michael reappeared directly behind Greco before the old man could even register what happened. Greco gasped, and Michael immediately unleashed a devastating downward strike, aiming a heavy blow straight at him. The impact exploded, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and stone. Michael watched closely as the debris slowly cleared away. Greco was still standing. Michael sneered, gathering magic in his palm. "Unlike you, I have more than just a hammer," he roared. Control plus X, delete target. A massive orb surged toward Greco, who desperately scrambled to dodge to one side. But the moment he moved, the sphere exploded violently. Greco cried out in pain, and Michael did not hesitate for a second. He lunged forward, unleashing a follow-up slash in midair. Instantly, two more exploding spheres appeared right next to Greco. He leaped back to escape, but the blast radius of those massive orbs was simply too wide to dodge. Greco watched in absolute horror as the fiery explosion swallowed him whole. A deafening blast echoed through the entire chamber. He screamed in agony as blood splattered across the stone. Yet Michael had no intention of stopping, aiming directly at him. Conjuring another magical orb in his palm, Michael threw it straight at the wounded dwarf. Greco gasped, looking up as it approached. Fighting through excruciating pain, he swung his heavy hammer in a desperate roar, trying to block the oncoming spell. The speeding sphere was blocked by the immense force of his hammer, vibrating wildly in midair. However, with two massive powers clashing, the orb detonated in a violent flash, sending Greco flying backward across the cavern. Plummeting rapidly down into the dark abyss, Greco desperately clawed at the stone wall with his hammer to stop his fall. With a final desperate surge of effort, he succeeded. The heavy hammer lodged deeply into the solid stone wall, holding his weight. Acting fast, Greco used his magic to summon a horizontal stone pillar, creating a temporary platform to stand on. As Greco collapsed in exhaustion, Michael landed gracefully right in front of him. Michael taunted him with a smirk. "That arm is finished, isn't it? Just give up and hand over the hammer and artifact." Greco gasped, his brow furrowing as cold sweat broke out. He glared at Michael with intense suspicion and caution. Breaking the heavy silence, Greco slammed his hammer down, growling, "So you know about the artifact, too." Standing up, blood dripping from his shattered left arm, he reached into his bag with his remaining good hand. After a brief hesitation, he slowly pulled out a radiant glowing gem right before Michael's eyes. Michael's eyes widened in sheer shock as he stammered, "That thing!" Instantly, memories of modifying the curse flashed in his mind. "Without the device, how is that even possible?" Back then, Missile had replied, "The dwarf chief can manifest the curse, Michael." Looking at her, he asks in disbelief if it can even create curses. Michelle simply nods, confirming it. She explains that by harvesting the core buried deep beneath the dimensional tree's roots, they forged an artifact capable of reinforcing absolutely anything. Michelle smiles slyly, adding that it goes beyond skills. It can actually upgrade gear and even curses themselves. Sadly, the dimensional tree is now completely corrupted, making it impossible to produce any more cores. However, a few leftover samples made by Chief Weko might still exist. Right then, Weko throws a core into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it whole. Instantly, his eyes flash as raw, violent energy erupts from his body. Weko roars. But suddenly, he freezes, his eyes rolling back as thick veins bulge across his entire face. Then, the left arm he just lost in the explosion suddenly regenerates, growing back perfectly. Standing tall and majestic, Weko clenches his fist and glares at Michael. Michael watches him, totally stunned. Realizing the core can even regenerate severed limbs, Michael smirks and addresses the chief. "A reinforcing item, huh? That is way beyond my expectations." Weko yells, slamming his hammer down. "You have no idea how terrifying this power really is, you fool." Instantly, the stone pillar beneath them shatters into pieces. The impact is far more devastating than before. Michael quietly analyzes Weko's movements but suddenly senses something incredibly off. Instead of crumbling away, the shattered stones beneath them begin rising, pulling together as if drawn by a magnet. Sure enough, a massive stone golem materializes right before him. Michael completely freezes, staring at the beast in shock. The stone giant charges forward, reaching out with a massive arm, ready to crush Michael into dust. Wasting no time, Michael leaps high into the air to dodge the attack. But the moment his feet leave the ground, the shattered stones whip upward and wrap around his ankles, dragging him back down as Michael gasps in disbelief. The debris forms a heavy mound, completely pinning his legs. Around him, the rest of the loose rocks begin to rise, breaking apart and wrapping around his entire body. Seeing Michael trapped, the stone giant seizes his chance. It raises a massive fist and swings. Controlled by Weko, the giant unleashes a devastating punch directly into the bound Michael. But instead of celebrating his victory, Weko freezes in sheer horror, his eyes widening. Meanwhile, at that very moment, up in the celestial realm where the sacred tree Arasu stands, a dark atmosphere looms. Masato rubs his chin, pondering the reinforcing item, an item that can upgrade absolutely anything. Satoru grins, hoping Haruto manages to bring back a ton of those. Kryo sighs heavily, warning him not to expect too much. Satoru yells, asking why. Takeru Chigu listens closely nearby. Making those items is incredibly difficult, and worse, they can no longer be produced at all. The dimensional tree is fully corrupted by Gramarye. Kryo explains calmly that while the roots are holding back the corruption, Gramarye reaching the core is inevitable. Once that happens, their entire dimension is finished. Masato glares at Kryo, demanding to know why he would bring such a dangerous creature to Earth. Just then, one of Kryo's subordinates walks in, presenting a new plan to deal with the threat. He suggests trapping Gramarye in a dimension-shifting dungeon once it arrives. Kryo nods firmly, adding that if they can relocate the beast and save the dimensional tree's core, they can harness its power to forge the key needed to access that shifting dungeon. Masato pushes himself up, his voice dropping as he approaches Kryo. A key to the dimension-shifting dungeon. Kryo nods, confirming Weko is capable of crafting it. Desperate, Masato grabs Kryo's shoulders. You mean he can actually forge the key to the very dungeon we have been searching for all this time? Kryo quietly asks if he has been there before. Masato nods, explaining he went with his younger brother. Kryo looks at him coldly, stating that as long as they have a dungeon relic, Weko can make it happen. Overcome with relief, Masato drops to his knees, wiping tears from his face as he whispers his brother Sudo's name. I can finally come save you. Kryo watches him quickly, snapping him back to reality by warning that time is running out. If Gramarye absorbs the dimensional tree's core, forging a key will become completely impossible forever. Let's check back on the battlefield, where Michael suddenly roars and activates Control X to erase space. A massive black hole manifests, rapidly expanding as it vacuums up the surrounding earth and stone, including the very platform Weko stands on. The terrifying rift grows larger by the second, tensing Weko's muscles as the gravitational pull threatens to drag him in. As the void creeps closer, Weko reaches his limit, his boots sliding against the ground. Sweat pours down his face as he is nearly pulled into the abyss. Desperate, Weko slams his hammer onto the remaining stone just as the void closes in. A massive stone wall rises instantly, blocking the black hole and weakening the gravitational pull. Seizing the opportunity, Weko leaps backward to escape. The rising wall is slowly consumed by the black hole, but he keeps building it higher to shield himself. Next, a massive wall of stone rises to shield him from that terrifying gravitational pull. But those walls stand absolutely no chance against the massive suction force. They shatter instantly as the black hole collides with them. The more stone barriers it destroys, the larger and more violent the black hole grows. Greco can only watch in absolute horror, knowing no matter how many defenses he builds, nothing can stop it. Finally, backed into a corner, Greco decides to risk everything. As the singularity closes in, he swings his hammer down with massive force, but the strike doesn't even scratch Michael's ultimate attack. Powerless, Greco can only stand there and watch as the void drags him right into the center. He groans in pure agony. After a long moment, the black hole dissipates and Michael slowly walks over to the impact zone. Nothing remains except a massive bottomless crater. Standing right in the middle of it, Michael calmly picks up Greco's heavy hammer, which lies discarded on the shattered ground. He looks down at the defeated warrior and demands, hand over the artifact, still buried under the rubble. Greco struggles to speak. Did you really think I absorbed that relic just to regrow my hand? That was the last one. There is nothing left to give you. Michael's face darkens instantly as he replies, I only came here first because of what Michiel told me. That is disappointing, but I suppose I will just have to search another dimension instead. Greco's eyes widen in absolute shock. Michiel, my child. Michael drops down to one knee, getting right in his face. So you do know him. Then you must know about his teleportation curse. Greco's face turns pale. His eyes swell with rage. It cannot be. You did not come here for artifacts. Your real target is his teleportation and erasure skills. Michael turns to walk away, looking back with a smirk. I found that last teleportation trick to be decent. Meanwhile, at the Atlee estate in England, hunters gather around glowing magic circles while Atlee sits quietly, all by himself in a dark corner, completely lost in deep thought. Just as Michiel explained, Grimoire still lacks a permanent physical form, meaning as long as we do not face him head-on, we can withstand his mental attacks. Atlee grips his sword tightly. Luckily, the government returned the holy sword to him. He drives the legendary blade deep into the ground. Realizing there is no escape, he completely underestimated the enemy. This is not an opponent you can defeat with a single blade. At this rate, all of England will be ruined. Memories flash back to his meeting with Michiel. How do we stop him? Michiel had answered. We plan to seal Grimoire inside the very pocket dimension we stole from him. Atlee asked in disbelief how Michiel simply replied, use the holy sword to force him in. Her monotone voice continued to explain, but this must be done before he absorbs the spatial tree core and assumes his true physical form. If he regains his true shape and reclaims that dimension, he will have the power to traverse realms freely. Back in reality, Atlee reasons that the hunter currently possessing that dimension has already activated the teleportation gate inside it. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through his racing thoughts. Atlee, a middle-aged woman, approaches, and she is none other than Hunter May, the Prime Minister of England. May questions him sternly. How do you plan on handling this situation, Atlee? Atlee stands up abruptly, proposing to mobilize all top hunters to resolve this crisis at any cost. May remains highly skeptical. Is that really going to work? Atlee nods confidently, assuring her they still have time. They both look toward the magic circle. What if this operation fails? There's a portal in Japan that the dark spirit Grimoire could easily use. Hearing this, May's expression darkens instantly. Do not tell me you intend to dump this burden onto Japan. But this crisis will affect the entire world. That is not a real solution. Atlee steps up directly behind her. Grimoire will regain his true form soon. Once that moment comes, we will no longer be able to use magic to keep him under control. He suddenly leans in close, startling her. Prime Minister May, have you forgotten what happened 15 years ago when the gate opened in our own country? Atlee whispers quietly in her ear. Choose between opening the gate in England or Japan. You know the scale of this disaster would devastate the globe. Meanwhile, Pio has guided Haruto's group to the destination. Looking down at the ruined crater from a cliff, Pio stammers, the village is. Tears welling up in her eyes, she rushes down the steep slope in a panic, crying out, Chief. Haruto yells out to stop her. Stop, Michael might still be down there. But Pio ignores him and runs toward the motionless Greco, covering her mouth in shock. She desperately shakes him, pleading for him to wake up. But the chief remains completely still, his breathing faint and his eyes rolled back with zero response. Lisetta quickly catches up to them, demanding, who on earth did this to him? Haruto remains exceptionally calm as he observes he is still breathing. He turns to Arita, Sara Arita, asking Sara Arita, can you heal him? Sara Arita pulls back her hood, staring silently at Greco. I will try, she says, but this wound is from that Ares skill, so hopefully a loophole opens up like last time. Pio runs over and grabs her shirt. Restore. Does that mean you can actually heal him? Please save the chief. I will do anything. Sara Arita steps closer, placing both hands on him. Control plus Z, restore target. But after just a moment, the system flashes a notification. Control plus Z. This is an error from another dimension. Restoration failed. An upgrade is required to affect this space. Frowning, Sara Arita looks at Haruto. It is impossible. To use my skill in this dimension, I need to upgrade it first. Haruto grits his teeth in frustration. Looks like we have to upgrade the cursed skill to make it work here. Pio is completely shocked, her innocent eyes quickly filling with tears of despair. She urgently asks Haruto, if we can upgrade it, can you really save our chief? Looking around, Haruto replies softly, but with the chief and the village completely destroyed, how is that possible? Pio steps right in front of him, speaking with absolute certainty. Do not worry, she says, hand placed firmly over her chest. I can help. In that exact moment, Pio's mind flashes back to a memory from 5 years ago. Back then, Duko sat in his forge and told her, right now, we cannot restore the world tree. He then held out 2 glowing cores that had been absorbed during the brutal battle with Michael. These are probably the very last runes. Duko placed them before her. Pio, you must keep these safe. Surprised, Pio asks me. He looks at her with a gentle smile. If the prophecy is true, we will definitely need them. He stares at her, giving a crucial warning. The keeper of these fragments will be our savior. Back in the present, Pio addresses Haruto. I need to check something first. While Haruto is still confused, she asks, do you have the fragment of the anvil? Haruto smiles, thinking to himself. The fragment, who would have thought this crucial item would show up right in front of him? Sometime before this, Haruto had met with President Raymond, making a very serious request. I have one condition before prioritizing the US recon team. You must give that fragment to me. It is likely a relic from the exact dimension we are about to enter. If so, we can finally find the answers my father was searching for. Haruto pulls out a large metal shard. You mean this? Pio looks at it completely overjoyed. Yes, it is a piece of the chief's anvil, just like the prophecy said. She begins rummaging through her pockets as Haruto watches her in total confusion. Pio pulls out a glowing core. With this we can upgrade the curse. Haruto leans in close to examine it. What is that? Pio replies simply, a highly powerful rune. At that moment she recalls Duko's teachings. To upgrade a weapon you must absorb it directly. Curses and skills work the same way, Turner points out from behind. Pio squeezes the core tightly, pleading desperately, Haruto, this is our very last rune. Use it to upgrade the curse, but you must save the chief's life. Haruto pauses, startled by her desperate request. Talk about unexpected. He ponders for a moment, then turns to Sarah Arita. Sarah Arita, you need to absorb this. Sarah Arita points to herself in disbelief. Me, Haruto nods. Yes, we must restore this place. Pio steps up and hands her the core. Just swallow it. Though slightly hesitant, Sarah Arita trusts Haruto and pops the glowing core right into her mouth. The moment Sarah Arita swallows the core, her eyes shoot open in absolute shock. A split second later, her entire body begins radiating a blinding intense light. She stands completely frozen as sweat pours down Sarah Arita's forehead. As the energy grows even more intense, she lets out a painful scream. Suddenly, Sarah Arita's legs give out, and she collapses to her knees completely drained of strength. The blinding aura doesn't just surround her anymore. It explodes across the entire area. Haruto shields his eyes until the light finally fades, leaving thick, heavy smoke behind. Sarah Arita clutches her chest, gasping for air. Haruto rushes to her side immediately. Sarah Arita, are you all right? She nods weakly, looking up as if she can handle it. But the moment she gets to her feet, a system message pops up. Control+Z is now unlocked. She stares at it, whispering in disbelief. Level 2. Haruto quickly cuts her off. Don't speak of it here. Realizing her mistake, she nods quickly. Right. Pio immediately runs toward Duko. Please save our chief now. Nodding, Sarah Arita rushes over ready to cast. Control+Z, Control+Z. Level 2. Utilizing dimensional energy to forcefully restore targets within this foreign space. A blinding deep blue flame suddenly erupts violently. Around the two of them, the massive boulders crushing Duko begin to float slowly, revealing his broken, battered body. Weko was bleeding out, but thanks to Sarah Arita's incredible power, the blood finally stopped. Those deep, nasty gashes are closing up without leaving a single scar. Everyone watching can only stare in absolute awe. Unbelievable. This is way beyond standard healing. His entire arm is literally regenerating right before their eyes. A moment later, Weko slowly opens his eyes and sits up, rubbing his aching temples in pain. Joyful beyond words, Pio immediately rushes forward to hug him. Calling out to the chief, Haruto walks over to Sarah Arita, asking if she is okay. She just smiles happily. She feels much more in control of her mana now. Meanwhile, Haruto looks around at the absolute ruin surrounding them. He asks if she can restore this ruined place. Sarah Arita thinks so, showing him a glowing heart. After all, she still has that golem heart he gifted her earlier. Meanwhile, dark energy heavily blankets the sacred tree Irizo. Satoru Shinoda looks up at it, filled with deep worry. They must be getting closer to Gramarye, the Necropolis dimension, which explains why this corruption is spreading so fast. Creo quickly steps in to calm everyone down. He explains that since elves and spirits share a deep spiritual bond with the world tree, curses and spells cannot touch them. Losing his patience entirely, Masato snaps and curses out loud. He casts a protective magic circle around the four of them, muttering that dark energy and dark mana are useless against him. Creo smiles, thanking him for the help. Masato coldly replies that he is only doing this for the sake of his child. He claims he only wants the core of the world tree, but then hesitates a bit before asking Creo how they are supposed to find that multidimensional dungeon. Creo lowers his voice, saying they do not actually need to search. Surprised by this, Masato stops dead in his tracks and asks how that is possible. Creo calmly explains. Dungeons do not just teleport on their own. With a dead serious expression, Creo tells him that the multidimensional dungeon he is thinking of is actually inside a colossal creature beyond imagination. Masato is completely stunned by this revelation as Creo continues. He explains that once the dungeon is cleared and the boss core is exposed, the creature flees to escape the pain. Chief Weko chimes in, noting that this escape is what creates the multidimensional phenomenon. Creo agrees completely. The key is that boss core and Weko can replicate it. Turning his gaze back to Masato, he continues. However, to pinpoint the exact dungeon they are looking for, they still require more information. Masato mutters that he knows. Gritting his teeth with veins bulging on his forehead, he reminds them his little brother is in there. Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar echoes as the sacred tree Irazo shakes violently, snapping massive branches. Creo immediately goes on high alert. He screams that Gramarye is already absorbing the core. Charging forward, he warns everyone they are completely out of time. Heeding his warning, everyone runs close behind. If that thing managed to fully absorb and refine the core, then everything would be completely over. Now let's flash back 30 minutes before the space tree was ever invaded. Weko stands in a daze before the roaring furnace, staring intently into the flames. He whispers that the furnace is burning once more before glancing to the side with a suspicious frown. The space tree is glowing bright and healthy. He wonders how this is possible just as the other dwarves begin filing in. Stunned, they wonder if this is truly the real space tree. Surely not, they gather together, whispering in utter disbelief. Hearing them, Haruto pats his chest, explaining that the seed of the space tree is actually resting inside him. It has been nurtured in his body, meaning the species is not extinct. Weko freezes in pure shock before asking a question. Didn't Creo give that seed to Michiel? Does this mean Michiel is dead? Haruto remains completely silent, offering no answer. Sarah Arita quickly speaks up, explaining that Michiel plotted to unleash dark spirits on Earth, so they had to fight back. Haruto finally admits it, stating he took the seed from Michiel using his unique curse skill. Weko sighs, looking over at his anvil. Realizing they came to upgrade that curse, he agrees to forge the rune for him, causing Haruto to smile in relief. He thanks the chief, excited that he only needs to touch a space now. Weko looks around the room before speaking up. He warns that he will only forge enough for the people here, because if Michael gets his hands on them, it is over. Ares Hill quickly rushes up, asking if the chief can craft a special space key. Weko instantly freezes the moment he spots her cloak. He made that himself for Tomoka Nishihara's daughter. Without a second thought, the chief nods in agreement. He can do it, but he needs black steel. He gives her a knowing look, explaining it is only found where the Iron Dragon lives. However, getting it is nearly impossible, since it lies within a multi-dimensional dungeon. Haruto starts putting the pieces together. Is that the very place where Guild Master Shirasaki's brother went missing? Suddenly, a violent tremor cuts off his thoughts. A messenger sprints in, screaming that the space tree is being corrupted. Weko clutches his face in absolute despair, weeping that this is the end. Haruto asks frantically what he means. His voice is heavy with exhaustion as he warns that if Gramarye successfully absorbs and converts the dimensional tree's core, they will have no way of stopping it. Inside the tree, multiple voices echo, saying their goal in this dimension will soon be completed. The inner core glows brighter with every word. Somewhere else, a father sighs, apologizing to Giselle because his strength has reached its absolute limit. He can no longer protect him, but senses he will survive. That feeling is incredibly strong, so he must not lose hope. Giselle stares blankly into space, sensing his father's energy lingering nearby. Is he coming here? Suddenly, a cold shiver runs down his spine as a chilling voice rings out. It seems a little pest has wandered in. But do not get your hopes up, Giselle, because this entire dimension already belongs to me. Dark energy consumes the sacred tree Iraso, painting the area in a blood-red hue. Even the surrounding spirits are slowly tainted by this corrupting power. Before they can even react, a massive object crashes down, crushing them against the tree trunk. The dark voice keeps whispering in Giselle's head. Once my transformation is complete, I will make you truly invincible. Meanwhile, Masato looks up at a massive rock crashing onto their barrier. The ground is shaking. Suddenly, Creo shouts out, warning them that they have no time to waste standing around. Masato looks at him, utterly confused, asking what is wrong and why he seems so panicked. He then glances around, clicking his tongue in annoyance. There must be another dimension hidden here. Creo tries to calm his racing thoughts. This massive object has turned into a multi-dimensional dungeon, yet he cannot hide the pure terror creeping in. It is the fear of the dark. Spirit King, a formless entity like Gramarye, possessing a living creature inside the dimensional tree of any world. Satoru, Shinoda, Takuya, Chigao, and Masato all gasp in shock, what Creo continues, speaking in a low, grim tone. At the same time, the life force stored inside the tree will mutate into ridiculously powerful monsters. Satoru steps forward, completely stunned, asking them to wait. Do you mean those giant boss monsters we know about? Creo nods, confirming it. Masato immediately realizes the gravity of the situation. If this keeps up, not just your son, but all of us will turn into dungeon monsters. Satoru turns pale, his blood running cold. You knew all this and still dragged us here. Masato's tension reaches an absolute peak. A million questions race through his mind. With the dimensional core secured, they must escape. But what about Creo's son? In that tense split second, he remembers his brother's last words, begging him to escape so he could rest in peace. Creo's face falls, filled with deep sorrow as he whispers, I only wanted to save my boy. I am sorry, you two should head back. Masato stays silent, drawing a small blade, muttering a curse. He shatters the protective barrier, slicing right through the incoming dark energy, asking if that sounds plausible. Creo is completely stunned by his reckless move. As Masato blocks the incoming darkness, a hideous Mukai suddenly manifests in midair. It screeches wrapped in dark energy, but Masato reacts instantly, slashing the beast clean in half. Meanwhile, Creo remains frozen in shock, looking around in panic. When did these monsters get here? Masato tightens his grip on his sword, shouting, "Who do you think I am? This is the perfect chance to take down Gramarye too." Hearing this, a whole pack of Mukai charges straight at them. At least 4 of them are closing in fast. Satoru reluctantly draws his blade, crying out that they are all going to die first. I am so sick of this endless horde. Suddenly, an insect-like spirit dives straight down at his head from above. Satoru flinches, completely unable to react, but Masato deploys a barrier just in time, stopping the spirit cold. Satoru seizes the moment to slash it down. Staring at the defeated spirit, he lets out a sigh of relief, glad the barrier actually worked on spirits. But Takuya Chigao quickly turns and shouts back, warning him that it is completely useless against the monsters. He blocks a snapping Mukai while yelling at Masato to stop messing around. Masato casually runs a finger along his blade, telling him to use his full power and do something. With that, he points his sword downward, ignoring the approaching dark energy. Crackling magical lightning erupts around him, blasting the Mukai head-on. They screech in agony, but the electric currents only grow stronger. Satoru cannot help but marvel at the show, praising guild leader Masato Shirosaki's massive area of effect attack as absolute perfection, defeating so many tough monsters with just a single move. As the chaos finally settles down, Creo quickly speaks up, but wiping out these monsters means nothing. The true cause of this dungeon's collapse is actually... He points toward the floating spirits, those things right there. They are controlling the monsters and can multiply them endlessly. Masato waiting for this exact cue roars to wipe them out next. Seeing the incoming lightning, the spirits quickly scatter and dodge. Masato is stunned, asking if they just actively avoided his attack. Chigao frowns deeply, stating they need a single massive strike to wipe them all out. Satoru suddenly realizes something from the blast and shouts. Masato glances at the busy Satoru, asking what on earth he is doing. Satoru replies that he just remembered Haruto gave him some useful items. Hearing Haruto's name, Masato flinches, asking in curiosity. Before he can even finish, Satoru throws out dozens of round balls. He yells out, summoning his minions as fist-sized spheres hit the dirt and instantly transform into massive stone soldiers. They scramble forward at lightning speed. Locking onto their targets, the stone beasts launch themselves straight into the air. They latch onto the spirits. No matter how hard the spirits thrash to shake them off, they can only shriek in frustration. Instead, they get slammed hard into the dirt. An excited Satoru yells out, calling for Guildmaster Shirosaki to make a move, to unleash the Black Lightning skill immediately. Masato watches in shock, wondering if this crazy strategy is even allowed. Satoru grins triumphantly, crediting Haruto for teaching him the trick. Masato nods, raising his blade high as a powerful roar escapes him. Violent lightning strikes rain down from above, shaking the earth. The bolts home in perfectly on both the stone soldiers and spirits, sending the monsters screaming in agony. Soon the rest of the horde gets caught in the blast, entirely unable to escape before the lightning fades. The spirits are completely wiped out, leaving only the stone soldiers standing tall. Satoru walks over, patting one on the head with praise. But immediately after, his summon dissolves into thin air. It seems without the holy sword. This purification method is basically useless. Masato looks over at Satoru, silently noting how impressive Sano is at training his guild members. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Takeru Chigu battles fiercely against giant monsters. Once the threat is cleared, he shouts out in pure excitement, declaring his area completely cleared. Not to be outdone, Creo binds his foes with ancient runes and proudly yells that he is finished too. Just then, a faint, desperate voice echoes inside Creo's mind, begging him to return home immediately. Panicked Creo frantically searches the area, shouting for Giselle. Realizing there is no time to lose, he bolts like a bullet. Creo is certain her voice was close by. While Takeru Chigu questions if they should head back, Masato simply turns around and starts walking away, making it clear he intends to follow the others regardless. Right behind him, Satoru tags along as well. With a bad feeling about letting them go alone, Takeru Chigu is left standing by himself, quietly watching their fading figures from behind. Memories of a tense conversation with Takashi flash through his mind, recalling how they had pressured Seno just as planned. Yet Takashi insisted it was time for Takeru Chigu to leave. Putting down his tablet, Takeru Chigu questioned walking away with so much data. Frustrated that his partner wanted to quit, Takashi simply sighed, suggesting they find other hunters for support instead. Takeru Chigu snapped back, warning that doing so would ruin the reputation of the Midas Group, his eyes burning with intense conviction. Asking if Takashi truly wanted the world to discover his heart condition caused by severe mana addiction, Takashi could only sigh. Warning him of the extreme danger, Takashi insisted they still had 1 year left to find a solution, prompting Takeru Chigu to slam the table. Furious at the mention of 1 year, Takeru Chigu stood up in sheer frustration, realizing just how little time they actually had left. vowing that if the Elven realm lacked the rune fragment, he would tear apart every other dimension to find it. Takashi watched him walk away with cold detachment, shouting that he was no hunter and that anyone could run their empire. Telling him to shut up, Takeru Chigu turned back one last time before finally leaving, reminding Takashi that, as the creator of Midas, he had to protect it. Snapping back to reality, Takeru Chigu rushes to catch up, realizing that letting his mind wander would only get him killed first. Meanwhile, far across the world in England, massive magic circles morph into a colossal sealing cube. The surrounding crowd watches the containment process with bated breath. Relieved voices claim the barrier is complete, but others warn it is too early to celebrate such a temporary victory, since the seal only restrains dark energy. Suddenly, the earth beneath them violently ruptures as a massive, monstrous tree branch bursts forth from the deep underground, shattering the concrete into massive fragments. Panic cries erupt as onlookers realize its physical form is emerging, desperately calling for physical-type hunters. With the order confirmed, more branches violently tear through the surface as an ominous dark energy completely blankets the area. The monstrosity relentlessly batters the sealing cube from all angles, spawning endless roots that continue to multiply without any signs of stopping, until finally a massive branch breaches the containment barrier. The remaining roots follow suit, shattering the sealing cube to pieces. With the barrier completely destroyed, the freed branches lash out wildly in every direction, annihilating anything in their path. Terrified onlookers scream in absolute horror, realizing their attacks are completely useless against something this massive. Despite their desperate resistance, they are totally powerless against this overwhelming force as agonizing screams for help echo through the chaos, accompanied by thunderous explosions from the shattered earth. Watching from high above, Atli urgently addresses the Prime Minister, demanding an immediate emergency summit. May questions the sudden urgency, but Atli keeps his eyes locked forward as he delivers a grim warning, explaining that the beast is manifesting physically far faster than anticipated. Frowning deeply, he warns that the dark spirit Gramarye has seized full control of the World Tree, rendering their defensive efforts useless. His next words strike sheer terror into May, warning that the ancient catastrophe is bound to repeat itself. If history repeats, both Britain and Japan will face absolute devastation. We have to call for foreign backup before Japan does. Right at that moment, inside Masato's underground basement vault, blades slash. Slicing sounds ring out constantly as Nanes frantically hacks away at the aggressive incoming tree branches. Fuga yells out a warning that something is wrong. Nanase rushes to him, realizing the creature has regained its original form. Struggling with his screen, Fuga explains that the stray branches are blocking them from sealing the dimensional rift. Nanase steps forward with an icy glare, ready to burn them down with hellfire. Meanwhile, over in the Elven village, Lysetta notes with surprise how easily they arrived. Stepping calmly through the portal, Haruto details what made it possible. To pull this off, you need a barrier tuned to specific coordinates. Understanding this, he suddenly widens his eyes. He mentions setting up another one in the dwarf village, allowing easy travel between both sides. But then the two of them finally look around and notice the sheer scale of the devastation left behind. Lifeless bodies litter the ground. Shocked, Haruto furrows his brow, his face darkening with anger. Looking around to assess the damage, Haruto spots massive, ominous holes torn into the floor. Immediately sensing a terrible presence, clenching his jaw, Haruto growls a single name, Michael. Mira gasps in absolute shock, asking what happened. Hearing this, Sano Haruto quickly warns them to stay alert because Michael is here. Suddenly, Sakabe speaks in a weak, breathless voice, warning them that Michael left to target Elder Creo. Rushing over, Haruto demands to know what he means. Despite his severe injuries, Sakabe struggles to explain something about a dimensional curse. Without a moment's hesitation, Sano Haruto urgently calls out, asking Sarah to heal the wounded man. Aridasara answers immediately. Meanwhile, Haruto wonders if this is the dimensional curse Mito mentioned before. At that exact moment, a memory of Mito flashes back, explaining that the curse they possess is called Shift. Haruto continues to analyze the threat, realizing that even with that power, Michael cannot evolve it without the ancient runes. Spurred by this thought, he spins around to demand answers from Lucas about what happens if Michael gets those runes. Though confused by the sudden question, Shirasaki quickly warns that his curse will upgrade to Delete. This shocking revelation makes Haruto turn pale. It can't be Shift and Delete complete erasure. If that is true, then even Sarah and his own curse will never recover. He quickly demands to know where Elder Creo and the others went. Sakabe explains that they headed to the core of the World Tree to rescue Creo's child. Knowing Satoru is there too, they must beat Michael to the location. But Lysetta speaks up, her voice laced with absolute despair, saying they are too late. They will all end up trapped inside the tree once the corruption takes over completely. Before she can finish, Sano Haruto cuts her off, explaining that this pocket dimension is part of Gramarye, allowing them to reach the core faster than anyone else. The scene shifts to Creo, who is now standing right before the tree's core. Creo's face is tightly gripped with anxiety. A second later, he screams out for Giselle, who is held fast by the corrupt core. Still, Giselle uses her final breaths to beg her father to escape before the core is fully absorbed and traps him too. But Creo refuses to give up, shouting that they still have time. Apologizing for being late, he rushes forward. Suddenly, Takeru Chigu pushes past him, scoffing at his delay before taking action. He brutally tears apart the grasping tentacles binding Giselle. But before Takeru Chigu can fully free her, the tree launches a counterattack. Thankfully, he manages to dodge it. As the onslaught of tentacles intensifies, Shirosaki Masato loses his patience and leaps into the fray. He demands to know what Takeru Chigu is doing, warning that he is only making things worse before preparing a single strike finish. Creo quickly shouts a warning to stop asking if he plans to burn everything down. Suddenly, Creo freezes in surprise, spotting something bizarre. In his mind, Creo realizes that there is still a small, uncorrupted part of the tree left. It is still brimming with pure energy. Seeing this ray of hope, Creo prepares his next move, urgently ordering everyone to stand back. In the next second, he manifests a glowing energy arrow, using the power he just uncovered. As the projectile grows massive, Satoru Shinoda watches in awe, marveling at how he can conjure such a massive weapon purely from raw energy. Nearby, Takeru Chigu wonders where this immense power is coming from. Meanwhile, Shirosaki Masato watches silently, calculating the situation. He can still sense the tree's residual life force, but it is incredibly weak. He wonders how Creo generated those arrows with so little energy. Breaking his train of thought, Creo unleashes the powerful arrow directly at the giant tree. The shot tears through the massive tentacles, freeing Giselle instantly. Creo lunges forward to catch his falling child. Watching this, Shirosaki Masato reflects that if the tree remains pure, then the entire elven tribe. Elf knows exactly how to exploit that energy, and he definitely dreads imagining what comes next. Then Shirosaki Masato warns them that if they do not leave right now, they will get trapped. Ryo instantly agrees. The moment they step inside Masato's protective barrier, the terrifying tentacles of the space tree suddenly surge forward. They quickly surround everything, leaving Satoru completely panicked and cursing his bad luck. Escaping seems completely impossible now as the sheer pressure from the space tree begins cracking their protective shield. Seeing this, a pale Satoru screams for Haruto, when suddenly a mysterious power slashes the creeping tentacles to absolute pieces. Satoru cheers, thinking his savior has arrived, but as we are about to see, reality is far from what he hoped. Michael slowly steps out of the shadows, cold and mocking, apologizing because he is definitely not Haruto. Masato screams Michael's name in pure shock, while Takeru Chigu wastes absolutely no time and immediately lunges forward. Calling him a bastard, Takeru charges at Michael like a flash of lightning with absolutely terrifying speed. Within a split second, Takeru closes the distance, yet Michael stands his ground without flinching even a bit. Michael mocks them, pointing out there are no stones or healers left to save them, asking what they will do now. He quickly triggers his Control X skill to slash his target, but suddenly a dark, gloomy barrier rises to block him. This shield appears right in front of Michael, instantly corroding the defensive stone armor covering Takeru's body. Shocked, Takeru realizes his armor is completely rotting away, yet despite having the upper hand, Michael suddenly hesitates. It turns out Takeru's stone armor has transferred over, completely covering Michael's body instead. Takeru explains with a smug grin that anyone else covered by this stone will be completely cut off from the world. This means Michael cannot cast any skills, making the loss of Takeru's own arm a very small price to pay. Takeru then yells for Masato to stop hesitating, prompting Shirosaki Masato to immediately jump straight into the action. Masato snaps back that he is already on it, summoning more stone armor as both of them launch a coordinated strike. This double assault forces Michael to frown, brace himself, and prepare for impact. As their combined might crashes down, Michael remains motionless, suddenly casting Control H to teleport out of harm's way. Within a fraction of a second, he teleports to safety, leaving both of their attacks hitting empty air. Masato refuses to give up, demanding to know where Michael thinks he is going. Both of them strike simultaneously, forcing an annoyed Michael to grumble under his breath. Complaining about how annoying area of effect attacks are, Michael is suddenly blindsided as Takeru seizes the chance to charge. Wondering how Michael will handle a direct blow, Takeru swings, but Michael barely blocks it, still feeling the impact. The force pushes him back as Takeru growls fiercely, promising that this is where Michael finally dies. Believing he will become the world's top hunter, Takeru's boast only makes Michael burst out laughing. Michael scoffs, calling it useless, since cursed weaklings like him are destined to be crushed by superior beings. He then activates a devastating double combo using Control A to select everyone before executing Control X to slash them. As Michael's dark energy swells to terrifying levels, Shirosaki Masato instantly realizes they are in deep trouble. He desperately orders everyone to get inside quickly, conjuring a massive dark magic maze shield to protect them all. A protective barrier forms around them, but unfortunately, the sheer destructive power of Michael's attack is too massive. It easily cracks Misato's shield, forcing him to pour every ounce of his remaining strength to hold it together. Realizing the barrier itself is slowly being disintegrated, he watches in horror as Michael's relentless assault intensifies. The shield finally shatters, and before anyone can react, Satoru is instantly swallowed up by Michael's dark energy. Misato lets out a desperate scream while right beside him, Ryo does her absolute best to protect Giselle from Michael's lethal strike. Takeru's also struggling hard right before Michael's dark spell detonates with a massive explosion. The sheer blast is so intense it even scares off the space tree's tentacles. Yet, Misato is somehow still standing, confronting Michael head-on. The villain sneers, surprised that a mere rookie survived his dark magic maze. Impressive for a newcomer, Michael remarks, but Misato simply tells him to shut his mouth. Before Misato can even move, Michael casually snaps his fingers, declaring he is officially done. Unleashing Control X, he shreds Misato in an instant, leaving the poor guy bleeding out and cursing. With Misato completely out of commission, Michael slowly shifts his gaze to the left, locking onto Ryo. Full of curiosity, he asks if Creo is Michiel's father. Creo suspiciously fires back, "You know Michiel?" Without any hesitation, Michael replies, "Yeah, he was the one who showed me how to get here. He also told me about your shift curse and how to steal it." Right after saying that, he unleashes Control X, severing the target. Instantly, Creo's right arm shatters and the debris flies straight into Satoru Shinoda. This violent impact wakes the young man up from his coma. Before he can even process it, Satoru's eyes widen in absolute horror at the scene. Right before him, Creo is being brutally tortured. Satoru still has no idea what is happening. Looking back, he spots Misato Shirosaki collapse on the ground. With Takuya Takeruchigu also completely incapacitated, Satoru can only stare in absolute overwhelming despair at the situation. Both mentors are completely down. He needs to run or he will definitely be the next target. Before he can move, Michael's chilling voice echoes, telling Creo he will soon join his son in the afterlife. This makes Creo bolt upright despite his agony, demanding to know if Michael used his own son. "Did you use Michiel just to kill him?" Michael shows zero remorse, casually replying, "Who even cares? You are all monsters anyway." Hearing this, Creo gasps in disbelief. A second later, Michael smirks slyly. "Now I will take your curse." Suddenly, a terrifying surge of energy erupts, catching him completely off guard. This massive power expands, blowing up the space tree's tentacles and blasting Michael back. This insane feeling, he thinks in disbelief. A greatsword. He turns, wondering if it could actually be Sano. Shockingly, this incredible power is actually coming from the sword in Satoru's hands. Seeing this, Michael deduces, "So he entrusted this greatsword to you?" His cold eyes fill with icy contempt, as if looking at a fool who does not understand his own weapon. "Do you even know what you are holding?" Sensing danger, Satoru suddenly whips around. The metallic clash of their blades triggers a massive explosion, sending Satoru flying backward. Unlike the struggling boy, Michael is completely unfazed. He fixes his eyes on the sword, recalling how that blade had completely blocked his terrifying attack, which actually surprised even him. It blocked Michael's attack even though he is level 600. Feeling a tiny spark of hope, he grips the hilt tightly, whispering, "I can do this." Satoru's next strike is so heavy it creates massive sparks. Michael raises his hand, bloodlust surging like a storm, determined to crush his fragile hope. "Does holding that sword make you think you are strong? I will end your delusion." The air trembles as he coldly activates his deadly curse. Control X, blood gushes from Satoru's mouth. Michael's swift counterattack is just too fast. He couldn't block it in time. His voice trembles, crying out, "Brother Haruto, even with your sword in my hand." A flashback of him talking to Sano appears. Sano tilts his head to look at Satoru, his gaze incredibly calm, as if this was nothing. "What's wrong? Nervous about going to the Alpha territory?" The boy sighs softly, saying, "You've been there before, Haruto. That's why you can stay so calm." Sano chuckles, unsheathing his greatsword. "If you are that worried, I'll let you borrow this." Satoru's eyes widen, seeing the weapon offered to him. "You are letting me borrow your sword?" Sano looks at him, emphasizing his words. "Yeah, you know my curse, right? I will set a 1-month limit. That should be plenty. If your life is ever in danger, it will save you once." A cold system voice echoes in Satoru's head. Warning. User health has dropped below 25%. The first special option of the Calicia Dragon Greatsword has now been activated. His eyes snap open as he feels a surge of explosive energy rushing through his veins. So this is what Haruto meant. Michael watches Satoru's sudden surge of power and sneers in contempt. "That sword's energy saved you, but attacking with it will kill you." Satoru roars, unleashing everything. He activates Berserk. Michael takes half a step back in shock. Stunned by the exploding energy, he wonders how a dying weakling can possess this much power. It makes no sense. That blinding burst of light completely swallowed up both of their silhouettes. Elsewhere, Sano and his group materialize inside a pitch-black void. He tilts his head, eyes flashing with intense curiosity, mixed with pure caution upon hearing Ares speak. Soon she knits her brows, sensing that things are taking a dangerous turn. He could feel the great sword entering a state of absolute fury. What on earth is happening over there? Tension fills Sano's eyes as he realizes the stakes. Satoru is already wielding the great sword, which means trouble. He must be in deep trouble. Still, that wasn't the only reason Sano gave him that powerful blade. Turning to his companion beside him, he asks urgently, Ares, do you know the way yet? Ares nods quickly and points ahead, claiming it is not far. Sano tightens his fist, his voice heavy with growing anxiety. They must hurry, Satoru is in grave danger. Instantly, the scene shifts to the chaotic battlefield, where the fierce clash between Michael and Satoru is raging. One of Michael's arms is severely burned and wounded by sparks. He gnashes his teeth in absolute frustration, shocked that Satoru actually managed to injure him this badly. Hand over Creo to me already. With those words, Michael thrusts his blade straight toward the spot where Creo's beating heart lies. An ear-splitting scream of pure agony echoes. Michael smirks, his low voice sounding as if he is explaining some dark secret. Stay still, move and I will kill you. You already know the method to transfer a curse to another, do you not? Every single word Michael utters echoes deeply in Creo's mind. A curse cannot simply be transferred by killing its current owner. Just like Sano's Control-C, one must immobilize the target, establish a connection, and only then transfer the curse over. He grits his teeth, refusing to utter a single cry despite the excruciating pain. Suddenly, a terrifying dark energy manifests, wrapping itself entirely around Creo's broken body. Michael flashes a deeply satisfied smirk for a brief moment, making it seem as if everything is completely over. But then he suddenly spots an unexpected sight. The Snow Mountain Golem unleashes all its power, striking hard at Michael's leg. Its expression shows it is desperately trying its best to injure him. Michael scowls at the creature's stubborn attempt, demanding to know what it is. Modified golem cores are thrown right in front of Michael. Satoru struggles to rise, whispering, I still have what Haruto gave me. The cores transform into massive golems completely surrounding Michael. He sneers in absolute contempt at this foolish attempt, muttering how pathetic it is. Meanwhile, Satoru smiles weakly, knowing his job is done and he bought enough time. Michael roars in fury at this stubborn resistance. Calling him a brat, a massive black hole appears, ready to swallow every creature in its path. The darkness slowly expands. He raises his hand, preparing to end it all with a shout to die. Instantly, the black hole surges towards Satoru, who is lying helpless. Suddenly, a brilliant pillar of light pierces the black hole, expanding to completely erase the darkness. Michael's face instantly fills with genuine shock as he witnesses this unbelievable power unfolding right before his eyes. Sano's group finally arrives, charging forward at terrifying speeds. Michael grimaces in pure annoyance, realizing this battle is dragging on much longer than expected. Suddenly, a familiar voice coldly activates an ability, calling out Control-X, cut the target black. Energy from the familiar attack shifts targets, enveloping Sano's group. His gaze turns razor-sharp as he speaks with pure rage. Declaring he has no time to waste on him, he decisively swings his sword, launching a strike toward Michael. Michael remains unfazed, standing tall even as a massive explosion erupts right in front of him. That single strike is so incredibly powerful that the entire ground shakes. Remembering something, Sano whips his head around with deep concern, his voice echoing through the ruined battlefield as he calls Satoru's name. Satoru struggles to look up at him, crying out for Haruto. Sano gently praises him for holding out against Michael, focusing entirely on his injured friend, completely unaware that danger is still lurking nearby. From behind, a beam of pure light shoots forward with terrifying speed, piercing straight through Sano's shoulder. By the time he realizes what happened, it is too late and his body is blasted back. Blood spills as Satoru screams in absolute horror. Nearby, Tanner grits his teeth in rage as he stares at the enemy, cursed by Michael. But suddenly, Sano appears from behind, completely unharmed, and immediately steps in to stop him, warning Hunter Tanner not to rush forward recklessly. He orders him to get the injured to safety first. Tanner sighs in relief, seeing him safe, and quickly obeys. Sano looks at him calmly, asking if he knows about his curse. The hunter simply nods in response. Still, he was completely stunned by Sano's power. He never expected the kid could actually copy and clone himself. Michael shrugged, explaining how their curses differed. Sano's curse and mine do not exactly mix, he said, but that is completely irrelevant now. Sano's gaze swept over the wounded allies scattered across the battlefield. If they were attacked right now, everyone would be in grave danger. Clenching his fists, Sano made a split-second decision. Saving the wounded had to be his top priority. Sano raised his hand, activating Control-V to paste Yggdrasil's branch. Massive wooden branches erupted from the ground, forming a massive wall that blocked the incoming attacks. Watching the giant branches rise, Michael scoffed in amusement, Did you really think a few twigs could block me? He mocked. Energy crackled around Michael's hand. Sano spun around, yelling to his team. Everyone get out of here right now. Sarah Arita used the subspace. I am leaving the injured with you. Sarah Arita nodded, instantly accepting the critical task. Creo narrowed his eyes as a realization hit him. He stole my curse. Sano shook his head calmly, already expecting this. No, Sano replied, explaining the skill's mechanics. Without the ancient runes, his Control C is completely useless. With the subspace activated, Sano's team began moving the injured to safety one by one. Preparing to cast his skill again, Sano muttered quietly, "All right, I have to summon Yggdrasil's branch one more time." Sano raised his hand to cast Control V and summon Yggdrasil, but the cold system voice suddenly blocked him. Control V error. Unable to summon the Yggdrasil branch due to a direct conflict with the currently active spatial tree. Frowning at the bizarre system warning, Sano muttered, "A conflict." Right then, a new option popped up, Control C. Do you wish to copy the existing spatial tree, yes or no? Please choose carefully. A potential conflict with the user's own tree could occur. Sano's mind raced, trying to remember who owned this space. A wild, daring thought flashed through Sano's mind. Doesn't this spatial tree already belong to Gremory? Am I really allowed to copy it? Michael sneered, noticing Sano's strange hesitation. Are you just hiding behind those twigs to help your friends escape? He shrugged indifferently, though a deadly intent flashed in his eyes. No matter. I already have Control C with me anyway. It is time to take your curse, Michael roared. But Sano remained calm. Control C is worthless without the runes. Taking a deep breath, Sano selected yes. The system responded instantly. Control V, now copying the existing spatial tree. User approval granted. Progress at 10%. Control skills cannot be utilized during the copying process. Sano grimaced at the sudden restriction. What is this? Why can't I just copy the whole thing instantly? I cannot even use my curse right now. Great. Michael laughed as Sano turned. Why turn your back on me? Reacting on pure instinct, Sano summoned his holy sword, barely managing to block a devastating strike from the villain. Michael gritted his teeth. A simple sword will not bridge the massive gap in our combat experience. Another deadly strike rushed towards Sano. Gritting his teeth, he glanced desperately at the incredibly slow progress bar. How long is this stupid copy process going to take? Sano swore as he felt lethal intent closing in. Sneering at his opponent, Michael rushed forward. Your friends might have grown stronger, he taunted, voice dripping with scorn. But you are still exactly the same. Michael issued his final warning like a judge. I told you, next time we meet you die. Sano Haruto gasped as Michael closed the distance. Too close, he realized he had no skills left to rely on. Without Control V, I am done for. Sano was violently blown back, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Before Sano could even recover, Michael surged forward like a missile, grabbing him tightly by the neck. Michael frowned at the boy's strange behavior, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Why didn't you dodge? What are you plotting? Sano gritted his teeth in sheer panic. Damn it, the progress bar is only at 97%. A sudden realization struck Michael. He let out a dark laugh. Could it be? You cannot use your curse. Michael roared with laughter at this fatal weakness. So you can't play your little copy and paste game anymore, can you? I never imagined stealing your curse would be this easy. Michael raised his hand, looking greedily at Sano's power. I am taking your Control C. The air trembled as he unleashed his curse. Control X, cut target. The skill activated instantly. As Michael's smile grew increasingly crazed, Sano's agonized scream echoed through the entire subspace. Finally, the cold voice of the system rang out to announce Control Copy completed successfully. Coughing up blood, Sano collapsed. But the system quickly executed another command. Control plus V Yggdrasil sprout active. The sprout has absorbed the spatial tree core and completed germination. Sano shrieked in agony as the system flagged an emergency. A red warning flashes. The system alerts that the host's health has plummeted below 15%, initiating the recovery process. Instantly, the system begins patching Sano up, stabilizing him in the blink of an eye. The system flashes another notification. Thanks to the blessing of Garazo, his combat power is back at 100%. Damage taken is now slashed by 65% for the next hour, as his shredded hands heal up instantly. Flynn glares at Sano, asking how he recovered, while Sano smugly wonders what his opponent plans to do next. Flynn refuses to accept defeat, preparing his next attack as he mutters about his curse growing stronger. Flynn grins, claiming he now has another reason to kill Sano, just as the ground begins to split apart. Flynn freezes in shock as massive glowing roots from the spatial tree suddenly burst right through the solid earth. The roots surge straight toward him, forcing Flynn to redirect his massive spell directly into the incoming wooden colossus. Sano mocks his opponent for wasting time, but he quickly has to dodge a sudden assault from the spatial tree. As Sano dodges the attacks, Flynn wonders if Sano is also taking damage and begins plotting to absorb all the power for himself. Flynn targets the dark spirit, but the spatial tree suddenly swings back to launch another direct attack at him. Flynn is forced to draw his sword and fight back, summoning a powerful magic orb to destroy what he calls a mere monster. He hurls the magical sphere at the spatial tree, creating a massive explosion that temporarily halts the beast. But the tree immediately resumes its attack, leaving Flynn highly annoyed as its relentless roots keep pushing forward. The wooden appendages keep lashing out without a single break, and suddenly, a massive vine erupts right below them. The root glides right past Sano, leaving him completely baffled as to why it would ignore him. Sano wonders if the tree recognizes him or if it has completely absorbed the spatial tree's power. He hopes to gain control over this chaotic energy by reaching out to touch the massive pulsating root. Suddenly, a flashing red warning pops up, stating he cannot command the branches. Since an entity far superior to the host is dominating, Sano is left in absolute disbelief. He wonders what kind of superior entity could possibly exist in this place, but suddenly the roots wrap tightly around his body, leaving him with absolutely no escape. The spatial roots squeeze tighter, forcing Sano to grit his teeth as he desperately searches for a way out. Sano knows he will turn into a monster if he remains trapped, suddenly realizing he can use dark spiritual energy. With his hands trembling violently, Sano begs the system for assistance and receives an immediate response. The system instructs him to use dark energy to open a subspace, and Sano activates the skill with his last breath. As his body begins to change, Sano realizes a tiny bit of mana might be enough to save him. Meanwhile, back in the elf village, the rampaging spatial tree forces Lucas to loudly urge everyone to run. He orders everyone to escape into the subspace immediately as the terrified villagers flee for their lives. Henry reports that he is the very last elf, and Lucas quickly orders him to move out. Henry prepares to step into the portal first, but he turns back to offer Lucas his sincere gratitude before leaving. He thanks them for saving his people, but warns that everything is falling apart because Gramarye has fully materialized. Referring to their elder and comrades, but Lucas sternly tells him not to judge his teammates just yet. Lucas points out that the subspace is still open, meaning Sano must still be alive. They will wait for him at the dwarf village. Meanwhile, high on a cliff, Matthew stands alone watching the chaos. Looking down at the destruction, Matthew mutters grimly that Gramarye has fully consumed the entire spatial tree. Ray asks if humanity has officially lost, and he sadly confirms it. He holds up an item to show the young girl. Matthew says they must destroy the artifact before Michael gets it when suddenly a voice calls out to him. Diane arrives to report that a subspace has just opened, leaving Matthew shocked to hear humanity has returned. Diane urges the captain to follow him immediately, leaving Matthew completely stunned and confused. Meanwhile, deep underground, Sano is being dragged further down into the darkness by the relentless spatial roots. Eventually, Sano snaps the heavy roots with his bare hands to break free, looking around the empty space and wondering where Satoru and the others are. Finding himself completely alone, Sano worries that Gramarye's complete materialization might have warped the entire pocket dimension. Looking at the strange roots, Sano wonders what they are doing before spotting a bright light nearby. Driven by pure curiosity, Sano slowly approaches the blinding light despite the intense glare, and moments later a mysterious figure begins to emerge. Stepping outside, she calls out to him in surprise, "Hunter Sano." Sano rushes inside, freezing the moment he spots a familiar face. He is utterly shocked. "Hunter Nanas, why are you here?" Nanas quickly snaps back. "I should be asking you that. Why are you back?" Sano looks around asking, "So this is Master Shirasaki's underground warehouse. Why on earth is the subspace still open?" Nanas quickly explains that contaminated roots are keeping it open. Hearing this, Sano looks incredibly tense and realizes something. He gets it now. That is why he was sent here. He needs to go back to the subspace and find the path to the dwarf village. Suddenly, she screams, "Hunter Sano, watch out." Startled, he quickly spins around toward Nanas. Sensing a strange object hurtling right toward him, Sano quickly dodges to the side. He is safe only because of Nanas' split-second warning. Next, she unleashes her witch blade to strike the bizarre creature. At that exact moment, Sano proposes a quick plan. "I will go back and destroy the dark spirit, so please hold the line here." Nanas immediately nods, "Understood." Just as she says this, a massive space portal suddenly materializes right before his eyes. Sano stares at it, completely surprised and utterly confused. Seconds later, a hand reaches out from within the portal. It is Lucas, and he cheerfully greets the shocked group. "We finally made it out." Right after Sano calls his name in total disbelief, Lucas. The man is just as shocked, gasping, "Hunter Sano, you are actually safe." Just like Sano, Lucas is completely stunned to see Nanas there. "Why is Hunter Nanas here?" Sano quickly speaks up for her. "We are back on Earth." Lucas cannot believe his ears, yelling, "What? Then what do we do now?" Before he can even finish, Sano cuts him off. "The only option we have is to head back." A second later, a crowd of uninvited guests begins pouring out from the portal. More and more of them are crowding through. Spotting them, Nanas grips her weapon tight, asking in sheer panic, "Wait, why are elves here?" Sano quickly reassures her, "Do not worry, they are not our enemies." Nanas demands, "What on earth is going on?" Just then, Henry approaches Sano asking, "You are alive. Does that mean the elder is safe too?" Did you rescue Lord Giselle? Sano replies honestly, yeah, he is fine. But deep down, he is deeply concerned about something else. If he is not here, he must be safe. The real challenge is whether we can actually get everyone back to the dwarf village. Bella sighs in pure relief, thank goodness. Meanwhile, Albert looks incredibly tense, snapping. No, it is not good at all. It is terrible. We cannot go back. This is absolutely horrible. Hearing this immediately makes Sano extremely anxious and confused. Worse, the portal is starting to shrink. Realizing this, he bolts forward, thinking to himself in a panic. The subspace portal is closing. This is bad. Sano reaches his hand out toward the shrinking gateway, desperately trying to stop it. But the gateway slams shut right before his eyes. Sano furiously clenches his fist in frustration as the system issues a sudden alert. Control V paste subspace. Control V failed. Subspace not found. Lucas is completely baffled, while Sano yells, "What subspace not found?" But the older man's next words only leave Sano even more confused. Gramarye might have completely manifested by now. If he has successfully reclaimed his original power, he likely seized control of the subspace again. Remember, Michiel said he only borrowed a fraction of its power. Sano quickly catches on, which means we cannot open it again until we completely defeat Gramarye. Steven suddenly speaks up, so that means, but Eric cuts in, are we really stuck here? Nana's calmly chimes in, it is way too early to give up. Shocked, Sano turns to look at her as she calmly walks toward a chair and explains, fortunately or not, Count Cooper has opened a major space portal in England. She boots up her tablet to show everyone a shocking video of a colossal mysterious tree literally swallowing an entire city. This massive plant is tearing right through streets and buildings, causing absolute devastation. Sano watches, stunned, and mutters, this is... Lucas gasps, my father, but then Sano gets a sudden idea. Thanks to her greedy father, it looks like we might have a way back. Cut to present-day England, where a massive tree monster is currently invading the capital, ruthlessly tearing down buildings in its path. Witnessing this disaster, Maximus cannot help but swear, damn it, this thing is massive. We cannot even damage it, Robert tensely responds. Is there really no other way? Meanwhile, the beast continues to advance at a terrifying speed. Nearby, Count Cooper watches the entire crisis unfold, thinking to himself, it seems Gramarye has fully absorbed the spatial tree. It is far larger and more dangerous than we predicted. Still, it is nothing but a tree. Cut to fighter jets arriving on the scene quickly, deploying heavy bombs, straight onto the monster. In his mind, he sneers, we will use our strongest firepower to completely wipe it out with fuel-air explosives. Massive explosions and blinding fire erupt. Within seconds, a violent blaze surges forward, instantly engulfing an entire sector of the city in a sea of flames. Spooked by the fire, Maximus immediately blasts the colossal tree. A dazed Ella asks him, why didn't we just do that from the start? Meanwhile, Kelly turns and asks, Count Cooper, are you sure about this? He calmly replies, Gramarye is basically a formless spirit. His biggest mistake was trying to manifest through the spatial tree. That tree burns easily with our weapons. Gramarye's physical manifestation caused serious damage, but once we burn it all to ash, we can send the hunters in. The resources inside are worth far more than any current damage. Still worried, she replies, Count Cooper, I don't think this will end with just simple damage. He snaps back angrily. What do you mean? Right then, the monster roars again, causing Count Cooper's face to pale. Sano continues watching the unfolding situation on his tablet and makes a sudden suggestion. We need to go right now. Are there any hunters here who can use teleportation magic? Nanas quickly responds, yes, but even if we gather all of them, we can't reach Britain instantly. A worried Sano asks, what if I provide the mana? Nanas shakes his head repeatedly and says, no, mana isn't the issue here. Teleportation magic has strict limits on both distance and the number of people. Those limits depend on the user's level, but the more people you bring, the shorter the distance. Plus, there's a cooldown time, and casting it takes forever. From the start, no hunter has ever been able to teleport directly to Britain in one go. Sano understands. That is why Hunter Turner had to fly all the way here. Even the world's strongest guild cannot overcome those physical limits. Just then, Henry speaks up, Hunter Sano, you truly are an anomaly. That teleportation magic. Do you mean spatial displacement magic? Sano looks at him in sheer shock as if a sudden realization just hit him. Henry explains displacement magic works anywhere within the same dimension, completely ignoring distance or the number of targets. It's currently unusable, so a curious Sano asks him directly, if we can't use it, why even bring it up? He replies, because you can make it work. Realizing Henry's clever plan, Sano asks, are you planning to use the legendary spatial tree's blessing? Cut to the crowd, murmuring as they see Sano's group arrive. We were suddenly summoned here, and now this. Look at this place, are those elves over there? Why are they here? Lucas also arrives and asks Sano directly, did they really have to climb all the way up this mountain? Sano calmly replies, that is the spatial tree. You know, our underground warehouse might not even have enough space. Suddenly, the system announces sapling plus G-Razor seed. In an instant, a small sprout bursts from the ground. Right before their eyes, it rapidly grows into a colossal tree. A panicked Brian yells, "Hey, wait a minute, isn't that the exact same tree causing chaos over in Britain?" John disagrees and says, "No, this one feels completely different from that one." True to his words, this G-Razor is incredibly friendly. Checking his system status, Brian is shocked. "What is this? My health points just went up and I didn't even do anything." Elisa chimes in, "My mana points increased a bit too." Catching a falling leaf, he cheers amazing. Meanwhile, Henry asks Sano, "Can humans actually grow a spatial tree?" Sano smiles and replies, "Well, I was planning to plant it here anyway, so perfect timing." Henry stares at the leaf in his hand and mutters, "To receive the spatial tree's blessing, you actually surpass the elves, who hold a higher rank." Hearing this, Sano asks him directly, "Gramarye did that too, but what is this rank you mean?" He openly explains it's similar to what you humans call levels. But unlike levels, once a rank is set, you can never bridge that massive gap even if someone falls into deep corruption. Technically, Gramarye is still a spirit king. Sano is still curious and asks, "Is that impossible even for the king of Draco?" Henry is surprised by the question but replies, "The chance isn't zero, but normally it is completely impossible." Sano smiles and thinks to himself, "Normally impossible, huh? My dad is anything but normal." A second later, Sano asks Henry, "Are you ready?" He confidently replies, "Yes. No matter how vast the Earth is, as long as I know the destination we are set." Satisfied with this, Sano says, "Great, I'm counting on you. Let's end this quickly so you can finally go home." Hearing the word home, Henry grows somber. "Home, huh? It has probably been completely destroyed by now. We can't stay here forever, can we?" Despite having many doubts in his heart, Henry resolutely orders the activation of the displacement magic circle. Following his command, everyone quickly takes their positions. Seeing Britain materialize directly above them, Nanas cries out in shock, "What? Britain is right above us? This is totally different from our skills." A completely stunned Lucas gasps, "Is this spatial compression?" Henry quickly confirms, "Exactly, which is why there are no limits on distance or numbers." Right on cue, everything fades away. Cut to a downcast Nathan. Seeing this, Matthew says, "This is the first time in 125 years. He quickly corrects him, "No, it is 124 years, say Toru." He playfully tells them that they speak like a teenager, wishing he could live that long too. He gives the boy a stern look, explaining that this girl can instantly heal any wound. Demanding to know why Giselle cannot be cured, Sarah Arita quickly tells Matthew that despite consuming the reverse rune, she still has no answers, leaving Shirosaki completely shocked and furiously asking if she ate the rune. He steps in to explain that Pio had her consume it to save him, then asks about Michael. The man replies quietly that they have no idea, wondering if both got trapped and died in Gramarye. Since the subspace made by the hunter collapsed, Satoru refuses to believe it and screams in denial. Protesting that his senior cannot be dead, Shirosaki hesitantly mentions the rune, making Matthew pause and think for a moment. Matthew asks if they can defeat the corrupted space tree and the monster born from the rune, while Tanner claims he is stronger on Earth. Moments later, he presents the finished rune, and the instant it appears, everyone is stunned. Tanner and Shirosaki look on in shock while Matthew seriously asks if they understand why he is handing it over. Tanner picks up the rune, promising that they will protect both this magical dimension and Earth. He immediately tosses it into his mouth and crushes it, but his body reacts violently to the intense energy. The system quickly alerts him that Control plus S can overwrite and double his mana capacity. He smirks with satisfaction, realizing a single rune has doubled his curse power, allowing him to easily obliterate both Michael and Gramarye. Master Shirosaki suddenly tenses up, pointing out the dark mana overflowing from his body. Shirosaki drops to his knees in agony, prompting Matthew to ask if he uses dark energy, which the other man calls mana. He notes with concern that the space attribute rune is violently repelling the dark energy inside him. At this rate, both forces will destroy each other, and Shirosaki screams in agony as the pain spreads. Ares quickly calls out to Sarah Arita for assistance, and she rushes over with her magic to stabilize him. Luckily, Shirosaki spits out the rune, leaving the old man amazed that she could recover an absorbed item. Meanwhile, he realizes that absorbing the dark mana backfired, while Tanner wonders if the master truly cannot handle it. Shirosaki clenches his fist tightly, declaring that his absolute worst nightmare is seeing the seed fall into enemy hands. He plans to use the power of the rune to secure the seed first. Nathan shoots him a skeptical look, eventually speaking up to question if doing this will truly bring any good results. Tanner looks worried as Akuchi steps up to try the rune, but he pauses just as he is about to swallow it. He stops to call out to his captain, leaving Matthew completely stunned. Turning back in confusion, Matthew is caught off guard when Akuchi asks if this rune can cure mana addiction. Matthew explains that if he means the side effects experienced by normal people, then it absolutely can, as it strengthens anybody enough to become a true warrior. Satoru's eyes light up, excited by the idea that regular humans can awaken into powerful hunters. Akuchi secretly realizes this is his chance to cure his younger brother and make him a hunter. Eager to know if they can produce more, he asks Matthew if creating another rune is possible. Matthew delivers a firm refusal, making Akuchi frown in annoyance as Matthew explains his reasons. It would be too dangerous if Michael stole it, and the blessing of the space tree has faded. Cursing Michael under his breath, Akuchi quietly slips the rune into the pouch on his hip. He decides to save the rune for his brother instead of consuming it himself, acting secretly. Matthew is left speechless by this sudden move, just as Nathan calls out to Tanner, drawing his immediate attention. Nathan gets straight to the point, asking what happens if they manage to secure the seed, and Tanner answers instantly. He claims he can infinitely store the double curses, but the old man remains highly skeptical of it. Tanner confidently confirms that he is the only person capable of utilizing the seed in that manner. He points out that Michael already took it, but Nathan reveals that others are also carrying the curse. Tanner is shocked to hear this, while Matthew asks if Giselle is also suffering from the same affliction. Confirming his fears, Nathan suggests this is why she cannot heal, and asks Tanner to take the child's seed. Cutting back to England, the massive space tree trembles with rage, leaving Timothy watching the scene in absolute terror. Zero gritted his teeth, looking at the massive beast. How are we supposed to defeat something that huge? Right on cue, the space tree roared, launching its first attack and sending debris flying everywhere with a deafening crash. People panicked as rocks rained down. Raising his shield to block the debris, Sky shouted, "Even if we gather every single hunter, we cannot win." Meanwhile, over at Count Cooper's side, they quickly deployed a magic shield. Kelly turned to him desperate, asking if there was anything they could actually do. He simply told her to wait for the Japanese hunters. Terrified, she snapped back that their lives were on the line. Cooper calmly told her not to worry since they still had sacrifices to buy them some time. Suddenly, fighter jets roared and dropping missiles directly onto the massive space tree. Seeing the incoming weapons, the beast let out a wild scream. It quickly unleashed its magic to take control of the missiles. However, one missile was still heading straight for the beast's giant mouth, while another rocket zipped in with incredible speed. The moment they impacted, a blinding flash of light erupted, leaving Kelly unable to see anything. Count Cooper was blinded as well, and in that instant, a massive roar of a violent explosion echoed. A towering mountain of fire erupted right before their eyes, rapidly consuming a massive chunk of the city. Ash and embers drifted into the distance, leaving Cooper's group surrounded by nothing but a sea of raging flames. Staring at the destruction, Kelly was utterly horrified. She screamed in regret, saying they never should have gotten involved. Despite taking that massive hit, the space tree was completely unharmed immediately, launching a counterattack against the fighter jets. Just like that, the first jet burst into flames and the tree wasted no time targeting the second one. It was shot down, instantly burning up. Kelly frantically told Cooper she was calling the International Hunters Association, but before she could finish, her jaw dropped at what was unfolding right in front of them. A massive dimensional rift suddenly tore open in the sky, expanding rapidly and leaving everyone watching in absolute shock. A sudden torrent of mana rained directly onto the space tree, wrapping it in a skill called Hellfire. Screaming in agonizing pain, the monster writhed, then jumping straight out of that massive dimensional portal. Nana's lunged toward the monster, with Sano diving right in after her. Spotting him, she yelled that the beast could be launched. "I will hold it with Hellfire, but how are we going to land?" Sano calmly reassured her. "Don't worry about that." Right after the system popped up a Control-V prompt to deploy Giant Spider Silk. The rest of the crew followed Sano's lead, though some screamed in sheer terror as they plummeted from the sky. Mid-fall, Lucas asked Henry why they were so high up, prompting a quick explanation. "I couldn't set the precise altitude for this teleportation, and this is insanely high," Lucas shouted back. "No hunter can survive a fall from this height." Henry could only advise him to brace for impact. The system pinged again, executing Control-V to paste the giant spider silk, which instantly shot out. The silk latched onto a nearby stone pillar, and in an instant, those threads automatically wove into a massive web, allowing Sano's team to land safely without a scratch. Looking at the web, Henry was both shocked and deeply puzzled. Thrilled to be safe, Edgar laughed, saying he expected to get banged up, but they were perfectly fine. Edward grumbled, pointing out how gross and sticky the spider web felt on his gear. "What even is this?" Meanwhile, Lucas knelt down to examine the webbing, deep in thought. Catching everyone at once like this was definitely not some ordinary skill. Driven by curiosity, he picked it up, wondering, no way could he actually copy and use the unique abilities of monsters if Sano truly defeated Gremory and fully absorbed his high rank. What if he keeps on absorbing entities with even higher ranks? The absolute laws governing all dimensions would break down, turning him into a transcendent being who can manipulate space itself. As the space tree burned, Sano looked on and admitted to Nana's that just as expected, even Hellfire was not enough to stop it. She replied urgently, noting its massive size, which prompted Sano to ask if she could distract Gremory for a bit. Curious, Nana's asked what his plan was, and Sano explained he wanted to destroy the core of the dimensional tree. She doubted Grimri would give them that chance, but Sano firmly replied that he just needed her to hold him back. Suddenly, Henry called out to Sano. Confused, the young hunter turned around as Henry quietly asked if that incredible power was the true strength granted to transcendent beings, leaving Sano completely shocked that he even knew about it. True, but how did you know? Instead of answering right away, he silently realizes this is a huge problem. Could it be our homeland? Seeing this silence, Sano steps in to apologize for cutting into the conversation. But for now, they need to work together. Still, Henry is skeptical, questioning if a combined attack would even work. Sano is confident he can take down Gramry. Meanwhile, Lucas desperately rushes off to find his father, Earl Cooper. With a tense expression, Earl Cooper turns and asks if Sano is with him. This immediately triggers Lucas to angrily confront his father. Why would he go this far? What exactly did Mitchell tell him? The Earl stays silent before finally speaking up. It was about the transcendent ones who curse him to gain godlike power. Meanwhile, Nana seizes the moment, pressing her attack. She warns Sano that he only has one shot at this. Soon, Henry and his squad join the battle to help. They are pushing their absolute limits, but Sano reassures them that it is more than enough. The moment the opening appears, Nana screams for him to go. Sano immediately surges forward at maximum speed, drawing the creature's attention. Slightly startled, the massive space tree fires its giant tentacles straight at him. The attack is blindingly fast, nearly catching Sano. Henry quickly screams to distract the beast, surging his mana to block the deadly strike. He intercepts the space tree, slicing its deadly tentacles to pieces right before they can reach Sano. The creature shrieks in agony as Henry mocks it. Enraged, the space tree shifts its focus to launch a brutal counterattack. Faced with this massive onslaught, Henry remains completely calm. A second later, a deafening explosion shatters the battlefield. Watching the blast, Sano worries for their safety, but there's no time to stop as he presses on. Fortunately, Henry's squad manages to escape the blast. He immediately orders everyone to fall back, and Lucky quickly acknowledges. Sano charges toward the monster, focused on his goal. Gritting his teeth, he pushes his limits to bridge the gap. Just yards away from reaching the enemy, a massive magic blade suddenly cuts through the air. It is a spellcaster's sword, striking the space tree. Sano spots the incoming attack and quickly leaps aside to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. The impact of this strike is absolutely massive, shaking the entire area like an earthquake. Within seconds, the giant tree is sliced cleanly in half. The wounded monster screeches in absolute agony, a sound loud enough to rip through the sky. The one behind this devastating blow is Nana's. Catching her breath, she whispers for Sano to take over, and he instantly jumps back into action. He uses this opening to locate the enemy's core weakness. But unexpectedly, the space tree suddenly tears itself from the ground. It moves too quickly for him to keep up, forcing Sano to grit his teeth in sheer frustration. Quickly, he prompts the system to use Ctrl-V to trigger the Shadow Shift skill. Once the system approves his Shadow Shift, Sano wastes absolutely no time and leaps high into the air. He aims straight for the creature's gaping maw. The space tree opens its massive mouth, waiting eagerly to swallow Sano whole as he descends. The monster assumes he is targeting its inner subspace, laughing at the thought of a mere human surviving its deadly bite. It snaps its jaws shut. But the absolute second it opens its mouth again, Sano makes his move. Sano dives straight inside. This reckless move leaves Earl Cooper completely stunned, wondering what on earth Sano is doing. Why would he take such a risk? Lucas quickly steps in, asking his father if he has forgotten. The sudden reminder jogs the Earl's memory. Meanwhile, deep inside the beast's giant mouth, Sano continues his daring descent. Smiling as his plan works, Sano calls upon the system to execute Ctrl-V, pasting the powerful Angelus Rapier. As system alerts flood his vision, Sano activates his skill and confidently asks if the monster can withstand his next attack. Can you handle the power of a holy sword? Let us see whose raw endurance is truly superior. The monster snarls, arrogantly wondering how a mere human could possess so many legendary weapons. Sano's blades storm forward, releasing an overwhelming torrent of raw mana that floods the entire space. Everyone is left completely stunned by this wild sight. Dermot is the first to speak. Are all of those actually holy swords? Enoch replies that it is impossible for a foreign hunter to have them. How could he possess so many of Britain's national treasures? With one final strike, a massive chunk of the tree is severed. While the roots remain anchored to the ground, the massive mouth has been completely destroyed. Seizing the moment, a fighter jet quickly flies in. Over the radio, the pilot reports that the target is down, the mission is complete, and they are heading home. Cheers erupt from the crowd. Henry happily admits Mitchell was right. A single blow from the holy sword was enough to neutralize it. Nanas corrects him, saying it was not just the sword, but only Sano who could make this possible. Her words leave him completely speechless for a moment. After a brief silence, Henry smiles faintly and thinks to himself, right, possessing hundreds of holy swords is something no one else could ever achieve. I only hope this power can save the elf dimension. Moments later, Kelly turns to Count Cooper and asks, is letting a lone hunter break this desperate situation really what you have been waiting for? He hesitates before replying, well, that is part of it, but what I am actually waiting for is something else. With that, Count Cooper suddenly walks away, leaving her utterly confused. Lucas calls out to his father in pure shock. Father. He heads straight toward the dimensional tree. Count Cooper mutters to himself, what I truly desire is transcendence, the power of pure transcendence. Scene changes as monsters attack Kijaro. Seeing the beasts, Clement breaks into a terrified cold sweat. Can we really deal with a monstrous thing like this? Curtis glances over at him and replies, it looks like some elite human warriors are coming to help us, but there are just too many enemies. Right then, Matthew walks by and snaps, stop complaining the moment the spirits were corrupted by Gramarye. We already knew our doom was near. The humans arrived just as the prophet mage predicted, so now our only choice is to bet everything on them. Besides, he turns to look at the beasts, thinking they even carry Giselle's curse. Just as he thinks this, Tanner aggressively steps up. Meanwhile, Nathan tells her, Giselle, you do not have to fight. She strongly disagrees, saying, no, father. She is the sole reason my power skyrocketed, so I can at least shoot a light arrow right now. Giselle unleashes her magic right in front of him. A second later, the monsters start charging straight at them, making her tense up and yell they are here. With that, Giselle fires an arrow right through the beast, making it writhe in pain. Beavis dashes forward and shouts, what the elves can actually put up a decent fight. Clement runs alongside him and replies, then let us show them what we are made of. The attacked monster roars in pure rage. Immediately, he spins around to flee, screaming it is way too massive. Satoru draws his sword, reassuring everyone, do not panic, it is just for show. He leaps high into the air with immense force. Targeting the monster's head, he slices it clean in half with a single strike. The beast lets out a horrific, agonized shriek. A split second later, blood sprays everywhere, forcing Satoru to quickly cover his nose. Spotting sharp spikes launching toward him, he summons ice to block the attack. Even so, the sheer impact knocks Satoru back quite a bit. Caught off guard by the sudden strike, he is slightly startled. Shirosaki witnesses this speechless, yet deep down he cannot help but admire his growth. Satoru has definitely grown stronger. While lost in thought, Tanner barks at him, Shirosaki, what on earth are you just standing there for? Clear these guys out already. Seeing him fighting, he retorts, I get it, stop rushing me, I haven't even used my runes yet. With those words, Shirosaki gets to work in a flash. Several monsters are instantly obliterated into nothingness. Nathan gasps at his insane power while Matthew praises him. Incredible, he wiped them all out in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Shirosaki casually leaves a massive crater in his wake. He looks back at his handiwork and scoffs, even without using runes, this is a total piece of cake. Moments later, it starts shifting again. Satoru gasps in panic, the dimensional tree, is it moving on its own? The deafening rumble of vines tearing through the earth echoes everywhere. Massive branches like giant pythons violently thrash across the ground. The dwarf army grips their weapons with trembling hands, terrified of the oncoming vines, but they look completely helpless out there. A massive vine slams down, instantly crushing one unfortunate soldier. It tears right through heavy armor, claiming several more lives. Someone cannot help but spit out a curse, damn it, seeing their casualties pile up. Shirosaki roars, everyone get behind me. Feeling the immense pressure of the space-time branch, he grits his teeth and thinks, even without my spells, a pathetic tree branch is absolutely nothing. Shirosaki raises his hand high, manifesting a crimson barrier right on the battlefield. With a loud shout, the barrier expands outward like a solid, impenetrable shield. Finally, the glowing red barrier completely covers the group. Someone shouts to lead them, everyone move and hurry. At that exact moment, a colossal vine crashes onto the barrier, causing a deafening, earth-shattering explosion. Someone gasps in shock, Fortunately, the barrier is incredibly solid, remaining completely unscathed despite the relentless hammering. Seeing this, a dwarf pats his chest with a sigh of relief, we are safe. But another soldier spots something else entirely. What no way looming before him is a branch several times larger than the previous vine. A dwarf stammers in terror. That monster is at least 10 times bigger than the other branches. Someone asks in doubt, can they really survive this? Taikyochi anxiously asks, Shirosaki, can you hold it off? But he is met with a sharp, irritated reply. If you are so worried, handle it yourself. You got a power boost from those runes, right? Compared to that, this temporal rift is way larger than Shirosaki's expanded barrier. Massive branches slam down like giant octopus tentacles, violently battering the defensive shield. Under that sheer, overwhelming pressure, the barrier starts to crack, echoing with a loud, shattering sound. Shirosaki grits his teeth, fighting through internal injuries. Damn it, how could any human possibly control a temporal tree like this? The barrier shatters and a colossal branch looms right in front of him. But Shirosaki refuses to yield, letting out a wild roar. He channels every single ounce of energy inside his body. Using absolutely everything he has left, he is going to stop this. Crimson energy surges out like a massive tidal wave, blasting the temporal branch back, but it slams down again, causing a deafening explosion. As the thick dust clears, the barrier remains completely intact and everyone inside is still alive. The massive branch has backed off for now. Suddenly, a sickening splash echoes as Shirosaki coughs up a mouthful of dark blood, collapsing heavily onto his knees from exhaustion. He has to prop himself up to avoid falling flat on the ground. Satoru, consumed by sheer panic and worry, screams out, "Master Shirosaki!" But his master immediately snaps back. "Shut up and stop making a scene, I am not dead yet." Wiping the blood from his lips, he mutters, "But if another massive attack like that hits us, there is no way I can block it again." Just then, a voice suddenly echoes from behind them, "Leave the rest to me." Hearing this familiar voice, Shirosaki's face completely pales. Meanwhile, Sano finds himself trapped in a pitch-black abyss. Looking around in confusion, he wonders if this is that guy's pocket dimension. He cannot even tell which way is up. Damn it, there's absolutely no time left. Suddenly, a deep voice startles Sano, saying, "I did not expect you to jump straight into my pocket dimension like this." Turning toward the voice, he spots a dark shadow with fiery red hair. The mysterious figure wears a deeply amused smirk. "This saved me quite a bit of trouble," the figure says. Sano wonders if this is the true form of the dark spirit Gremori. Sano demands, "What are you talking about?" But the dark figure does not waste words. He points his hand directly at him. Gremori stares intently at the glowing golden energy swirling inside Sano's heart. "The seed of that spatial tree is inside you," he laughs, saying, "the spatial tree in the elven dimension has already withered and died. But your spatial tree has only just begun to sprout. It possesses the incredible potential for multidimensional travel, which is something I completely lack." Sano is stunned by this. Multidimensional travel? Gremori curls his lips into a mocking, arrogant smirk. Keeping those completely useless elves alive has actually paid off. I needed their sacred blessing, so this spatial tree seed could finally sprout. Sano grits his teeth in pure anger. "So that seed was your real target all along," Gremori quickly corrects him. "Target? What target? That seed belonged to me from the very start. Misel stole it." With those words, he snaps, red energy exploding everywhere. "Give it back to me," Sano fires back. "Quit trying to twist the truth." Meanwhile, he quietly plans his next move. He can summon his boundless sacred sword. Measuring their difference in power, he steals his resolve. "There's no way I am losing to this guy." Acting instantly, Sano triggers Ctrl-V to paste the sacred sword. But immediately, the system flashes a red warning. Ctrl-C cannot copy the sacred sword from other pocket dimensions while inside this specific space. This notification leaves him utterly speechless. What Gremori lunges right in front of him, mockingly offering an explanation. "This is my personal dimension, you have no power here." With that, he throws a brutal punch, sending Sano flying backward. Fortunately, this dark void has absolutely zero obstacles. Sano absorbs the painful impact but does not crash into any walls. Using the momentum, he flips and lands safely, quickly analyzing the situation. Was keeping the sacred sword locked away a huge mistake? Did moving through the darkness make him too reliant on it? He desperately needs something besides the sacred sword to defeat this monster. Wait, he can use the item he previously copied into his inventory. Instantly acting on the thought, the system announces, "Ctrl-V, a Calicia Dragon Longsword has been pasted into this world." A moment later, a brilliant sword materializes in Sano's hand. He celebrates inwardly. Yes, it worked. Gremori, however, looks completely unimpressed. "Your pathetic resistance ends here. No weapon can ever hope to affect me inside this dimension." The dragon sword in Sano's hand erupts in flames. Gritting his teeth, he says, "Let's see about that," gripping the hilt tight. He worries inwardly. If this weapon fails, there is absolutely no other way to defeat this beast. Giving him no time to think, Gremori immediately charges. Sano lets out a loud roar, swinging his blazing dragon sword. The powerful blade cuts clean through, slicing Gremori's body in half right in front of him. Even though the strike lands, he remains highly cautious, demanding to know how it felt. Out of nowhere, Gremori reappears right behind Sano's back. Sharp claws pierce deep into his stomach, making him spit up blood from internal damage. "You absolute idiot," Gremori sneers. He laughs mockingly. "You actually tried to attack me, someone who has no physical form." But surprisingly, Sano replies, "My goal is not to attack you." Gremori is completely confused. What? Meanwhile, the system sends a notification directly to Sano. The system alerts him that his health dropped to 25%. Rage mode instantly triggers, boosting Sano with a sudden rush of insane energy. His sword pulses with raw power, erupting in flames that light up the dark void. He swings, but the fiery slash only grazes Gremori. Gremori is stunned by the sheer power behind that attack, but even more shocked that the strike completely missed its mark. Believing Sano just made a rookie mistake by missing his target, Gremori bursts out laughing. "You just wasted your final desperate shot," Gremori sneers. But Sano simply looks up and calmly asks, "Is that so?" Confused by his absolute confidence, Gremori frowns and quickly glances behind him right toward the spot where that massive energy blast had just exploded. A tiny crack appears in the air, letting a faint sliver of outside light leak in. But Gremori shrugs it off. A minor crack in my pocket dimension, trying to run away. Meanwhile, Sano tries to activate his copying skill again, but it fails. Control C. It is impossible to copy the divine sword from other pocket dimensions into this current space. A glaring red system error screen flashes, causing his heart to sink. Damn it, is it still not working? Realizing what he is trying to do, Gremory laughs hysterically. You wasted your only chance at an opening just for some holy sword. Then his face goes cold as he delivers a final death sentence. Blame your own stupidity. Instantly, a massive surge of dark energy floods out. In the blink of an eye, Gremory grabs Sano by the collar as rustling vines and branches erupt violently from his hands. They rapidly crawl up Sano's body, wrapping him in a suffocating massive cocoon of tightly bound vines within seconds. The wooden cocoon pulses slowly, like a beating heart draining Sano's life force. Gremory smirks, deeply satisfied with his trap. Stay in there and let me drain you dry. But before he can celebrate, his expression completely twists. Meanwhile, on the chaotic spirit battlefield outside, now you and I are about to see Tanner go all out. He channels his unique curse, Control S, saving his mana 20 times over. For Titan X, his system prompts him to use Control Shift S to store the mana. Notifications flood the screen, counting up to 21, 22 times, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27 times. It is like an infinite charge command, and his raw physical power scales up to ridiculous levels. Shirasaki watches in absolute disbelief, wondering if this insane, limitless mana accumulation is actually Tanner's legendary curse. Satoru gasps in shock. Oh my god, how much is he going to store? With that insane amount, it would not be surprising if he literally split the planet in half. The violent energy surrounding Tanner is absolutely terrifying, yet he refuses to release his axe. The invisible atmospheric pressure makes his nose bleed, but he grits his teeth and holds on. The system flashes a warning. Control-Shift-S has stored 120 times mana. Storing more will put his life in danger. Ignoring the extreme danger and the ground beneath him, collapsing under the sheer pressure, he still refuses to swing. Nathan stares in absolute awe. Is that the power of magic runes? Matthew, standing right beside him, shakes his head. That is not just from the runes. He looks at Tanner and says that is the brutal result of his endless training. Tanner grips his weapon, telling himself, I can handle this much. Screaming at the top of his lungs, Tanner leaps directly out of the crater and charges forward, yelling, take this. Rocketing into the air, the ground beneath him shatters into dust. He raises his axe, channeling a colossal wave of energy. He brings it crashing down, aiming directly at the spatial tree. A massive burst of pink energy tears straight through the giant trunk. A deafening blast echoes, and you and I can barely see through the thick smoke. But sharp-eyed Satoru catches a glimpse of the final result. He actually chopped down the spatial tree. Takeru Chigu watches in utter shock, thinking this completely defies the physical limits of any human. Is this the true power of runes? He stares at the pill in his hand, realizing that consuming it might help him resist temptation. Takeru Chigu quickly scolds himself. Damn it, what am I even thinking? This pill belongs to my brother, my own time will come. Right at the moment, Tanner destroys the spatial tree. Gremory instantly feels a massive shockwave inside his pocket dimension. What? He screams in absolute panic. The spatial tree of the elf realm has been cut down. Who on earth did this? Suddenly, a loud cracking sound echoes behind him. Gremory whips around in terror. The tiny crack from earlier is rapidly spreading, tearing his entire dark pocket dimension completely apart. He is left utterly speechless as his domain shatters. Is my pocket dimension actually breaking down? Misfortunes really do come in pairs. Sensing trouble with the cocoon, Gremory looks back as the broken space lifts all limits. Control-V pastes the divine sword. With a violent rip, a glowing sharp blade pierces right through the wooden cocoon. The wooden shell is instantly shredded by a flurry of bright blades as holy light floods the collapsing dark dimension. Gremory is left completely speechless, with no idea how to counter this. Sano finally emerges, holding his sword, looking exhausted but free. Gremory instantly recognizes that is the legendary divine weapon Michiel came down to Earth to find. But how on earth did it end up in Sano's hands? Normally, you wouldn't even be able to scratch me. Sano's face hardens as his fighting spirit erupts. Meanwhile, Michiel has already returned to Earth. With just this holy sword and this curse, one divine blade is more than enough to put you down. The system announces Control-V pasting infinite mana into his divine sword. Instantly, massive energy from all directions rushes into the blade. Seeing this, Gremory turns pale, seeing the glowing divine sword. Sano wastes no time swinging his blade and shouting, "Give me back my space and get lost." He slashes forward, sending a massive flood of destructive energy directly toward Gremory. The normally arrogant villain is completely unable to dodge Sano's devastating attack. The very second he takes the hit, only one thought crosses his mind. This is bad. The raw energy splits Gremory clean in half. His body glows as if purified by the holy sword. but right after he instantly reforms. Even, even a divine sword cannot touch me. I am an intangible entity. Just as he boasts the holy sword, Insano's hand fires a beam of light right through his head, followed by countless lasers piercing his body. Sano angrily roars, "I will erase you in your very soul." Waves of sacred energy explode forward, turning Gramarye's body into Swiss cheese. With too many light beams piercing him, he can no longer regenerate. Finally, he screams in agonizing resentment. The holy sword's energy erupts in a blinding flash, tearing his body apart, leaving behind only a bitter voice and a red crystal. Impossible, defeated by a mere holy sword. The red crystal clatters onto the ground. Sano reaches down to pick it up, wondering, so this is the core of the spatial tree from the elf dimension that he absorbed. Immediately, he uses Control-C to copy it, copying the spatial tree core from the elf dimension. With his every move, the system prompts. Control-V, pasting into G-Razor's source code. The connection between the elf dimension and the user is now complete. Now dimensional travel and interference are fully possible. Suddenly, small tree branches grow from the ground, gently wrapping around Sano's heavily injured body. The system announces that the player's injuries will heal automatically under G-Razor's divine protection. As the branches touch the deep slashes from Gramarye's claws, they instantly stitch shut. Sano is shocked. Awesome is like having a pocket healer with me. Once fully healed, he continues his analysis of the elf dimension. Does this mean he can now freely travel to other sub-dimensions without needing any keys? He looks around and mutters to himself, so this is what he was talking about all along. I just need to seize the core of that dimension. Wasting no time, he prepares to move. Sano turns around, heading to Wiko first to retrieve the runestone. Suddenly, a system window pops up, making him freeze in his tracks. 3 consecutive notifications pop up. Control-C, Gramarye's subspace detected. Copying automatically. Control-V, pasting Gramarye's copied subspace into the existing subspace. Control-V, a complete subdimension has successfully been created. Sano gets incredibly hyped and declares, "Alright, now the only thing left is to grab that runestone." Meanwhile, a figure clad in a crimson cloak glides quickly through the void, none other than Count Cooper. He plots. Michelle said she stole a piece of Gramarye's subspace. This has created 15 spatial cracks running deep into the pitch-black darkness. Finally, he spots a tiny crack. Approaching it with a satisfied grin, he rejoices, "This is the one." Suddenly, a loud rumble shakes the dimension, startling Cooper. A system notification pops up right in front of him. 2 incomplete subspaces are now fully integrated. Cooper gasps in sheer shock. No way, did Hunter Sano actually defeat Gramarye and seize the subspace? The rift in front of him is rapidly closing. Cooper rushes toward the shrinking rift, realizing, at this rate, I'm going to be trapped inside this dimension forever. To clear a path, he raises his staff. With a swift movement, Cooper decisively hurls his magic staff right into the closing rift. The staff wedges itself inside, interrupting the spatial self-healing process. Energy sparks crackle violently. At the same time, Cooper runs as fast as he can to escape. His risky move widens the rift just enough for a person to squeeze through. Sensing wind from the other side, Cooper rejoices. Excellent. Quick as lightning, he leaps through the rift right before it seals shut. Luckily, he lands safely. Cooper breathes a sigh of relief as the rift seals shut behind him. I actually did it. He looks around in joy. I have finally reached the elf dimension. Right in front of him stands a colossal tree with a canopy covering the sky. Cooper rubs his eyes, thinking he is hallucinating. Is that actually the legendary spatial tree? And it is completely intact. The elf dimension was supposed to be corrupted by Gramarye. Terrified, he looks around in utter panic, realizing this isn't the goblin dimension. Is he in the wrong place? Where on earth is this place anyway? Suddenly, a rustling sound echoes behind him, and Cooper turns around on high alert. Massive deer antlers brush through the trees. A hulking creature with a stag head and a muscular build twice his size steps out from the dense foliage. Cooper is instantly paralyzed with fear. He's looking right at a terrifying beastman monster. Back on the elven battlefield, everyone is gathered right next to the chopped-down dimensional tree. Satoru isn't celebrating just yet, asking cautiously, "We chopped down the dimensional tree, but why isn't anything happening?" Sensing his anxiety, Shirosaki calmly tells him to wait and see. But before they can even breathe a sigh of relief, Ares gasps out, "What's that?" Crackling lightning sparks in the air as a massive dimensional portal suddenly opens up. As the gateway parts, Sano steps right out. Someone cheers joyfully for Haruto, while Satoru rushes forward to hug him tight, asking if he's actually safe and sound. Realizing his sudden tackle might have hurt Sano's wounds, Satoru quickly lets go and says, "Oh, did that hurt? I'm so sorry." Sano pulls back his shirt to show the completely healed skin, quietly saying it's fine. Shirosaki walks up to ask if Gramarye has been dealt with. Sano simply nods. Shirosaki seems highly impressed seeing that. Sano pulled it off without even using a spell. But before he can plan his next move, he hears Sano call out Gueko, "Give me a gem." Just like that, his brief moment of admiration instantly turns into pure annoyance and irritation. What an absolute jerk. Oblivious to Shirasaki's frustration, Sano simply turns his head to look behind him. There he sees the dimensional tree split clean in half with dust and smoke still lingering in the air. Sano turns to the man who did it. "Hunter Turner, did you chop this down?" Startled by his name being called Turner, hesitantly replies, "Yeah, was that a mistake?" Sano replies, "No thanks to you, I beat Gremory." Relieved, Turner smiles and nods. Just then, Takeru Chigu, still in stone armor form, approaches and asks, "By the way, have you seen Michael?" Sano looks over and gives a soft nod, telling him, "I actually witnessed his final moments, but I couldn't confirm the body." Meanwhile, 30 minutes ago, someone was slashing through the chaotic dimensional branches elsewhere. Every single strike was incredibly sharp, instantly tearing the rampaging branches apart. Completely alone, that warrior stood against the entire onslaught of dimensional tree limbs. As the sword swings echo, it's clear who this is. None other than Michael, the man Takeru Chigu is looking for. Right then, crimson magical energy begins gathering high in the sky, swirling together to form a colossal sphere of raw power directly above where Michael is standing. Acting like an invisible black hole, it violently sucks in everything nearby as the ground beneath shakes uncontrollably. The surrounding landscape is violently swept up into the raging vortex. His eyes widen in sheer horror. In that terrifying second, a dreadful realization hits him. The pocket dimension is collapsing. Michael stands frozen, unable to believe his eyes. Dread floods his chest. No way, Gremory's pocket dimension is fading away. He immediately spins around and runs for his life, with only one thought driving him forward. Sano must have defeated Gremory, which means he has to escape this place right now. Otherwise, he'll be trapped here for eternity. Just then, a blinding beam of crimson light crashes down right next to him. Staring at the scene, he completely forgets to breathe. It's a multi-dimensional rift. Meanwhile, in another location, Sano grits his teeth and bites down with force. The item in his mouth instantly shatters, bursting into a million tiny fragments. Satoru asks with intense curiosity, "Well, do you feel any different now?" Sano turns to him, his face completely blank, and admits that absolutely nothing changed. Did he actually do it right? Pio clenches his fists in anger, asking if Sano is seriously doubting their leader's power. Sano looks flustered, quickly explaining that he just didn't feel any effect. Right at that moment, an unexpected burst of mocking laughter echoes out. Sano snaps his head toward the sound in irritation, gritting his teeth. "What's so funny?" Shirosaki points right at his face, mocking him, saying he was annoyed it failed on him, but seeing it fail on Sano actually makes him feel much better. Turner immediately speaks up, insisting he definitely felt the effects. Sano narrows his eyes, questioning if that was just the effect of the shift. Turner grows flustered. His eyes dart away as he stammers out a weak response. Sano sighs, softening his voice to calm the tension. "Don't worry too much. Even when using shift, I couldn't really make anything happen either. Perhaps there aren't any other shift users left." Hearing those words, Nathan casts a brief glance toward Matthew, his gaze darkening with deeply complex thoughts. After a long moment, Nathan speaks up slowly, his deep voice sending a sudden jolt through the person next to him, who quickly turns to look. Nathan coldly points out that he never told the others about being cursed again. He adds that while there might be a reason, it is none of their business. His voice rings out again, questioning if they should just hand it over to the very people who fought to protect this place. After a brief silence, Matthew delivers a short reply. His voice is incredibly calm, leaving Nathan completely stunned by the response. Glancing at his rival, Matthew looks highly determined as he declares that the wizard prophecy is far from over. Across the room, Takeru Chigu slowly approaches Sano and makes a quiet suggestion. He asks if they should return to Earth soon, which suddenly triggers a memory in Sano. Calling out to Master Takeru Chigu, Sano asks a sudden question that visibly confuses the old man. Staring straight at him, Sano demands to know how the talisman symbol actually works. Takeru Chigu instantly turns away, claiming he has no idea, so Sano immediately storms right up to Matthew. His voice is filled with rage, shouting that the item does not work, and they are just dumping useless garbage on them, just to make them work like dogs. But suddenly, an intense pain shoots straight down Sano's spine. He stops mid-sentence, his entire body freezing up in shock. As panic washes over him, the system suddenly erupts with a wave of alerts. Control-C. A mysterious, uncopyable energy has now been successfully absorbed into the body. Control-V. Mysterious energy has merged with the body, forcing an immediate pace procedure to take place. Control-V. To protect the host, a full system reboot and reconfiguration is now underway. Sano can barely stand it. Clutching his chest, he collapses to the ground in pain. Satoru cries out in sheer panic, asking if Haruto is alright. Yet the robotic system alerts keep ringing out, completely cold and emotionless. Control-V. Initiating complete deletion of all existing user data. Within seconds, his physical body starts to blur and slowly dissolve into nothingness. It is as if his very existence is being torn from reality and fading into thin air, leaving his friends screaming his name in panic. Everyone in the room watches in absolute terror, unable to process the horrifying scene unfolding right before their eyes. Ares and Sarah Arita are completely frozen in shock, their faces utterly pale. Meanwhile, Nathan and Matthew stand paralyzed, staring at the empty space in pure disbelief. Meanwhile, the system screen flashes again. Control V, pasting the reconstructed body into the subspace to ensure maximum safety. In a completely different dimension, surrounded by absolute pitch-black darkness, a tiny red spark suddenly flashes. Within moments, the glowing orb rapidly expands, flickering with mysterious energy. Blue sparks pulse inside like flowing energy pathways. And then in a split second, Sano figure abruptly materializes in the dark void. Instantly, a massive wall of system text pops up right in front of him. Control V. The mysterious energy has successfully merged with both Control C and Control V. Control C level upgraded. Control C is now level 10. Control V level upgraded. Control V is now level 10. Control V. The pace function has been upgraded and advanced features are now fully available. Sano stares blankly at the screen, a massive wave of shock washing over him. An advanced feature? No way. Without wasting a single second, he draws his weapon as a smirk forms on his face. Does this mean he can keep training to become even more powerful? The moment the system alert finishes, waves of bright golden light erupt completely, wrapping around the sword in Sano's hands. Control V, pasting and enhancing the Calicia Dragon Greatsword. Almost immediately, another notification flashes before him. Control V, pasting one Calicia Dragon Greatsword to upgrade to level 1, boosting raw power from 200 to 400. Unique skill 1 absorption level 2 has increased. Unique skill 2 berserk level 2 has also increased. His face lights up with pure excitement, as he wonders if this incredible boost is the true power of the talisman. A moment later, another system alert pops up. Control V, pasting and enhancing the Calicia Dragon Greatsword. As the notifications clear out, the spiritual energy surrounding the Calicia Dragon Greatsword grows even more intense. Waves of blinding golden light surge outward, completely illuminating the pitch-black void around him. Control V. Further enhancement through pasting is currently impossible, as any additional upgrades will require absorbing more of the mysterious energy. Control V. Pasting a Calicia Dragon Sword for enhancement, raising its raw attack power from 1,800 to 2,200. Unique skill 1 absorption level 11 has been successfully upgraded. Unique skill 2 berserk level 11 has also been increased. Suddenly, Sano gets a wild, bold idea. Wait, what if he could copy and paste his entire body? The system instantly flashes a bright red warning. Control V. Upgrading physical body size is currently impossible. His face completely drops as his excitement vanishes. Disappointed, he groans, wishing it had actually worked. Suddenly, Sano stops in his tracks as a thought hits him. It says currently, meaning it will definitely be possible in the future. Perhaps if he could just absorb more talismans on the other side. Takeru Chigu is growing incredibly impatient. Gritting his teeth, he fumes with absolute rage. Damn it, where did he go? Did they mess something up in their fight against Gremory? Takeru Chigu violently punches the wall behind him in sheer frustration. There is no way we can return to Earth without him. Deep down, he is consumed with anxiety. If this keeps up, he will never be able to deliver the talismans to his brother. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out, making Takeru Chigu whip around in utter shock as Sano says, "I am here." Right after that, a hand suddenly reaches out from a portal and Sano's figure quickly materializes in front of them. He casually hoists his sword onto his shoulder, stepping out as if absolutely nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Tears of joy fill Satoru's eyes as he happily yells out, "Haruto." Shirosaki quickly demands to know what happened, and Sano calmly explains that he was forcibly warped into a sub-dimension. A subtle smirk plays on his lips. While Sano decides to keep the truth to himself, Shirosaki's eyes narrow as they lock onto the sword Sano is holding. That great sword looks completely different. Sano casually replies that it must be the power of his weapon enhancement rune. Unwilling to accept this, Shirosaki grits his teeth and asks in utter disbelief, "What have you awakened talisman powers as well?" Sano offers no further explanation, simply and calmly saying that they should finally head back to Earth. Frowning in annoyance, Shirosaki snaps, "Don't change the subject. You are definitely hiding something from us, aren't you?" Sano mockingly replies, "How pathetic that you are the only one unaffected by the gem's energy." This instantly ignites Shirosaki's absolute rage. He screams at him to shut up. Meanwhile, on the other side, Michael stands silently amidst the rising clouds of thick dust. Suddenly, Michael mutters in surprise. His sharp gaze locks onto the figures standing right in front of him. Standing completely still, Michael tenses up his entire body on high alert. Fu Hua gasps in shock, wondering how Michael could emerge from a sub-dimension. Behind him, a young man immediately charges forward with his sword drawn. Don't leave any openings. The man beside him doesn't hesitate for a second, immediately unleashing his magic. In an instant, a colossal wave of magical energy roars forward like a raging storm, giving Michael absolutely no chance to dodge. The very second the magical energy collides with Michael, a massive explosion rips through the air, sending wild magic everywhere. Raging flames instantly consume everything, transforming the entire area into a massive burning sea of fire. Witnessing the devastating scene, the man grits his teeth and snaps. Damn it, what on earth is that? Right then, a dark purple vortex manifests directly in front of Michael, spinning violently. It completely swallows the massive attack in the blink of an eye. Michael narrows his eyes, looking absolutely murderous. Showing no mercy whatsoever, Michael locks his deadly sights on the entire group standing before him. Suddenly, a deafening blast shatters the silence. In a split second, a man's left chest is completely pierced through. He screams in agonizing pain and collapses, desperately clutching his wound as blood continuously gushes out. Consecutive explosions ring out one after another, their relentless onslaught leaving the group with absolutely zero time to strike back. Seeing the danger, Fu Hua leaps forward and yells at the top of his lungs. Everyone fall back. He swiftly summons a massive shield, with movements so incredibly fast they are almost impossible to track. Instantly, the barrage of incoming attacks is ground to a halt. Relief washes over his comrades who cheer at the sight. Fu Hua quickly commands them in a firm voice, "Call for reinforcements from all guilds immediately." He firmly emphasizes, "Tell them that Michael is right here." A magic sphere quickly forms in Michael's palm, growing larger by the second. The surging energy inside violently rages as it repeatedly crashes against Fu Hua's defensive shield. Gripping his shield tight, panic starts to set in as he realizes it is simply too massive to block. Sensing the extreme danger, Fu Hua whips his head back and screams in panic, "Everyone get out of the warehouse now." Hearing his desperate shout, they immediately scramble toward the main exit. He braces himself against the swirling magical force, pushing far past his limits. Suddenly, Fu Hua's shield begins to crack, with fractures rapidly spreading across its surface like a spiderweb. Even though blood begins to spill from his mouth, he stubbornly stands his ground, putting everything into holding the line. Michael watches with a mocking sneer, asking him if he truly believes a simple giant shield is enough to block an attack like this. Right then, a system notification pops up stating that the Control plus Shift plus X shortcut will completely erase the target. Michael raises an eyebrow, his tone growing amused as he notes how perfect the timing is to test something out. A cold sweat rolls down Fu Hua's pale face. His eyes are bloodshot, completely filled with terror. Without wasting any time, Michael pours even more power into his magical orb. With madness in his eyes, the energy orb begins spinning violently. A terrifying surge of power repeatedly slams against the shield. Suddenly, the orb detonates, unleashing a chaotic storm of raw magical energy. The shield shatters into pieces right before Fugu's horrified eyes. A split second later, that devastating force blasts him backward, sending Fugu crashing directly toward the main entrance. Dust clouds erupt along his path as he slams hard onto the floor, dragging across the cold stone ground. A painful groan slips from his throat. Witnessing this, his teammate screams out in pure panic. Before he can even recover, Michael suddenly materializes right before Fugu's eyes. Stomping down hard, he pins his opponent to the freezing ground, delivering a chilling threat. "I suppose you fought so desperately because to you I am the ultimate villain." His eyes flash with murderous intent. If that's the case, he'll play the part and wipe every last human off the face of the earth. Elsewhere, seeing a familiar face, Satoru is moved to tears of joy and rushes forward. Calling out to his sister, he tries to approach, but Nane snaps back with furious anger, telling him to stay away. Henry approaches Sano gently, asking if he defeated Gremory and if the Elder and Jizzle are safe. Sano calmly confirms everyone is fine, letting Henry breathe a sigh of relief, noting it matches the mage's prophecy. Henry suggests returning before the pocket dimension closes, but Sano tells him not to worry. His voice echoes again, explaining that the gateway to the elf realm can be opened at any moment. Stunned, Henry asks how, prompting Sano to explain he planted the world tree to span across Earth. The tree spans straight into the elven dimension, linking both worlds through its core. Henry is completely blown away by this impossible dimensional merger. Hunter Sano has truly ascended to the level of a godlike entity. Nanase suddenly speaks up from behind, catching him off guard by asking where Ares is. Sano explains she stayed behind to search for her mother. She pauses, murmuring in understanding. Sano looks around, realizing that Lucas and Count Cooper are also nowhere to be found. Nanase locks her gaze on him, asking if he ran into them. After all, they went deep into that pocket dimension to find him. Sano freezes in absolute horror, gasping out in shock as cold sweat begins to bead on his forehead. A terrifying thought flashes through his mind. Since they haven't returned, they must still be trapped in the elven realm, wandering lost between dimensions. He snaps in frustration, questioning what Count Cooper was thinking. She quietly notes that the Count did mention Michiel earlier. He definitely had an ulterior motive. Sano gasps, wondering what Michel has to do with this. An alarmed voice suddenly breaks the silence, making Sano spin around. Takaruchigu is screaming furiously into his phone, demanding to know why he is there. He demands to speak to his brother immediately. Met with silence on the other end, he roars out in frustration. Slamming his phone to the ground, Takaruchigu shatters it completely, warning them not to mess with him. Sano asks what's wrong, prompting an urgent reply. Takaruchigu insists he has to head back quickly, filling Sano in on the situation. Michael is in Tokyo right now. The hunters and my brother are in grave danger.